The Extraordinary Journey of a Dragon Soul Youth. In the year 2210, during the sweltering summer in the city of Jinghua, even the outskirts could not escape the incessant throngs of people. Yi Tianxia wandered through the crowd, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, his gaze lowered to the ground, seemingly indifferent to the world ahead, yet miraculously avoiding collisions with others. Clad in a blue checkered shirt and slightly worn black fitted trousers, he sported a pair of sky blue slippers, embodying a refreshing and carefree domestic style. Despite this, an unintentional aura of danger emanated from him, drawing the attention of numerous young women. Today marked the 60th day since the distribution of the gaming device for Fate, coinciding with the official launch of the game at noon. However, it was only 9 o'clock in the morning. Despite the passage of 60 days, the nearest distribution point was still besieged by a long queue. Yi Tianxia, unfazed, positioned himself at the end of the line, noting that the crowd now was of a scale incomparable to the first month of distribution. Few shared his patience to wait until today. He raised his head to gaze at the blue and white sky, where a long white streak bisected the heavens, reminiscent of a gash in the atmosphere. This phenomenon, which had appeared a century ago, had sparked global turmoil and countless theories from experts. Over time, humanity had come to accept the celestial scar as a normality, with newborns inevitably gazing upon it as they entered the world, while the pristine blue sky existed only in images from a century past. "Hello, sir. Please provide your DNA sample." The receptionist greeted him with a professional smile, yet she was met with silence from the man before her. Yi Tianxia smirked slightly, taking in the enchanting beauty of the girl before him, appreciating that which all men cherish an exquisite visage. Under the unabashed intensity of his gaze, this girl, accustomed to encounters with various individuals, began to feel her heart race, caught in the depths of his dangerous, penetrating eyes. She was acutely aware that this could lead to a perilous abyss, yet she felt irresistibly drawn to him, compelled to surrender to the allure of the unknown. A broken strand of hair fell into Yi Tianxi's palm, which he extended toward the girl. As she emerged from her daze, she could no longer meet his gaze, awkwardly taking the hair from his hand. The brief contact sent ripples through her heart, expanding a sense of unease within. "This is a dangerous man," a voice within cautioned. Yet her racing heart refused to calm. She dared not look up, fidgeting with the device in her hands to mask her slight anxiety. "What type of device do you require? A pendant or a wristband?" The rise of virtual reality gaming began in the late 21st century, reaching its zenith in the 22nd century, where a connected virtual world became a new realm of existence for humanity. In this 23rd century, virtual gaming experienced a groundbreaking evolution with the enigmatic Fate. Its devices alone captivated no longer cumbersome helmets or gaming pods, but rather small pendants to hang around the neck or wristbands to adorn the arm. These devices required no connections, complex operations, or charging. The official explanation stated that the built-in power could last over 50 years. Players could freely choose their devices, but each person was limited to one, bound to their DNA. Even more astonishingly, all devices were distributed free of charge. Yi Tianxia tugged at the slender black line around his neck, drawing the girl's attention to an unusual ornament hanging from his chest, jet black in hue, elongated and peculiar, adorned with 7 uniformly sized holes scattered in an irregular pattern. Under the sunlight, she perceived a faint shimmer emanating from each hole, reflecting a spectrum of colors reminiscent of the rainbow. "Sir, please wait a moment," the girl stammered, realizing her loss of composure. Her demeanor grew increasingly flustered as she placed the hair into the machine. Uncontrollably, she committed the displayed information to memory before pressing the red button to finalize the identity binding. She handed Yi Tianxia a black wristband along with an elegantly crafted business card. "Sir, this is your device. Please take it and enjoy your gaming experience. This is my branch's service card. Feel free to consult me with any inquiries." Yi Tianxia extended his left hand but hesitated to take it. Finally, summoning her courage, the girl raised her gaze, meeting his penetrating eyes and the alluring charm of his face. His response made her heart race anew. Charm's Jasmine Dream, a perfect blend of jasmine, rose, and lily of the valley, imbued with warmth and freshness, exuding an elegant and delicate fragrance that captivates the innocent and tenderhearted. Such girls are the ethereal gifts of God to humanity. Might I have the honor of having her adorn me with this black binding? A flush of crimson bloomed on the girl's cheeks as she lowered her head, flustered, her practiced professionalism seemingly evaporating. Charm's Jasmine Dream, this was the name of her beloved perfume, a passion that had remained undiminished since she first inhaled its scent. Yi Tianxia was taken aback by how easily the girl blushed, resembling a novice in matters of romance, which only fueled his desire to tease further. His deep, enchanting eyes sparkled with a mischievous smile as he watched her delicate fingers tremble while she fastened the black wristband onto him, an act that extended far longer than necessary due to her nervousness. Throughout the process, Yi Tianxia reveled in her captivating expression. Finally, gathering all her courage, the girl lowered her head and placed a thick card into his hand. "Sir, this is my personal number. If you have any questions about using it, feel free to call me," she murmured, her voice barely audible. Even she found it hard to believe that she, who had turned away countless suitors, would proactively offer her contact information to a man she had just met. Yi Tianxia brushed his fingers against the weightless wristband on his arm, flashing her a mesmerizing smile before turning to leave. The girl stared at his retreating figure, entranced, as if bewitched, unable to regain her composure for a long while. Upon turning a corner, Yi Tianxia flicked his wrist, and the two cards he had disregarded transformed into fluttering scraps of paper. His expression remained unchanged as he walked steadily toward his abode, now unworthy of being called a home. In an era rife with material desires and tainted by corruption and vice, that girl was a precious gem amidst the sands of the sea. Yet, for one who had once possessed the most beautiful stars in the world, she was merely a diamond. He raised his wrist, observing the black wristband. Although he had acquired much information about it from various sources, the novelty of holding it for the first time still filled him with wonder. Perhaps everyone who received it experienced the same perplexity he felt now. Could this seemingly insignificant device truly connect him to the legendary world of fate? As he was lost in thought, hurried footsteps echoed from ahead. Just as Yi Tianxia reached the corner, he nearly collided with a figure that had just turned. Instinctively, he raised his left hand to shield himself. At that moment, his palm met a round, soft form, the exquisite sensation causing a fleeting stir in his mind. Almost involuntarily, he grasped it lightly before realizing what he had caught, and he immediately turned to flee. A scream, far more exaggerated than Yi Tianxia could have imagined, rang out behind him. He glanced back to see a girl in a blue and white checkered dress hurriedly covering her chest, while four menacing figures who had followed her were closing in. The four men, all middle-aged, were dressed in jet black suits and shoes, two of them sporting dark sunglasses, typical attire for those wishing to remain unrecognized as bodyguards. Their speed was astonishing. In no time, they had almost reached him, their hands nearly brushing his back. Ahead lay an alleyway between two buildings, and Yi Tianxia swiftly darted into it. The four men followed closely, their heels nearly touching as they entered, but suddenly they all halted, not because the alleyway was a dead end blocking their target's escape, but because the person they were pursuing had inexplicably vanished. They stood there, bewildered, having seen him enter mere moments before, a disappearance that was utterly impossible to fathom. Could he have flown away, or perhaps rendered himself invisible? After a moment of stunned silence, one of them finally exclaimed, "Oh no, could this be a diversion?" prompting them to hastily retreat. Above, on the rooftop of a six-story building, Yi Tianxia watched them leave with a contemplative expression. He raised his left hand, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as the astonishing softness still lingered on his palm, accompanied by a faint, intoxicating fragrance reminiscent of the girl. "It seems this little sister is not as simple as she appears. If I have wounded your delicate heart, that would be a grave sin on my part, for it was intentional." Chapter 2. The World of Fate. Yi Tianxi's residence was nestled within the most opulent villa district of Jinghua City, where even a single villa was beyond the reach of an ordinary person's lifetime savings. Those who resided there were all magnates of immense wealth. In this realm, Yi Tianxia was an anomaly. He never interacted with others and held no job. Locals often speculated about how he could afford such lavish accommodations, with the only plausible explanation being that he had inherited a vast fortune from a relative. To him, this was merely a villa, not a home. It was an empty shell, only filled when he returned to find one person awaiting him. Upon entering his room and lying on the bed, Yi Tianxia eagerly raised his left hand, his fingers pressing against the center of the wristband, attempting to issue the mental command to enter game. What unfolded next was a scene that had caused disbelief and derision in countless others. Yi Tianxi's vision blanked out momentarily, before suddenly expanding into a kaleidoscopic realm of ever-changing colors. In this vibrant world, a melodious female voice rang out. "Ding! Greetings, Mr. Yi Tianxia. Welcome to the world of fate. There are 2 hours and 39 minutes until the game commences. Please be patient. As this is your first time using the gaming device, would you like to create a character? Yes, Yi Tianxia responded. The experience of entering the game bore no essential differences from other popular virtual games. What intrigued him was that the voice, which should belong to the system, bore no trace of artificiality. It sounded as natural as a real person's speech, suggesting that the claimed 99 virtuality was not an exaggeration. Ding, in the world of fate, you will embark on a new life, a new destiny. A live's beginning offers but one opportunity for choice. Once you choose to start, there is no turning back. Therefore, please choose a nickname that will accompany you throughout your life. As your game area is in China, it must be in Chinese characters, consisting of no less than 1 character and no more than 10. The message was clear. In the world of fate, there would be no second chances to start anew. In essence, there would be no deletion of accounts to relevel. Thus, once chosen, nicknames, attributes, and professions would remain immutable. The game's title, Fate, indicated that one's destiny allowed for no multiple choices. Xian Montaxi. Without hesitation, Yi Tianxia declared this name that belonged solely to him. Ding, the nickname you have chosen is already in use by another. Please select a different name. The woman's voice delivered an unexpected response. What? Yi Tianxi's brow furrowed, his expression darkening, as a dangerous glimmer flickered in his eyes. With a population exceeding 1 billion in China, and with the game's devices virtually in everyone's hands, it was entirely plausible for names to overlap. However, the fact that Tianmo Xie had been taken suggested something far more significant than mere repetition. Sir, the nickname you have chosen is indeed occupied by another. Kindly provide a new name. The system's voice seemed to sense the shift in Yi Tianxi's demeanor and grew somewhat apprehensive. In his fury, Yi Tianxia marveled at the system's voice, which conveyed emotions flawlessly. Xie Tian. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered another name. His eyes reflecting an icy resolve to use this name. Was a provocation, was it? Very well, but the price for such provocation may be beyond your capacity to bear. Xie Tian has been successfully registered. Would you like to adjust your appearance? A smirk played on Yi Tianxi's lips, increased by 100. The woman's voice faltered momentarily before she weakly replied, Sir, the maximum adjustment for appearance is 20. Would you like to proceed with a 20 increase? Very well. Appearance adjustment successful. This adjustment is intended to protect players' privacy to a certain extent during the game's early stages. After your first job change, the effects of appearance alteration will automatically dissipate. Should you wish to maintain your privacy thereafter, you may acquire exquisite masks for free at the city's general store. Please select your pain tolerance level, ranging from 5 to 100. This ratio will only affect pain perception, without influencing other sensations. Certainly, 5, Yi Tianxia declared without hesitation. Only someone deranged would choose 100 and subject themselves to extreme suffering in a violent gaming world. He was not one to suffer losses. If anyone dared to inflict even a scratch upon him, he would retaliate with a vengeance. Pain tolerance set successfully. Next, please allocate your initial free attributes. Each player possesses 25 initial attribute points, which can be freely distributed among the 4 core attributes: strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Each attribute must be a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 10. Free attributes can be earned through leveling up in the world of fate. Please make your selection. A white attribute panel materialized before Yi Tianxia, displaying the 4 attributes side by side, each with detailed descriptions. Strength influenced physical attack capabilities, constitution, effective vitality, and defense agility impacted accuracy and evasion, while also influencing ranged physical attack abilities. Spirit determined magical attack power and mana. Each attribute bore distinct implications for various professions. Gazing at the attributes panel before him, Yi Tianxia fell into a prolonged reverie. The allocation of attributes was intricately tied to the profession he was about to choose. What vocation should he select this time? Should it be the swift and deadly shadow of the wind, the unyielding wall of immobility, or perhaps the sovereign of darkness? A fleeting, ethereal figure danced through his mind, prompting his hand to move. He allocated points to the strength attribute, reaching its maximum of 10, before distributing the remaining points entirely to constitution, raising it to 7. With 10 in strength, 7 in constitution, for an agility, and 4 in intelligence, it was evident that his profession would lean towards a melee specialization. Attribute allocation successful. Please distribute your fixed attributes. Each player has a total of 10 fixed points to allocate among luck, insight, and charisma. Each attribute can range from a minimum of 0 to a maximum of 10, and fixed attributes can only be enhanced through equipment bonuses or other extraordinary means. The luck attribute pertains to fortune within the realm of destiny, influencing various aspects such as drop rates, critical hit chances, and a success rate of random events. Insight relates to one's capacity for comprehension in the world of destiny. Higher insight enhances one's ability to grasp skills, including life skills, and for each additional point in insight, an extra 0.3 experience bonus is granted. Charisma reflects one's charm index in the world of destiny. A higher charisma increases the likelihood of garnering favor from the inhabitants and creatures of this realm. Please allocate wisely. Chapter 3. Unforeseen circumstances. The three fixed attributes are each of paramount importance. Relinquishing any one of them would undoubtedly cause significant regret. Thus, the allocation of fixed attributes is undeniably more challenging than that of free attributes. However, Yi Tianxie proceeded without hesitation, assigning a full value of 10 to charm and 0 to luck and insight. Sir, are you certain of this choice? With luck at 0, your drop rate and critical hit rate in the realm of destiny will plummet to the lowest possible levels, and your attacks will only deal the minimum damage. Furthermore, with insight at 0, your experience in destiny will. Do you believe my charm is deserving of a full score of 10? Yi Tianxie replied, his lips curling into a devilishly enchanting smile. At least, that was his own belief. Indeed, sir, you are quite charming. The system's voice was compelled to respond politely. Then it is settled. Next, we shall proceed to the choice of profession, Yi Tianxie declared with a smug grin. Ding. The allocation of fixed attributes has concluded. Please wait while the system scans for your innate attributes, a process that will take between 10 to 20 seconds. Oh, innate attributes? Yi Tianxie mused, slightly taken aback. The innate free and fixed attributes could already be deemed as innate attributes, but what exactly do these innate attributes refer to? Ding. The scan of innate attributes is complete. Your innate attributes are as follows: reaction, 72, perception, 53, focus, 42. A white panel materialized before Yi Tianxie, displaying three peculiar attributes he had never encountered in his previous gaming experiences, followed by annotations that greatly piqued his interest. Reaction, the ability to respond swiftly to external stimuli. Perception, the capacity to sense the range and intensity of external stimuli. Focus, the ability to concentrate the mind without being influenced by external distractions. The innate attributes displayed in the realm of destiny were equivalent to those in the real world. Reaction, perception, and focus, all are attributes related to the mind. Given that the immersive virtual game utilizes brainwaves as a medium for mental expression, it stands to reason that these three attributes, grounded in the brain, would not be affected by anything. Specifically, one's reaction ability in the real world would directly correspond to their reaction ability in the realm of destiny. What is the average value of innate attributes? On average, it ranges from 7 to 10. 7 to 10? Staring at the numbers on the panel that far exceeded this average, Yi Tianxie gritted his teeth and chuckled. Innate attributes are fully manifested in all virtual games, and Destiny merely digitizes them through remarkable scanning techniques. What does a reaction ability 7 times that of an average person signify? Twice the average could be deemed as extraordinary. Thrice, one might call him superhuman. But 7 times only 3 words could adequately describe it: Ultraman. Now, please select your novice profession. The realm of destiny offers 7 foundational professions: warrior, guardian, archer, assassin, priest, mage, and summoner. For lifestyle professions, please explore the realm of destiny on your own. Based on your allocated free attributes, we recommend you choose either the Novice Warrior, specializing in melee combat, or the Novice Guardian, specializing in defense. Novice Warrior. Ding. You have selected the profession of Novice Warrior. Warriors possess formidable physical attack capabilities, versatile attack methods, and relatively strong physical defenses, serving as crucial melee damage dealers. Their agility, accuracy, and evasion capabilities are comparatively weaker. Upon first advancement, you may become a true warrior and choose one of 2 career branches according to your wishes. The primary attributes of a warrior are strength, constitution, and a modest amount of agility. Each point of strength increases physical attack power by 2 points. Each point of constitution enhances life by 10 points and defense by 1 point. Each point of agility boosts evasion and accuracy by 1 point. And each point of spirit elevates magical attack power by 2 points and increases magical value by 10 points. Please wait while the novice profession is being conferred. As time passed, the conferral of the profession, which should have been instantaneous, was met with an unsettling silence in the vibrant world. Yi Tianxie patiently awaited the outcome. Please hold on. Yi Tianxie. Ding. Due to unknown reasons, The conferral of the novice profession has failed. After a prolonged silence, the system's voice provided Yi Tianxia with an entirely unexpected response. Profession conferral failed? What does that mean? Yi Tianxia inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The conferral of a profession is one of the initial steps upon entering any virtual game. For the system, this should be a straightforward process, devoid of any reason for failure. Given the mythic reputation of Destiny, how could such an error occur? I am not entirely certain. I have attempted to confer your profession multiple times, all resulting in failure. I suggest you reach level 10 in the realm of Destiny and seek a profession mentor to directly transition into a true warrior. The woman's voice was tinged with noticeable anxiety. Currently, within the realm of Destiny, the entirety of the Huaxiao region has already seen the creation of hundreds of millions of characters, and a failure in profession conferral has never occurred before. Even this system attendant, akin to human intelligence, was left bewildered by the situation. Transitioning after reaching level 10? That means I will have no profession during the novice phase, falling significantly behind other players in both starting point and progression speed. He suppressed his frustration and remarked, "Is it not said that in the realm of Destiny, every player starts with absolute fairness? If I cannot transition, at the very least, I should be compensated appropriately. I apologize. The system's voice was filled with tension, anxiety, and panic, with a faint tremor of tears evident in its tone. This delicate sound evoked the image of a small girl with teardrops hanging from her cheeks, and Yi Tianxia found it difficult to unleash the fury boiling within him. Glancing at the clock, which was 2 minutes shy of 10 o'clock, he resignedly stated, "Forget it." Without waiting for the system's response, he commanded his exit from the game with a thought. The world before him twisted and morphed into darkness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the ceiling of his room. Raising his hand to inspect the sleek black wristband, he could not help but marvel at the wonders of this gaming device, despite the frustrations he harbored. 9:59. Casting a glance at the clock, Yi Tianxia rose from his bed and approached the Azure gaming pod by his bedside. This was a gaming pod from the virtual game Godslayer, which had accompanied him for nearly 7 months. Today marked the day he would bid farewell to Godslayer entirely. 2 months prior, on the day the gaming devices for Destiny began distribution, it was announced that the 7 most popular virtual games worldwide would shut down all servers today. This astonishing reality underscored the pivotal role Destiny would play in humanity's future. Chapter 4. The Unbeaten Myth, Part 1. In the Realm of Godslayer. The Silent Wind Prairie is home to low-level monsters, primarily gentle in nature, serving as a training ground for novice players who have just emerged from the beginner's village. However, with the average player level now exceeding 70, this area has become nearly devoid of activity. Yi Tianxia, adorned in resplendent white gear, wields a uniquely shaped bow that glimmers with golden light. A pale cloak obscures his visage, rendering his appearance a mystery. Upon his arrival, the person he had arranged to meet had not yet appeared. Moments later, as the second hand struck the hour, marking 10 o'clock in the morning, Yi Tianxia cast one last glance at this world before logging off in a flash of white light. Exiting the gaming pod, he gently pressed a button on the front, and a dull cracking sound echoed as the core of the pod shattered completely. Having resolved never to enter Godslayer again, he would not be swayed by any reason to return. His final meeting with another individual reached its conclusion. While others might wait for him a day and a night, he would never extend his patience for even a second. Should the appointed time pass without the other's arrival, he would turn away without hesitation, regardless of who they were. This was his pride. Blood Demon Moon, farewell to fate. You would have been the first to learn my new name, but regrettably, you have missed that opportunity. In the Godslayer world, mere seconds after Yi Tianxia departed, a dark figure surged forth like a black bolt of lightning, gliding just above the ground. This person exuded a chilling aura, unmistakably a woman. Clad in simple, form-fitting black attire, her face was concealed behind a black mask, revealing only the area above her nose. Yet, even with this obscuration, her alluring complexion and voluptuous form left no doubt about her exquisite beauty. She halted at the spot where Yi Tianxia had been, her gaze sweeping the surroundings with a complex expression, ultimately releasing a soft sigh. Aware of her tardiness, just a few seconds, she knew that the proud man would not wait for anyone. Standing in the gentle breeze, her unparalleled grace was laid bare. The snug black fabric accentuating her slender waist and ample bosom, her perfectly sculpted figure on full display, exuding an irresistible S-curve that captivated anyone who beheld her. Beneath the veil of black lace, her strikingly beautiful eyes glimmered faintly, as her jade-like fingers gripped a transparent short blade, its tip resembling newly formed ice, untouched by dust or blood. At that moment, Two individuals approached from a distance, clearly having noticed her, quickening their pace. She raised her right hand, clutching the transparent blade, closed her eyes, and flung the weapon far away, vanishing in a burst of white light. As the two neared, they bore identical usernames, Doryman and Dora B. Dream. The player named Doryman hastily picked up the discarded blade, and upon grasping it, he felt a sudden jolt. As he scrutinized its properties, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed in a trembling voice, "Sealed Blood Ice Fong. This is Blood Demon Moon's weapon. Am I dreaming?" The woman clad in black. Could she truly be Blood Demon Moon? Dora B. Dream stepped forward, curious about the short blade, inquiring, "Blood Demon Moon? Is she a formidable player?" Doryman cast a disdainful glance at him, shaking his head. "You bookworm. I dare say the only person in the world who doesn't know Blood Demon Moon is someone like you." Dora B. Dream chuckled awkwardly, awaiting an explanation. Doryman tilted his head back slightly, his hand still trembling as it held the sealed Blood Ice Fong. In the virtual gaming realm of our Huaxia, there exists a ranking of the strongest players, known as the top 10 masters of Huaxia. The names on this list change periodically, yet the top 3 have remained unchanged. These 3 individuals are revered as the 3 great myths of Huaxia. Among them, city-slaying Azura Blood Demon Moon is one. City-slaying Azura? Is that her title? Indeed. She is a solitary wanderer, never traveling with anyone. Yet the number of her victims far exceeds what one might imagine, leading her to earn the moniker Azura. She is not only powerful and proud, but also shrouded in mystery. Aside from knowing her name, Blood Demon Moon, no one has seen her true appearance or knows who she is in the real world. Simultaneously, she is an exceptionally beautiful woman, which is the origin of her city-slaying title. Oh, wait a moment. You just said no one has seen what Blood Demon Moon looks like. How then do you say she possesses a city-slaying beauty? Dora B. Dream interjected. Doryman elaborated, 2 years ago, in the game Sky Pillar, there was a ranking of the most beloved female players, determined by an index of comprehensive charm, offering a high degree of fairness. At that time, Blood Demon Moon ranked first. Thus, her fame as a beauty preceded her fearsome reputation. All those who harbored intentions against her met with her ruthless retaliation. Recalling the cold and stunning figure standing atop the pinnacle, Doryman's face reflected deep admiration, lamenting that individuals of his caliber could only aspire to gaze upward in yearning. Everyone. Does that mean she is the foremost among the 3 great myths? The one no one can defeat? Dora B. Dream asked in astonishment. The notion that the top player in the gaming world was a woman would indeed be a remarkable revelation. No, not at all. Doryman resolutely shook his head, his gaze filling with a longing that Dora B. Dream could not comprehend, a yearning that transcended mere admiration for a star, encompassing awe and reverence, akin to worshipping a deity. That person is Tian Mo, the invincible myth of the Huaxia gaming realm, universally recognized as the unbeaten evil emperor. Unbeaten evil emperor Tian Mo. Dora B. Dream murmured the name, attempting to conjure an image of this legendary figure in his mind. The title of unbeaten, and one recognized as such, was a feat few could claim in the world. The unbeaten evil emperor Tian Mo, in this contemporary era of gaming, is a name scarcely unknown. Although named Mo, his methods and demeanor are undeniably sinister. It is rumored that he, like Blood Demon Moon, walks his path alone in the gaming world. Powerful alliances with tens of thousands, or even millions of players have sought to recruit him, yet he has turned them all away. Anyone who provoked him faced his terrifying retribution. He has never feared any faction and has never hesitated to defy anyone, undertaking actions in the gaming world that others would not dare. Consequently, no one has since attempted to recruit him, nor has anyone dared to provoke him. Doryman sighed as he spoke of the pinnacle myth standing at the apex of the gaming world. This myth is not merely a symbolic title. The countless uproars and shocks he has caused truly warrant the label of myth. Chapter 5. The Myth of Invincibility, Part 2. Is it possible for one individual to intimidate even those factions boasting millions of players? This seems rather exaggerated. Dora B. Dream hesitantly remarked. Anyone encountering such rumors for the first time would undoubtedly find them incredulous. In the realm of virtual gaming, a certain degree of fairness has always prevailed. Every player starts from the same point within the same world. While disparities in strength may arise due to factors such as levels and equipment, how significant can such differences truly be? This is a game world with established rules, not a fantastical narrative where one can single-handedly confront thousands. I anticipated your skepticism. If I were in your shoes, I would likely share your sentiments. However, regarding the name of the undefeated evil emperor, allow me to recount a few of his legendary deeds. Every player possesses a favored profession that suits them best, even when transitioning to a new game. 1's chosen class typically remains unchanged. This holds particularly true for elite players who relentlessly pursue the pinnacle of power. Yet, Tion Mo stands as an exception, embodying a certain wickedness. 3 years ago, in a game known as Sky Realm, he opted for the Assassin class, achieving worldwide renown within that realm. His feats in Sky Realm are countless. One notable incident involving a confrontation with the leader of the Blood Wolf Alliance. Tion Mo dispatched him in less than 5 seconds. If the leader had been wise, that should have concluded the matter. However, consumed by resentment, he sent hundreds of elite players to besiege Tion Mo days later. Ultimately, those hundreds of players could do nothing against him, suffering the loss of half their ranks. After that day, the leader of the Blood Wolf Alliance was assassinated by Tion Mo 72 times, never managing to escape his grasp regardless of time, location, or the number of allies surrounding him. Within less than half a month, he was reduced to level 10 and forcibly returned to the novice village by the system. Yet, the conclusion was far from reached. Whenever that leader dared to step out of the novice village, Tion Mo would swiftly eliminate him, leading to the leader's permanent disappearance from Sky Realm and the eventual dissolution of the Blood Wolf Alliance. 2 years ago, Skyward surged in popularity worldwide, where Tion Mo chose the Shield Warrior class. Typically characterized by high defense and low attack, he, however, possessed an equally formidable offensive prowess. More astonishingly, despite the Shield Warrior's lack of mobility, his agility surpassed that of many assassins. When formidable attack, defense, and agility converge in a single individual, Tion Mo was deemed a bug by all players in Skyward. To illustrate, approximately 6 months after Skyward launched, the second largest faction, the Red Leaf Alliance, found themselves at a clear disadvantage during a large-scale siege against the War Spirit Hall. Coincidentally, Tion Mo happened to pass by, merely a passerby. He brandished his sword and shield and joined the defense team, instantly throwing the War Spirit Hall's forces into disarray. The initial advantage they held soon faded, leading to a retreat. With just one individual, Tion Mo completely turned the tide of battle, despite the engagement involving 20,000 players. Afterward, he coldly informed the leader of the Red Leaf Alliance that he intervened solely because he found their name pleasing, nothing more. Following this event, the War Spirit Hall wisely refrained from provoking Tion Mo. His reputation for unpredictability is well known. He operates without the need for justification. His assistance to the Red Leaf Alliance bore no ties of friendship, nor was it a vendetta against the War Spirit Hall. It is likely he would forget the incident by the next day. However, should the War Spirit Hall dare to provoke him, they would find themselves embroiled in a genuine conflict, subjected to a daily existence of turmoil. In the game Godslayer, Tion Mo assumed the role of a ranger. 6 months prior, an overwhelming horde of monsters besieged a town called Luoyin, and Tion Mo single-handedly defended the eastern front with nothing but his bow, preventing any creature from entering the town. 3 months ago, a Lord-level boss emerged in the northern Sun Forest, where 300 players were locked in a grueling battle against it. Unfortunately for them, Tion Mo happened to be passing by. It is said he observed the struggle for most of the day before intervening, seizing the boss's ownership with his bow amidst the bewildered players and departing with all the loot it dropped. One player recorded the entire chaotic encounter, which sparked a significant uproar. Tion Mo's swift movements and astonishing judgment during the skirmish led many to declare him a divine archer. Remarkably, he never allowed the boss to strike him even once. Under his precise control, those hundreds of players became mere moving shields against the boss's onslaught. His legendary exploits are innumerable. However, much like the enigmatic blood demon Moon, even to this day, no one has discerned his true appearance or identity in reality. Even the most well-informed factions have been unable to unearth any clues. Dola B. Dream listened, mouth agape, as Dola, a dream, recounted these tales, akin to hearing a fantastical myth. At 11 o'clock sharp, he opened a large can of fruit, tilting his head back to consume it almost without chewing, swallowing it whole. Leaf Tion casually tossed the empty tin can, which arced through the air in an unremarkable trajectory, crashing to the ground amidst a chaotic scattering of other empty bottles and jars, the air around them growing foul as a result. Such was Leaf Tion's approach to lunch. His room was a mess, the bedding never once folded, the living room resembling a landfill. No one would suspect that within such an opulent villa lay such disarray. Leaf Tion had long since acclimated to his surroundings. For him, it was merely a shelter, whether it was filthy or chaotic mattered little. With the press of a button, the television flickered to life. If memory served, 1 hour prior to the launch of Destiny, the final press conference by the game's operator, the Tion Group, was scheduled, and he did not wish to miss it. On the screen appeared the white-haired elder, a figure well known across the globe. He appeared to be over 80 years old, his expression gentle and kind. The president of the Tianyi Group, Pros, and the chief developer of Destiny. A shocking revelation unfolded. The game was developed by only two individuals, one being Pros himself and the other named Alpha. The remaining contributors were merely involved in the manufacturing, transportation, and distribution of the gaming equipment. An even more astonishing fact was that Alpha was an extraterrestrial, unequivocally confirmed by all nations worldwide. This identity contributed significantly to the immense impact of Destiny. But it was merely one of many factors. While the promotional materials asserted that this was alien technology 700 years ahead of Earth, countless individuals remained bewildered by how Pros managed to amplify the game's influence to such staggering proportions. The world's top 10 banks jointly supported it. All 7 major virtual gaming companies declared a shift in direction, and every nation's government fully endorsed it, each accolade unparalleled in the history of gaming. Chapter 6. Pros. Hello, Mr. Pros, a journalist clad in standard professional attire courteously inquired, is it truly possible for the virtual realm of Destiny to achieve the advertised 99 immersion? Indeed. My dear lady, Pros replied with a serene smile. Despite his advanced age, his voice resonated with vitality, and his occasionally glimmering eyes exhibited no trace of cloudiness. The development of fully immersive virtual gaming has spanned over 120 years, yet even the once popular second world succumbed to decline after merely 7 years. Mr. Pros, how far do you believe this groundbreaking Destiny can progress? Pros's aged eyes narrowed slightly as he mused. If I must propose an ideal time frame, I hope it is eternal. His tone remained congenial, yet a fleeting, inscrutable smile crossed his wrinkled visage, imperceptible to all but the most astute observers. Given that Destiny incorporates alien technology, will its worldview significantly differ from previous games? Pros contemplated this question, shaking his head and gradually adopting a more serious demeanor. The worldview itself will not undergo a fundamental transformation. However, I must assert that while this is a simulation game, I hope people do not perceive it merely as a game, but as another chapter of their lives. Indeed, life itself is akin to a tumultuous game. Yet unlike a game, life cannot be saved, nor can one restart from the beginning. Life can be a game, but one must never attempt to treat their life as a mere game. Remember, this game is called Destiny. The atmosphere at the press conference suddenly descended into an eerie silence. Pros's newfound seriousness, along with the earnestness in his voice and the subtle undertone of warning, compelled the audience to reflect deeply on his every word. However, at that moment, none could truly grasp the implications of his statements. Hello, Mr. Pros. During this time, players worldwide have been speculating about the core intelligence behind Destiny. Might you share any insights? Pros shook his head apologetically. I'm afraid that is a secret that cannot be disclosed. However, he added with a mysterious smile, I can reveal that the core intelligence of Destiny does not reside on Earth. I wonder if that satisfies your curiosity. Not on Earth. Does that imply extraterrestrial origins? Pros's revelation ignited fervent discussions across the globe. Mr. Pros, fairness in gaming has always been a paramount concern for players. Can you assure us that Destiny has achieved a perfect level of fairness? A male journalist arose to pose the question. At every pre-launch press conference, inquiries about fairness are invariably raised, and the responses have historically been remarkably consistent, with every representative fervently vowing the game's fairness. Yet, Pros remained silent for an extended moment before delivering a statement that left everyone astounded. In this world, true fairness has never existed. The male journalist, taken aback by this unexpected response, hesitated. Equality in the eyes of the universe is but the most absurd fallacy, Pros continued. Many may scoff at my words, but allow me to remind you of some fundamental truths. A child born in the countryside strives throughout their life for a chance at urban living, while another child is born into privilege, their starting point being the culmination of the former's lifelong aspirations. Is that fair? Some are born with inherent disabilities, while others arrive with perfect forms and appearances. Two individuals may begin at the same point, yet one toils tirelessly to secure a stable home, while the other, through sheer luck, enjoys a life of ease without effort. Is that fair? True fairness has never existed in this world, nor in the realm of Destiny. What I can guarantee is that each player will commence with an equal starting point, equal freedom attributes, and equal fixed attributes, along with the freedom to choose their professions. As for the destinies that each player will experience thereafter, only time will tell. A profound silence enveloped the room, followed by thunderous applause. Pros's approach to fairness proved far more persuasive than any prior assurances, resonating with the sentiments of countless individuals. Indeed, there has never been true fairness in the world. Mr. Pross, with the full support of governments worldwide and the backing of the top 10 global banks, should we not expect that the exchange between game currency and real currency will avoid the previous instances of chaos? Another journalist inquired. The phrase full support carries significant weight. The subtle difference from strong support denotes entirely distinct concepts. This is precisely what I wish to clarify, Pross responded. After extensive calculations with Alpha, we have meticulously structured the acquisition and expenditure of Destiny game currency, ensuring that the exchange with real currency will not disappoint. I can assure you of this. Furthermore, once currency exchange is activated, the fairness of the game will be severely compromised, as affluent players will possess advantages far exceeding those of average players. Therefore, to prolong this relative fairness, currency exchange will not be initiated immediately. The timeline for its commencement has yet to be determined. With Mr. Pross's personal assurance, we trust that all players will feel reassured. Yi Tianxia remained as still as a statue throughout the press conference, and when it concluded, the clock indicated noon. He switched off the television, reclined on the sofa, and pressed his finger against the gaming wristband. Instantly, the world before him dissolved into a void, transforming into the vibrant gaming universe he had previously inhabited. Ding! Welcome to the world of Destiny. Your character has been created, and the game will commence in 43 seconds. Please hold on. This voice differed from what Yi Tianxia had heard earlier. Clearly, with the vast number of players, the system's allocation of NPCs would also be substantial, making the chance of encountering the same individual exceedingly rare. 30 seconds remaining, please hold on. 20 seconds remaining, please hold on. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the world of Destiny. You have been assigned to the 60,001st Novice Village. Enjoy your game. Chapter 7. The Novice Village. As the sound faded, Yi Tianxia found himself in a dizzying whirl. The world around him shifting rapidly. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he was transported to the Novice Village, the peculiar amulet he had long worn around his neck mysteriously faded away, as if it had melded into his very being. Before his vision could fully adjust, a cacophony of disarrayed sounds assailed his ears, causing discomfort to his eardrums. He opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by a sea of people. The novice villages in the Huaxia region numbered a staggering 100,000, yet under the weight of the nation's immense population, each village was densely packed, with the lights signaling the arrival of new players ceaselessly flickering. Step ahead, step ahead. This was a law belonging to the strong. Everyone yearned to be the first to set foot in and explore this enigmatic world. As Yi Tianxia scanned the surroundings, he observed an ancient town, its buildings adorned with the timeless characteristics of Huaxia's millennia-old architecture. The roofs were tiled with yellow, and the structures were uniformly wooden, exuding an air of antiquity. The air was refreshingly pleasant, devoid of any taint of pollution. Gazing upwards, he beheld a cerulean sky dotted with wispy clouds, unmarred by any filth or that long streak known as the sky scar. The novice village, an obligatory starting point in the journey of every game world. Yi Tianxia's presence instantly made him the center of attention. His visage was nothing short of perfection, exuding a beguiling charm that irresistibly attracted women. Even the coarse novice garments he wore could not diminish his allure. As he stood there, he could hear the gasps of men and the shrieks of women around him. Yi Tianxia was not one to revel in commotion. One might even describe him as aloof and unwelcoming. Unlike most players who rush to engage the scant few in the novice village to trigger potential quests, he parted the crowd and made his way directly outside the village. Eventually, he reached a relatively quiet corner and glanced at his attire. Like almost all virtual games, the starting point offered only a rough garment to cover the body, with attributes hardly worth noting. Novice garment, equipment requirement, none, grade, pale, attribute, defense 2. Novice pants, equipment requirement, none, grade, pale, attribute, defense 1. Novice shoes, equipment requirement, none, grade, pale, attribute, defense 1. Together, his attire provided a mere 4 points of defense. With a thought, Yi Tianxia inspected his inventory, which contained 50 slots that could be summoned or concealed at will. Nestled within was a slender sword. He summoned it into his grasp. Novice short sword, equipment requirement, none, grade, pale, attribute, attack 3. Yi Tianxia turned and walked towards the outskirts of the novice village, meticulously examining his initial attributes. Character, evil heaven level, 0 class, none reputation, 0 money, 0 hunger level, 0 110. The maximum threshold for hunger is 100 strength attributes. When hunger reaches this limit, 1 of health will automatically deplete every second. Hunger can be alleviated through food. Basic attributes, strength, 10 constitution, 7 agility. For spirit, for fixed attributes, luck, 0 comprehension, 0 charisma, 10 health, 70 mana, 40 physical attack, 23 magical attack, 8 physical defense, 11 hit chance, 4 evasion, 4 reaction, 72 perception, 53 focus, 42 attack speed, 100 initial value, movement speed, 100 initial value, fire resistance, 0 initial value, water resistance, 0 initial value, wind resistance, 0 initial value, lightning resistance, 0 initial value, earth resistance, 0 initial value, light resistance, 0 initial value, dark resistance, 0 initial value, skill, detection, a universal skill for all classes. Consuming 1 mana point to detect the attributes of monsters no higher than 10 levels above oneself. Seeing the blank space behind his class, Yi Tianxia raised his brow slightly before relaxing it again. Pras was right. There is no absolute fairness in this world. What if he lacked a novice class? Even as a mere novice without any attribute enhancements or skills, he could still far exceed others. Fate. It lay in the hands of the strong. He murmured softly and continued onward. As he anticipated, the land closest to the novice village was teeming with a dense crowd. This area was undoubtedly a hotbed for the lowest level monsters and the most suitable training ground for level 0 novices. Yet, at first glance, aside from the bustling throng, there were no monsters in sight. Finally, a flicker of weak white light caught his attention as a small creature emerged beneath the feet of the crowd. Yi Tianxia turned his gaze and employed his soul-shared skill, detection. The creature's information instantly appeared before him. Angry chick. Level 1, health, 30. A group of restless chicks that occasionally engage in attacking humans. No sooner had the information of the diminutive monster appeared in his mind than it succumbed to a flurry of simultaneous attacks. Observing the pitiful carcass and the feathers scattered about, Yi Tianxia shook his head, murmuring, "Why choose to be a chicken?" 2 players passing by were momentarily bewildered, staring vacantly at his weathered silhouette as it receded from view. Crowded places were always where Yi Tianxia least desired to be, so he made his way northward, traversing maps filled with level 23 monsters, where the number of players remained conspicuously high. Upon crossing into the territory of small raccoons, Yi Tianxia felt a sense of clarity wash over him. The land before him was at last devoid of the terrifying throngs of players. Instead, there were only small groups of leveling parties, all composed of women, with not a single man in sight. The monsters here were larger and more peculiar, standing bipedal rabbits, each shouldering a hefty stick, sauntering aimlessly without a care. Yi Tianxia's approach did not alert them. They continued their aimless wandering. He brandished his novice short sword. Stepping before one of the rabbits, and before attacking, he casually cast detection. Fierce rabbit. Level 3, health, 70. A rabbit slightly influenced by the magical aura leakage of the Tower of Fate, known for its aimless wandering, possessing a seemingly harmless exterior that belies a severe propensity for violence. Due to its small stature, it tends to attack below the waist. Skill, big stick, swings the large stick on its shoulder to strike the enemy between the legs, inflicting 40 increased damage to male targets, with a very low probability of instant death. Yi Tianxia's expression darkened. He swiftly retracted the sword he had almost swung and took a few steps back, turning to leave. No wonder there were no male players present. This fierce rabbit was evidently a system-bestowed privilege for female players, compensating for their disadvantage in competing for training spots against male players. Chapter 8. Slay the Wolves. As the journey advanced, the number of players dwindled significantly until none could be seen. This was the territory of level 5 monsters, and starting from level 5, most creatures began to exhibit aggressive behavior. For ordinary players just embarking on their adventure, this realm was a forbidden land, with level 3 being their utmost limit. Of course, this applied only to the average player. Yi Tianxia stepped forward, poised to enter the domain of these creatures, when he caught sight of a flickering figure out of the corner of his eye. Turning to look, he was astonished to discover a frail woman seated beneath a stunted tree not far from him. She leaned against the trunk, her body emaciated and delicate, her face resembling the dry bark of the tree itself. It was as if she had melded with the tree, causing Yi Tianxia to overlook her presence until now. An elderly, gaunt woman. Could she be an NPC in this world? Yi Tianxia approached her. "Is there something I can assist you with?" he inquired, forcing a somewhat distorted smile onto his face. To put it more bluntly, his question was, "Do you have a quest for me? Please, share it all." Just as his words left his lips, he hesitated, his attention drawn to the woman's legs. They were crossed and motionless on the ground, the exposed skin exhibiting a pallid hue. Petrified, the term flashed through Yi Tianxia's mind. The world's energy core, the eternal moment of fate, had vanished. its whereabouts unknown. Without the power of the eternal moment, the sealing force of the Tower of Destiny had finally crumbled, allowing the 8 demon lords to escape, and the malevolent energy began to taint the land, transforming even the most docile creatures into feral beasts. Adventurer from another world, could you assist me in collecting 10 wolf eyes? I require them, but my body is sealed here, preventing me from leaving. Will you help me? Ding. The sealed elder requests your assistance in collecting 10 wolf eyes. Quest attributes: ordinary, quest duration, none, quest reward, unknown. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tianxia chose to accept the quest. Although it was a standard task, the unknown reward piqued his interest. Such mysterious wording was unusual at this early stage of the game. Its presence hinted that there might be more than meets the eye. This was a keen instinct honed over years of gaming experience. Ding. You have accepted the quest, the sealed elder's request. Could you tell me why your legs have come to look this way? Yi Tianxia did not immediately depart to search for wolves. Instead, he crouched down and asked with a friendly demeanor if the term unknown in the quest description intrigued him. The lack of a specific title for this elderly woman captivated him even more. In the world of Destiny, all beings possess independent thoughts. Being a player who had maxed out his charisma, he believed this extreme enhancement would not be without purpose. He endeavored to extract whatever knowledge he could from her. Young man, it is best if you remain unaware of certain matters, the elder replied coldly. Then, if you are unable to move, how about I carry you back to the novice village? Yi Tianxia hesitated before suggesting, my body cannot leave this place. Thank you for your kindness. You must go now? Very well. Where is the nearest wolf den? Yi Tianxia relented. Straight ahead. All right, I shall return with what you need. With a parting remark, Yi Tianxia glanced around and ventured deeper into the wilderness. At this moment, the weather in the world of Destiny clearly indicated that it was spring, with a warm breeze caressing his skin. Since stepping into the gaming realm, he had never experienced the early stages of battling level 1 monsters. His every encounter had begun at astonishing level 5, or even higher, allowing him to evade the throngs of players and relish in solitude. In the northern hills, the territory of level 5 wild wolves awaited. Wild wolf, level 5, health, 170. A creature known for its vicious nature. They prefer to hunt in packs, and will aggressively attack any encroaching humans. With his level 0 status and merely novice attire devoid of attributes, confronting a level 5 monster alone was tantamount to courting death in nearly all virtual games. Yet, this rule applied solely to ordinary players. Due to the absence of other players in this realm, the wild wolves roamed in relative abundance, aimlessly moving about and ignoring Yi Tianxia as he stepped forward to test their aggro range. He picked up a stone from the ground, flicked his wrist, and hurled it at the nearest wild wolf. The stone struck the wolf's head, generating a bright red damage notification. The previously tranquil wolf was instantly roused, its eyes flashing with a hint of bloodlust as it turned towards Yi Tianxia, letting out a long howl and charging in his direction. The wolf moved swiftly, at least 5 times faster than a player's basic movement speed. Yet, its howl was not merely a manifestation of anger. It awakened 2 more wolves, which joined in the cacophony, racing towards Yi Tianxia. 3. Instead of retreating from the wolves' territory to escape, Yi Tianxia narrowed his eyes, slowly raising his novice sword. With a gust of frenzied wind rushing towards him, Yi Tianxia's expression remained calm until the sharp wolf fangs were nearly upon him. In that moment, he swiftly sidestepped, allowing the massive wolf to narrowly brush past him. The greater the evasion distance, the longer the time taken and the more inertia generated. Making a perfect dodge and intricate feat, the first wolf missed its target, and another gust followed. Without glancing ahead, Yi Tianxia leaned back, his upper and lower body bending at a precise right angle, simultaneously lifting his novice sword upwards. Flash. 15. The second wolf leapt over Yi Tianxia's body, also missing its mark, as his sword traced a crimson line across its belly, eliciting another damage notification. In any game, wolves are emblematic of high attack and speed with low defense. One reason why Yi Tianxia chose to hunt them. Should he have faced a bear-like creature of the same level, characterized by low speed and high defense, though the battle would be far simpler, breaching its defenses would be nearly impossible. The third wolf followed closely behind the second. With his upper body upright, Yi Tianxia used a slight twist to pivot around his left foot, evading the third wolf as it sped past. He then took a few steps forward, thrusting his novice sword forward to strike the second wolf, landing 2 consecutive blows that resulted in additional damage notifications. The entire sequence of attacks from the 3 wolves spanned less than 2 seconds, and rather than a simultaneous assault, they came in a connected manner. Yet, Yi Tianxia evaded them all with ease, having merely shifted his position slightly and altered his stance from forward to sideways. I've already penned 20,000 words. Since my first publication in October 2009, it has been a year and a half, and here I am with my third book. There is much I wish to express. However, I must convey my profound gratitude to all those who have steadfastly followed my journey. You are the sole reason I continue my path in web literature, and how much longer I can persist is entirely dependent on you. Every day, amidst the demands of work, I find myself compelled to dedicate approximately 5 hours to the craft of writing. It is, quite frankly, a profound struggle. Countless times, I have felt the urge to abandon my online literary endeavors, yet each time such thoughts arise, I swiftly quash them. There is no way I could forsake my writing, for I cannot part with all of you. Since the inception of my work, Heavenly Dawn, my leisure moments have dwindled significantly. I rarely peruse book reviews or engage with comments, and even the messages on QQ are fleetingly glanced at, leaving little time for thorough responses. I no longer frequent the reader groups as I once did, and the chaos has remained unaddressed for far too long. Despite these challenges, I continue to bear the warmth of your enthusiasm daily. Amidst my feelings of guilt, I am genuinely grateful for your understanding. This is not mere sentimentality. It is an earnest truth. Lastly, I wish to express this. To speak candidly, given the current state of the online literary realm, navigating the genre of online gaming literature has proven to be particularly arduous. Initially, I had no intentions of revisiting this genre, yet here I am, returning to my former pursuits. This is because everything I have achieved in the literary world is thanks to your unwavering support. Writing, after all, must first honor your opinions. Do you still remember the days when Azura reigned supreme? That glory was forged by your strength and passion. Do you possess the confidence to elevate Evil Dragon to the heights we once knew, or even beyond? In the past, we were the most formidable team, and I remain steadfast in my belief that we still are. For the sake of our bygone glory, let us strive together. All forms of clicks, votes, collections, and ephemeral whims, bring them forth. Great Mars, on April 9th, 2011, at 2:39 a.m. Chapter 9, Lowly Guogua, Part 1, In the Realm of Destiny. To accommodate the sensibilities of numerous players, the gruesome effects of attacks are entirely suppressed, preventing the occurrence of dismemberment or other harrowing scenes. After deftly evading the assaults of 3 wolves, Yi Tianxia retaliated swiftly, striking the second wolf twice before they regained their composure to charge at him once more. This time, the 3 wolves lunged at him almost simultaneously. Yi Tianxia's eyes narrowed as he propelled himself forward with remarkable speed, narrowly slipping between 2 of the wolves while simultaneously slashing at the second with his sword. As he came to a halt, he found himself behind them once again, delivering 2 more strikes aimed squarely at the second wolf. With the strikes registering as 13, 15, and a miss, the second wolf's health diminished to nearly 1/3. It sensed the pain and howled in fury, turning to attack again, but Yi Tianxia seemed to predict its movement once more. He crouched low, pushed off the ground with his right foot, and glided nearly 2 meters in a low stance, pivoting to unleash 2 casual slashes. Had other players been present, they would undoubtedly be astonished to witness a level 0 player, clad entirely in novice gear, independently combating 3 level 5 monsters. Despite delivering a flurry of attacks, the agile creatures had yet to land a single blow on him. Remarkably, he had not even employed any skills. Even a level 0 player typically possesses an apprentice skill corresponding to a novice profession, yet Yi Tianxia stood alone as the exception, skill-less and profession-less, wielding his unadorned novice sword to slash, chop, and stab. Like a flickering specter, Yi Tianxia evaded the wolves' attacks, his novice sword eliciting their anguished howls. In less than half a minute, amidst a final feeble howl, the wolf he had targeted fell, dropping a dimly glowing object resembling a coin. With his nerves slightly easing, Yi Tianxia transitioned from defense to offense, rushing forward to deliver a deadly throat slash. Had this been the real world, his strike would have undoubtedly sent a wolf's head flying, drenched in blood. The damage reports read 12, 12, 14, 13, 12. Even a martial arts master could prevail against an unskilled opponent wielding a formidable weapon. In this moment, Yi Tianxia's extraordinary reflexes and perceptiveness shone brilliantly, marking one of his greatest assets in the gaming world. Under the unspectacular glimmer of his novice sword, another wolf succumbed to its fate. With a triumphant smile, he nonchalantly dispatched the last remaining wolf. Indeed, a level 0 player in novice gear was triumphantly overpowering a level 5 monster. As the final wolf's health reached 0, Yi Tianxia slowed his movements, allowing the wolf's claws to strike against him. A damage report of 21 registered, a faint sting emanating from the spot where the wolf had clawed him. Casting a glance at the damage, he swiftly dispatched the creature with another strike. With all 3 wolves dispatched, Yi Tianxia exhaled a sigh of relief, scanning the ground. Beside the corpse of the first wolf he had slain lay the coin-like object. Aside from that, not even a wolf's eye or a single fur was to be found. His luck, reduced to 0, had ensured that the monsters he defeated yielded the minimum possible loot. Squatting down, he picked up the coin, staring blankly at the inscription. After risking his life to defeat 3 level 5 monsters, he had acquired a mere copper coin, equivalent to 1 cent in real-world currency. According to the game's lore, 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins and 100 copper coins. Officially, upon currency exchange initiation, 1 gold coin equates to 1 yuan. As he stowed this first earnings from the realm of destiny into his backpack, he began to rummage through the wolf's remains, only to suddenly slap his forehead in realization. Collecting items from defeated monsters required a gathering skill, which he had completely overlooked. Based on past experience, such basic life skills could generally be learned from the village chief in the novice village. Yi Tianxia rose, contemplating whether to return to the novice village when a familiar sensation on his chest momentarily stunned him. Tentatively, he reached for his neck and felt a familiar thin cord. Upon tugging at the cord, the black pendant he wore daily, even while sleeping, emerged from beneath his novice attire. Grasping it in his hand, he stared at the ornament, embedded with 7 distinct shaped holes, emanating an eerie black light, his expression a blend of confusion and astonishment. This was the only item she had left for me. Why is it here? Is this not the realm of destiny? Previously, obscured by his novice clothing, he had failed to notice its presence. However, as he stood upright, the pendant that had dangled down now pressed against his chest, its slightly cold touch finally alerting him to the anomaly. The object in his hand was identical to the one from the real world, down to the holes and shapes, as well as the faint, multicolored glow unique to it. What is happening? Why would an object from reality manifest here? This was a complete violation of logic. As he stood there in a daze, the black pendant in his grasp suddenly flickered with a brief flash of white light, the intensity momentarily blinding him. When his gaze returned, he was astonished to see the white light slowly detaching from the pendant, drifting upwards as if a miniature white sun floating before him. Oh la la. Yahahaha. I am finally free. Finally free. Oh la 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 la. Yi Tianxia would forever remember that sweet, melodious, yet exuberantly loud voice that made one want to cover their ears. The voice belonged to someone he had been entangled with for a lifetime. Someone he both adored and found exasperating. Someone he wished to pin down and spank. As the white light faded and dissipated, a delicate figure materialized before Yi Tianxia, an enchanting little girl with jet black hair, eyes like starry diamonds, and skin as pure and flawless as her white dress. Indeed, she appeared to be no older than 12 or 13, standing at a mere 30 centimeters in height. Yi Tianxia's eyes widened, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Anyone witnessing such a little girl accompanied by such exuberant laughter would be left in awe or questioning whether they were still trapped in a dream. Chapter 10. Little Girl Guagua, Part 2. Upon catching sight of Yi Tianxia, the little girl's jet-black eyes sparkled momentarily, resembling 2 twinkling stars. Eek, are you my master? Oh my, you seem quite different from what I imagined. I thought my master would be a big, bearded uncle. Why? Yi Tianxia's expression stiffened, and the words tumbled out of his mouth before he could comprehend why he was asking. Because a cute little lowly like me would surely be cherished by a strange uncle, who would shower me with delicious treats. The girl paused, biting her finger as she pondered, and her eyes lit up. Ah? Oh, it's something called a lollipop. Yi Tianxia's expression twitched involuntarily, a sensation of suffocation swelling within his chest. Eek, master, my name is Guagua, the cutest and most well-behaved little lowly in the world. What is your name, master? Oh my, you don't need to tell me. The clever Guagua has already deduced it. Your name is Xietian. Oh my, what a peculiar name. With a graceful spin, the little girl showcased her adorable form to Yi Tianxia. Despite her petite stature, her delicate face was astonishingly exquisite, emanating a perfect beauty unmarred by the mundane world. Her slender frame was accentuated by the soft curve of her bare feet, which hung naturally, their skin as tender as snow, with tiny toes glistening as if dusted with pearl powder. Guagua, your name is rather strange. Yi Tianxia thought to himself, then, taking charge of the conversation, inquired. Who are you? Where did you come from? Are you a hidden monster? He wondered, but after employing his detection skills, no information was returned. Could you be a hidden NPC? Is there truly such a maddening NPC in existence? Moreover, that glow earlier seemed to emanate from this bizarre ornament. Oh my. I've told you already, my name is Guagua, the cutest and most well-behaved little lowly in the world. The girl floated closer to Yi Tianxia, her star-like eyes blinking innocently. Master, may I have a lollipop? Do you know what a lollipop is? Oh my, I don't know, then why do you want one? Yi Tianxia felt on the brink of exasperation. This was the world of fate. Lollipops simply did not exist here. Besides, the little girl exuded an inexplicable oddness. But she told me that lollipops are the favorite treat of lolas. And I am the cutest loli in the world, Guogua, so I really want to have some, master. You are my master. To have such a cute loli, you must love and cherish her dearly. The girl proclaimed with a completely innocent expression. Yi Tianxia, who is she? Oh my, I want to tell you. The girl replied decisively. Very well. Yi Tianxia stepped out of the territory of the wild wolves, musing. If you answer a few of my questions, I will give you a lollipop. Well, really? What questions will you ask, master? The girl danced excitedly behind him, her excitement palpable. Why do you call me master? Yi Tianxia inquired. Because you are my master. Guogua blinked her eyes and responded. 3 lines of dark exasperation appeared above Yi Tianxia's head as he maintained his composure. Then why should I be your master? Because you are the first person Guogua saw. The first person I see is my master. The phrase "the first person" echoed in Yi Tianxia's mind as he replayed the moment of her appearance. Could it be that she truly emerged from the things she had left for him? But why did she manifest here? What secrets lay concealed within this enigma? Did you come out from here? Yi Tianxia halted, lifting the peculiar black ornament hanging from his chest. From a side view, its surface gleamed with 7 dim hues running from top to bottom. Oh my, you clearly saw it, master. The girl replied. Then why are you inside this? What is this object? Yi Tianxia raised the ornament before Guogua. Its strange shape and colors had once compelled him to uncover its secrets, for it was something she had initially left behind. Thus, he would not part with it for even a moment. Oh my, I don't know. Does master know? The little girl's expression was one of pure innocence. If I knew, why would I be asking you? Yi Tianxia thought bitterly. He could not help but wonder how others would react if they encountered such a situation instead of him standing here. What do you know? Yi Tianxia said, exasperation evident in his voice, his gaze lingering on the dark ornament in his palm. He had longed to discover any hidden text or clues within it, anything that might reveal the reason for her departure. There exist many phenomena in the world that defy rational explanation, and countless wonders remain beyond comprehension. For instance, the serendipity of his encounter with her, her subsequent absence, and the appearance of this peculiar little girl. His astonishment was fleeting. As he began to search for the underlying cause, perhaps the astonishing events unfolding before him were linked to the answers he yearned to uncover. However, it was evident that this seemingly innocent girl, who called him master without hesitation, was not as easily deceived as she appeared. Despite her adorable and innocent demeanor, the glimmer in her eyes betrayed a hint of cleverness, or rather, a subtle cunning. I know something. Guogua wiggled her fingers, tilting her head thoughtfully before mumbling. I know if master silently recites moment of fate in his heart, something truly wondrous will occur. Yi Tianxia raised an eyebrow. Moment of fate, that phrase seemed familiar. He closed his eyes and whispered in his heart, moment of fate. Suddenly, the peculiar ornament in his grasp sparked with a fleeting dim white light. In the next instant, his eyes widened as it grew larger and larger in his vision. A heavy sensation emanated from his hand, and Yi Tianxia stared blankly at the colossal object he now held. Its irregular, elongated shape remained unchanged, with the same 7 distinct holes surrounding it, reflecting a dull, iridescent glow. However, its size was now far beyond anything he had encountered before. Nearly 30 centimeters wide, it exceeded almost every type of weapon, and its length was comparable to Yi Tianxia's own height. The bizarre string that once hung from it had not snapped, now dangling loosely from his neck, while the end once connected to the string was firmly grasped in his hand, akin to wielding an unusual weapon. What is this? Chapter 11, The Moment of Eternal Destiny. Oh la la. Look, look, the most adorable loli, Guogua, is telling the truth. Guogua's triumphant laughter rang out, a sound so crisp and melodious that it was comforting, yet simultaneously provoked an urge to silence her. Yi Tianxia paid her no heed. His gaze fixated on the immense object transformed from his most treasured possession, concealing an ever-deepening shock beneath his relatively calm demeanor. He had indeed perceived its attributes, and its name was the moment of eternal destiny. The energy core of this world, the moment of eternal destiny, had vanished, lost to the unknown. Without the power of the moment of eternal destiny, the sealing force of the Tower of Fate finally crumbled, allowing all 8 demon kings to escape. The surging demonic energy began to affect all lands. Even the tamest of creatures turned feral. The words of that old man, whose legs had been petrified, echoed in his mind. The first he uttered referred precisely to this moment of eternal destiny, the power core of this world. What astonished him even more was that this entity, dubbed the world's power core, was a weapon. Moment of eternal destiny. Fragment usage requirement. None. Grade. Celestial spirit. The power core of the fate world. Possessing an unknown and mysterious origin and power. Currently in a fragmented state due to the loss of the fate core. It has been forcibly bound to its owner. Xietian. Cannot be traded, dropped, stolen, or discarded. Attributes. Attack 50, attack 5, for basic attributes 10. Normal attacks will simultaneously inflict damage upon all targets within range. Skill. Blessing of Fate. Passive. The master of the moment of eternal destiny will receive a blessing of fate. Enhancing fixed attributes. Luck 10, Comprehension 10, Charm 10. Forced Edition. Effect cannot be turned off. Unless the moment of eternal destiny is separated from the owner. The effect will not vanish even if not equipped. Fate S 7 Executions. Inflict 7 consecutive and distinct fates of judgment upon the target using the punitive power of the moment of eternal destiny. The effects of the judgment are irresistible and non-stacking, attack range unknown, skill cooldown time unknown. First execution, life judgment blood slaughter, effect unknown, cost 100 mana, fate core missing. Cannot be used. Second execution, magic judgment demon slaughter, effect unknown, costs 200 mana, fate core missing, cannot be used. Third execution, heavenly gang judgment divine ruin, effect unknown, costs 400 mana, fate core missing, cannot be used. Fourth execution, guardian judgment poison erosion, effect unknown, costs 800 mana, fate core missing, cannot be used. Fifth execution, life and death judgment soul, effect unknown, costs 1600 mana, fate core missing, cannot be used. Sixth execution, yin yang judgment soul killing, effect unknown, costs 3200 mana, fate core missing, cannot be used. Seventh execution, destiny judgment heavenly punishment, effect unknown, costs 9999 mana, fate core missing, cannot be used. Forbidden technique, fate S forbidden sin, heavenly slaughter, effect unknown, fate core missing, cannot be used. Yi Tianxia. Clutching this peculiar weapon named the moment of eternal destiny, which had forcibly recognized him as its master without his consent, his hand trembled slightly. Its attached attack power surpassed that of a level 20 ordinary weapon, while the 4 basic attributes were increased directly by 40 points. Every level gained would provide an additional 5 points of free attributes, effectively raising his level by 8. More astonishing was its final noted special attribute, which allowed normal attacks to become area attacks, striking all targets within range, a feature unseen even in the mightiest weapons of the past, such as Sky Pillar and Godslayer. Its grade of Celestial Spirit left Yi Tianxia unfazed. The full 30 points of fixed attributes bestowed by the Blessing of Fate alone justified its Celestial Spirit classification. It is known that enhancing fixed attributes is exceedingly challenging. Equipment that includes fixed attributes is exceedingly rare. For instance, in Sky Pillar, even legendary level accessories would not exceed 3 points of fixed attributes. Yet this moment of eternal destiny astonishingly provided 30 points. Pale equipment, steel equipment, bronze equipment, silver equipment, and gold equipment delineate the hierarchy of equipment in the Fate world, with gold equipment serving as a watershed. Beyond that lies the increasingly rare Celestial Spirit equipment, Heavenly Radiance equipment, Divine Mystery equipment, Holy Annihilation equipment, and Forbidden equipment. These 10 names form the ladder of all equipment within the Fate world. From gold equipment onwards, Celestial Spirit equipment begins, and most items thus acquire uniqueness, underscoring the preciousness of equipment above gold. A piece of Celestial Spirit equipment is a coveted dream for countless players. While possessing a Heavenly Radiance equipment is sufficient to dominate the realm, Divine Mystery equipment disrupts balance, appearing with negligible frequency, and Holy Annihilation equipment is legendary, seldom witnessed. As for Forbidden equipment, it exists solely as an ethereal legend. The term forbidden signifies its undesirability in disrupting the balance of this world. Yet, in the nascent stage of this game, he found himself grasping a piece of Celestial Spirit equipment. He could only imagine the profound shock that would ensue if news of such an acquisition were to spread. Nevertheless, this was not his primary concern. What occupied his thoughts was, why had the object she left behind manifested here, accompanied by this enigmatic girl and this moment of eternal destiny, now devoid of its core? Oh la la, master, isn't it so cool? Hee hee, this is a gift for you, master. Do you like it? Guogua's voice jolted Yi Tianxia from his reverie, causing his lips to twitch slightly. Although incredulous, this was originally mine, wasn't it? When did it become a gift from you? Master, can I have a lollipop now? I really want to eat. So want to eat. Little Guogua twirled her body lightly, undeniably exuding an intoxicating beauty, while her voice rendered him almost weak in the knees. Yi Tianxia nearly succumbed. This little girl was evidently not yearning for a lollipop she had heard about, but rather seeking to satisfy her peculiar pride in being a lowly through it. What is the fate core? Yi Tianxia inquired. The fate core? Eek. If master doesn't give me a lollipop, I won't tell you. Guogua pouted. Her previously cheerful demeanor instantly transformed into a sulky posture. Since you call me master, you must obey my commands. Eek. Why must I obey you simply because I call you master? Do you know what master means? I don't know. Then why do you call me master? I don't know. Chapter 12. The weeping lowly and the ruthless master Yi Tianxia could not help but worry that continuing to converse with this peculiar little girl might drive him to madness. Thus, he shifted his focus to the ill-fated wild wolves in the distance and stepped once more into their territory, armed with the eternal moment of fate. Its exaggerated form drew immediate attention, making it clear that the observer's first glance would not be upon him, but rather upon the bizarre weapon he wielded. It was neither a sword nor a knife, nor any blunt instrument. Its entire body was an inky black, with a shape so irregular it defied description, punctuated by 7 orifices emanating a spectrum of colors. One thing was certain: wherever it went, and in whichever hands it rested, it would become the center of attention. The length of the eternal moment, combined with the reach of Yi Tianxia's arm, allowed his attacks to extend 2 meters ahead. At this moment, there was no need for him to draw the ire of a single wolf to prevent the attention of more. He charged boldly into the throng of wolves. As he entered their zone of hostility, a multitude of blood-red eyes locked onto him, and their owners surged forward amidst a cacophony of howls. With a diagonal swing of the eternal moment, he traced a dark arc parallel to the ground, simultaneously striking 3 wolves that rushed at the forefront. The damage numbers floated up: 85, 87, 85. With his attack power nearly reaching 100, dealing with this pack of wolves had become a trivial matter. His strike momentarily slowed their advance, and stepping back, he unleashed 2 swift strikes, causing the 3 wolves that had just closed in on him to collapse in unison. Oh la la, master is so powerful, defeating all these little monsters. Take them down. Guogua's voice disrupted Yi Tianxia's concentration, nearly allowing 5 wolves to encircle him. He hastily repositioned himself, but still suffered 2 gashes from the claws of 2 wolves. With 3 consecutive strikes, he dispatched the wolves he had intentionally drawn closer, and at last, the sweet sound of leveling up rang in his ears. Ding! Your level has increased to level 1. Health 10, Mana 10. And you have gained 5 free attribute points. Allocating all 5 points to strength, Yi Tianxia's attacking prowess surged past 100. Wolves that previously required 3 strikes to fell could now be taken down with 2. The arduous journey of leveling up through fate had been unprecedented. From level 0 to level 1, he had to slay 9 wolves. The leap from level 1 to level 2, however, would demand tenfold the effort. The experience required surged from 100 points at level 0 to 1,000 points at level 1, a disparity never before seen in the history of virtual gaming. As 2 more wolves fell before him, he glanced at the accumulating carcasses around him and picked up a few coins that had dropped, a mere 5 copper coins in total. With the 10 points of luck conferred by fate, the drop rate of the wolves had markedly increased, yet the system remained miserly. Beyond the scant coins, not a single health potion had been dropped. Exiting the wolves' territory, Yi Tianxia resolved to return to the novice village temporarily to learn gathering skills. In pursuit of a task that piqued his interest, grasping the oddly shaped and ominous black eternal moment, he still felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Tentatively, he attempted to retract the weapon using his thoughts, akin to sheathing ordinary equipment. Instantly, the massive weapon vanished from his sight, not returning to his inventory but transforming into a pendant that hung around his neck, bizarrely suspended by a black thread. The world is rife with inexplicable oddities. Clutching the pendant-like eternal moment in his palm, he could not fathom the secrets it concealed, yet he was certain of its significance. It implied that, despite lacking a profession, his starting point was considerably higher than that of other players. Was this fair or unfair? Yay, master, where are you going? Upon seeing Yi Tianxia head south, Guogua immediately floated behind him. She hovered at a height akin to his shoulder, lacking wings or any flailing limbs, yet appeared to be a cotton-like entity buoyed by the wind. Going back, Yi Tianxia replied, burdened with thoughts, memories of the earlier bizarre events flashing repeatedly in his mind. Where's back? Is it to a fun place, or to Master's home? Master, you haven't bought me a lollipop yet. I am the cutest and most obedient lowly. How can I not have a lollipop? Yay, master, how rude. Here I am, such a cute lowly, asking you a question, and you completely ignore me. Hey, wicked master, did you hear what I said? Yi Tianxia's thoughts, thoroughly disrupted, finally reached a breaking point. He halted, swung his hand, and with a startled gasp, caught the little girl from the air, cradling her in his palm. The soft, warm sensation compelled him to instinctively loosen his grip. With a fierce expression, he declared, "No more talking." Guogua, a mere 30 centimeters tall, was easily captured from her waist to her calves in his grasp. Her eyes widened. Body stiffened, clearly startled. Gradually, her small lips pursed, and her bright eyes shimmered with tears, before she erupted into uncontrollable sobs. "Wah, you're bullying me. You're bullying me. You're bullying me." As her heart-wrenching wails echoed in his ears, tears cascaded down like a torrential flood, soaking Yi Tianxia's palm in an instant. The profound sorrow in her cries conveyed the weight of the world's injustices, evoking empathy in anyone who heard. Though her frame was diminutive, her cries resonated powerfully across the empty wilderness. Yi Tianxia's scalp tingled, a hint of panic surfacing in his demeanor. The rawness of her cries bore no trace of pretense, and the deluge of tears could not possibly be feigned. The sorrowful tones made him feel as though he had committed the cruelest act imaginable, and the stoic faade he had upheld crumbled entirely. He hurriedly released his grip, cradling her gently in his hands, lowering his head to speak in the softest tone possible. All right, it was my fault. Don't cry, Guogua." Guogua's body felt weightless, as if devoid of mass. Yi Tianxia had never anticipated that he would find himself so flustered in comforting a little girl. His attempts at consolation only seemed to amplify her cries. "Wah, you're bullying me. You're bullying me. Be good now, it's my mistake. I promise never to bully you again, all right?" Yi Tianxia forced a gentle smile, one that had not graced his face in ages, contorting it awkwardly. "Wah, you're lying. How can you be so cruel? I'm so cute and obedient. How can you bully me?" Guogua continued to weep, her tears swiftly dampening his palm once more. Yi Tianxia's lips twitched, his heart aching. Throughout his life, he had always been indulged. He had never consoled anyone before. "If you stop crying, I promise I won't bully you again, and I will really like the cutest and most obedient lowly, Guogua, okay?" Yi Tianxia racked his brain, forcing himself to utter these words that made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. The moment he spoke them, he felt as though his entire self-perception had been shattered. He could only wish for the world to quiet down immediately. As he had lamented, the world indeed fell into a profound silence, and the speed at which it transpired left Yi Tianxia almost disoriented. Guogua's face was adorned with glistening tears, her wide eyes brimming with droplets that had yet to cascade down, refracting an exceptionally captivating light. Yet, her cries had ceased entirely, and even the previously evident expression of grievance vanished without a trace. Then, with utmost seriousness, she inquired, "Hola, is what the master said true?" "It is true." Yi Tianxia forced out those 3 words through gritted teeth. The stark contrast between the tempest of moments prior and the blazing sun that followed was unparalleled. He now harbored profound doubts about whether he had unwittingly fallen into the clutches of this little imp. Wow, little Guogua exclaimed in jubilation, her tear-streaked face blossoming with exuberance. "The master must keep his word. I want to eat a lollipop." Yi Tianxia. Chapter 13. Guogua's peculiar abilities engaging in a futile discussion about lollipops with a naive little sprite who knows nothing about them is undeniably a rather foolish endeavor. Thus, whenever Guogua broaches the subject of lollipops, Yi Tianxia wisely opts for silence. However, this seemingly harmless and innocently naive child possesses her own hidden motives. Regardless of Yi Tianxia's subtle hints and inquiries, she remains tight-lipped about her identity, her purpose in the moment of destiny, and the reason she refers to him as her master. Her responses oscillate between vague denials and playful exclamations of ignorance, as if to say, "Oh, I truly don't know." At the entrance of the novice village, Yi Tianxia surveyed the bustling throng of players, all of whom cast their gazes in his direction. Yet not a single pair of eyes acknowledged the sprite perched upon his shoulder. With an appearance enhanced by 20%, coupled with his already notable looks and an almost imperceptible aura of charm and danger, he attracted attention wherever he went. Yet Guogua remained invisible to all. Could it be that every individual in the world of destiny has a little sprite like her? Yi Tianxia pondered this absurd thought before promptly dismissing it. "Guogua, can they not see you?" Yi Tianxia inquired tentatively. "Oh, master, you are quite astute. How could someone as adorable and well-behaved as me be seen by so many? Guogua is quite formidable. As long as I choose not to be seen, they cannot perceive or touch me. Only you, master, can see and interact with me." Guogua replied with a proud grin. Clearly, not only were the other players blind to her presence, but they could not even hear her voice. None turned their attention in her direction when she spoke. Yi Tianxia regarded the enigmatic sprite on his shoulder with a mix of curiosity and intrigue, wondering what other secrets she might be concealing. Can you return to the moment of destiny? He asked, gesturing toward the shimmering emblem on his chest. After all, Guogua had emerged from there, so it stood to reason she could return. Well, I could, but it's so dark in there. I have no desire to go back. Guogua pouted, twirling her delicate fingers through her soft hair, her dark eyes sparkling with curiosity as she took in the sights and sounds around her. Yi Tianxia chose not to press further and began walking toward the novice village. Once accustomed to traversing the world alone, he now found himself accompanied by a chattering little sprite, and he mused that this companionship was not entirely unwelcome. A subtle smile crept across his lips. As for Guogua's origins and the secrets held within the moment of destiny, time would gradually unveil the answers he yearned for, though he resolved not to succumb to unnecessary impatience. At this moment, less than an hour had passed since he entered the world of destiny. The peculiar ornament that seemed out of place, coupled with the eternal moment of destiny, core to this realm's energy, hinted at the extraordinary nature of this world. The novice village comprised only a handful of buildings, and although the crowd was dense, it lacked the overwhelming chaos of his initial entry into the game. The elderly village chief stood at the heart of the village, addressing a stream of players seeking quests. Yi Tianxia approached the chief and politely asked, "Greetings, chief. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Regardless of one's status or temperament in the real world, maintaining a demeanor of respect toward NPCs in the game is an indispensable principle. Failing to do so could result in anything from a mundane quest to malicious guidance. Each NPC possesses a distinct personality and thoughts, akin to any ordinary human being. Ding. Due to your extraordinary charm, the village chief of Novice Village No. 60001 has gained a favorability rating of 20 towards you. The notification chimed in his ears, causing Yi Tianxia to flash a grin. Indeed, his base charm score of 10 was not bestowed in vain. With an additional 10 points from the eternal moment of destiny, his charm rating far exceeded the average of other players. The village chief, previously vexed by the throng of players, visibly brightened upon seeing Yi Tianxia, a smile spreading across his face. The core of this world's energy, the eternal moment of destiny, has vanished, lost to the winds of fate. Without its power, the seal of the Tower of Destiny has weakened, allowing the 8 demon lords to escape, their malevolent aura now corrupting the land, transforming even the most docile creatures into ferocious beasts. The chief's initial words mirrored those of the peculiar old woman he had encountered earlier. Yi Tianxia patiently listened until the chief finally shifted to the crux of the matter. Adventurer from another realm, you have reignited the flickering hope of a hero's rebirth. The once gentle chicks have succumbed to dreadful madness. Will you assist me in vanquishing 30 enraged chicks? Ding. The village chief of Novice Village No. 60,001 requests your aid in defeating 30 enraged chicks. Quest attributes: normal, quest duration, none, quest rewards, 80 experience points, 5 small healing potions. This was a basic quest suitable for level 0 players, offering no allure to Yi Tianxia. Instead of accepting, he fixed his gaze on the chief and earnestly stated, "Chief, since you perceive the hope of a hero within me, such a trivial task would be an affront to one of my stature. I suspect this quest has been assigned to many from my homeland. I seek a challenge that others cannot undertake." Had these words been uttered by another player, they would likely have been met with disdain and condescension from the chief, perhaps even banishment. Yet, in the presence of Yi Tianxia, whose charm rating soared to 20, the chief, after a moment of surprise, smiled more warmly and nodded. "Ah, you embody the pride befitting a true hero. Your presence, gaze, and spirit convince me that you are destined to combat the impending chaos. Thus, I shall grant your wish." The notification of the cancellation of the task to slay the enraged chicks resonated in his ears, and the chief's smile faded, replaced by a look of nostalgia and sorrow. To the north lies the Wolf Valley, where various wolves, driven mad by dark energies, roam. They often emerge from the valley to torment our once peaceful novice village. My son was once your age. He ventured there alone to eliminate the threat, and he never returned. He sighed deeply, continuing, "Brave adventurer. Could you journey to the Wolf Valley and bring back 100 wolf teeth? I wish to craft a tombstone from these teeth in honor of my son's valiant, yet fleeting life." Chapter 14. The Hidden Persuasion Questing. The village chief of Novice Village No. 60001 requests your assistance in collecting 100 wolf teeth. Task attributes: ordinary, task deadline, none, task reward, 1,000 experience points, and a random level 5 steel equipment piece. Note: this was originally a task that could only be triggered at level 5. Upon completion, there may be additional rewards. Wolves. Yet more wolves. First, it was the eyes of the wolf, and now the teeth. Yi Tianxie chose to accept, and the village chief nodded in approval, saying, "Young man, I await your triumphant return. Here, I hope these items will assist you. Ding. You have received 10 small recovery potions, 5 apples, and 5 steamed buns from the village chief of Novice Village number 60001. Small recovery potion. Instantly restores 100 health. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Effects do not stack with similar recovery items. Apple, a common fruit. Consuming it restores 50 health and 10 hunger. Steamed bun, a common staple. Consuming it restores 10 health and 30 hunger. Indeed, there are rewards to be had. Yi Tianxie stored these items and expressed his gratitude to the village chief, saying, "Thank you, chief. Before we proceed, allow me to teach you a fundamental life skill," the chief said, waving his hand. A dim white light appearing between his hand and Yi Tianxie. Ding. You have learned basic gathering, allowing you to collect some low-level items from monster corpses. Master, that thing called an apple looks edible. I want to eat it. After a brief moment of quiet, Guogua began to tug at Yi Tianxie's ear. Yi Tianxie, feeling a vain pulse on his forehead, whispered, "Silence." "Oh, what did you just say?" The chief looked up, puzzled. Yi Tianxie returned a look of similar confusion, feigning innocence, and said, "I said nothing." The chief couldn't help but wonder if it was his age affecting his hearing, and he decided not to dwell on the matter, cheerfully remarking, "By the way, old Wang at the blacksmith shop seems to need assistance. You might want to check in with him." Yi Tianxie nodded and bid farewell to the chief, making his way to the small building resonating with rhythmic hammering. "Master, I want to eat that thing called an apple. You promised not to bully the cutest and most obedient Guogua." Her tearful expression and pitiful voice, coupled with her big, pleading eyes that seemed ready to unleash a flood of tears, compelled Yi Tianxie to relent. He retrieved an apple from his backpack and placed it in Guogua's hands. Upon grasping the apple, Guogua nearly toppled over before managing to float back up, clutching the apple tightly. "Wow, it's so big and looks so delicious," Guogua exclaimed, opening her small mouth to take a bite. After much effort, she managed to pierce the skin of the apple, savoring its sweet flavor, which elicited occasional delighted sounds from her. The sight of a girl devouring an apple nearly the size of her head was indeed delightful, prompting even Yi Tianxie to smile faintly. "Hello, Uncle Blacksmith. How can I assist you today?" Yi Tianxie greeted the blacksmith, who was busy forging. Upon hearing the voice, the blacksmith turned around, a smile brightening his darkened face. "Greetings, adventurer from another world. I do need your help with something. My forging materials are running low. Could you collect some wild boar tusks for me?" Ding. Due to your extraordinary charm, Old Wang the blacksmith's favorability towards you has increased by 20. He requests your assistance in collecting 20 wild boar tusks. Task attributes: ordinary, task deadline, none, task reward, 200 experience points, and a random level 3 pale equipment piece. Will you accept? The crunching sound of Guogua munching the apple echoed in his ears, a sound that had not ceased since she acquired the fruit. Fortunately, after it reached Guogua's hands, the apple inexplicably became invisible to others. Otherwise, witnessing an apple floating in the air, gradually disappearing, would surely confuse many. After a brief contemplation, Yi Tianxie chose not to accept the task but smiled and said, "Uncle Blacksmith, while wild boar tusks are indeed good forging materials, I believe wolf teeth would be superior in terms of durability. How about I gather some wolf teeth for you instead? Wild boars are level 2 monsters, and their territory is currently overrun by players leveling up and completing quests. Collecting 20 wild boar tusks would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time." Meanwhile, he had just accepted the village chief's quest to gather wolf teeth. What a splendid alignment. The blacksmith's eyes brightened, and his smile widened. It is rare to see such an eager young man. However, wolves are ferocious creatures, and the danger in collecting their teeth is significantly greater. Are you truly willing to gather 20 wolf teeth for me? Ding. Old Wang the blacksmith's favorability towards you has increased by 10. The task content has been modified to collecting 20 wolf teeth, with the deadline and rewards remaining unchanged. Will you accept? Of course. I will deliver the wolf teeth to you as soon as possible, Yi Tianxie replied with a smile. Although the task's rewards did not change, the increase in favorability was satisfactory. Just as he turned to leave, he heard the blacksmith call out to him. "Young man, it is increasingly rare to encounter someone so eager to connect and so warm-hearted. Might I trouble you for a moment to assist me with another matter? Perhaps you could help." Yi Tianxie's steps halted immediately, his face adorned with a broad smile as he replied, "It would be my honor to help." If his words were to be heard by those familiar with his reputation, it would undoubtedly evoke a chorus of disdainful murmurs. The blacksmith set down his hammer with a heavy sigh, A look of profound sorrow etched upon his weathered face. I have a 7-year-old son. He is my greatest treasure, along with my wife. A month ago, a massive, black bat appeared above Novice Village, circling for a while before suddenly swooping down and snatching my son away with its enormous claws, flying off to the distant south. It was a monstrous bat, perhaps a creature that escaped from the Tower of Fate. From the moment my son was taken, I knew I would never see him again. Under the clutches of that terrible demon, he could not possibly survive. Young man, could you perhaps offer some comfort to my wife? Ever since our son was taken, she has become a shadow of her former self, growing weaker by the day, her mind unraveling as she endlessly murmurs our son's name. If this continues, it won't be long before she departs this world like our son. Everyone in Novice Village has tried to console her, but to no avail. Young man, would you be willing to help me? Even if she remains unchanged, I would be grateful. Chapter 15, A Momentous Secret Ding. The blacksmith, Old Wang, requests your assistance in comforting his wife. Task attributes, hidden. Task deadline, none. Task reward, Old Wang's gratitude. Will you accept? As the notification resonated, the phrase hidden echoed in Yi Tianxia's ears, causing his heart to race. This was indeed a hidden task. Without hesitation, Yi Tianxia chose to accept it. The probability of triggering a hidden task is remarkably low, and most possess a unique nature. However, the rewards are undoubtedly far more substantial than those of ordinary tasks. During the novice phase, the likelihood of triggering such tasks is even more minuscule, yet he managed to do so with such ease. The reason lies in his charisma, which had already risen to 20 points. The original conditions for triggering this hidden task required a charisma level above 10 and a favorability rating from Old Wang exceeding 30. Such prerequisites are by no means common. In fact, it is exceedingly rare to find someone like Yi Tianxia who has allocated all fixed attribute points to charisma. The difficulty of these conditions for triggering hidden tasks is evident. Yi Tianxia's decision to allocate all his fixed attribute points to charisma was not a momentary whim or a lapse in judgment. In both his previous games, Skyward and Godslayer, he consistently set charisma as his highest attribute. Luck primarily influences drop rates. The higher the drop rate, the greater the wealth and the likelihood of acquiring exceptional gear. However, for Yi Tianxia, he had no need for drop rates, as he could rob and kill. If anyone's equipment caught his eye, escape was virtually impossible. Moreover, the gear rewarded from hidden tasks triggered by high charisma often surpasses that dropped by monsters. As for comprehension, the experience bonus derived from it is a significant allure for nearly all players, as levels serve as the primary measure of a player's strength in the gaming realm. And rapid skill enhancement and understanding are equally vital. Yet for Yi Tianxia, comprehension was optional in the world of fate. Even maxing out comprehension yields only a 3 experience bonus. He was confident that, even at the same level and with the same equipment as ordinary players, his leveling speed would exceed theirs by at least 30. Thus, that 3 held no appeal for him. However, such audacity in allocating fixed attribute points is likely unique to him. Should an ordinary player possess 0 points in luck and lack the skills for robbery, the inevitable outcome would be a life of destitution and reliance on the charity of others. The door to the small room within the blacksmith shop, which had never been trodden by other players, creaked open. In the dim light, he beheld a frail figure with unkempt hair seated in a rickety chair. Old Wang cast a glance at her, shook his head, and sighed, "I beg of you, young man." After speaking, he closed the door from the outside. Once Yi Tianxia stepped through that door, it would signify the completion of the task, be it success, failure, or abandonment. The woman seated in the chair stared vacantly, oblivious to Yi Tianxia's entrance, her demeanor reminiscent of a person in the real world suffering from a mental breakdown. Yi Tianxia swiftly surveyed the surroundings, contemplating silently for a moment before approaching the dazed woman. Persuasion tasks were not unfamiliar to Yi Tianxia throughout his virtual gaming journey. However, the difficulty of such tasks often surpass that of defeating major bosses, and there is rarely a second chance. Should the first attempt at persuasion fail, the subject would instinctively resist during subsequent interactions. Just as Yi Tianxia was about to speak, a large apple core fell from the air, and Guogua patted her little belly, a satisfied expression on her face. "Oh la la, I'm so full. This thing called an apple is truly delicious." "Huh, where's this place?" Yi Tianxia gazed speechlessly at the apple core on the ground, which bore no trace of flesh. He believed it impossible for anyone to consume an apple so thoroughly without damaging the core. Moreover, while it is mundane for an average person to eat an apple, given Guogua's size, he looked up and noticed her dress revealing a slightly bulging belly. Sated, Guogua perched on his shoulder, lazily reclining against his neck, exuding comfort and contentment. "To thank my master for such delicious food, the cutest and most obedient little Guogua can share a little secret. Guogua stretched lazily, her eyes already closing, appearing drowsy and ready for sleep. Her words immediately piqued Yi Tianxia's interest, prompting him to inquire, "What secret?" "Oh la la, it's about that strange auntie. Convincing her is actually quite simple. You just need to make her believe her little child is still alive." I feel a bit sleepy. Guogua is off to bed now. Goodbye, master." Without allowing Yi Tianxia the time to question her further, Guogua transformed into a beam of white light, enveloping the moment of destiny on his chest before vanishing. Her vague hints and evident fear of inquiry added an extra layer of mystery to her in Yi Tianxia's mind. Reflecting on Guogua's recent hints, he organized his thoughts and finally spoke. In the entire novice village, there existed but a single blacksmith shop. In this world of fate, where drop rates were appallingly low, the majority of players could only hastily gather their hard-earned coins to purchase basic gear or accept quests. At this moment, Old Wong appeared somewhat distracted while attending to numerous players, his gaze frequently drifting toward the closed door. An hour had passed. At last, with a creak, the door that had been shut for an hour swung open, and Yi Tianxia emerged with a calm expression, exhaling deeply. Old Wong hurried forward, asking, "Young man, did you?" Before he could finish, his gaze suddenly brightened, for he beheld his wife, who had not left the house in a month, stepping out behind Yi Tianxia. Even her once cloudy eyes regained their clarity, sparkling as they once did. The woman spoke to him in a clear voice, "I'm all right now." Old Wong's gratitude was beyond words. He could only express it sincerely, saying, "Thank you, young man. I will never forget your kindness." Ding. You have completed the task of persuading the blacksmith's wife, gaining 20 favorability points from Old Wong. Stepping out of the blacksmith shop, Yi Tianxia wasted no time and headed straight for the Wolf Valley in the northern part of the novice village. Hidden tasks were indeed not easily completed. It took him nearly an hour of persuasion before the woman finally responded, revealing that persuasion was merely the beginning of this hidden task. The woman lifted her disheveled hair, her eyes fixed intensely on him. "Young man, if you can bring back my son, Xiao Ming, even if only his corpse, I will reveal to you a momentous secret." Her demeanor, voice, and gaze sent a shiver down Yi Tianxia's spine, as if a chill wind coursed through his entire being. He instinctively sensed that this woman was far more complex than she appeared. A momentous secret. What sort of secret could be deemed so significant? Chapter 16. The Crimson Leaf Alliance. A momentous secret. What kind of secret could possibly be deemed truly monumental? It is certain that the task he inadvertently triggered in the novice village is far from trivial. Who knows whether that child named Xiao Ming is alive or dead, or where he has been taken? He is even oblivious to what the child looks like. Fortunately, this task does not impose a deadline or any penalties, leaving him no reason to decline it. "Wow, look at that man. Goodness, he is simply too perfect to believe," exclaimed a slender female player, covering her mouth in exaggerated astonishment. The object of her admiration was none other than Yi Tianxia. "It must be a result of character enhancement," remarked another female player beside her. "Even with enhancements, he must be extraordinarily handsome in reality. You little flirt, if you like him, just go and charm him." "Humph. With my looks, it would be a piece of cake." The female player adjusted her makeup, revealing a charming smile as she gracefully approached Yi Tianxia, lightly tapping his shoulder and cooing, "Hey there, could you take us sisters to level up?" Her flirtatious eyes sparkled with unabashed allure. Yi Tianxia's eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to respond, he caught sight of the name hovering above her head. The words he was about to utter caught in his throat, and he turned to leave, leaving the female player fuming with frustration. Her name was unmistakably Rong Mama by the Daming Lake. As he journeyed northward, passing by the crooked tree, he noticed that the peculiar elderly woman with a sealed lower body was surrounded by a throng of players, tightly packed in layers. Although the item she sought was a wolf's eye, it was a common task available from level 0. Meanwhile, he had spent over an hour at the blacksmith's, and the players had moved significantly northward, encroaching upon the territory of higher-level monsters. Evil Wolf Valley, located at the northernmost edge of the novice village, was characterized by a somewhat desolate atmosphere, yet the scenery and air were exceptionally pleasant. Occasionally, the distant sound of wolf howls could be heard. The entrance to Evil Wolf Valley was a relatively narrow gorge, and upon entering, Yi Tianxia was taken aback to find other players present. 5 individuals were engaged in a fierce battle against a colossal wolf. In stark contrast to Yi Tianxia's modest novice attire, these players were clad in complete gear, some even shimmering with a faint blue light, indicating they possessed iron-grade equipment. The wolf they surrounded was nearly twice the size of an ordinary wolf, and under their combined assault, it emitted furious howls while its health bar gradually dwindled. Above the health bar was the name of the massive beast, adorned with 3 golden stars. 3-star boss. Giant ferocious wolf. Level 5 3-star boss. Health 1300. A mutated entity among ferocious wolves, possessing a massive size and formidable capabilities far exceeding that of ordinary wolves. Skill, Frenzy. In the world of Destiny, bosses are categorized into 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, and Lord level. Strictly speaking, monsters with 1 or 2 stars should not be considered true bosses, but rather elites among their kind. A 1-star boss corresponds to an ordinary elite among common monsters, with abilities 12 times greater than those of ordinary counterparts, while a 2-star boss represents the elite of elites, boasting abilities 12 times stronger than a 1-star boss. 3-star bosses serve as territorial leaders, exhibiting vastly superior power. Above the Lord level boss is a category of entities that, while still classified as bosses, are exponentially more terrifying than normal bosses, such as the aberrant celestial beasts, divine beasts of radiance, and others. When players reach high levels and form a substantial team, they might have the chance to defeat a low-level celestial beast. However, the existence of the celestial beasts of radiance is something that can be described with the phrase insurmountable for the players. The names of these players piqued Yi Tianxia's interest. All 5 bore the prefix Crimson Leaf, bringing to mind the Crimson Leaf Alliance, a faction with which he seemed to share a slight connection. The sudden intrusion of an outsider caused a flicker of concern among the attackers. Having just discovered the map, known as Evil Wolf Valley, they were now confronted with a wandering 3-star boss, a situation both fortunate and burdensome. However, upon seeing Yi Tianxia's novice garb, their initial tension quickly morphed into disdain. Their envy and jealousy were compounded by his flawless visage, leading to a mix of admiration and resentment. Yet their distraction was but a fleeting moment. With their average level being 3 against a 3-star boss, even with 5 players, it was no easy feat among the 5. There was a trainee shield bearer, a trainee warrior, a trainee archer, a trainee mage, and a trainee priest, each representing a different class. The shield bearer held a wooden shield aloft, simultaneously gulping down potions while gritting his teeth to withstand the giant wolf's onslaught. The trainee warrior swiftly dealt damage from behind the beast, while the trainee mage stood at a strategic distance, launching attribute-less magic projectiles. The trainee priest, while consuming minor mana recovery potions, moved around casting healing spells, having already learned a basic healing technique. The trainee archer remained hidden behind a rock, firing arrows one after another. 9, 11, 8, 22. Their teamwork was remarkably synchronized, and their positioning was impeccable, managing to hold their ground against the giant wolf. The boss's defenses rendered their attacks relatively ineffective, with the primary damage output relying on the trainee mage's unguarded magic projectiles. Despite this, the giant wolf's health was steadily declining, and by the time Yi Tianxia arrived, its health bar had dropped to nearly 30. Yi Tianxia paused, observing the tense 5 with keen interest. Not with admiration, but rather with a sense of amusement akin to watching a performance. The presence of a full set of equipment spoke volumes of their exceptional status. And coupled with their reasonably flawless coordination, these players, even if not high-ranking members of the Crimson Leaf Alliance, surely held a notable position. Keep it up. It has less than 300 health remaining. Hurry. I'm down to my last potion. I can barely hold on. The shield bearer, who had been steadfastly blocking the wolf's attacks, shouted while executing a taunt skill. My mana is running low too. The trainee priest hurriedly cast a healing spell before retreating to await the cooldown. Here it comes. The initial toys of Tianxia. The woeful quintet of the Crimson Leaf Alliance has made their entrance. Chapter 17, Unleashed. At that moment, an unexpected transformation, foreseen by Yi Tianxia, abruptly occurred. The colossal, savage wolf, whose life force had been reduced to below 20, suddenly ceased its assault, unleashing a chilling howl that resonated through the air. An overwhelming aura of ferocity erupted from the beast as its fur bristled, and its enormous eyes were shrouded in a ghastly crimson hue. The terrifying energy that enveloped the 5 companions filled them with dread, causing the novice shield guard to instinctively take a step back, exclaiming, "It's going berserk. Everyone, be cautious. Increase your output." Berserk. When the life force of the giant savage wolf drops below 20, there is a 50 chance to trigger this skill. Upon activation, its attack power, attack speed, and movement speed are all enhanced by 30, while its defense is reduced by 30, lasting for 1 minute. The provocation effects previously inflicted upon the berserk giant wolf were naturally dispelled, and it no longer targeted the novice shield guard blocking its path. Instead, it let out a thunderous roar and leaped high, pouncing towards the novice priest standing behind the shield guard. The novice priest, caught off guard, barely had time to scream before a massive paw struck his chest, draining half of his life force. The novice shield guard, taken aback, swiftly turned around. However, his provocation skill was still on a 10-second cooldown, rendering him incapable of redirecting the giant wolf's wrath. The novice priest stumbled backward in panic. But how could he possibly outrun the berserk giant wolf? Another claw struck him across the chest, instantly depleting his health bar and leaving him lifeless on the ground. Transformed into a beam of white light, whisked back to the novice village. With the priest's demise, chaos ensued among the remaining four. The two ranged classes frantically unleashed their attacks. The giant savage wolf, having claimed the novice priest's life, turned with a roar towards the novice mage, who was frantically casting elemental spells. "Retreat!" shouted the novice shield guard. Given the novice mage's fragile vitality, he would not withstand 2 strikes from the wolf. Moreover, with the priest sent back to the novice village, his healing potions had all been expended. The giant savage wolf, now with merely 200 life points left, seemed to become an insurmountable barrier. Even if the 4 of them fell here, they might not be able to eradicate those final 200 life points. The 4 scattered in different directions, racing towards the safety zone outside the map. The novice shield guard dashed towards Yi Tianxia's position, calling out, "Friend, could you lend a hand? This boss is on the verge of defeat. I'll invite you into our team, and you can trade your healing potions with me. Once we defeat this boss, how about we reward you with one of its dropped items?" Yi Tianxia narrowed his eyes into a slit, a calm smile gracing his face as he replied, "All right, but remember to keep your word. Ding. Player Hongya Taibing has invited you to join his team. Do you accept?" Accepted." The notification of successful team inclusion echoed in his ears as the novice shield guard rushed to Yi Tianxia, hastily saying, "Quick. Trade all your healing potions to me. This is a level 5 boss, which will not only grant you a substantial amount of experience, but also yield you an item. It's a lucrative deal. If it weren't for desperation, Hongya Taibing would never have sought assistance from a player still clad in novice gear." Yi Tianxia efficiently produced 5 small healing potions from his backpack and traded them to him. The novice shield guard quickly accepted the trade, without further words, and turned to charge at the giant savage wolf, which was now pursuing the novice archer, shouting, "Prepare for output." The novice shield guard promptly executed a provocation skill, causing the giant savage wolf to halt momentarily before turning its focus upon him. He stood resolutely, using his shield to absorb the wolf's attack, while the 3 previously fleeing members regrouped, initiating another round of offense. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxia ambled over, methodically thrusting his novice sword into the giant savage wolf, dealing damage that was unmistakably 1-1 miss. The team panel displayed the name Evil Heaven, revealing his level to be a mere 1. The expressions of the 4 members of the Red Leaf Alliance reflected a shared disdain. The life of the giant savage wolf dwindled from 200 to 150, and then to the brink of 100. The warrior, wielding a 2-handed sword, cast a disdainful glance at Yi Tianxia and whispered to Hongya Taibing, "Kick him out, or he'll siphon our experience. He might even try to snatch the loot." As the novice warrior's words fell, a notification rang in Yi Tianxia's ears. "You have been kicked from the Red Leaf Taibing's team." A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward, and his novice short sword vanished, replaced by a massive black arc that sliced through the air, striking the giant savage wolf directly. 142. A spectacular yellow critical damage floated above the giant savage wolf's head. With a mournful howl, its life force was instantly depleted, and its massive form collapsed to the ground, scattering copper coins, healing potions, and 3 gleaming pieces of blue equipment. Ding. You have successfully slain the 3-star elite giant savage wolf, earning 400 experience points. With 10 luck points, the highest attainable luck value for players. Yi Tianxia's critical hit rate soared above that of ordinary players, significantly enhancing his drop rates and equipment quality when defeating monsters. The 4 members of the Red Leaf Alliance stood frozen, their eyes wide as they watched Yi Tianxia retrieve the 3 pieces of equipment from the ground. The shimmering glow confirmed their status as steel-grade equipment, an astonishing occurrence, as 3 steel items dropped simultaneously was enough to leave them astounded. Their gazes were now fixated on the enormous black weapon in Yi Tianxia's grasp, with its exaggerated form surpassing that of a 2-handed sword. Its bizarre shape twisting and shimmering with strange colors. Any player encountering this weapon for the first time would undoubtedly display a similar expression. After the shock came a surge of greedy desire. Their guilt for having expelled Yi Tianxia from the team dissipated, and even the humiliation and anger of having him claim the boss's kill faded. The weapon's extraordinary appearance, coupled with the damage he had just dealt exceeding 100, indicated that it was undoubtedly an exceptionally powerful weapon. How dare he steal our boss? Attack him. The novice shield guard's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally bellowed, charging at Yi Tianxia. However, the enigmatic smile on Yi Tianxia's face caused a strange flutter in his heart, and his steps faltered slightly before he swung his sword towards Yi Tianxia. Ding! You have been attacked by the Red Leaf Taibing team, granting you 30 minutes to retaliate. Chapter 18. You know too much. In the wilderness, engaging in player killing, PK, can increase one's malevolence value, even for novice players. If the aggressor kills their opponent, their malevolence value increases by 1, while the victim does not incur any additional malevolence for retaliating. The higher the malevolence value, the more severe the penalties upon death. This value decreases automatically, diminishing by 1 point every 5 hours spent in the wild. Should one's malevolence exceed 10 points, they will be pursued by the guards of major cities. Entering a city will lead to capture and imprisonment, where the malevolence will decrease by 1 point per hour. Additionally, malevolence can be expunged with a substantial monetary cost, 1,000 gold coins to erase a single point. Players below level 10 do not suffer penalties of level loss or experience loss upon death, although they may drop equipment or even gold. Yi Tianxia did not attack the shield guard before him, but rather executed a peculiar sidestep, darting between the shield guard and the warrior. With a leap, he swung his sword at the apprentice mage who was about to cast a magic missile. The reach of his ordinary attack, augmented by the length of his arm, extended to 2 meters. The unprepared apprentice mage barely registered a shadow before experiencing a sharp pain in his throat. A crimson number of 196 floating above his head as his 90 hit points vanished in an instant, leaving him sprawled on the ground, wide-eyed. A critical hit, another critical hit. Instant death. The occurrence of such a swift demise in the novice village was shocking. The remaining 3 players gasped in disbelief. In the later stages of the game, as players' powers diverged, instant kills during PK would not be surprising. However, witnessing such prowess in the novice village, where everyone started equally, left them in disbelief. As they were stunned, Yi Tianxia's attack followed swiftly. He struck both the apprentice shield guard and apprentice warrior simultaneously. The 2 players snapped back to reality, unleashing their only available skills against him. The nearly 200 damage numbers sent shivers down their spines, yet their avarice swelled amidst their astonishment. The intensity of such attacks at this novice stage was nothing short of extraordinary, undeniably stemming from a weapon of unparalleled quality. As if anticipating their movements, Yi Tianxia leaned back at a precise angle, retracting his fate's moment. Both a 2-handed sword and a 1-handed sword pierced the air, nearly grazing his chest. A hair's breadth away, as if calculated with precision. Simultaneously, a slender arrow whizzed past his ear, with reflexes and perception heightened beyond that of ordinary players. Even without consciously focusing, Yi Tianxia's body instinctively evaded the impending attacks with remarkable agility. He unleashed fate's moment once more, and 2 red numbers floated above the heads of his opponents as the apprentice warrior's life was extinguished, his body dissolving into a white light returning to the novice village. The face of the apprentice shield guard blanched as he hastily stepped back. The moment he moved, Yi Tianxia closed the distance, a shadow expanding in the shield guard's vision, followed by the grim sound of death announcing his end. In the blink of an eye, 2 more fell to Yi Tianxia's blade, leaving the apprentice archer hiding behind a rock, utterly alone. Stunned, he remained frozen until he finally attempted to flee, only to find Yi Tianxia's figure looming before him, that colossal weapon descending. A shriek of exaggerated terror halted Yi Tianxia's assault. The apprentice archer had collapsed in fear, pale and pleading, "Spare me, please. I will give you all my gear. Just don't kill me." Such an over-the-top reaction piqued Yi Tianxia's interest. With a playful smirk, he replied, "Are you afraid of death? I saw you shooting so happily just a moment ago." Players below level 10 do not face penalties of level loss upon death. And even if they did, with his current level of 3, he could easily recover within half an hour. Yet, this unfortunate player of the Red Leaf Alliance had foolishly set his pain tolerance to 100 to experience a fully immersive simulation. Thus, the blow he received was akin to being struck in reality with a blade. Regretting his decision the moment he entered the game, he realized that fate offers no second chances. Yi Tianxia observed the fear etched on his face with amusement, slowly lowering his weapon. "Very well. I have always been a merciful person. Though you acted treacherously and initiated an attack, I need not eradicate you completely. Answer me this question satisfactorily, and I shall let you go." The apprentice archer's expression softened slightly as he eagerly nodded. "Thank you, brother. Ask away. I will tell you what I know. Am I handsome?" Yi Tianxia inquired nonchalantly, tracing his finger along the fate's moment. "Ah, handsome. You are the most handsome person I have ever seen." The apprentice archer nodded fervently, willing to say anything to appease him. A flash of black light coursed over the apprentice archer, accompanied by a pig-like wail. Another spectacular critical hit appeared. Following the scream, his body transformed into white light, joining his ill-fated companions in returning to the novice village. Yi Tianxia rose, his gaze filled with ancient wisdom as he peered into the desolate north, sighing softly. You know too much. He approached the corpse of the giant wolf, collecting 3 bottles of restorative potions and a scattered handful of coins. Upon counting the coins, Yi Tianxia was taken aback. This 3-star boss had dropped 50 copper coins, equivalent to a staggering sum of 5 dimes. After placing this small fortune into his backpack, Yi Tianxia examined the 3 pieces of equipment dropped by the giant wolf, scrutinizing their attributes. Wolf's boots, level 5 steel item. Required class, melee. Crafted from the hide of the giant wolf, these boots possess a degree of flexibility. Attributes, defense 5, movement speed 3. Wolf's shoulder pads, level 5 steel item. Required class, melee. Crafted from the hide of the giant wolf, these shoulder pads offer decent defensive capabilities. Attributes, defense 10, strength 2. Wolf's knee pads, level 5 steel item. Required class, melee. Crafted from the hide of the giant wolf, these knee pads provide solid defense. Attributes, defense 8, constitution 2. Chapter 19. The transaction. The steel weapon possessed 12 additional attributes compared to its pale counterpart, and its basic attributes were slightly superior. Yi Tianxia glanced at it and casually tossed it back into his backpack, continuing his journey deeper into the Wolf Valley clad in his novice attire. It was not that he was disinterested in equipping himself, but rather, the requirements for the equipment were exclusively for melee professions, and he did not fall within that category, as he lacked any profession altogether. Not far ahead, a pack of roaming wolves came into view. These were the weakest ferocious wolves in the Wolf Valley, displaying a slightly larger aggro range. Yet their attributes were no different from the wild wolves that Yi Tianxia had previously slain. He advanced slowly, directly provoking 3 ferocious wolves to close in. Wielding his eternal fate, he had not forgotten the incident of trading 5 recovery potions to Hongya Taibing in vain. The cost of taking something from him was anything but trivial. At the resurrection point of the novice village, the 5 members of the Hongya Alliance appeared one after another. The apprentice warrior who appeared alongside Hongya Taibing gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Seventh brother, when have we ever been so humiliated? We cannot let this slide. I will call a few brothers to deal with him, and that weapon of his." "Hold your tongue." Hongya Taibing raised his hand to stop him. "I must inform the Alliance leader about this. He will undoubtedly be interested in that weapon." The communicator in the world of fate was a bracelet worn on the wrist, which not only facilitated communication with the game world and reality, but also served to check the time, take photos, record videos, and more. This bracelet could be summoned or concealed at will. He lifted his wrist towards the communicator and said, "Alliance leader, I was just killed by a level 1 player. Not just me, he has killed 4 of us. That person, despite being only level 1, can deal hundreds of damage." "Oh," a male voice came through the communicator. "Alliance leader, I will send you a photo, and you will understand my meaning." A photo he had previously taken was transmitted to the other side of the communicator, revealing Yi Tianxia holding the eternal fate. This was a hurried snapshot taken by Hongya Taibing while Yi Tianxia attacked the apprentice mage. Silence lingered on the other end of the communicator before a voice finally emerged, a weapon with a formidable appearance. Even if it appeared in the novice village, it would drive all warrior professions into a frenzy. That person must have triggered some hidden quest. "Aki, I am very interested in that weapon. You must retrieve it for me. If it truly possesses the powerful attack capabilities you mentioned, it would be of immense benefit to me. First, attempt to trade with him. It would be ideal to buy or exchange it from him. Even if he demands over 1 million, I would be willing to comply. To trigger and complete a hidden quest in such a short time, this is not a simple character. Now is not the time to make enemies." "Understood, Alliance leader." Hongya Taibing replied, closing the communicator. He gestured, "Let us go back to the Wolf Valley immediately. He should still be there." "Ding. Your level has risen to level 2, health 10, magic 10, and you have gained 5 free attribute points." Yi Tianxia allocated all 5 points to strength, raising his attack power to 116. The ferocious wolves that once required 2 or 3 strikes to defeat could now be vanquished in just 2 strikes, with occasional critical hits resulting in instant kills. After another small group of ferocious wolves fell, Yi Tianxia approached the scattered wolf corpses, expressionless as he employed the basic gathering skill. "Ding. You have gathered 2 wolf eyes and 3 wolf fangs." "Ding. You have gathered 2 wolf eyes and 1 wolf fang." Observing the 50 or so wolf eyes and fangs in his backpack, Yi Tianxia dispatched a few more freshly spawned ferocious wolves before turning back. He was not in a rush to complete the quests from the village chief and the blacksmith, but he felt a tinge of anticipation for the old woman's task. In the novice village, there were no teleportation scrolls. One could only traverse on foot. Just as he exited the Wolf Valley, 5 individuals approached him. The very members of the Hongye Alliance who had been slain by Yi Tianxie and returned to the novice village. Yi Tianxie did not pause his steps, maintaining his demeanor as if he had not seen them. Xietian, we are members of the Hongye Alliance. How about a trade? Upon seeing Yi Tianxie, Hongye Taibing sighed in relief and stepped forward, directly bypassing the earlier conflict. Trade? Yi Tianxie smiled faintly, casting a dismissive glance over the 5. I have no interest in trading with those who lack integrity. Those met with his gaze felt an involuntary tension throughout their bodies. Especially the apprentice archer who had suffered both physical and psychological blows. He shrank behind the others, seemingly still recovering from the recent trauma. Hongye Tiebing's expression darkened as he composed himself. What occurred earlier was merely a misunderstanding. Let me be frank. Our alliance leader, Hongye Lifeng, is very interested in the weapon you possess. If you are willing to part with it, we can consider any trade conditions you propose. Our alliance leader has even indicated the possibility of you joining the Hongye Alliance as a branch leader. While the Hongye Alliance's influence in the virtual gaming world may not rival the recognized titans, the Divine Domain Alliance and the Wings of the Abyss, its name was nonetheless well known. Its overall strength was sufficient to rank within the top 10, and few dared to provoke it lightly. The mere mention of the alliance leader's name was enough to instill fear in most players. Oh. Yi Tianxia's face showed a hint of interest as he raised the eternal fate, contemplating. Then he slowly replied, 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins. Hongye Tiebing's eyes widened, his face rapidly shifting before he gritted his teeth. All right. How straightforward. We will gather the coins immediately. Let us go. Without uttering another word, Hongye Taibing led his companions away. 100 gold coins, once the currency exchange was activated, equated to 100 Chinese yuan. This amount was negligible for the entire Hongye Alliance. Yet in these early stages of the game, when every copper coin was precious, 1 gold coin represented a significant fortune, with few players even capable of saving up to a single gold coin. Even after Yi Tianxie had slain a massive ferocious wolf harboring a hidden stash, his total assets amounted to merely 6 silver coins. Yi Tianxie could not be bothered to cast them another glance. Striding directly toward the elderly man whose legs had been sealed. Alliance leader, he demands 100 gold coins, not real currency, Hongye Taibing relayed through the communicator. Oh, 100 gold coins? It seems he is not a person with ambitious designs. Mobilize everyone in the same novice village to gather the coins. Ensure we collect 100 gold coins in the shortest time possible. Even at a 1,000 to 1 exchange rate with the Chinese yuan, it can be accepted. Hurry. Understood. Hongye Taibing affirmed, swiftly making his way back to the novice village. Even at a 1,000 to 1 exchange rate for 1 gold coin, 100 gold coins would only amount to 100,000 Chinese yuan. However, acquiring that weapon would place them far ahead of other players in the novice phase, with the resulting influence and ancillary benefits far surpassing mere monetary value. Chapter 20. You may leave. Greetings, good lady. Here are the wolf's eyes you requested. Beneath the gnarled tree, Yi Tianxie exchanged 10 wolf's eyes into the hands of the peculiar old woman, and at that moment, the notification of task completion echoed in his ears. However, the mysterious task reward nearly prompted an expletive from Yi Tianxie. Ding! You have completed the task request of the sealed elder and received a reward of 10 experience points and 1 silver coin. To his astonishment, the mere 10 wolf's eyes yielded a paltry reward of just 10 experience points and a single silver coin. Surely, these 10 wolf's eyes would fetch at least 2 silver coins at the shop. Yi Tianxie felt compelled to ask, old woman, could you possibly be any more miserly? Thank you, young man. These wolf's eyes will be of great assistance to me. You seem to be quite enthusiastic and brave. Would you be willing to help me gather another 100 wolf's eyes? The elder lifted her withered, bark-like face. Although her words were filled with standardized praise, her gaze betrayed no hint of appreciation, only a hollow indifference. Ding. The sealed elder requests your assistance in collecting 100 wolf's eyes. Task attributes, normal. Task deadline, none. Task reward, unknown. Accept. The elderly woman's second request surprisingly alleviated Yi Tianxie's frustration. Clearly, this was a sequential task, and the rewards for the initial phase of such tasks often tended to be meager, but as the quest progressed, the rewards would increase. If this were a multi-stage sequential task, might the next requirement be for 200 wolf's eyes? And beyond that, 300? Yi Tianxie dismissed any further thoughts and returned to the Valley of Fierce Wolves to continue his slaughter of the savage beasts. As soon as he stepped into the territory of the fierce wolves, they surged forward, sensing the presence of a living being, only to be reduced to a pile of corpses under the double strikes of fate. Each of his 2 strikes was assuredly lethal, delivering a 2-meter radius area of effect. Even a 6-member party of average level 5 could not possibly match Yi Tianxia's efficiency at this moment. Gradually, after several minutes, the once thriving packs of fierce wolves dwindled to solitary attacks. After another several minutes, Yi Tianxia proactively charged toward the lingering wolves. Once again, after a few more minutes, the area became desolate, devoid of any wolf presence. When a wolf finally respawned, it barely had time to regain its footing before Yi Tianxia dispatched it without mercy. The once bustling valley had been claimed solely by him. Ding! Your level has risen to level 3, gaining 10 health, 10 mana, and 5 free attribute points. Counting the 300 wolf's eyes in his bag, Yi Tianxia finally stepped out of the valley of fierce wolves, only to encounter the unfortunate members of the Red Leaf Alliance once more. Still the same 5 individuals, with a total of 100,000 novice villages in the Huaxia region. It was quite a feat for 5 members of the Red Leaf Alliance to be assigned to the same novice village, given their initial player count exceeded 100,000. The leader, Red Leaf Iron Wall, adjusted his expression and approached the impassive Yi Tianxia. Xietian, we have gathered 100 gold coins. Upon completing the transaction, we will also provide you with a level 3 2-handed weapon, and the Red Leaf Alliance will recognize you as a friend. 100 gold coins. This sum was astronomical to them at this moment. To prevent any unforeseen complications, they had expended considerable effort to gather this amount swiftly and hurried to this location. Fortunately, they found Yi Tianxia without delay. The Red Leaf Alliance? Are you truly formidable? Yi Tianxia smirked, a hint of derision evident in his tone and demeanor. Red Leaf Iron Wall's expression darkened momentarily before he composed himself, replying coolly. Though the Red Leaf Alliance may not rival the Divine Realm Alliance or the Celestial Wings, we are not to be trifled with. We have over 100,000 loyal brothers who share in both joy and adversity. Even the Divine Realm and the Celestial Wings do not intimidate us. Soon, we shall trample them underfoot. Yi Tianxia had certainly heard of the Divine Realm Alliance and the Celestial Wings. He stepped forward, closing the distance to Red Leaf Iron Wall, extending his right hand. 100 gold coins, please. Red Leaf Iron Wall remained unmoved, his face stern. Payment upon delivery. The Red Leaf Alliance has never operated on a system of prepayment. Neither do I. Yi Tianxia retracted his hand, casting a sidelong glance at him. The reputation and conduct of the Red Leaf Alliance have utterly extinguished any desire I might have to engage in a trade with you. Either pay me, or be gone. The biting mockery and disdain darkened the expressions of the 5 members of the Red Leaf Alliance. In their previous gaming experiences, the mere utterance of the name Red Leaf Alliance commanded respect and envy, often causing others to flee in fear. Yet here they were, facing such blatant contempt from a single individual. The apprentice warrior raised his dual swords, only to be halted by a gesture from Red Leaf Iron Wall. Their primary objective was to obtain the peculiar weapon desired by their leader, Red Leaf Gale, and not to act impulsively. If they could have, they would have swiftly dispatched him to claim all his equipment, but in their prior encounter, it took merely 10 seconds for Yi Tianxia to eliminate 4 of them single-handedly. To fulfill their leader's assignment, they had to endure. Very well. Red Leaf Iron Wall sighed deeply, his voice steady. We acknowledge our prior fault. We can proceed to pay you the gold coins, Xietian. Surely, you would not make the unwise choice of opposing the entire Red Leaf Alliance. While you are indeed powerful, capable of taking on 5 of us alone, behind you stands 100,000 brothers of the Red Leaf Alliance. Whether you choose to befriend us or oppose us, we trust you will make the wisest decision. The compromise was laced with a significant threat, one stemming from the formidable force of the Red Leaf Alliance's 100,000 players. Such a threat could easily intimidate most players, but this time, they had clearly chosen the wrong target. Some individuals are born unafraid of threats. On the contrary, they may even perceive it as the perfect pretext for violence. Advancing, Red Leaf Iron Wall transferred 100 gold coins to Yi Tianxia. When the successful transaction notification chimed in his ears, Yi Tianxia's bag was suddenly enriched with 100 gleaming coins. A radiant smile spread across Yi Tianxia's face as he turned halfway, casually remarking, "All right then. I shall accept the payment. You may now leave." Chapter 21. An idle moment for slaughter. Once more the expressions of the 5 members of the Scarlet Leaf Alliance shifted dramatically, and even the previously composed Scarlet Leaf Iron Wall could no longer maintain his calm. He spoke in a deep voice. "What do you mean? You previously took 5 potions of recovery from me, and I merely charged you 100 gold coins. What a remarkably advantageous transaction. I still have 5 more. If you desire them, I can offer them to you for just 50 gold coins each. How does that sound? In the novice village's apothecary, the price for a small recovery potion is merely 2 copper coins, yet here it had escalated to 20 gold coins, an astounding markup of 1,000 times. Even with Scarlet Leaf Iron Wall's patience, he nearly succumbed to the impulse of drawing his blade. He gritted his teeth and sneered, "Evil heaven. It appears you are intent on opposing the Scarlet Leaf Alliance. Whether you are the Scarlet Leaf Alliance or the Green Hat Alliance has nothing to do with me. I am simply reclaiming what is rightfully mine. Charging you 100 gold coins for 5 potions is exceedingly generous." With a sidelong glance and a wicked grin, Evil Heaven reveled in his newfound identity. A change in name seemed to afford him a modicum of amusement. Had he retained his former name, even in the realms of Divine Domain and Wings of the Veil, they would have wisely chosen to steer clear upon seeing it. "Very well, Evil Heaven. The Scarlet Leaf Alliance shall remember you. We are leaving." Scarlet Leaf Iron Wall, suppressing his rage, uttered a menacing remark before turning to depart. Since joining the Scarlet Leaf Alliance, he had never felt so humiliated. In Novice Village 60001, there were only the 5 of them. They were acutely aware that they could not contend with Evil Heaven and had no choice but to swallow their pride. Once they left the Novice Village, they would settle the score, ensuring that this so-called Evil Heaven would learn the meaning of regret. "Stop. It seems you have forgotten something." Scarlet Leaf Iron Wall halted, turning to glare at him. Evil Heaven extended 3 fingers casually and remarked, "You have wasted 3 minutes of my time. My time is far more valuable than your lives. 1 minute. I demand 1,000 gold coins for each minute, totaling 3,000 gold coins. Hand it over." Evil Heaven, do not push your luck. Even the most patient among them was reaching their limit. The apprentice warrior raised his sword, his eyes ablaze with fury. Had he not known that attacking would equate to courting death, he would have already charged forward. "Cannot provide it? How unfortunate. You shall have to compensate with your lives." As Evil Heaven's voice fell, he executed a peculiar maneuver, swiftly circling around Scarlet Leaf Iron Wall. The 5 members of the Scarlet Leaf Alliance had yet to react when Evil Heaven brandished a massive, dark weapon, and before they could comprehend what was happening, 4 of them were struck down by the unforgiving hand of fate. 110, 103, 108, 208. The priest fell victim to a critical hit, perishing instantly, while the remaining 3 found their health reduced by more than half, accompanied by the heart-wrenching scream of the apprentice archer. In a world where even minor injuries were rare, few could withstand the excruciating pain of being struck down. The remaining 4 members of the Scarlet Leaf Alliance instinctively chose to retreat in horror. But the reach of fate's moment was vast. Except for the apprentice archer, who fled in terror, the apprentice warrior and apprentice mage fell victim to Evil Heaven's second strike, their health obliterated, transforming them into wisps of white light. A cold breeze swept through as Evil Heaven did not turn around. He executed a graceful spin with Fate and Apos' moment, striking Scarlet Leaf Iron Wall's shield and inflicting 99 points of damage. The low probability of a knockback effect triggered, sending him stumbling back 2 paces. Evil Heaven pivoted sharply, landing 2 successive strikes on the shield warrior's chest, sending him back to the Novice Village without even brushing his clothes. Beside the corpse, a rather exquisite wooden shield clattered to the ground. Finally, only the panicked apprentice archer remained. Upon glancing back to witness his 4 companions falling in such a brief span, sheer terror gripped him. He fled desperately. However, an inconvenient rock protruded from the ground, causing him to stumble and fall. As the apprentice archer attempted to rise, a towering figure loomed behind him. Gazing at the menacing dark weapon, the archer's legs quaked, drenched in cold sweat. He could never forget the immense pain and sensation of death from that previous strike. He flailed his arms in desperation, trembling as he pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. My pain threshold is at 100. I'll give you all my gold and equipment. I beg you, don't kill me." Evil Heaven revealed a smile identical to the one before, his expression imbued with faux benevolence. "Very well. Those who know me understand that I have always been a compassionate individual. Though you have squandered my time and cannot provide adequate compensation, I shall not pursue your annihilation. Here's the deal. Answer my questions satisfactorily, and I shall spare you." Questions again. The painful memories surged back, nearly bringing the apprentice archer to tears. He stammered, "What is the question? Am I handsome? I don't know." With a swift motion, a dark beam of light slashed across the apprentice archer, eliciting a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Evil Heaven sighed deeply and remarked, "If you do not even know this, what is the point of living?" Watching the apprentice archer and Apos' body dissolve into white light before him, Evil Heaven sheathed Fate and Apos' moment and spoke softly. "In any world, it is best to act with integrity, Not everyone is someone you can afford to provoke. Before entering the world of fate, it would be wise to consult your fortune carefully. Chapter 22. The third link of the collection quest, the name hovering above his head transformed into a vivid crimson hue, indicative of a sin value of 5. Once the sin value escalated to 10, it would begin to darken to black, red turning to black. The sin value was the least of Yi Tianxia's concerns, for such burdens could be absolved with wealth. Although the cost of 1,000 gold coins was unaffordable for most, to him, any issue solvable with money was not an issue at all. 100 gold coins, once the currency exchange was activated, might be regarded as a trifling sum by many. However, in the early stages of the game, it was an enormous fortune that could not be acquired through mere coinage. The 100 gold coins he had acquired were not merely punitive. They would serve as a substantial boon in the novice village. The novice class transition trial. When a player in Oppo's S level reaches 10, they may approach the village chief to undertake this trial. Only those who successfully complete it are granted passage to the city of the Fate world. The trial is not singular, but rather segmented into 5 difficulty tiers: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, and abyss. Players may select the difficulty level, and passing any one of them suffices to complete the trial. Each tier offers distinct rewards. Easy grants an increase of 1 to the 4 fundamental attributes. Normal provides an increase of 2 to the 4 fundamental attributes. Hard yields an increase of 3 to the 4 fundamental attributes, plus 1 in luck. Nightmare awards an increase of 4 to the 4 fundamental attributes, 1 in luck and 1 in charm, alongside a random piece of level 10 bronze equipment. Abyss confers an increase of 5 to the 4 fundamental attributes, 1 in luck, 1 in comprehension, and 1 in charm, as well as a novice village hero badge. The names of all heroes who pass the Abyss trial will be publicly displayed throughout the battle zone and immortalized on the novice village's honor roll. The 5 trial difficulties can be undertaken solo or in groups, with a maximum of 12 members permitted. Presently, the average player level remains quite distant from level 10. However, Yi Tianxia has already begun preparations for the class transition trial. The 100 gold coins serve as one such preparation. Although his actions may appear capricious and reckless, they are all driven by intent. For instance, he enhanced his appearance by 20, not to satiate vanity, but rather to elevate his charm in a different manner. Just as in the real world, an appealing visage is more likely to garner favor, while conversing with someone marked by blemishes often inspires a desire to distance oneself immediately. The same holds true in the Fate world. Every NPC here is not fundamentally different in humanity from those outside. Arriving before the sealed old woman, Yi Tianxia produced 100 wolf eyes, with over 200 more still nestled within his backpack. He eagerly anticipated her next request, hoping she would ask him to gather 200 wolf eyes, allowing him to proudly display his bounty. Potions and ordinary items of this nature occupy only 1 slot in the inventory for every 100. Ding! You have completed the quest, the request of the sealed elder, and earned a reward of 100 experience points and 1 gold coin. Yi Tianxia. The reward for 10 wolf eyes yielded only 10 experience points and a silver coin. Conversely, 100 eyes granted 100 experience points and 1 gold coin. A sudden feeling of suffocation washed over him. Thank you, young man. These wolf eyes will be of great assistance to me. You seem eager and courageous. Would you be willing to collect 1,000 wolf eyes for me? The old woman gazed at him with hollow, lifeless eyes, repeating her earlier words almost verbatim. The only difference was the number had escalated from 100 to 1,000. Ding! The sealed elder requests your assistance in gathering 1,000 wolf eyes. Quest attributes: normal, quest deadline, none, quest reward, unknown. Will you accept? From 10 to 100, and then from 100 to 1,000. A tenfold increase. Would the next request be? Yi Tianxia swiftly quelled the thoughts surging in his mind, opting to accept the quest and departing in silence. Gathering 1,000 eyes could be completed within a day, given his collection speed. This was likely the final link of this continuous quest. 10,000. That was utterly impossible. Players possess only 50 inventory slots, and with 100 wolf eyes occupying a single slot, he would require at least 100 slots. In a novice village devoid of any means to expand inventory capacity, even with ample patience, it would be inconceivable for a player to amass 10,000 eyes. 5,000 was already the limit. Yi Tianxia retraced his steps to the Wolf Valley, where the territory of the ferocious wolves he had previously cleared was now teeming with a new horde of wolves. As if they recognized the one who had nearly annihilated their kin, packs of ferocious wolves surged toward him as if their ancestral graves had been disturbed. Faced with these creatures that posed no threat to him, Yi Tianxia felt no pressure in dispatching them. Wielding the moment of fate, he moved gracefully among the throngs of wolves. Half an hour passed, and the once replenished territory of ferocious wolves was left devoid of even a single strand of fur. Standing atop a stone, Yi Tianxia found himself growing drowsy as he awaited the rapid respawn of the ferocious wolves. Notably, the 5 Red Leaf Alliance players he had previously dispatched did not return to their demise. In the midst of his boredom, he glanced at his experience points and nearly tumbled from the stone in shock. The experience required to level from 3 to 4 was 5 times that needed to level from 2 to 3. If leveling was so arduous in the novice phase, the challenges beyond the novice village could be imagined. Time flowed swiftly amidst the monotony of slaying wolves. The territory of the ferocious wolves lay at the mouth of the Wolf Valley. Venturing deeper would unveil even more formidable wolf-like creatures. For Yi Tianxia, these easily dispatched ferocious wolves were undoubtedly the ideal target for leveling. In the realm of gaming, one must learn to endure the tedious grind of monster slaying to become a true powerhouse. Yi Tianxia had long since adapted, even beginning to relish this monotony. The onset of fate rendered the once bustling streets of Jinghua strangely quiet, its immense influence enveloping all of humanity, and its reach would only continue to expand. Perhaps, in the future, human habits and the global landscape will transform due to its presence. Since the launch of Fate at Noon, the hands of time have swung increasingly wider in the subconscious of the populace, moving from afternoon to the descent of night. Chapter 23. The Mutated Bloodwolf Ding. Your level has risen to level 4, with 10 health points and 10 magic points, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. At last, the long-awaited upgrade notification resonated in Yi Tianxia's ears. He diligently allocated all acquired attribute points to strength, crouching down to harvest the remains of the ferocious wolf. The once ominous territory of the fierce wolves now lay eerily silent, devoid of any wolf presence. With a determined step, Yi Tianxia ventured deeper into the valley of the savage wolves. Passing through a narrow gorge, a new world unfolded before him, a realm even more sinister, where the very air sent chills down his spine. The pack of wolves before him was no longer the brutish kind he had encountered. They were far more violent. The Blood Wolves. Blood Wolf, level 7, health, 250, a bloodthirsty wolf with agile movement capabilities. Its sharp teeth and claws are formidable weapons, attacking all creatures that draw near. Skills, none. While its health exceeded that of the fierce wolf by a mere 50 points, its speed and aggro range were markedly superior. As soon as Yi Tianxia set foot in the territory of the Blood Wolves, 3 waves of bloody winds surged towards him from different directions. He evaded 2 of the attacks, but could not avoid the claw of one, which struck him. 35. Clad in novice attire, and with no prior investment in stamina attributes, Yi Tianxia's defensive capabilities were woefully inadequate. With a mere 11 points of defense and 210 health points, being encircled by several blood wolves would spell his swift demise. Yet, he did not retreat. Rather, his previously wandering gaze ignited with excitement. His form darted among the wolves, each moment spent predicting, sensing, and assessing the movements of the blood wolves around him, the Fate's edge in his hand carving arcs of darkness. An hour later, the once formidable pack of blood wolves had vanished, leaving Yi Tianxia, armed with Fate's edge, in a state of vexation as he awaited the respawn of new blood wolves. While other players hesitated to regard the Valley of Savage Wolves as a viable training ground, he had single-handedly claimed the territory of the level 7 blood wolves. Ding. Your hunger level has exceeded 90. Please consume food promptly. In town, hunger increases by 1 every 5 minutes, whereas in combat in the wild, it escalates by 1 every 3 minutes. Yi Tianxia swallowed his last bun, barely reducing his hunger to 70. It had become imperative for him to return to the village to stock up on provisions. Just as he turned his body, a flash of crimson light appeared to his right. A massive blood wolf, nearly twice the size of a typical one, emerged from the blood glow. Letting out a lengthy howl, Yi Tianxia halted. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly sidestepped and slashed at its neck with Fate's edge. Mutated Blood Wolf, level 7, 3-star elite, health, 2000. A mutated blood wolf, possessing a larger and more agile physique and formidable attack capabilities. Skill, Blood Wolf Devour. 5 chance to convert damage dealt into health. 102, 99, 101. The defense of the mutated blood wolf was not significantly higher than that of the giant fierce wolf. After 3 consecutive strikes from Yi Tianxia, the mutated blood wolf finally completed its imposing entrance, its blood-red eyes locking onto Yi Tianxia. A paw the size of Yi Tianxia's head descended with a roar, its claws glinting ominously in the dim light of the valley. With a whoosh, the howling wind grazed his face, causing a stinging sensation. Yi Tianxia's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, exploiting the brief moment when the mutated blood wolf retracted its paw. He lunged, delivering a fierce cut to its neck, and then, lowering his body, he darted beneath it. As the wolf turned, he struck its leg with another powerful blow. In a flurry of 5 strikes, bolstered by the extraordinary attack power granted by Fate's Edge, he depleted a quarter of the health bar of this level 7, 3-star elite mini-boss. Yet, as it was battered, the mutated blood wolf lost sight of its target. With an enraged roar, it pivoted, but in that fleeting moment, Yi Tianxia deftly maneuvered behind the colossal beast, delivering a spinning strike to its leg, eliciting a heart-wrenching howl. The mutated blood wolf, towering over 4 meters in length and nearly 3 meters in height, now became a shield for Yi Tianxia, allowing him to obscure his position. He consistently calculated the timing perfectly, slipping beneath, to the left or right of the creature, striking as it turned. Each maneuver leaving the wolf swiping at empty air or catching only a glimpse of a fading shadow. In the heat of battle, Yi Tianxia relied not only on his own strength but also on the myriad of elements that simplified the fight, favorable conditions, and the strategic use of the mutated blood wolf's own massive form as cover. He instinctively identified the most advantageous positions based on his surroundings, showcasing a remarkable innate judgment. 199, 103, 208, 99. The spectral white figure danced around the enraged, spinning giant blood wolf, as numbers of damage in varying hues floated steadily into the air, never ceasing. After mere seconds of relentless assault, the dazed mutated blood wolf finally collapsed in a wail, concluding its brief tenure as a mini-boss. Yi Tianxia observed with a tranquil gaze as it fell, devoid of any exuberance. Previously, he had cleared the surrounding blood wolves, leaving no time for respawn. Otherwise, he could not have triumphed so effortlessly. To face a level 7 3-star elite, if he couldn't handle this mutated blood wolf, how could he claim the title of the unvanquished evil emperor? Collecting the loot from the ground, Yi Tianxia tossed it into his backpack without a glance. In his current unclassed state, even the finest attributes were unwearable, rendering any loss inconsequential. Shortly thereafter, a few gleaming silver coins found their way into his inventory. Crouching down, he instinctively employed his basic harvesting skill on the corpse of the mutated wolf king. Ding! You have harvested the eye of the mutated blood wolf. Ding! You have harvested a purple gem necklace. Oh! Yi Tianxia gazed in surprise at the necklace shimmering with a faint purple glow in his hand, taken aback by its sudden appearance. In any virtual game, accessories such as necklaces, rings, and earrings are the rarest of finds, often bearing unique attributes. Rarity begets value. A steel-grade necklace would surpass the worth of a bronze-grade armor. Curiously, this necklace was not a drop from the mutated blood wolf, but rather harvested from its corpse. Had the mutated blood wolf somehow grown a necklace? Purple gem necklace, an accessory fortuitously acquired by the mutated blood wolf, crafted from pure purple gemstones. Its origins remain a mystery. Perhaps some information could be gleaned from the village chief in the novice village. Is this a quest item? Chapter 24. The Ancient Life Ring. With a tinge of regret, Yi Tianxia stowed the necklace back into his backpack and turned away from the Howling Wolf Valley, making his way back to the novice village. The clock was nearing 8 p.m., and the novice village remained bustling with life, filled with the cacophony of various vendors hawking their wares, while an array of makeshift stalls adorned the village's periphery. A level 3 battle axe with an additional attack of 7 was available for a mere 2 silver coins, surpassing the ordinary whiteboard axe by 1 point. The exquisite apprentice mage robe, level 3 with an added 2 points of spirit, was priced at 1 gold coin or could be exchanged for a level 3 steel warrior set. Exceptional grass shoes that enhanced movement speed by 3 points were non-negotiable at 8 silver coins. After spending an entire afternoon slaying ferocious wolves and blood wolves, Yi Tianxia's luck, measured at 10 points, ensured that his inventory now boasted more than 10 pieces of equipment, among which 4 were commendable steel items, none of which were below level 5. In this early stage, a single piece of steel equipment was enough to incite fierce competition among players. And a player adorned entirely in steel would undoubtedly become the center of attention, the subject of envy and admiration. Despite harboring a collection of coveted gear in his backpack, Yi Tianxia had no intention of setting up a stall to sell them. For someone possessing over 100 gold coins, such items were but trifles. He navigated through the crowd, advancing directly to the village chief. Before he could speak, the chief's eyes lit up upon recognizing him, and he exclaimed, "Brave adventurer, it is a pleasure to see you again. Your gaze suggests that you have successfully completed your task." "Indeed, chief. Here are the 100 wolf fangs required to prove my completion of the task," Yi Tianxia replied, handing over the fangs. The chief squinted his aged eyes and nodded approvingly, saying, "Well done. You are truly an outstanding hero. Here is your reward. Ding. You have successfully completed the task and earned rewards. 1,000 experience points, 5 silver coins, and a pair of level 5 steel boots. Thank you, Chief. No need for thanks. This is a commendation for your bravery. Haha, what a polite young man you are. Ding. Your favorability with Village Chief 60001 has increased by 1. Yi Tianxia sighed. Ah, this cursed charm. A staggering 20 points, double that of an ordinary player. Truly a remarkable existence. He mused, then pulled out the shimmering purple necklace from his backpack and presented it to the chief. Chief, I found this on a blood wolf. Do you know its origins? The chief slightly lowered his head, his half-opened eyes widening in astonishment. His expression frozen in disbelief as he stared at the necklace for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he reached out a frail hand to touch the purple necklace, his entire being trembling slightly, and his voice quivered almost beyond recognition. This is the necklace my son wore in his lifetime. The chief's reaction illuminated the truth for Yi Tianxia. He realized that this necklace was indeed the one his son had worn when he ventured alone into Howling Wolf Valley and ultimately perished there. Left behind after being claimed by the mutated blood wolf, only to find its way into Yi Tianxia's possession. The chief clutched the purple gemstone necklace tightly, as if trying to meld it into his palm, murmuring in a daze, "This was the last gift my wife left for our son, his most treasured possession. Seeing it brings back memories of my late wife and son. I thought I would never see it again." With tears streaming down his weathered face, the chief held the necklace to his chest, his eyes closed as he deeply reminisced about the distant past and his departed family. Yi Tianxia remained silent, understanding that the elder required this moment of tranquility. He also knew that only after this silence would the chief reward him with what was evidently a hidden task reward. After a prolonged silence, the chief finally opened his eyes, wiped away his tears, and regained his composure. He patted Yi Tianxia on the shoulder and remarked, "You are not only an exceptional hero, but also a compassionate one. I will remember your kindness. I have little to repay you with, but I wish to gift you this ring I once wore. May it aid you on your adventures. I look forward to the day you become a true hero and bring justice to the evildoers plaguing this world." An unadorned ancient ring appeared in the chief's hand, which he placed into Yi Tianxia's palm. A faint blue glow emanated from the ring. The ring, an immensely valuable accessory, was a steel-grade item, signifying that it was indeed a formidable piece of gear. Ancient life ring, steel-grade item, wearing requirement, none. Discovered by Village Chief 60,001 in the wilderness years ago. Its origins remain a mystery. Attributes, life 100, automatic recovery of 2 life points per second. The ring's unexpectedly powerful attributes left Yi Tianxia briefly stunned. Before the chief, he donned the life ring and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Chief. This life ring will be of great assistance to me." "Ah, it pleases me to hear you say that." The chief replied with a slow nod and a warm smile. "Ding. You have successfully completed the unique hidden task, the Lost Purple Gem Necklace, earning 800 experience points. The special equipment Ancient Life Ring, and your favorability with Village Chief 60001 has increased by 20. Ding. Your impression with Village Chief 60001 has risen to a heartfelt level. In the realm of fate, NPCs possess varying levels of favorability towards players, categorized roughly as follows. Enemies, favorability below 100, grudging, below 60, indifferent, below 30, disinterested, below 10. Ordinary, between -10 and 10, appreciative, above 10, trustworthy, above 40, grateful, above 100, obedient, above 170, marvelous, above 250, and revered, above 500. As favorability increases, NPCs exhibit greater warmth, offering more assistance and guidance to players, while also enhancing the likelihood of receiving additional tasks and triggering hidden ones. Conversely, should favorability drop below 0, players may encounter cold receptions from NPCs, often receiving malicious guidance, and may even find themselves unable to accept even the simplest of tasks. Should favorability fall below 50 for any reason, there exists a probability of facing NPC aggression, with the likelihood of attack increasing as favorability decreases. At a favorability of 100 or lower, NPCs will attack on sight. Chapter 25, Reality or Illusion. In less than a day, the village chief of Novice Village No. 60001 had developed a profound affection for Yi Tianxia, marking an exceptional state for his novice journey. Yi Tianxia bid farewell to the village chief and entered Old Wang the blacksmith's forge. "Greetings, Master Blacksmith. I have gathered a total of 500 wolf fangs, which should suffice for a while." Yi Tianxia smiled as he presented the collected wolf fangs to Old Wang. The blacksmith paused his hammering, exclaiming, "A hero from another world. You once again inspire me with your bravery and passion. Such exceptional forging materials leave me at a loss for words in my gratitude. Ding. You have successfully completed the quest Old Wong the Blacksmith's Commission, earning 1,200 experience points and a pair of level 5 apprentice assassin leggings. Due to your extraordinary completion of the task, Old Wong's affection for you has increased by 15 points. Ding. Old Wong's impression of you has elevated to a profound level, though the material rewards remained unchanged. The increase of 15 points in affection was immensely satisfying for Yi Tianxia after exceeding the blacksmith's expectations. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Old Wong's voice called out from behind. Eager hero, may I see the ring on your hand? I sense a mysterious energy emanating from it. Yi Tianxia swiftly turned, removing the ancient life ring and placing it before Old Wong. The blacksmith examined the ring closely before looking up and stating, indeed, this ring possesses mysterious powers. But due to its ancient existence, it can no longer exhibit its full potential. Dear hero, why not entrust it to me? I am confident that with my reforging, I can enhance its strength. This would serve as a humble repayment for your awakening of my wife and the help you have provided. Of course, Yi Tianxia replied with a calm smile, though his heart was racing with excitement, wishing to embrace Old Wong in a moment of exuberance. Affection is truly a delightful thing. Thank you for your trust. I will require half a day to excavate its power. Please return then. You may be in for a surprise, Old Wong said cheerfully. All right. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Yi Tianxia sold a modest pile of delectable fruits at the general store, consuming them until his hunger was satiated. He even conscience-strickenly left a piece of each fruit for Guogua. Speaking of which, Guogua had not emerged since returning to the eternal moment. Perhaps she had simply overslept. Yi Tianxia glanced at the time and closed his eyes, silently reciting, log off. The world spun violently, and when his vision cleared, he found himself staring at a familiar wall. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening, and after 8 hours without food, he felt ravenous. He sat upright, picked up the remote control, turned on the television, and stood up to search for something to eat. However, the news report on the screen abruptly halted his steps, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. This afternoon at 7:30 p.m., the president of the Outer Sky Group, the developer and publisher of the Destiny world, Pros, suddenly passed away in his home under mysterious circumstances. An urgent investigation is underway. Based on Pros's demeanor before his death and a suicide note confirmed to be in his handwriting, initial assessments suggest suicide. Pros is dead? The global media was fervently detailing this shocking news. No one could have anticipated that while Destiny had captured the hearts of nearly all humanity within a day, its founder would meet such an end. The report indicated that every part of his body, every organ, was intact, showing no signs of damage, and no lethal substances were found within him. Yet, Pros had inexplicably lost his life. The world's top doctors attempted to revive his heartbeat with the most advanced pacemakers, but to no avail. Beside him lay a lengthy suicide note, with the most crucial lines stating, "The unprecedented online player count far surpasses any virtual game in history, proving the success of Destiny. My lifelong ambition has finally been fulfilled, allowing me to conclude this unremarkable life with a sense of contentment. Though I am no longer in this world, Destiny shall never fall. Alpha has returned to his homeland. He will control everything in Destiny from afar." The final line of the note was written in deep crimson ink. "Please cherish your own Destiny." That striking and peculiar statement sparked discussions and speculations worldwide, filling the internet with countless theories. Yi Tianxia's gaze lingered on the serene expression of Pros before his death, the faint smile revealing neither attachment to life nor regret, but rather a sense of fulfillment and liberation. His mind echoed with Pros's cryptic words from the last press conference at noon. After much contemplation, he murmured, "Pros, what is it that you wish to convey but dared not say? Oh la la. I slept so well. Did you miss me, master? Huh, where's this place?" Upon hearing that crisp and familiar voice, the usually unflappable Yi Tianxia felt as though he had encountered a celestial being. His expression blank and his body rigid, completely petrified. An illusion, an illusion, an illusion. It must be an illusion. Yet a swirling orb of white light shattered his self-delusion. The luminous sphere ascended, rising to eye level, before dissipating to reveal a petite girl gracefully twirling in midair, her raven locks and snowy dress fluttering gently. A delicate face came into view, captured in Yi Tianxia's astonished gaze. Master, what's wrong? Why do you look at me like that? Do you miss me that much?" Guogua inched closer, cupping her face with her hands in an adorable display of shyness. Noticing Yi Tianxia's continued stupor, she puffed her cheeks and tentatively poked his forehead. "Eep, master." The sensation on his forehead sent a jolt through Yi Tianxia's entire being. his senses finally returning. He shook his head vigorously, fixing his gaze on Guogua, and lightly touched his forehead where she had poked him, then abruptly shook his head again, and there she was, still looking at him with a curious expression. An illusion. Could it not be an illusion? What on earth is happening? Yi Tianxia extended his hand, cradling Guogua in his palms as she gasped in surprise. The delicate sensation beneath his fingertips felt undeniably real. Such a vivid illusion could not possibly exist. Guogua, nestled in his hands, cautiously shifted her position, looking up with both nervousness and a pitiful expression. Master, did my excessive slumber upset you? Guogua, Yi Tianxia fixed his gaze upon her, speaking sternly. Answer me honestly. Who are you really? And how did you come from the game world to here? Huh? Guogua blinked her eyes as she gazed at him, taking a moment to respond before gasping and covering her mouth, her eyes widening in sheer panic. A soft murmur escaped her lips. This. Is it another world? Oh dear, it seems I have overslept and carelessly wandered into an unknown realm. No wonder the scents are so peculiar. What should I do? I shouldn't have come out so soon. Oh no, what am I to do? Her pitiful, almost self-talking whimpers were perfectly audible to Yi Tianxia, who realized that she had unwittingly arrived here. This little one. Yi Tianxia sank into the sofa, his astonishment lingering long after. With a resigned tone, he said, Guogua, since you delight in calling me master, you ought to heed my words. If you continue to keep secrets from me, I might become quite irate. Oh no. Guogua vigorously shook her head, timidly lifting her gaze. She released her hand from her lips, her watery eyes wide as she looked at him. I want to eat a lollipop. Thud. Yi Tianxia collapsed to the ground. Chapter 26. Candy and Kidnapping on a Summer Night. A gentle breeze wafted through the air. Yi Tianxia ambled along the bustling street, hands tucked into his pockets, isolated amidst the kaleidoscope of lights. The throngs of people and vehicles that brushed past him elicited not even a flicker of interest. His mind was consumed with the image of Guogua's recent appearance in this world. All answers appeared to lie in this fateful moment. He grasped the black pendant hanging from his chest. Whether in the realm of destiny or the tangible world, Guogua emerged from this very source. The inexplicable magic of this moment allowed her to traverse both the world of fate and the gaming universe. But why? What was it that she had left for him? Who was she? Yi Tianxia's steps abruptly halted as the questions he had long forgotten and evaded surged forth, striking at his heart. He exhaled deeply and continued onward. After traversing 3 streets, he finally arrived at the nearest vending machine. Though there were numerous convenience stores in his villa district, all open late into the night, he could not bear the thought of a grown man purchasing a multitude of lollipops at this hour. The bemused gaze of the cashier alone would be unbearable. Casting a furtive glance around to ensure he was unobserved, Yi Tianxia slid a 100 yuan bill into the machine and pressed the button for lollipops 20 times. With a clattering sound, an assortment of 20 candies tumbled out. After another cautious look around, he calmly pocketed the brightly colored confections. Just as he was about to leave, he hesitated and turned back, producing another 100 yuan bill to buy 10 assorted chocolates, filling his other pocket to the brim. Task accomplished. A sigh of relief escaped him as he quickened his pace back home. He had never imagined a day would come when he would venture out solely to procure sweets for a little one. Yet Guog was innocent. Pleading eyes had rendered him utterly defenseless. Night had fully descended, a dark cloud obscuring the waning moon and dimming the earth's silvery glow. The city's lights flickered, showcasing its splendor, yet failing to illuminate the myriad evils and filth hidden in the shadows. Yi Tianxia had always regarded himself as an outsider, his existence starkly contrasting with reality. At times reclusive and indifferent, at others daring to act boldly in ways most would not dare. What was it that he truly sought? Even he was silently searching for an answer, observing the world with a detached gaze, peering into corners unseen by ordinary eyes. He felt increasingly distanced from this existence. Blue, how vast you are. White, how cloud-like you seem. Yi Tianxia gazed at the inky sky and the muted shapes of clouds, reciting verses that would have sent his elementary school teacher into despair. A chill wind brushed past his ear, and he tilted his head slightly, savoring the faint coolness laced with the city's tainted air, but then his steps halted once more. His gaze shifted to a dim corner to his right. Let go of me, help me. A sardonic smile crept across Yi Tianxia's face as he averted his gaze from that direction, resuming his walk. The bustling center of this prosperous city teemed with both visible and invisible filth, and he had witnessed too much. His initial anger had gradually morphed into familiarity, then into apathy. Perhaps this was merely another facet of the harsh realities of life, and he had long since lost interest in meddling. From 100 meters away, the muffled sounds that were not meant for ordinary ears went unnoticed, and the events unfolding in that shadowy corner remained unseen. Yi Tianxia turned a corner, casting a casual glance toward that direction, only for his steps to halt abruptly once again. Through the distance, his gaze pierced the night, locking onto the terrified face of a girl in that corner. A trace of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered her just moments ago. In an instant, he remembered where he had seen her before, and with a resigned sigh, he turned and strode toward her, murmuring, "Consider yourself fortunate. You must have consulted the almanac before stepping out tonight. Quickly, we must move. The bodyguards near her are not to be trifled with. Trouble will ensue when they return." "Humph. Those fools are probably still being led around by our people." A man with a shaved head, clad in black, sneered. "What a bunch of pretentious elites from the so-called Leopard organization. They scatter like pigs when faced with a little distraction." "Enough. Get in the vehicle," said another man. His face shadowed, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Beneath the cover of night, the rear door of a black van swung open, revealing a girl with her mouth sealed, being roughly dragged into the back. Her wide, terrified eyes struggled to comprehend her surroundings, emitting feeble whimpers amidst her desperate thrashing. There were 4 men in black, their expressions and attire suggesting they were far from benign, as if they wore signs proclaiming their criminal affiliations. What a delightful moment it was, cloaked in darkness, as they prepared to whisk the young lady away for their own nefarious purposes. The 4 men stiffened simultaneously, turning abruptly. In the dim light ahead, a young man dressed in casual home attire stood, a placid smile adorning his face, which inexplicably quickened their heartbeats. Despite their heightened alertness, not a single one of them realized when he had materialized behind them. The leader, regaining his composure from a brief shock, spat out his cigar and glared with predatory intent. "Deal with him." The girl, half collapsed against the van, whimpered for help, her eyes wide as she sought to discern the identity of this sudden apparition. In her nearly hopeless state, he appeared to her as a lifeline, and she struggled even harder. Clang! The metallic sound of a firearm echoed as a silver handgun was raised, its barrel aimed directly at Yi Tianxia's head. A chilling smile spread across the faces of the 4 men. Chapter 27. Lei Feng. "You dropped your lollipop." The dark muzzle of the gun narrowed Yi Tianxia's eyes. Yet his smile radiated even more brightly. He stepped forward casually and said, "It would be wise for you to lower your weapon. I have little fondness for being threatened at gunpoint. Otherwise, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to endure." "Humph, fool." The man in black, holding the gun, seemed to find the remark laughable, letting out a cold chuckle. The leader of the group coldly commanded, "Stop the chatter and deal with him." Bang. In the 23rd century, the silencing technology of handguns had reached a state of near perfection. The bullet's discharge produced only the faintest sound of impact. Yi Tianxia stood merely 10 paces away from them, and at the moment the gun fired, the bullet struck him squarely in the forehead, causing him to halt in his tracks. The girl, overwhelmed with despair, closed her eyes, unable to witness the scene of the man collapsing in a spray of blood. However, a subtle metallic clink soon reached her ears, reminiscent of metal striking a hard surface. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings, as quiet as a ghostly realm. A gentle breeze swept through the summer night, but instead of a refreshing coolness, it sent shivers down the spines of the 4 men in black, as if a chilling wind from hell had invaded their very marrow and hearts. The bullet did not draw a single drop of blood. In the widening eyes of the 4, it simply fell from Yi Tianxia's forehead to the ground, creating a sound that nearly halted their hearts. What did they just witness? Was it an illusion? Or were their eyes deceiving them? The girl finally mustered the courage to open her eyes and beheld Yi Tianxia, unscathed and without a single wound. She could hardly believe what she saw. Yi Tianxia reached out and gently touched the spot where the bullet had struck, his lips curling into a grin that appeared devilish in the eyes of the 4 men. Although the bullet had not harmed him, he still felt a twinge of pain. Reflecting on it, he could no longer remember the last time someone had dared to point a gun at him and met their demise. With a bang, the silver handgun dropped to the ground, and the man in black trembled violently, as if gripped by a seizure. At such a close range, the realization that this individual had deflected the bullet with his body, his head, no less, shattered his psychological defenses under the sheer visual shock and terror. A supernatural being. The leader's face turned pale as he instinctively took a step back. The realm of the extraordinary was a dimension beyond the reach of mere mortals like them. Just as his foot touched the ground, a shadow, accompanied by a chilling wind, lunged at him. A sharp pain pierced his heart, and in the moment before consciousness faded, he faintly heard the dreadful man's voice. "I'm sorry, but I am not." The 4 men in black collapsed almost simultaneously, the time between their falls not exceeding a second. Even without the cover of night, no one would discern why they had fallen so abruptly. Yi Tianxia clapped his hands and remarked with pity, I merely intended to turn you into 4 fools, but since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall spare you the effort. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Tianxia approached the girl, who was staring blankly, and lifted her up. He broke the ropes binding her wrists and tore away the gag from her mouth. In the dim light, a beautiful face, marked by a clear stupor, came into view. Her slightly disheveled silky hair cascaded behind her, and her graceful features possessed an allure that could render men spellbound. Her pale complexion could not conceal the innate nobility she exuded. She was certainly no ordinary girl from a common household. All right, you can go home now, Yi Tianxia said, supporting her. Yet, after a considerable pause, he received no response. The girl leaned against him, her eyes glistening with tears, resembling diamonds touched by morning dew. Her slightly parted lips revealed delicate teeth, and her nostrils quivered gently, her breaths weak and feeble. She had yet to fully recover from the series of shocks and astonishment. The girl was slender and tall, barely shorter than Yi Tianxia. As she leaned closer, an intense masculine scent enveloped her senses, making her forget her predicament. Lost in his gaze, in the pitch-black night, a helplessly beautiful girl, a group of ruthless villains, and a strikingly handsome hero descended from the heavens, vanquishing the evildoers and rescuing the defenseless maiden. What a familiar scene this is. Yet, such a cliché scenario is the beautiful dream of nearly every girl. Gazing at her Prince Charming, the girl felt as though she were enveloped in a fantastical dream. An increasingly bold sensation traveled from her waist, a heated hand making intimate contact through her clothing. The girl's cheeks flushed, her alabaster neck turning rosy, and then she suddenly jolted awake, as if shocked. Pulling away in alarm, Yi Tianxia turned away, coolly stating, Farewell, beautiful lady. Take care in the future. It's best not to venture out alone at such a late hour. Having narrowly escaped abduction, he had suddenly appeared, acting like a superhero who deflected bullets with his body. And then, all 4 men had collapsed. The scenes replayed in the girl's mind. And by the time she gathered her thoughts, Yi Tianxia had already distanced himself considerably. Wait, what is your name? She called out. Her voice slightly weakened from the shock. Yi Tianxia did not pause, but responded lightly. Lei Feng. Lei Feng. Lei Feng, your lollipop fell, the girl exclaimed, picking up the lollipop that had fallen from Yi Tianxia, her tone oddly peculiar. Yi Tianxia stumbled slightly. At that moment, if there had been a manhole cover nearby, he would have dove in without hesitation. He quickened his pace and vanished from sight. What a grand heroic rescue. What a towering image of a hero, all ruined by a lollipop. Hey, don't go just yet, the girl shouted, but received no reply from Yi Tianxia. Watching his rapidly retreating figure, her gaze momentarily lost in thought, she felt a vague familiarity with his silhouette, as though she had seen it somewhere before. Chapter 28, Lollipop Miss. Miss. The hurried footsteps approached rapidly, and soon 5 middle-aged men clad in black suits arrived, panting. Upon seeing the black van and the 4 individuals sprawled on the ground, astonishment etched their faces as they inquired, Miss, are you unharmed? Of course I am not. How could I be fine? The young girl stamped her foot in fury, compelling the 5 men to lower their heads in unison. I was almost kidnapped. Do you have any idea what just happened? Shouldn't someone have rescued me? I am now. I am. Humph. Why yes, we apologized, Mississippi. This is our negligence. It has always been Boss Feng who protected you. This time, without him, we instinctively pursued the situation, forgetting that you were alone. We will accept any punishment upon our return. Miss, they are. One man crouched down to check the breath of the 4 individuals in black. After a brief moment, he stood up, shaking his head gravely. They are all dead. Not only dead, but upon further inspection of their bodies, he found no trace of blood or any visible wounds. The expressions on their faces at the time of death were uniformly terror-stricken. Dead. Dead. The girl instinctively took a step back, her hands covering her lips. Recalling the person who had deflected the bullet and subsequently killed them, she pondered. Could he be the formidable ability user her father had warned her against provoking? There must be a mole leaking information about your movements. We will investigate thoroughly upon our return. Miss, let us head back now. I have already called the boss, and he is. I can walk by myself. I do not need your assistance. The girl snapped, marching ahead in indignation. What are you all even good for? I only went out twice today. The first time I went to collect the fake game equipment, and I was assaulted in broad daylight. You couldn't even catch a glimpse of the perpetrator. The second time, I almost got kidnapped. If I hadn't been saved by an unknown person, the consequences would have been dire. The 5 men trailed behind her, their faces filled with shame, unable to refute her words. Yet, her furious voice suddenly ceased, her steps halting as she recalled the earlier incident. The 2 figures that had fled began to merge in her mind, even the colors and styles of their clothing. The girl suddenly pointed ahead, letting out a shriek. That's the person who assaulted me this morning. Lei Feng, you dropped your lollipop. Upon returning home and shutting the door, Yi Tianxia was instantly filled with despair at the words that echoed behind him. Oh la la, master, you're back. Did you bring the lollipop? Guagua, who had been exploring every corner of Yi Tianxia's home, hurriedly rushed over, her voice laced with eagerness. Lollipop. Yi Tianxia sighed heavily, collapsing onto the sofa with a defeated expression. No. Please, do not mention such things again. Guagua's excited demeanor vanished in an instant, her eyes brimming with innocence as she blinked, the look of deep grievance adorning her face. Wu, master promised me. Promised to buy Guagua a lollipop. You cannot go back on your word. How could you deceive the cutest and most obedient Guagua? At that moment, Guagua's expression was pitiful enough to pierce through any defenses, her rosy cheeks flushed, her tiny hands fidgeting with the hem of her dress, her eyes glistening like dew on the Tianshan's azure lake, and her lips pouting as if she were on the verge of tears, as though she had suffered an immense injustice. Guagua's sorrow was undoubtedly a weapon capable of dismantling the strongest of defenses, and Yi Tianxia's resolve crumbled under her gaze. He hurriedly retrieved a lollipop from his pocket and presented it to her. Do not worry. I was merely jesting with you. Look, I bought you a lollipop. The transformation in Guagua's expression was nothing short of miraculous. The moment the lollipop appeared, her earlier look of grievance vanished entirely. Her eyes, previously filled with tears, sparkled with excitement as she floated up, eagerly grabbing the oversized treat. Wow, is this a lollipop? It's so beautiful. Indeed. Yi Tianxia lamented his decision to forego purchasing a watermelon, wishing he could have told her that it was a lollipop. Wow, oh la la, master is so kind, the best. Guagua twirled around joyfully, her tiny hands constantly fiddling with the lollipop. Before long, she skillfully unwrapped the transparent packaging, leaned forward to sniff, and closed her eyes in pure delight as the fruity aroma enveloped her. She cautiously extended her small pink tongue, giving it a gentle lick. Wow, it's so sweet. It's truly delicious. Guagua's eyes sparkled even brighter, her mouth producing a symphony of delightful sounds and laughter. Clutching the lollipop, she diligently licked it, creating a scene that left Yi Tianxia momentarily entranced. After hastily consuming some food to tide over dinner, the clock struck 9:30. Yi Tianxia's meals were devoid of any routine. They merely served to satiate his hunger, and often he did not even recall what he had just eaten, his taste buds neglected during the act. As for Guagua's dinner, if she required one, it was the lollipop she held. Time passed, and she had only licked away a small portion of it. Yi Tianxia stood up, saying, Guagua, I'm going to take a shower. You stay here, watch TV, and enjoy your candy. Do not run around. Understood, master. Guagua is the most obedient. She continued to lick her lollipop, her starry eyes glued to the television screen. In the bathroom, comfortably reclining in the cool water, Yi Tianxia finally found a moment of tranquility to reflect on the day's events within the world of fate. The emergence of the moment of destiny, Guagua's appearance, and how they had intertwined with his reality, all cloaked in an elusive aura that he struggled to accept. He lowered his gaze, cradling the black pendant around his neck, the eternal moment of fate, closing his eyes as memories of that ethereal figure surfaced, indelibly imprinted in his mind. This was the sole remnant of her departure from his life, something he had never allowed to leave his side, even during showers. Perhaps he could gradually glean answers from the enigmatic Guagua. But first, he needed to bribe this little one piece by piece. Starting with buying her candy. The image of Guagua holding the lollipop made him smile involuntarily. The cool water tempered his body's heat, dispelling the summer night's discomfort. Yi Tianxia exhaled deeply, casting aside distracting thoughts, closing his eyes to relish the soothing sensation of the water enveloping him, feeling as though he could easily drift into slumber. Ah, master is taking a shower. Oh la la, I love showers. I want a shower too. Chapter 29, The Bronze Ring. Ah, master is taking a bath. Oh la la, I adore bathing. I want to bathe too. The sudden chime of a delicate voice startled Yi Tianxia, nearly causing him to leap from the bathtub. The door was securely locked, with no possible gap. Guagua could not have entered. Even if she did, he should have noticed. Yet, the voice was unmistakably right beside him. In a moment of exaggerated surprise, Guagua floated gracefully before him. She had just finished devouring a lollipop and realized her master was missing. Following his lingering scent, she found her way here, igniting a fervent desire for a bath. Oh la la, time to bathe. Guagua's hands gently brushed over her body, and suddenly, Yi Tianxia's vision blurred, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before him stood a vision of pure, snowy whiteness. Guagua's little dress had vanished, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like skin as dark as night, cascading over her shoulders, and her skin glimmered like polished jade. Her figure exuded an ethereal beauty, so tender that one would hesitate to touch it. Her chest, adorned with two soft mounds that resembled snowdrifts, was tantalizingly close, with the delicate pink tips clearly visible. Below, her slender legs were demurely together, smooth as jade without a trace of hair, and her small, fair feet hovered above the surface, each toe sparkling like a gem. Her petite form, with its youthful, alabaster skin, was so pure that it seemed otherworldly, untouched by any blemish or impurity. Wow! A cheer that seemed to echo from the heavens escaped her lips as she descended into the water, creating a splash as tiny as her frame. Yi Tianxia snapped back to reality and instinctively covered his nose. Guogua, who allowed you to enter? Yi Tianxia pinched himself discreetly, striving to divert his gaze and focus his thoughts. Beneath Guogua's innocent and beautiful exterior lay such a perfect body. In the presence of such a diminutive creature, he nearly lost control. Because, I want to bathe too. Guogua emerged from the water, grinning widely. Girls cannot bathe with boys. Oh, why not? Guogua's face was a portrait of curiosity and confusion. Yi Tianxia struggled to formulate an answer. Why? Should he explain the principle of propriety? If she could understand that, she wouldn't be Guogua. Oh, master, you look strange. Huh, what's this long, big thing? So curious, why don't I have one? It's so warm here, and it seems to be getting a little bigger. Do not touch. Wow, master is so fierce. I want to touch. Huh, it seems to be getting bigger. Wow, is this your bed, master? So soft, so comfortable, even more so than sleeping on petals. Guogua lay on the bed in utter bliss, savoring the softness, frequently shifting her posture, lying back, crawling, side-lying, or rolling about, her ethereal laughter resonating until she drifted into a sweet, lazy slumber. Yi Tianxia found it hard to succumb to sleep, often glancing at the slumbering Guogua beside him. Even in her dreams, her expression was enchanting, stirring a desire within him to kiss this little one. Who is she? Where does she come from? What secrets does she harbor? He did not know. He only understood that his life would irrevocably change from this day forth. Having grown accustomed to solitude, he unexpectedly found someone to accompany him. Someone who would undoubtedly cause him headaches, yet was not unwelcome. The next day, Yi Tianxia awoke as the sun ascended high in the sky, and beside him, Guogua continued to sleep soundly. She was not the most peaceful sleeper, having inadvertently roused him 3 times throughout the night with her wandering hands. And her current sleeping posture was quite ungraceful, with her snowy arms outstretched and slender legs splayed wide. Yi Tianxia observed her for a moment before quietly stepping out of the bedroom. After hastily consuming breakfast, he settled onto the sofa, his fingers pressing against the wristband on his left hand, channeling his thoughts to enter the world of destiny. As Yi Tianxia's eyes closed, the dark pendant on his chest eerily vanished, while Guogua, still deeply asleep, gradually disappeared from the room. In the world of destiny, Yi Tianxia materialized beside the item shop, where he had logged off the previous day. Glancing around at the bustling crowd, he made his way toward the blacksmith shop. Level 5 warriors seeking a party to hunt the little green snake. Hey there, sister, spare me a bun. I'm starving. Premium apples for sale. 2 copper coins cheaper than the store. Limited stock, come by. Upon entering the world of destiny, one's body experiences a state of profound relaxation, and the brain enters a semi-sleep mode. Thus, while it cannot genuinely substitute for sleep, it significantly reduces the time required for rest. For the energetic youth, remaining online for 24 hours does not induce fatigue. When Yi Tianxia logged off last night, his level had already risen to 4. Overnight, the average player level had also reached 4, with many players attaining level 5. The recovery potions in the novice village were reasonably priced. A basic potion that instantly restored 100 health sold for 2 copper coins, while one that restored 200 health cost 5 copper coins, and a potion restoring 400 health sold for 1 silver coin. However, countless players lamented the exorbitant prices of food items, particularly for the impoverished novices who could scarcely afford potions. A bun that reduced hunger by 30 points cost 5 silver coins. Isn't the market price for buns around 5 cents? An apple reducing hunger by 10 points also cost 5 silver coins. The difference? The former was dry and hard to swallow, while the latter was crisp and sweet. Due to the relative expense of food, novice players were frequently defeated by monsters, with many succumbing to starvation, resulting in a plethora of beggars in the novice village. Consequently, it was nearly impossible to amass significant wealth during the novice phase. The copper coins earned were barely sufficient to purchase food. Upon reaching the blacksmith shop, Old Wong, the blacksmith, spotted him immediately, a smile breaking across his previously stoic face. Kind-hearted warrior, I've been waiting for you. Here, This is your ring. I have finally succeeded in amplifying its mysterious powers. A silver ring was placed in Yi Tianxia's hand, unchanged in form from the previous day, yet it appeared less worn, glimmering with a brighter metallic sheen. As he caught a glimpse of the faint yellow light emanating from its surface, his heart raced with excitement. The ring, which had previously emitted a weak blue glow, was now radiating a golden light. This was unmistakably the glow of a bronze artifact. Chapter 30. The Core of Destiny, the Ancient Life Ring. A bronze artifact, no requirements for wear. The village chief of Novice Village No. 60001 stumbled upon this ring in the wilderness during his early years, its origins shrouded in mystery. After the meticulous forging by the village blacksmith, Old Wang, the ring's abilities were significantly enhanced. Attributes: Life 200, automatically regenerates 5 life points per second. Indeed, it is an artifact of the Green Polonia, and its current attributes are astonishingly more than double that of yesterday. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Tianxia slipped the life ring onto his finger. Witnessing his life points surge by nearly half, he politely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Blacksmith. Your forging has been immensely helpful. Old Wang nodded with a smile. I am pleased to hear that. After purchasing several of the most cost-effective buns from the shop, Yi Tianxia hastily made his way northward. His destination still the Valley of the Evil Wolves. For the time being, no players would dare to venture into the territory of the Blood Wolves. It remained his domain alone. After a night of rest, the desolate territory of the Blood Wolves, which Yi Tianxia had previously cleared, was once again teeming with wolves. Perhaps due to the formidable foe's incursion the previous day, they roamed in packs of 3 to 5, or even 7 to 8, making it impossible to spot a solitary blood wolf. This, however, worked to Yi Tianxia's advantage. He stepped into the blood wolf territory and charged directly into the pack, instantly rekindling the valley with the anguished howls of the blood wolves. In no time, the once dense wolf pack became sparse. Due to the novice village's influence, the respawn rate of new blood wolves was slow, far trailing behind Yi Tianxia's pace of extermination. The mournful cries of the dying wolves finally roused the slumbering Guogua. The eternal destiny moment in Yi Tianxia's hand flickered momentarily with a white light as Guogua materialized beside his shoulder, lazily stretching her limbs. Oh my, that nap was simply delightful. With a flick of the destiny moment, for blood wolves that Yi Tianxia had lured together fell simultaneously before him. He turned to Guogua and remarked, Have you forgotten something important? Guogua blinked her innocent, drowsy eyes. Have I? I can't remember. You mentioned yesterday that if I bought you a lollipop, you'd tell me what the core of destiny is. I dislike those who renege on their promises, little girl. Yi Tianxia raised an eyebrow and struck at a freshly spawned blood wolf. Guogua rubbed her eyes and giggled. Oh, I remember now? Yes, I did say that. Hee hee. The lollipop you gave me is really delicious. No wonder my sister said, what was the core of destiny? I seem to have forgotten. Let me think about it. Yi Tianxia remained silent, his figure swaying under the assault of the blood wolves, shifting positions in the blink of an eye. Guogua, like his little shadow, floated closely behind, her bright eyes gazing upward, a small, white hand resting on her chin as she concentrated. Yet, after a while, Yi Tianxia still awaited her response. It seems I really can't remember. Don't worry, master. I will think of it slowly. Guogua said with an apologetic smile. She waved her little hand, and a lollipop appeared in her grasp. Having had previous experience, she effortlessly unwrapped the thin layer of paper, licking it while she pondered. Stimulated by the lollipop, Guogua's intellect seemed to surge, and suddenly, she exclaimed excitedly into Yi Tianxia's ear, startling him and nearly causing him to be bitten by a blood wolf. Master, I remembered. The core of destiny is the power core of the destiny moment in your hand, and there are a total of 7. Yi Tianxia hastily dealt with the nearby blood wolves and turned back. Power core? Yes, the power core. Master, look. The 7 empty slots on the destiny moment originally held 7 cores of destiny. Later, for some unknown reason, they vanished, causing the power of the destiny moment to weaken significantly. Let me think. There are a total of 7 cores of destiny. The first one seems to be red, called blood feather, and the second, I can't remember. I only recall the color is orange. Then yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Guogua continued to think hard, intermittently sharing her thoughts while her little tongue unconsciously licked the lollipop. Yi Tianxia patiently allowed Guogua to ponder, his gaze fixated on the destiny moment in his hand. Clearly, as Guogua described, the 7 peculiar slots on the destiny moment were once embedded with 7 cores of destiny, each harboring immense power. The destiny moment was the vessel for these powers. Without them, it lacked true strength and could scarcely be considered the destiny moment. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. The 7 empty slots on the destiny moment emitted faint hues reflecting these 7 colors. These colors distinctly represented the 7 dispersions of sunlight. The first core of destiny. The red blood feather. Blood feather? Blood-colored feathers? Yi Tianxia gazed upward at the topmost empty slot, which indeed resembled a feather's shape. He was all too familiar with the shapes of the 7 slots on the destiny moment. Until today, he had believed they resembled a cluster of slender flames. Where could these 7 cores of destiny be? As Yi Tianxia raised his eyes to Guogua, he was about to inquire when his expression suddenly froze, and his pupils constricted, as if he had glimpsed something extraordinary. I don't know, but I do know that the eternal destiny moment is incredibly powerful. Long ago, the destiny moment suddenly appeared in the lost continent, and no one knew where it came from. Later, the highest deity of the lost continent used the eternal destiny moment to defeat the most fearsome evil spirits, which were ultimately sealed within the Tower of Destiny. However, it seems the destiny moment vanished suddenly, only to reappear in your hands, Master. It's quite mysterious, Guogua said with wide-eyed curiosity. Except she was puzzling over why she emerged from the eternal destiny moment. Regardless of what transpired, the cores of destiny could not vanish. If Master could find these cores, he would undoubtedly become extraordinarily powerful. Huh, Master, why are you looking at me like that? Huh, do you want to eat a lollipop too? No. The lollipop is for the cutest, most obedient little Guogua. You can't have any. Noticing Yi Tianxia's gaze lingering on the lollipop she held, Guogua panicked, clutching it tightly, and cautiously backed away, her eyes wary of him. Chapter 31. What the core of destiny is, he already has a general understanding. Yet its whereabouts remain a mystery to him. At this moment, however, he suddenly fixated on a target, one that stirred his heart and ignited an insatiable desire to achieve. Perhaps this target had resided within him long ago, since her departure, but he had been unable to discern the means to reach it. He yearned to unravel the secrets of this fateful moment. Perhaps then he would comprehend why she left and where she had gone. Though this might merely be a whimsical hope, he was willing to strive and endeavor, even at great cost, if there was the slightest chance of finding her. The core of destiny. An abruptly blossomed belief whispered to him. If he could gather all 7 of these cores and reconstruct the true eternal moment of destiny, he might uncover the answers he so fervently sought. Yet, at this juncture, these considerations were far from paramount. Guogua. Yi Tianxia shook his head vigorously. Never one to doubt his vision, he found himself questioning his eyes once more. The last time this occurred was because of Guogua, the moment of destiny, and the question of where your lollipop came from. As he turned to glance at Guogua, he was astonished to see something that should not exist in this realm. The lollipop cradled in Guogua's hands. The ornament around his neck had manifested in the world of fate, which had shocked him, and Guogua's appearance in the real world made him instinctively feel as though he were dreaming. Now, he witnessed yet another scene that nearly sent him into a frenzy. That lollipop was unmistakably the one he had purchased for Guogua just yesterday. An object from the real world, it had no place in this realm. Humph, Guogua pouted, a mix of discontent and delight evident as she spoke. Master is so mean. You brought so many lollipops yesterday, yet only gave me one. So, while you were asleep, I secretly took them all. It won't do any good for you to be angry, he. While she had stealthily pilfered them during his slumber, Yi Tianxia was left speechless, but that was not the crux of the matter. He said with grave seriousness, Guogua, can you bring items from that world into this one? Bring things from that world into this one. You mean? Guogua interrupted herself with a startled gasp, her hands instinctively covering her mouth, causing the lollipop she had been holding to tumble to the ground. Yi Tianxia stepped forward and picked up the lollipop. Indeed, it was the very one he had bought for Guogua yesterday, its packaging lying nearby as undeniable proof. The lollipop had evidently just been retrieved by Guogua. While it was glistening with her saliva, its size showed no significant alteration. Lollipop, a sweet treat favored by children. Effects: restores hunger by 3, restores health by 5. To his astonishment, it even had attributes. Yi Tianxia felt an overwhelming urge to smack his own forehead. His understanding of reality was once again upended. Oh no, I didn't realize I'd returned here, and accidentally took it out to eat. Oh no, Master found out. What should I do? What should I do? Sister said I shouldn't let him know so soon. Oh no. What to do? Guogua covered her lips, her eyes shimmering like 2 dewy diamonds, nervously glancing at Yi Tianxia, her voice barely above a whisper. But he heard every word. Clearly, this little one, harboring countless secrets, wished to conceal what should not be revealed. For instance, she should not disclose her ability to appear in the real world, nor her talent for bringing real-world objects into the realm of fate. Yet, in just 2 days, her mind, far less developed than that of an ordinary person, had betrayed her completely, and had it not been for Yi Tianxia's reminder, she would have remained blissfully unaware. Yi Tianxia shook his head, calming his turbulent emotions. Guoguo, it appears you truly can bring items from the real world here. Who exactly are you? Guoguo looked at him with sorrowful eyes, her voice barely a whisper. Master. I cannot tell you. Why can't you tell me? Because Master has not found the 7 cores of destiny. You are not qualified to know. Otherwise, if Master learns the truth, it could be fatal. Yi Tianxia. In any case, I want to tell Master. You mustn't ask, mustn't ask, mustn't ask. Guoguo puffed out her cheeks and shouted emphatically, then transformed into a flash of white light, disappearing before his eyes. Yi Tianxia was left speechless, plunged into contemplation. Suddenly, a flash of white light reappeared, and the recently vanished Guoguo materialized once more. Before Yi Tianxia could utter a word, she swiftly glided forward and snatched the lollipop from his grasp, then hurriedly vanished again. Staring at his empty left hand, Yi Tianxia found himself in a state of bemused exasperation. Guoguo seemed to possess an inexplicable obsession with lollipops that he could not fathom. Is the world of fate truly just a simple game? Recalling the cryptic remarks made by Ploss during his last press conference, his sudden passing, and the contents of his will, along with the astonishing events of the past few days, he could resolutely shake his head and declare, no. Then, what is the truth? He raised the moment of destiny and charged towards the distant pack of blood wolves. The truth is a privilege reserved for the strong. Destiny is eternally held in the hands of the powerful. Regardless of the world, this remains an immutable law. He would not press Guoguo for answers, nor could he expect to extract any information from this tight-lipped little one. He only wished to utilize his strength and efforts to uncover all that he sought to know. And this, after all, was the principle he had steadfastly adhered to. At noon, beneath the gnarled tree, Yi Tianxia expressionlessly handed over 1,000 wolf eyes to the peculiar old woman. Throughout this period of gathering, his proficiency in basic collection had seen significant improvement. If he could maintain such a high collection rate daily, within a month, he would achieve intermediate proficiency. Ding! You have completed the task, the request of the sealed old man, earning a reward of 1,000 experience points and 10 gold coins. Thank you, young man. These wolf eyes will be of great assistance to me. Young man, I can see that you are enthusiastic and brave. Would you be willing to help me collect an additional 10,000 wolf eyes? Yi Tianxia. Chapter 32. The most disgusting quest in Newbie Village 6001. The elder gazed at him with hollow, lifeless eyes, once again repeating what she had said before. The only difference this time was the number she mentioned, 10,000. Ding. The sealed elder requests your assistance in collecting 10,000 wolf eyes. Quest attributes, normal. Quest duration, none. Quest reward, unknown. Will you accept? If it were not for the fundamental principle in the game world of never angering NPCs, he would have liked to utter 2 harsh words, drop dead. Previously, he had calmly considered that 1,000 wolf eyes would be the final stage of this continuous quest. And even if it were not, it could only increase to 2,000. The idea of needing 10,000 was simply unfathomable. With a mere 50 slots in a newbie player's inventory, it was impossible to carry such a vast quantity, implying that no one could complete this task. Unless one could find a way to expand their backpack capacity to accommodate 10,000 wolf eyes after reaching the city, collect them, and then dive back in the newbie village to complete the task. 10 wolf eyes yield 10 experience points and 1 silver coin, while 100 wolf eyes grant 100 experience points and 1 gold coin. Could the reward for 10,000 be 10,000 experience points plus 100 gold coins? If so, the one who designed this quest ought to be condemned. I accept, Yi Tianxia calmly stated, turning to leave. He feared that if he lingered for another second, the elderly woman would be at greater risk of falling victim to the whims of fate. That very night, a post titled The Most Disgusting Quest in Newbie Village 6001 appeared on the Forum of Destiny's China region. The post described the process of this wolf eye collection quest in the most tragic and indignant language, viciously cursing the poor elderly NPC and the ancestors of the quest's designer. As soon as this post emerged, it sparked countless replies from players who had suffered under this task in Newbie Village 6001. Indeed, after enduring countless hardships, when they finally collected 1,000 wolf eyes and handed them to the elderly woman, the quest's reward and the hint for the next stage nearly caused them to vomit blood on the spot. Eventually, a reply from a gaming expert finally quelled the uproar. Calm down, you all have not comprehended the essence of this quest. This benevolent quest aims to enhance everyone's gathering skills. Look Haven't all the friends who completed this task noticed a significant improvement in their gathering skills? In the following days, the most popular saying in Newbie Village 60001 became, "Whoever accepts that old woman's wolf eye quest is a fool." Thus, the elderly woman, whose lower half was sealed, became the most unfortunate NPC. While other NPCs in the Newbie Village were surrounded by layers of children, she sat alone beneath a crooked tree, lost in thought. However, for some seasoned players in Newbie Village 60001, possessing rich gaming experience and keen instincts, they did not, like most players, disregard this seemingly prankish quest. Could the world of Destiny truly arrange such a task? Moreover, the elderly woman exuded an inexplicable aura. Perhaps she concealed a hidden quest within her. Not everyone abandoned this task. Some began planning how to have their subordinates expand their backpacks in the city and then return to the Newbie Village to complete the quest. They awaited a monumental surprise. 7 days passed. Today marked the 9th day since Destiny commenced. Each day, the influx of players entering the world of Destiny surged, with increasingly astonishing numbers illustrating a miracle in the history of virtual online gaming. Even the experts who had made high evaluations prior to the launch of Destiny were left in disbelief. Over the course of 8 days, the average player level steadily approached level 10. Those who remained online 24 hours a day, the strong and the gaming fanatics, had all reached level 10, ready to be transported to the great city to undergo their class transition after passing the newbie trials. Strangely, despite the considerable number of players in the Huaxiao region who had reached level 10, not a single one had transitioned their class yet. The drop rate in the world of Destiny was exceedingly low, making it difficult to gain a competitive edge in equipment. Currently, anyone possessing a single blue-tier item garnered envious glances wherever they went, while silver-tier items, even among the billions of players worldwide, no more than 10 possessed such equipment. Furthermore, with everyone starting from the exact same point, the level disparities among players remained minimal. Yet, those who managed to reach level 10 in such circumstances proved themselves to be true warriors. The strong held themselves to rigorous standards, refusing to allow themselves to be inferior at this new starting line. Transitioning out of the Newbie Village necessitated undergoing the class transition trial. Simple, normal, difficult, nightmare, abyss. Each level of trial difficulty represented vastly different rewards. Simple, upon completion, for basic attributes increase by 1 each. Normal, upon completion, for basic attributes increase by 2 each. Difficult, upon completion, for basic attributes increase by 3 each, with a luck increase of 1. Nightmare, upon completion, for basic attributes increase by 4 each, with a luck increase of 1 and a charm increase of 1, along with a random 10-level bronze equipment piece. Abyss, upon completion, for basic attributes increase by 5 each, with a luck increase of 1, a wisdom increase of 1, a charm increase of 1, and the acquisition of a Newbie Village Hero badge. The names of all heroes who passed the Abyss level trial are publicized throughout the entire battle zone and eternally inscribed on the Newbie Village Hero list. Each level of trial difficulty guarantees at least 4 points in natural attribute enhancement. If one person passes the simple trial while another passes the Abyss trial, the disparity in their attributes will amount to a staggering 16 points in natural attributes and 3 points in fixed attributes. A difference in natural attributes must be 3 levels higher to barely compensate, while fixed attributes are nearly impossible to make up for. No one desires to lag behind others at this new starting point. Thus the strong united without hesitation to undertake the Abyss level trials. The Abyss signifies that once one steps in, the hope of survival is virtually non-existent. Yet, the allure of this trial's difficulty is equally immense. 20 points in free attributes, 3 points in fixed attributes, and a badge of unknown properties. Badges are the rarest type of special equipment, and also the most coveted by all players. Not only do badges generally possess unique attributes that other equipment lacks, but even more crucially, badges can be worn infinitely, with no limit on quantity. If one can obtain 100 badges, they could wear all 100 simultaneously. This also underscores the rarity of badge-type equipment. Additionally, it presents an opportunity to achieve fame. All who pass the Abyss level trial will be publicized throughout the entire battle zone, eternally inscribed on the Newbie Village Hero list. Chapter 33. The God of Burial apologies for the late update. The reasons are, well, I'm still pondering. However, it was not long before those formidable warriors discovered that the trials of the Abyss were utterly insurmountable. As these champions perished time and again on the arduous path, they surrendered, firmly believing that no team could possibly conquer such a trial. The Abyss, by its very nature, epitomized a despair devoid of hope. Thus, This cohort of level 10 warriors turned their attention to the nightmare level trials. The term nightmare conjures chilling dread, and indeed, this tier of trials truly warranted such a title. Despite repeated failures, the warriors did not yield. Each setback brought them a step closer to hope. It would not be long before someone truly reached the end of the nightmare trial. However, this was a pursuit for those at the pinnacle of strength. For ordinary players, lacking formidable gear and financial backing, even the difficult level trials represented a monumental chasm. In the 12,000 novice village, throngs of leveling armies ebbed and flowed, their cacophony of sales pitches echoing through the cramped spaces. As more players approached level 10, discussions increasingly gravitated towards the class change trials in the novice village. Though merely a trial, its outcome would signify the first major divide in strength among the various factions. In an unassuming corner of the novice village, a man sat quietly upon a stone that seemed to have endured the passage of time, silent and still as a lifelike sculpture. This man possessed an alluringly aloof demeanor and piercing eyes that could captivate any woman's heart. He was an assassin, clad in form-fitting attire that accentuated his golden proportions. Undoubtedly, he was a figure of immense charisma, destined to draw attention wherever he roamed. Yet, those who met his gaze would soon realize that his appeal was not his sole attribute. He was undeniably extraordinary. A tall figure approached him silently, bowing his head before him, diverting his gaze to his own feet. Anyone observing closely would note the reverence in his eyes, akin to gazing upon a deity. "Is everyone assembled, Shadow?" the man asked calmly, lifting his gaze. Feeling the weight of his stare, Shadow instinctively lowered his head further. "Young master, all is prepared. This time, the 12 of us can be deemed the strongest in the 12,000 novice village. Our gear and consumables are flawless, and we are confident we can conquer the nightmare level difficulty." The man nodded, speaking with an air of indifference. "We have failed 4 times. Our last attempt was nearly successful. This time, we have no reason to falter. Let us proceed. We must pass the trial before the wings of the sky, as this presents a splendid opportunity to quell their arrogance." "Understood," Shadow replied, hesitating briefly before adding, "Young master, there is one piece of news that is not entirely favorable." "Oh," the man frowned. "Word from the 15,000 novice village indicates that the Heavenly Blade King has seemingly agreed to collaborate with the Wings of the Sky to overcome the nightmare level trial. I worry that the Heavenly Blade King will join the Wings of the Sky." The man's brow furrowed slightly, but then he smiled lightly. "Shadow, you are overthinking. Someone like the Heavenly Blade King would never willingly align with any faction, as that would cost him his freedom. His collaboration with the Wings of the Sky is merely a means to leverage their strength to conquer the nightmare trial." Shadow quickly nodded. "You are right, young master. However, even if the Heavenly Blade King truly does join the Wings of the Sky, it poses no significant threat to our Divine Domain Alliance. Even should Kill Without End continue his saga as the Heavenly Blade King in Destiny, he is still just one man. He too requires the Wings of the Sky as strength to succeed in the nightmare trial." The man raised his head, shaking it slowly. "You are correct, yet also mistaken. While an individual's power may seem insignificant among the masses, this is only true in comparison to ordinary folk. In the presence of 3 individuals, you should never underestimate them. Do you comprehend who I am referring to?" "I understand," Shadow replied, his expression becoming more serious. "Those whom the leader of the Divine Domain Alliance regards with such importance can only be the 3 of them. The undefeated, evil Emperor Tian Moxie, the Heavenly Blade King Kill Without End, and the city-conquering Azura Blood Demon Moon. 3 legends that resonate throughout the gaming world in China and beyond. The deeds of any one of them would be enough to instill terror, especially that Tian Moxie. Though I have never faced any of the 3 in battle, I am confident I could outmaneuver Kill Without End and Blood Demon Moon, yet I have never possessed the confidence to defeat Tian Moxie." The man frowned. His calm voice would surely astonish any who heard it. To possess the confidence to outmatch Kill Without End and Blood Demon Moon, who could this individual truly be? The God of Burial, the leader of the Divine Domain Alliance, a figure of immense power who has never needed to act personally, his true strength known only to a select few. Shadow, filled with remorse, said, "Young master, there is still no news regarding Tian Moxie and Blood Demon Moon." "Do not blame yourself," the God of Burial replied, rising with a subtle, enigmatic smile. "They are the kind who go where the crowds are sparse. If they do not wish for their whereabouts to be known, no one can find them. What concerns me more is whether the July Commerce has made any movements." Shadow shook his head. "None. We have been vigilant these past few days, yet there has been no news regarding the July Commerce." The God of Burial pondered briefly. "Lu Chiyue will not remain silent. I wonder what surprise she has in store for us this time." Let us depart. Shadow followed closely behind the god of burial. Although the latter maintained an air of tranquility, there was a glimmer of obsession in his eyes when Lu Qiue was mentioned. Lu Qiue, the celestial beauty with an angelic visage, a devilish figure, and diabolical methods. She was the only woman capable of revealing such emotions in the god of burial. Chapter 34. The Choice, Abyss Trial in the bustling novice village, Yi Tianxia, clad in the most unremarkable novice attire, remained the focal point of the crowd. Despite lacking flamboyant garments, his visage was an undeniable allure, captivating the gaze of both men and women alike. Each return to the novice village revealed to him that enhancing one's appearance to the utmost could sometimes be a double-edged sword. Come here, little brother. I'll help you level up, completely free. You can also play some exciting games. A woman adorned in full steel armor, exuding the charm of a mature lady, grasped his arm, her seductive gaze brimming with intent, an evident expression of a discontented woman yearning for attention. Naturally, Yi Tianxia's attire led her to perceive him as a mere newcomer. Here, take this equipment. Can we be friends? A shy young girl, seemingly around 17 or 18, presented him with a level 5 basic iron sword, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How about playing together? This time, it was a woman in her 40s. When Yi Tianxia finally stood before the village chief, beads of cold sweat adorned his brow. Ah, brave young man. It has been a while. Oh, you've already reached level 10? A smile blossomed on the village chief's face upon seeing Yi Tianxia. Just moments ago, Yi Tianxia's level had indeed ascended to 10. Unlike those game enthusiasts who logged in for 24 hours straight, he had limited his gaming sessions to no more than 10 hours each day. Yet, with the aid of eternal fate, he had managed to maintain his progress without being outpaced. Yes, Chief, I am here to undergo the novice job change trial and then venture to the mysterious lost continent. Yi Tianxia replied with a smile. Excellent. I believe you will embark on an enviable journey in that enigmatic lost continent. However, you must first pass the job change trial to qualify for passage there. The trial presents 5 levels of difficulty: simple, normal, hard, nightmare, and abyss. Which level do you wish to accept? Yi Tianxia met the chief's gaze, opened his lips, and replied slowly and earnestly, abyss level. The chief nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Your choice does not surprise me. Your eyes and your courage reveal your inclination towards this ultimate challenge. Very well. I shall send you to the abyss trial location. However, brave young man, heed my words. In the face of formidable foes, failure is not a disgrace, but a treasure. It instills a longing for greater power. Now, summon your companions here. Thus far, no team had ever succeeded in the abyss trial, not even in the nightmare level. He was acutely aware of the daunting challenges it presented, knowing full well that those who chose the abyss trial were stepping into a genuine abyss, one that was insurmountable for novices. He refrained from dissuading or advising Yi Tianxia, for as he had said, failure would provoke a yearning for greater strength. I have no companions. Sending me alone suffices, Yi Tianxia smiled, providing the village chief with a response that left him astounded. Oh, brave young man, surely you jest. Do you intend to challenge the abyss trial alone? The village chief gazed at him in disbelief. 12-member teams had struggled to survive even halfway through the abyss trial. Yet he wished to confront it solo. Was this sheer ignorance or reckless folly? Yes, please teleport me to the trial location, Yi Tianxia affirmed. Brave young man, you must not comprehend the terror of the abyss trial. Many warriors from your world have attempted to enter, yet none have returned alive. Though you may not die in the traditional sense, there are still penalties akin to death. Alas, let me tell you, the abyss trial is fundamentally impossible to pass. Even if you reach the end of the trial, what awaits you will be. Chief, you need not share such details with me. Yi Tianxia shook his head, his smile unwavering. I thrive on excitement and challenges. The more insurmountable the trial, the more I yearn to attempt it. His gaze sharpened, akin to a hawk poised to dive. I do not merely seek to challenge. Once I choose, I must prevail. I am not one who can afford to lose. But there are no buts. Yi Tianxia interrupted the village chief, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. In this world, true absolutes do not exist. Even the most terrifying abyss must have an end. Chief, send me forth. The village chief stared intently at Yi Tianxia, rendered speechless for a moment. At that instant, he felt he was seeing Yi Tianxia for the first time, and his impression had entirely transformed. What he sensed was not merely courage, but an air of arrogance, an irresistible confidence, imbued with immense conviction. His eyes were clear, yet bore a sharpness that made the chief hesitant to engage. Moreover, an inexplicable aura emanated from him, compelling the chief to concede quietly. The words he spoke were not those of reckless bravado or misguided self-assurance. A man who cannot afford to lose, What source does his confidence stem from? After a long pause, the village chief exhaled deeply, his voice imbued with profound meaning. Brave young man, you have awakened in me a longing to witness the birth of a miracle. Though it seems impossible, I find myself eager to see it unfold. Your courage, pride, and conviction have inspired me. Under the village chief's heroic praise, even Yi Tianxia, despite his thick skin, felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, he merely sought the highest reward. There was no need for excessive embellishment. I sincerely hope you succeed. Here, take this. The village chief handed him 20 small white vials. Unknown special recovery potion, a unique potion obtained by the novice village chief from an undisclosed source. Possessing characteristics that ordinary recovery potions lack. Only 30 exist in total. Effect: restores 300 health instantly upon use, with no cooldown period. As Yi Tianxia grasped the vials and discerned their properties, a fleeting pause gripped his hand. A recovery potion with no cooldown. Chapter 35. The hidden items of the novice village in the shop. The restorative potions for sale are accompanied by a cooldown period of 5 seconds, differing only in the amount of health they restore. The basic healing potion recovers 100 health at once, the intermediate restores 200, the advanced heals 400, and the supreme potion restores 1000 health. As the recovery amount increases, the prices of these potions also rise exponentially. However, potions without a cooldown period are a rarity. With sufficient quantities of such potions, one can remain unscathed against even the most formidable foes, provided they are not instantly defeated. Such extraordinary potions are not meant to exist, and no amount of wealth could procure them. Despite the scarcity of merely 20 bottles, Yi Tianxia felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He stored these special potions and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, village chief. With your assistance, I possess a glimmer of hope. The terrifying nature of the abyss trial far exceeds one's imagination. My contributions are but a mere drop in the ocean. Brave young man, I recommend you visit Yuan Ke at the apothecary. Some of his collection may prove most beneficial to you. Here, take this. It is my letter of introduction. With it, he should be willing to reveal the peculiar items he has crafted over the years. Ding. You have obtained the special item village chief's letter of recommendation number 60001. A thin sheet of paper appeared in Yi Tianxia's backpack. He sincerely thanked the village chief and made his way towards the apothecary, mentally exclaiming once more how delightful the affection attribute truly is. The proprietor of the novice village apothecary, known as Yuan Ke, is a frail old man, alarmingly thin, prompting a sense of caution when conversing with him, lest a strong breath whisk him away. This venerable gentleman may well be an admirer of some ancient physician from China. Typically, elderly individuals of considerable expertise adopt a condescending demeanor, often peering through half-closed eyes. Yuan Ke embodies this archetype. Regardless of who enters to make a purchase or complete a task, he seems lazily indifferent. Even when confronted by Yi Tianxia, whose charisma is a remarkable 20, he merely cast a fleeting glance. "Greetings, Master Yuan." "Good? What good? Speak quickly, or let it be done. And who gave you permission to call me master?" Yi Tianxia was abruptly interrupted by Yuan Ke's impatience, a barrage of spittle accompanying his words, prompting Yi Tianxia to take a step back, silently evading the onslaught. "What should I call you then?" Yi Tianxia raised an eyebrow and inquired. "Do you not know that the trend now is to call me brother? Address me as Ke-gu." Yuan Ke's expression turned serious. "Ke-gu." Yi Tianxia felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave. There exists a saying that the longer one associates with lunatics, the more one risks being assimilated into their madness. Yuan Ke nodded in satisfaction, his expression still as rigid as stone. "What brings you to me? I find you somewhat agreeable. Should you wish to purchase potions, I can offer you a 9.98 discount today." "How absurd. A 9.98 discount is hardly a discount." Yi Tianxia inwardly scoffed. Yet his demeanor remained impeccably serious as he produced the letter of recommendation number 60001, placing it before Yuan Quebec. "It is thus. The village chief mentioned your remarkable skills and declared you the greatest oddity in our village's history. He insisted that I consult you before embarking on my journey." Having not received flattery in 800 years, Yuan Ke found delight in Yi Tianxia's transparent compliments, and his gaze softened towards him. "Oh, the old fool sent you to me? Let me see." Ding. Yuan Ke's affection for you has increased by 5. Yi Tianxia silently derided the old man's intelligence as he handed over the letter. Yuan Ke accepted the paper, squinting his old eyes at the thin sheet for a considerable time before looking up and gazing intently at Yi Tianxia for a while longer, finally uttering, upon first sight, "I knew you had potential. It seems my judgment is not flawed. Even that old fool would go to such lengths for you. Very well. I owe him a favor. Behold, these are my collections over the years. Feel free to peruse and purchase. A small cabinet beside Yuan K swung open, revealing an array of bizarre items, and simultaneously, a notification chimed in Yi Tianxia's ears. Ding. You have triggered one of the hidden elements of Novice Village No. 60001. The special items from Yuan K's apothecary. Before him lay 5 compartments, each filled with the same peculiar item, a pungent odor wafting forth. As Yi Tianxia examined these 5 items, his astonishment grew with each revelation. Unnamed special healing potion, a unique concoction crafted by Yuan K. Possessing properties absent from standard healing potions. Only 30 bottles exist, with 20 previously seized by the village chief 6 months ago, leaving just 10 bottles remaining. Effect: instantly restores 300 health upon use, with no cooldown period. Price: 5 gold coins per bottle. Unnamed special magic potion, a distinctive potion crafted by Yuan K. Offering effects unattainable by regular magic potions. Only 30 bottles exist, with all 30 remaining. Effect: instantly restores 300 magic upon use, with no cooldown period. Price: 10 gold coins per bottle. These potions, defying common sense, are indeed the creations of this frail, old man. Although their prices surpass even the higher-tier healing potions, their lack of cooldown justifies such costs. Yi Tianxia has resolved to acquire the remaining 10 bottles. As for the special magic restoration potion, it holds little utility for him at present, as he possesses only the skills of detection and gathering. Given sufficient funds, he would undoubtedly purchase them all, for outside. Such items are unattainable, but for now, each copper coin must be spent wisely. As he continued to peruse, Yi Tianxia began to question his own vision. Double firecrackers, crafted by Yuan K using his homemade gunpowder, a total of 20 pieces were produced. Effect: upon ignition and thrown, they strike a single target twice, inflicting a fixed 150 points of damage, ignoring defenses. Price: 10 gold coins each. Big firecracker, a large firecracker painstakingly manufactured by Yuan K with his homemade gunpowder. Only 5 produced. Effect: upon ignition and thrown, it attacks all targets within a specified range, inflicting fixed damage of 300 points, ignoring defenses, to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Price: 30 gold coins each. Chapter 36. The Mortgage Yuanda. Are you still researching gunpowder? Of course. I am the most extraordinary alchemist, and naturally, I delve into all kinds of potions. If you wish to purchase, do so swiftly. If you lack the funds, then be on your way. There is no chance of receiving anything for free. Yuan K sniffed impatiently. Is gunpowder also a potion? Yi Tianxia gazed at the elderly man with admiration, who seemed to disregard common sense entirely. However, when his eyes fell upon the next item, his admiration nearly transformed into murderous intent. Lighter. A lighter crafted by Yuan K using engineering principles learned from who knows where. It is not for sale. However, if one could purchase both the double-barreled cannon and the large firecrackers he held, then the lighter would be generously gifted. Not for sale. Buy everything. Free gift. Without a lighter, can you ignite the firecrackers? Can you? This old man was clearly saying, either buy everything or don't buy at all. For purchasing would be futile, unless you are a fire element mage. Though he struggled with Yuan K's research on firecrackers, he had to admit the power of these 2 concealed items. They were truly weapons forged for his success in the Abyss trials. Yi Tianxia touched his backpack, glanced at Yuan K, and quietly exited, leaving the old man staring in anticipation. However, after a short while, Yi Tianxia returned quietly. He stood in the wind, conflicted for quite some time, ultimately unable to summon the courage to set up a stall. Currently, along with the 100 gold coins extorted from the Red Leaf Alliance, he possessed a total of 183 gold coins, a sum that would be considered astronomical for an ordinary player struggling to make ends meet. Furthermore, within his backpack, with his impressive luck of 10, he had accumulated a wealth of equipment over the past week, from ravaging ferocious wolves to the depths of the evil Wolf Valley, now totaling more than 30 items. Most were not the ordinary white goods sold in shops. He had over 10 pieces of steel equipment imbued with unique attributes, and 4 highly coveted bronze items that would make anyone envious enough to contemplate theft. In this gold-scarce novice village, even the most inferior level 10 Qingtong equipment commanded prices exceeding 100 gold coins, with some items virtually unsellable. If Yi Tianxia were to shout at the village entrance, selling level 10 bronze equipment, he would be swiftly surrounded by a throng of eager buyers, those focused on guild power or personal development, who treated money as mere refuse, would automatically raise their bids. Those 4 pieces of Qingtong equipment could transform him into the wealthiest player in the novice village in the blink of an eye. Yet, like every novice vendor in a marketplace, Yi Tianxia stood at the village entrance, stifling his words. In truth, his temperament was ill-suited for such a display. Yi Tianxia approached Yuan Ke once more, producing a bronze hammer meant for shield bearers, placing it with a thud upon the counter. This was not an ordinary hammer. Its round head was studded with sharp spikes, and the consequences of an accidental encounter were quite severe. Yuan Ke's previously confident demeanor shifted dramatically, his face drained of color, nearly causing him to topple from his seat. He hastily retreated, trembling as he said, "We can talk. I must warn you. I was once a level 100 archmage, and I would not fear 100 like you." Yi Tianxia felt a wave of frustration. Did this man not know that players could not attack fixed NPCs? Calm down. You misunderstood. My gold coins are insufficient to purchase all your goods. I was hoping to exchange something from my possession. What do you think of this hammer? It has an additional attack power of 20. Perfect for thievery and more. Stop. Yuan Ke's expression finally softened. He cleared his throat to mask his earlier panic, brushed off his clothes, and regained his serious demeanor. He examined the bronze hammer and cautiously glanced at Yi Tianxia, saying, "I never extend credit or accept collateral. However, seeing that you were sent by that old village chief, this hammer, well, it's decent enough. I'll sell it to you for 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins. That was at least 3 to 4 times lower than its market value. Yet, considering that selling it to the blacksmith would yield a mere 10 gold coins, Yi Tianxia conceded. He calculated the total price of these peculiar items and weighed his available coins, finally gritting his teeth and producing a pair of gleaming bronze boots. These boots bore the menacing likeness of wolf heads. They were the magic wolf boots dropped by level 10 magic wolves, boasting both impressive attributes and striking aesthetics. Anyone donning such boots would undoubtedly attract envious gazes. Take a look at these boots. They are no ordinary footwear, with their attributes and appearance. Wearing them will grant you an additional 5 points in movement speed, allowing you to swiftly ascend mountains for herbs or escape from perilous encounters. 70 gold coins. And this splendid helmet. 50 gold coins. Not to mention this exceptional wrist guard that you could never hope to buy. 60 gold coins. All 4 pieces of bronze equipment he possessed were treated like worthless scraps as collateral for Yuan Quebec. When the total amount of collateral gold reached 230 coins, Yi Tianxia breathed a long sigh of relief, pulling out 170 gold coins from his backpack and stacking them before Yuan Ke. Here are 170 gold coins, combined with these. It totals 400 coins. I want your special recovery potion, the double-barreled cannon, and the firecrackers, with the 4 pieces of bronze equipment and a pile of gleaming coins. Yuan Ke's eyes narrowed into slits as he eagerly pocketed the coins, grinning broadly. Kid, you are indeed straightforward. Here, all of this is yours. Come back to my shop in the future, and I'll give you a 9.97 discount. Ding. You have lost 170 gold coins and acquired the special item. 10 bottles of unnamed special recovery potion, 20 double-barreled cannons, and 5 large firecrackers. A complimentary lighter is included. Lighter, an item used for starting fires, can be crafted by a novice engineer. Usage, 200. There was a Chinese doctor working in a tribe in Africa. One day, the local chief approached him angrily, saying, "Why did one of my wives give birth to a child with yellow skin?" The doctor, flustered, thought for a moment and replied, "Look at that sheep outside. All the others are white, yet that one is black." The chief, gun in hand, said, "As long as you keep this to yourself, we can overlook your affair with my wife." Some say this is a subtly humorous tale, though Mars claims to find it incomprehensible. Is there anyone who understands it? Anyone at all? Chapter 37. The ferocious man-eating flower gently feeling the remaining 13 gold coins in his backpack. Yi Tianxia spent 10 coins to purchase 100 high-grade recovery potions, each capable of instantly restoring 400 health points with a 5-second cooldown, selling for 1 silver coin, and restricted for use by players of level 10 or above. Clearly, the average player could neither afford such luxury nor meet the level requirement at this moment. With the remaining 3 coins, he bought 6 steamed buns. Casting a glance at the conspicuous 0 next to his wealth attribute, Yi Tianxia left the apothecary of Yuan Ke with a profound sense of regret. This time, having exhausted his resources, he was indeed burning his boats. And this decision determined that he would confront the Abyss-level trial. It was a singular opportunity. Should this level of preparation prove insufficient to overcome the abyssal trial, future prospects would dwindle to nothing. Before the village chief, he nodded, who, with a gentle voice, remarked, "Your expression suggests you have garnered some insights. So, brave young man, are you prepared? I will send you to a terrifying trial ground, a place I myself dare not tread. It is a cruel test. Once sent there, you cannot leave unless you die or complete the trial. Should you attempt to forcefully disconnect from this realm, you will face a punishment equivalent to death. Are you truly ready? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Tianxia suddenly said, "Wait a moment. Chief, give me a minute." The chief nodded, smiling warmly. "No worries. It is wise to prepare thoroughly. Go ahead, I shall wait here for you." Yi Tianxia logged out at the original spot and returned to the real world. He sprang from the sofa and dashed into his bedroom, approaching the gaming pod he had once used for Godslayer, carefully disassembling the life support device from its top. With the rapid advancement of virtual gaming, life support devices had become indispensable, allowing players to remain online for 24 hours without interruption. These devices had evolved into compact, powerful tools, now resembling a shoebox connected by two long straps. Yi Tianxia fastened the straps around his wrists and re-entered the realm of destiny. When the body experienced hunger, the life support device would automatically deliver nutrient fluids. Although small, a full charge could sustain a person offline for a month. While the life support device was sufficient to maintain bodily functions without side effects, numerous world-class experts had repeatedly cautioned that it could never replace real nutrition. Prolonged use could lead to physiological decline, and a lack of physical activity could cause muscle and nerve atrophy. Therefore, a balanced allocation of gaming time and proper diet was highly recommended. "Chief, I have returned. Please send me there now." Yi Tianxia politely addressed the village chief upon appearing before him. "Once sent there, you cannot leave unless you die or complete the trial. Should you attempt to disconnect forcibly, you will face a punishment akin to death. Are you genuinely prepared?" The chief reminded him solemnly. "Yes, I am ready." "Very well. I hope to witness an extraordinary miracle unfold. Go forth." The chief produced a peculiar talisman, murmuring incantations as it shimmered with a brief white light. And the world before Yi Tianxia became a hazy blur. When his vision finally cleared, he found himself in an entirely different realm. It was a valley, gently caressed by breezes and filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The fresh air momentarily intoxicated Yi Tianxia, but he soon focused, surveying his surroundings. A towering cliff loomed just a few meters behind him, completely sealing off his retreat, while not far ahead stood another cliff, only a few meters high, with a distinctly etched door shape upon it, the words "Trial Gate" crudely carved above. Yi Tianxia concentrated, standing still to sense his surroundings, and only when he detected no anomalies did he approach the trial gate. He was a cautious individual, and this caution had become second nature. Although the place appeared devoid of danger, and the trial was theoretically confined to beyond the gate, he remained vigilant. What seems obvious is not always correct, and the unexpected can often be fatal. Standing before the stone door, he extended his hand. At the moment his palm touched the trial gate, a resounding rumble echoed as the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a new world. Yi Tianxia stood still for a moment before stepping inside. With a thunderous crash, the moment he entered, the stone door closed automatically behind him, facing the abyssal trial alone. Stepping onto this land was akin to entering a desolate abyss devoid of light and hope. The ground retained its natural verdancy, yet the air had grown chillingly ominous. Yi Tianxia summoned the moment of destiny and advanced forward. Not far ahead loomed another identical stone door, guarded by 12 quivering plants. The ferocious man-eating flower. Ferocious man-eating flower, level 10 1-star elite, health, 1000. A terrifying man-eating flower mutated by raging demonic energy. While it cannot move, any living being approaching its vicinity will inevitably face its frenzied devouring. Skill, Deadly Devour. It opens its formed teeth to bite a single target, inflicting 70 points of base damage, with a 3 chance of complete consumption. A 1-star elite, and the first trial consists of 12 of these minor bosses. Moreover, these 12 man-eating flowers are undoubtedly the Crme de la Sarme among their kind. With a base attack power of 70 and Yi Tianxia possessing a mere 18 points of defense, his life force, bolstered by the life ring, to a total of 470, would crumble under just a few bites. Even more terrifying is the 3 chance of complete consumption, which, if triggered, would result in being entirely engulfed by the flower, equating to instant death. Furthermore, these man-eating flowers were arranged in an exceedingly grotesque formation, not scattered, nor in vertical, horizontal, or multi-row arrangements, but in a crescent shape, forming a perfect semicircle. This configuration meant that no matter which flower Yi Tianxia approached, he would simultaneously be besieged by the others. The supposed weakness of immobility for the man-eating flowers had transformed into a maddening attribute, for luring them one by one had become an impossibility. Indeed, the difficulty of the abyssal trial was terrifying beyond compare. Chapter 38. Nothing more. Yi Tianxia observed for a moment, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. He relished challenges, craved excitement, and particularly enjoyed thrilling confrontations. Before him lay a daunting array of man-eating flowers, a formidable obstacle that even a group of 12 struggled to overcome. He could almost hear the fervent pulse of his blood. The trial monsters were not static. Especially in high-difficulty trials, they morphed according to the challengers. For instance, in a trial of despair at the abyss level, had Yi Tianxia possessed a ranged profession, the monsters would undoubtedly have been agile creatures capable of closing the distance, rather than the immobile man-eating flowers before him. Lacking a defined profession himself, his attributes clearly favored melee combat. Thus he was confronted with the most challenging arrangement of man-eating flowers, an insurmountable formation that could not be dismantled one by one. Each frenzied man-eating flower towered at least a meter high, with large red buds swaying erratically on their green tendrils. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might discern 2 rows of glistening, sharp teeth within those buds. The 12 man-eating flowers formed a dense semicircle with a diameter of nearly 4 meters, their massive red buds colliding in a chaotic dance. Yi Tianxia pondered briefly before striding forward. Each flower could not exceed a height of 2 meters, implying their attack range would also be limited to that distance. Observing their arrangement, Yi Tianxia's steps momentarily faltered, a hint of disdain crossing his face. He quickened his pace, and the swaying flowers sensed the approach of a living being, their unopened buds turning towards him simultaneously. If he were to attack from the left or right, targeting the nearest flower would inevitably provoke the others due to their close proximity. Moreover, as he advanced, the timing of their attacks would differ slightly, resulting in a sequential barrage. But what if he positioned himself at the very center of this cluster of flowers? Yi Tianxia's gaze sharpened as he sought the most opportune point, a location equidistant from all 12 man-eating flowers, precisely at the heart of the semicircle. With a decisive leap, Yi Tianxia landed flawlessly at the calculated point. At that instant, as his toes grazed the ground, he felt 12 icy gusts envelop him, and 12 gaping maws, lined with dripping fangs, lunged toward his body in unison. Yi Tianxia remained unperturbed, precisely as he had hoped. With a subtle exertion of his toes, his previously inclined posture shifted backward, allowing his body to retreat a mere 10 centimeters. The massive jaws converged in front of him, narrowly missing his attire. The 12 buds retracted simultaneously, and at that moment, Yi Tianxia advanced half a step forward, extending his arm as the moment of destiny cleaved a dark arc through the air. 172, 168, 169, 166. The length of his arm combined with the reach of moment of destiny provided an attack range nearing 2 meters. At his current position, the black arc sliced through all 12 frenzied man-eating flowers with uncanny precision, prompting a flurry of red damage numbers to rise almost simultaneously, coalescing into a singular display. Before they could dissipate, another wave of damage numbers emerged as he executed another reverse arc, striking all 12 flowers once more. Given the distribution of the flowers and the attack range of moment of destiny, any slight shift forward or backward would have rendered it impossible to strike them all at once. As the second attack concluded, Yi Tianxia's body swiftly retreated a fraction, just as the 12 chilling winds collided against his chest. A single point, a point that allowed all 12 flowers to unleash their attack simultaneously. By standing upon this point, he evaded the coordinated onslaught of the flowers, akin to dodging a single flower strike. However, if he were to deviate slightly to the left or right, the outcome would alter drastically, resulting in an uncoordinated barrage that would complicate both his evasion and counterattacks. In that encounter, Yi Tianxia emerged unscathed, while all 12 man-eating flowers suffered over a third of their vitality. With moment of destiny in hand, and each upgrade augmenting his strength, Yi Tianxia's attack power had surged to an impressive 200, surpassing that of ordinary players of the same level by at least double. The flowers attacked swiftly, but their frequency was relatively slow. The duration of a single attack afforded Yi Tianxia the opportunity to strike twice. His remarkable reflexes enabled him to withdraw calmly just as the flowers lunged, allowing him to counterattack with alacrity. Should he face the erratic assaults of 12 flowers, he might struggle to evade, but against the synchronized attack of what felt like a single entity, he felt no pressure whatsoever. With a swift motion, the third encounter saw a moment of destiny envelop all the frenzied man-eating flowers once more. In an instant, 2 flowers fell lifelessly under the critical strikes, and another dark arc swept through, felling the remaining 10, leaving behind a scattering of lifeless, withered blooms. Nothing more. Yi Tianxia scoffed disdainfully, rummaging through the corpses of the flowers, retrieving a glimmering bronze piece of equipment and 2 iron pieces, which he promptly stowed in his bag. Despite their formidable nature, as a 1-star minor boss, Their loot drop rates surpassed those of ordinary monsters, gathering coins and potions as spoils. Yi Tianxia crouched and employed the gathering technique he had frequently practiced of late. No collectible items were found on the frenzied man-eating flowers. Yi Tianxia rose, stepping over the fallen flowers toward another stone door, placing his hand upon it. The first trial had been a breeze, taking mere seconds with not a scratch on him. Yet, this ease was relative to his own capabilities. Regardless of his precise positioning and distance calculations, how many could match his extraordinary reflexes and unwavering confidence? To simultaneously provoke 12 man-eating flowers from the most advantageous position was indeed an excellent strategy. Yet a momentary delay in reaction would undoubtedly result in being overwhelmed by a simultaneous assault. Beyond the stone door lay a ground no longer suffused with vibrant green, but rather cloaked in a dimness that weighed heavily on the spirit, the air noticeably chillier. Before him stood the man-eating flowers once more, identical in number and appearance. Yet their colors diverged. Dark man-eating flower, level 10, 2-star elite, health, 1700. The frenzied man-eating flower, having absorbed excessive magical energy, transformed into a more brutal variant, releasing terrifying toxins while tearing into its prey. Skill, Fatal Devour, unfurling its teeth to bite a single target, dealing 100 base damage and inflicting a 100 chance of poisoning. The poisoned target loses 15 health per second, with a 4 probability of being completely consumed. Chapter 39. The Pollen of the Dark Carnivorous Flower, 12 2-star mini-bosses. Their verdant stems and leaves quivering with a frenzied energy, unleashed a voracious desire to bite and consume. Though merely differing in hue, these dark carnivorous flowers were far more terrifying than their frenzied counterparts. Yi Tianxia moved forward with unwavering determination. The identical appearance and skills implied the same attack range and methods, although their attack intensity had significantly increased and they possessed a dreadful poison attribute, unless they struck. These enhancements were rendered moot, rendering them no different from the previous frenzied flowers. Employing the same tactics, the 12 dark carnivorous flowers fell one after another. Having launched 6 attacks that failed to make contact with Yi Tianxia, had they succeeded even once, his trial journey would have come to an abrupt end. The failure of both the frenzied and dark carnivorous flowers to land a blow on him was not mere coincidence. Yi Tianxia's astonishingly precise judgment allowed him to effortlessly evade each lethal strike, while his subsequent counterattacks enveloped all 12 flowers with impeccable timing. What should have been a formidable arrangement of carnivorous flowers, capable of nearly doubling the trial's difficulty, became a mere opportunity for Yi Tianxia to dispatch them with remarkable swiftness. The corpses of the dark carnivorous flowers piled up as he sifted through them for loot. This time, the 12 flowers yielded 2 pieces of bronze equipment, 2 pieces of steel equipment, and a plethora of potions and silver coins. The refresh rate for 1-star mini-bosses is exceedingly low, even less so for 2-star bosses, yet each elite monster signifies a high drop rate. In this abyssal trial, elite mini-bosses appeared in droves, resulting in an influx of hard-to-obtain equipment, provided one possessed the strength to vanquish them. Ding. You have harvested dark carnivorous flower pollen from the dark carnivorous flower. Ding. You have harvested dark carnivorous flower pollen from the dark carnivorous flower. Ding. Dark carnivorous flower pollen. A jet black pollen from the dark carnivorous flower, possessing terrifying toxicity. The 12 corpses of the dark carnivorous flowers collectively contributed 12 portions of pollen. After carefully examining the brief attributes of this black pollen, Yi Tianxia contemplated deeply and cautiously stored them in his backpack. He pushed open the stone door and entered the next trial. From the first to the second trial, he completed it in under 2 minutes, a result that, if known to others, would undoubtedly invite scorn, for no one would believe such a feat. Almost every player reaching level 10 would form teams to enter the abyssal trial, drawn by its immense rewards. However, more than half of these teams would be annihilated in the first trial, leaving only elite teams to persevere. Those capable of advancing to the second trial would be the elite of the elite, with abilities, attributes, equipment, and coordination far beyond that of ordinary players. Currently, millions of players in the Huaxiao region have hit level 10, yet only 3 teams have successfully cleared the second trial, each of which lost more than half their members upon passing. The remaining survivors faced a grim fate in the third trial, leading these teams to abandon any thoughts of a second attempt. The difficulty of the third trial had reached a level of despair, leaving them questioning how they could possibly conquer this abyssal trial. Among these 3 teams, one belonged to the Divine Domain Alliance, another to the Wings of the Sky, and the last was unknown. Their time to clear the first 2 trials did not fall below 1 hour, and each team consisted of a full 12 members. Yet Yi Tianxia, alone, shattered both trials in less than 2 minutes, a tale that would only be met with laughter if shared. The third trial of the abyss was where the true challenge began. As the stone door opened, 12 exceptionally large bulls came into view, all simultaneously turning to face Yi Tianxia as though they had spotted a sworn enemy, charging at him in a frenzy. Each bore 3 golden stars beside their names. Frenzied Bull, Level 10, 3-star Elite, Health 2500. Once ordinary bulls, they had been horrifically mutated due to consuming excessive amounts of melamine-laced feed, rendering them extraordinarily aggressive and colossal, while bestowing upon them an immense strength that surpassed normality, enabling them to launch barbaric charges against any nearby foes. Skill, Barbaric Charge, gathering all their might. They launch a violent headbutt at a target, causing immense damage with a high probability of knocking the target down and inflicting 2 to 3 seconds of dizziness. Following each charge, they experience a brief moment of lethargy lasting approximately 1 second. Special, Kidney Stone Attack. During the barbaric charge, there is a 5 chance of triggering a long-standing kidney stone condition, slowing their movement and attack frequency, causing a loss of 5 health points per second for 3 minutes. Such a combination of 12 3-star elites is something that could rarely be witnessed. Even if encountered, one could only retreat and gather a larger force to mount an assault. With a maximum team size of 12, these 12 3-star elites constituted an insurmountable barrier. Furthermore, they would not be lured away one by one. For the moment Yi Tianxia appeared, all the frenzied bulls converged upon him, indicating that the entire map of the third trial was now within the scope of their wrath. They would not cease their assault until all targets were vanquished, offering no respite or opportunity for cunning. Previously, even 5 well-equipped members of the Crimson Leaf Alliance struggled against a single 3-star elite, let alone a full 12 against 12. The prospects of victory were dismally bleak, especially for a solitary individual. Yet this individual was one who had never tasted defeat and could not afford to lose. As the 3 nearest bulls charged toward him, he accurately calculated their movement speed to be between 78 and 82, slower than the initial 100 movement speed of an ordinary player. Yi Tianxia frowned, his gaze piercing as he assessed the approaching bulls brimming with ferocity. An ordinary player might contend with a single 1-star elite, yet they would falter against a 2-star elite. And facing a 3-star elite of the same level solo was nearly impossible. To prevail against a 3-star elite, a complete team was necessary. Defensive roles to absorb damage, support roles to sustain and aid, and damage dealers to strike swiftly. A lone mage facing a 3-star elite would be felled within 3 hits. Chapter 40. A magnificent performance at this moment. With Yi Tianxia's current health points, he could barely withstand the simultaneous assaults of 2 ferocious bulls. The possibility of being instantaneously killed by 3 was imminent, while facing 4 would surely lead to his demise. And 12. This was all under the condition of an additional 200 health points granted by his life ring. For an ordinary player, it would be an impossible challenge to accomplish alone, even with 12 people, but they were merely ordinary players. In an instant, Yi Tianxia had comprehended the positioning and charging trajectory of the 12 bulls. Without moving his body, he raised the hourglass of fate, calculating the brief moment before the bulls charged, while simultaneously envisioning the scenarios of the subsequent seconds. His body shifted to the left, executing a sharp turn during the attack, as the hourglass of fate traced a semicircular arc. In that fleeting moment of pause, one bull grazed past him, colliding violently with the bull that had initially targeted Yi Tianxia. With a precise strike, Yi Tianxia swiftly repositioned himself, launching an attack against the 4 bulls that were arriving simultaneously from behind. Behind him, 3 bulls momentarily succumbed to a brief state of inertia after their wild charge. Under the shimmering light, he was dubbed the Illusionist by foreign players, a moniker for the undefeated demon king of the gaming realm in China. Videos showcasing his battles against formidable monsters were scarce, yet each elicited awe from around the globe. The exquisite, almost unbelievable maneuvers he executed could only be described as magical. The monster's attacks were always a mere hair's breadth from his body, yet they could never truly strike him. With a series of minimal evasive maneuvers, he flawlessly dodged the relentless onslaught, leaving spectators to wonder what else could explain such an extraordinary spectacle. The virtual gaming world begins every player with identical attributes and abilities. Yet it cannot influence the human brain, nor can it alter one's cognitive and reflexive capabilities within the game. People often refer to Tian Mo Xie for his lightning-fast reflexes, surpassing human limits, with a mind so precise it bordered on terrifying. He moved like a fish, evading the bull strength while consistently making the most accurate judgments within split seconds, shifting to the most advantageous positions. Some individuals would immediately think of the term psychic. Such reflexes and computational abilities are certainly beyond the grasp of the average person. At the very least, his cerebral development must far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Consequently, many have sought to uncover Tian Mo Xie's true identity. Yet they have ultimately found no leads. He never reveals his true self and seldom appears in public, boasting an exceptional ability to evade tracking. In a virtual world where even officials struggle to access players' private identities, uncovering his real-world persona is indeed no easy feat. The herd of bulls grew increasingly agitated, raising clouds of dust as their thunderous bellows echoed in unison. Yi Tianxia's form became a phantom, weaving effortlessly amidst the 12 rampaging bulls, shifting left and right, at times daringly charging into the fray. His movements seemed erratic, as if driven solely by whimsy. If a player were to witness him at that moment, they would surely be astounded, as if beholding an otherworldly being beyond comprehension. Each step he took seemed to perfectly align with the fleeting gaps that appeared in the chaos. And with every subsequent position, he found yet another void that the bull's charges would soon obscure. In a mere second, he had executed 4 distinct positions. And as his toes touched the ground, he found himself beside the backs of 3 bulls, finally seizing an opportunity to attack. The hourglass of fate swiftly sliced through the air, manifesting 3 crimson numbers. In 30 seconds, he had attacked thrice, and within the herd, he had been struck 0 times. This would be a magnificent performance that no audience would witness. A muffled bellow erupted as one bull, poised to charge, suddenly faltered, swaying precariously. A 5 floated above its head, indicating it had unfortunately triggered a bout of kidney stones amidst the chaos. Yet, the pain did not diminish its ferocity. Despite the rising damage indicators and its visibly strained body, the bull relentlessly charged towards its target. A stone over a meter high appeared behind Yi Tianxia. With a swift glance, he leapt backward, landing atop the stone, and as his feet touched down, he sprang forward with all his might. The ground trembled as 3 bulls collided with the stone, toppling it over, while Yi Tianxia executed a graceful flip in midair, soaring over the bulls' bodies and landing behind them. Delivering a counterstrike. A player's initial jumping ability is limited to a height of 1 meter, making it impossible to leap over the bulls without the assistance of the stone's elevation. Utilizing this height, Yi Tianxia vaulted behind the bulls, exploiting their vulnerabilities with 2 successive strikes, before once again retreating to safety. His attack frequency was not high, or rather, quite low, yet he steadily chipped away at the bull's vitality. His expression remained calm, with his pronounced brows slightly arched, as his mind remained taut. For if he were to lose focus, a mere second could see him sent back to the novice village. However, amidst such frenzied and prolonged assaults, even the strongest reflexes and judgment could falter, leaving one cornered and unable to evade. Yet, in silence, Yi Tianxia set himself a harsh objective. Not to annihilate all 12 of these elite monsters, but to eliminate them without sustaining any damage. He was always so reckless, continuously establishing these audacious goals for himself. The rampaging bulls possessed formidable charging abilities, yet their speed was slightly inferior to his, thus granting him the audacity to set such a target. Clad in a white novice garb, he appeared like a spectral figure, flitting about like a ghost, now darting left, now right. Swish. 153, 155. Swish. 150, 152. The arcs of black light grazed through the narrowest openings, generating sporadic damage indicators, inciting the bulls into a further frenzy. As the cacophony of their roars intensified, half an hour elapsed in a blur of repetitive scenes, and finally, with a feeble roar, one of the rampaging bulls collapsed amidst the chaos. And not just it, the health of all the other bulls had plummeted below half. Maintaining acute mental focus is not difficult. The challenge lies in sustaining that concentration for every second, every moment. Mental fatigue is far more daunting than physical exhaustion. Throughout that half hour, Yi Tianxia did not pause for even a second, constantly reacting, repositioning, and persistently predicting and calculating. Beneath his calm exterior lay thoughts and calculations that were beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Chapter 41. The resisting earring in a miraculous span of half an hour. Amidst the chaotic onslaught of 12 frenzied bulls, he remained utterly unscathed, untouched by any of them. As time progressed, Yi Tianxia found himself responding with increasing ease. The savage bulls charged in a standard, unwavering straight line, failing to alter their trajectory in pursuit of their quarry. This characteristic was one of the pivotal reasons he endured such a lengthy engagement without injury. As the first bull fell, the pressure on Yi Tianxia lessened slightly, and a fleeting smile of satisfaction graced his face. In a swift motion, he seized yet another opportunity to strike, his right hand slicing through the air with an unparalleled force. Time passed gradually, And the prolonged struggle between this level 10 player and 12 level 10 3-star boss monsters was an astounding spectacle that would leave any observer in awe. The legend of the undefeated evil emperor did not stem from his formidable equipment or attributes, but rather from his divine-like ability to navigate through throngs of foes and claim their leaders' heads with ease. In previous gaming realms, whenever Tian Mo made his grand entrance, no matter how vast the scene, it would inevitably transform into a dazzling performance featuring him as the sole protagonist, with a flash of dark light. Shortly after the second bull succumbed, another met its fate mere seconds later. Amidst the relentless attacks from the bulls, each opportunity to strike was precious, making it impossible to focus on a single target for concentrated damage. Instead, he could only strike at the nearest foe when the chance arose. Consequently, each bull suffered varying degrees of injury, and after the third savage bull fell, the remaining 9 had their vitality diminished to below 1/3. With a resounding thud, yet another charging bull collapsed. Its fall momentarily interrupted Yi Tianxia's movements, nearly resulting in a collision with 3 others. Ironically, this particular bull perished not from his hand, but from a sudden kidney stone attack. A radiant golden coin burst forth from its carcass, yet even more dazzling was a muted silver glow. A silver artifact. Yi Tianxia's heart raced as he deftly maneuvered to gather the remaining bulls in one location, then quickly retreated to the fallen bull's body, snatching up the glimmering equipment and stowing it away. He understood the significance of a silver artifact in the world of destiny. Nearly 10 days had passed since the world's inception, and globally, there were fewer than 10 silver pieces in existence. Perhaps in time, as players' average levels soared beyond level 10, this item would become worthless, but at this stage, its value was immeasurable. He feared it might vanish if left unattended, compelling him to claim it without delay. However, he had no time to examine the attributes of this silver artifact. He swiftly turned to face the oncoming bulls. 3 minutes later, the 5th bull fell. A minute after that, the 6th and 7th fell simultaneously. After a few more minutes, the 8th bull met its demise. The remaining 4, each barely clinging to life, were now pitifully weak. With an almost empty health bar hovering above, these seemingly mindless bulls continued their frenzied charges. The once pristine grassland now lay in ruins, marred by the evidence of their rampage. Compared to the previous 12 chaotic assaults, the remaining 4 savage bulls, each capable of easily crushing an ordinary player, were no longer a challenge in Yi Tianxia's eyes. He assessed their remaining health and charged directly into their path, delivering effortless strikes. 152, 155, 155, 150. The 4 damage numbers echoed like feeble roars from the bulls. The final 4 savage bulls fell simultaneously beneath the weight of his prowess, their bodies strewn across the ground like discarded treasures. Silence enveloped the area, leaving Yi Tianxia as the sole standing figure. He let out a small sigh of relief and began collecting the spoils of battle. The 3-star elite monsters naturally boasted a higher drop rate than their 2-star counterparts. Yi Tianxia discarded the nearly full assortment of whiteboard equipment in his backpack, replacing them with 2 bronze and 2 steel items dropped by the savage bulls. He then employed his gathering skills, collecting 12 pairs of identical bull horns from the carcasses. Bull horn, the dual horns of a savage bull, renowned for their remarkable resilience, serve as excellent forging materials. As he gathered from the last bull, a faint yellow light, previously overlooked, caught his eye. Yi Tianxia reached out to clear the carcass and discovered the source of the faint glow, a simple bronze earring. Yi Tianxia felt a surge of relief as he picked up the seemingly unremarkable earring. Such rare accessory-type equipment, even a plain earring with a single stat, was a coveted rarity. Resisting earring, a Qingtong artifact, level requirement, 10. An earring possessing magical resistance, granting a 3 resistance to all attributes when worn. The increase of 3 to all magical resistances implied immunity to 3 of any magical damage. Yi Tianxia silently praised its value as he adorned his left ear with the earring. In the world of destiny, earrings are categorized into 2 types, single earrings and double earrings. One can wear only 1 pair of double earrings, while 2 single earrings can be worn. The resisting earring is a simple single earring. Upon wearing it, Yi Tianxia's 7 magical resistances rose to 3. He opened his backpack to inspect the silver equipment dropped by the bulls, reviewing its attributes. Bull wrist guards, a silver artifact, usage requirement, level 10 melee class. Strength attribute greater than 40. Crafted from the hide of the savage bull. Attributes, unidentified, cannot be equipped. Only after identification can silver grade or higher equipment be used. In the novice village, the village chief is the sole identifier. Yi Tianxia sighed, placing the bull wrist guards back in his backpack. Though his level and strength attributes were sufficient, The lack of a designated class rendered him unable to equip it. He realized he must hasten through trials to reach the city and acquire a formal class. Yet deep within, he sensed that the reason for his inability to obtain an apprentice class was far from simple. Chapter 42. The Final Trial of the Amethyst War Tiger Ding. Due to your exceptionally flawless completion of the first 3 trials of the Abyss, you have been granted an additional reward, Luck 1, Charisma 1, Insight 1, and you shall be directly transported to the final trials location. The crisp notification sound caused Yi Tianxie to look up in astonishment. In the previous trials, he had sustained no injuries, creating a miraculous feat that ordinary people would find hard to believe. This also activated the sole hidden element of the trial process, bestowing upon him a special reward of all fixed attributes increased by 1. However, the last sentence of the notification stirred Yi Tianxie's emotions, leaving him uncertain whether to rejoice or despair. The trials at Abyss level consisted of 5 stages, each subsequent stage exponentially more difficult than the last. Being directly sent to the final trial meant he would bypass the 4th stage. Yet it also meant he would miss out on facing a host of monsters that were undoubtedly stronger than those of the 3rd stage, along with a plethora of equipment. Moreover, this leap in trials merely shortened the duration or reduced the consumption of the trial, without diminishing its difficulty. If he could conquer the final trial, he would naturally be able to surpass the 4th. If he could not, even if he managed to clear the 4th, it would still be insufficient. A radiant sphere of white light descended from above, enveloping Yi Tianxie's form. The scene before him abruptly shifted. The verdant surroundings vanished, replaced by a pure expanse of white. As the light dimmed, a new scene materialized. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive stone platform, nearly a meter in height, upon which lay a slumbering creature of vibrant purple, a colossal tiger. In the realm of reality, tigers were predominantly spotted or white. Never had anyone beheld a purple tiger. Yet, its form and the regal symbol crafted from purple upon its forehead unmistakably identified it as a tiger. Yi Tianxie's presence did not awaken the slumbering beast. Its coiled body, not fully extended, measured nearly 3 meters in length. The immense physique rose and fell gently with its breathing. In the final trial of Abyss level, there existed but this one creature, the Amethyst War Tiger. Tiger, level 20 Lord Boss, health, 20,000. Originally the beast lord of the novice village number 60001. It had inadvertently consumed a purple crystal imbued with the power of lightning, leading to its rapid ascension in strength, ultimately evolving into a level 20 lord. And having vanished from its territory a year prior, its whereabouts unknown. Skills: Dawn Tiger Strike. Channels the power of lightning into its claws, violently tearing apart nearby foes. Inflicting damage on all targets within 1 meter, with a 30 chance to amplify damage by 50. Cooldown: 20 seconds. Tiger's Roar. Emits a thunderous roar imbued with the majesty of a king, significantly intimidating foes, with a high probability of inducing fear and dizziness in all nearby targets for over 3 seconds. Cooldown: 20 seconds. Heavenly Thunderstrike. Summons heavenly lightning to strike any target within a 10-meter radius, requiring 5 seconds of chanting time. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Wrath of the War Tiger. When health drops below 10, the Amethyst War Tiger enters a frenzied state, increasing attack power and movement speed by 30, while simultaneously decreasing defense by 50. Upon discerning the detailed information about the slumbering purple tiger, Yi Tianxie gasped sharply, instinctively holding his breath, fearful of awakening this slumbering beast. It was indeed a level 20 Lord Boss. Cursing under his breath, Yi Tianxie clenched his fists at that moment. Even he had finally glimpsed what the Abyss truly entailed. Lord-level bosses should not appear during the novice phase, as they were insurmountable for players who lacked mature equipment, skills, and attributes. Not only would a Lord-level boss possess attributes far surpassing that of ordinary bosses, but it would also wield sophisticated skills and attack patterns, coupled with a certain level of intelligence, let alone a level 20 Lord Boss. Each of its 4 skills was terrifyingly potent, from close-range tearing to long-range lightning strikes, wide area control, and the final berserk technique, none of which could be deemed trivial. Moreover, according to the official introduction, both Lord and above-level bosses would possess at least 1 hidden skill, which implied that this level 20 Lord boss possessed a minimum of 5 skills. And given that they were hidden, they would undoubtedly be more formidable than the 4 visible skills. With Yi Tianxie's pride that could not withstand defeat, he felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. His breathing became steady and measured, his body motionless, his gaze fixed upon the creature known as Tiger, the Amethyst War Tiger. Seconds turned into minutes, as he remained steadfast, his legs seemingly nailed to the ground. He pondered desperately on methods and possibilities to defeat this formidable foe. The first thought that crossed his mind was the double-barreled firecrackers and whips he had purchased from the eccentric old man, Yuan K, at the apothecary. 20 double-barreled firecrackers, each capable of inflicting 300 damage that ignored defense. If all struck true, they could deal a staggering 6,000 damage. Adding the 5 whips would bring the total to 7,500 damage. This, of course, hinged upon the perfect scenario of hitting every shot while remaining unharmed beneath its claws. Even if this Lord Boss did not regenerate health, it would still possess 12,500 health remaining. How could he possibly contend with that? Attack? Setting aside the diminished accuracy due to the level disparity, even an imbecile would recognize that his current attack strength could not breach the defenses of a level 20 Lord Boss. Even if he landed a hit, it would amount to a mere symbolic damage point. 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Finally, Yi Tianxia tentatively took a step forward, his footfall silent, the tip of his shoe landing softly without a sound. The first step led to a second, then a third, perhaps having relished its prolonged comfort and solitude. The Amethyst War Tiger's awareness seemed diminished. As Yi Tianxia drew nearer to the platform, the beast remained undisturbed, its eyes still shut, breathing steadily without a hint of recognition. Approaching this powerful novice village lord at close range, an invisible pressure emanated from the creature, echoing the essence of royalty. Yi Tianxia quietly assumed a position, retrieving a dark object from his backpack, scattering its contents towards the Amethyst War Tiger before fleeing. The dark object was not a firecracker, for firecrackers are not black. It was the black pollen he had harvested from the dark carnivorous flower, noted in its attributes for possessing a fearsome toxicity. Chapter 43. The roar of the War Tiger. Dark pollen scattered over the body of the Amethyst War Tiger, merging seamlessly with its form. Subsequently, a faint, nearly imperceptible shadow of black emerged upon its purple physique as the number 5 floated above its head. The dormant War Tiger was abruptly awakened, letting out a low growl of discomfort, followed by an earth-shattering roar as an explosion reverberated around it. Bang! Bang! 150, 150. A firecracker, ignited from a distance, struck the Amethyst War Tiger squarely on the face. In tandem with the explosive sounds, 2 identical crimson damage numbers ascended above its head, igniting its fury. In an instant, it recognized its target. This territory, once solely its own, now harbored an intruder. With a fierce roar, it leapt into action, launching itself at Yi Tianxia. 555. Continuous and steady damage numbers floated above the Amethyst War Tiger's head, appearing once every second. These numbers offered Yi Tianxia a glimmer of hope. He concentrated his mind, steadying his breath, his gaze sharp as a blade, silently calculating the passing moments. As the Amethyst War Tiger soared, he hurled another firecracker. Not a single firecracker must go to waste. This was his bare minimum requirement. Suspended in midair, the Amethyst War Tiger had no chance to evade, being struck directly and losing an additional 300 health upon the explosion. The attack did not hinder its leap. As the colossal shadow loomed overhead, Yi Tianxia leaned back sharply, his body forming a near-perfect parallel with the ground, the cold wind and shadow rushing past him. He retrieved a third firecracker, ignited it swiftly, and threw it at the Amethyst War Tiger, which had just landed. However, the tiger's agility exceeded his expectations. The firecracker impacted its body, yet it pivoted abruptly upon landing, charging towards Yi Tianxia, who had just launched the firecracker. The image of the purple giant tiger loomed larger in his vision, and as the glinting claws expanded to their maximum in his pupils, Yi Tianxia instinctively calculated its speed. Movement speed 150. After throwing the firecracker, the brief moment of immobility presented the Amethyst War Tiger with the opportunity to retaliate. Though Yi Tianxia managed to sidestep partially, he was still struck by the tiger's claw, a slight sting emanating from his side. 468. Yi Tianxia's health bar plummeted from a full measure to nearly empty, dropping from 470 to a mere 2. Gazing at the last vestige of his vitality, even with his formidable mental fortitude, he broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for the life ring's additional 200 health points, he would undoubtedly have been slain in an instant. Yi Tianxia swiftly retreated, hastily gulping down a high-grade healing potion and a special recovery potion, restoring his health to full. Yet, the chilling wind pursued relentlessly. With his movement speed of 100, how could he possibly escape the Amethyst War Tiger's 150? The Amethyst War Tiger was not like the frenzied savage bulls, which moved at a mere 80 and lacked the wits to turn swiftly. Confronted with a potentially lethal strike, Yi Tianxia's body reacted instinctively, narrowly evading the attack. He rolled upon landing, casting his gaze towards the stone platform where the tiger had previously slumbered, making a snap judgment in his mind. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the stone platform, which extended over 3 meters in length. Roar! The amethyst war tiger, having missed its target, let out a furious bellow, pivoting to follow closely behind Yi Tianxia. As Yi Tianxia leapt onto the stone platform, he glanced back at the tiger, which was nearly upon him. In that moment, he vanished. It was not a true disappearance. Rather, as he jumped off the edge of the stone platform, he quickly crouched down, evading the amethyst war tiger's line of sight. The platform, less than a meter high, was easily scaled by Yi Tianxia, allowing him to leap off the opposite side. He nestled against the nearly vertical stone wall. The amethyst war tiger's immense physique made it impossible for it to conceal itself as Yi Tianxia did. As he crouched at the edge of the stone platform, the tiger's colossal shadow leapt overhead. Rapidly, he retrieved a firecracker, igniting it and calculating its landing point, tossing it directly at the spot. Without checking for impact, he leapt back onto the platform and dashed to the opposite edge, turning to taunt the amethyst war tiger, which had been blasted and let out a pained roar. 555. Though the damage numbers were minuscule, they never ceased. The amethyst war tiger, now infused with rage, leapt back onto the stone platform. Yet, just as it was about to reach Yi Tianxia, he once again leapt down and crouched at the edge, allowing the tiger to soar overhead once more. As it landed, it found itself unable to evade another firecracker, suffering an additional 300 health loss. Once, twice, thrice, this cycle continued. Yi Tianxia utilized the stone platform as a strategic asset, repetitively executing the same maneuver, while the amethyst war tiger remained ensnared by this fixed pattern, repeatedly missing its target and losing 300 health with each identical assault. A true champion knows how to harness every available advantage, utilizing their resources, the surrounding environment, the elements, and even their opponent's size. Time passed, and the amethyst war tiger, having missed its targets time and again, found itself stripped of over 2,000 health. Every firecracker Yi Tianxia launched struck true. Had the amethyst war tiger been akin to the previous savage bulls, it would have blindly followed Yi Tianxia. Yet it was not. When Yi Tianxia leapt onto the stone platform once more, the tiger turned its body, no longer pursuing but instead glaring upwards, its jaws agape, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated through the air. Roar! The immense sound, laden with the weight of a boulder, caused the very earth to tremble. Yi Tianxia stumbled, collapsing to the ground. His consciousness fractured in an instant, a wave of dizziness rendering his vision blank as he sensed the looming presence of the purple giant. The roar of the war tiger, a widespread intimidation technique, had a high probability of inflicting 3 seconds or more of dizziness and fear. Chapter 44. The Ray of Hope. In the first second, the amethyst battle tiger lunged before him. In the second second, its colossal paw, charged with the power of lightning, descended upon him, executing a devastating area attack. There was a significant likelihood that it would obliterate Yi Tianxia in an instant, should he inadvertently trigger the 30 damage amplification. The probability of his demise would escalate to a fatal 100. In stark contrast to the previous moment when he had but 2 points of health remaining after being struck by the amethyst battle tiger. This blow sent Yi Tianxia plummeting to a mere 1 point of health, teetering perilously close to death. In the third second, the paw of the amethyst battle tiger rose again, ready to strike. Just as it was about to make contact with Yi Tianxia, his eyes suddenly regained clarity. Despite being in a prone position, he swiftly consumed 2 bottles of special recovery potions, 300, 300, 466. The chasm between life and death was so exceedingly narrow. The 2 green recovery numbers and the vivid red damage indicator seemed to materialize simultaneously above him. Ultimately, Yi Tianxia had not perished. Yet had he delayed even a fraction of a second longer, he would have transformed into a lifeless corpse. Dragging his body, which now bore a mere 4 points of life, he rolled beneath the stone platform, pressing closely against the wall. Once more, he quaffed a high-grade recovery potion and a special elixir to restore his health, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His heart raced violently. To linger on the precipice of life and death was an exhilarating experience. The state of dizziness, which could have lasted at least 3 seconds, dissipated in just 2, allowing him to evade disaster at this critical juncture. This premature recovery was attributed to a nearly overlooked innate attribute, concentration. The greater one's concentration, the less susceptible one becomes to interruptions while casting spells, and it can even slightly shorten the casting time. This is a consensus among players regarding the attribute of concentration. However, they remain unaware that its benefits extend far beyond this, including resistance to certain abnormal states such as dizziness, sleep, confusion, and fear. The higher the concentration, the more resilient one's mind becomes against external disturbances. Yet, among ordinary individuals, the differences in concentration are often imperceptible, rendering it an experience beyond the grasp of average players. Furthermore, higher concentration enhances the success rates of various life skills, such as gathering, forging, crafting, and mining. The damage numbers continued to rise above the amethyst battle tiger's head, leaving Yi Tianxie astonished. Nearly 3 minutes had elapsed since he had released the spores of the dark carnivorous flower, and the toxicity had yet to dissipate. With a loss of 5 health points per second, that equates to 300 health points in a minute and 900 health points over 3 minutes. Upon first encountering the amethyst battle tiger, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Yet now, those minuscule yet unwavering numbers ignited a blazing ray of hope within him, surging through his veins. With this newfound determination, he had no reason to concede defeat, suddenly feeling an invisible force binding him. Yi Tianxie looked up to see a dim purple aura enveloping the amethyst battle tiger. His brow furrowed as he propelled himself away from the beast, leaping 3, 4, 5, even 10 meters back. Crack! A fierce bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking the ground mere inches from him. The amethyst battle tiger's thunderstorm, a locking attack with a 10-meter radius, left no room for evasion unless he could escape its maximum range. No matter how swift Yi Tianxie's reflexes or movements, he could never outpace lightning. No one could. The 5 seconds of casting time became another critical factor in determining his fate. He dared not test the intensity of that lightning, for it could very well possess the power to annihilate him in one fell swoop. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Finally, the damage numbers above the amethyst battle tiger's head ceased, and the ticking seconds in Yi Tianxie's mind came to a standstill. 200 seconds. The toxic effects of the dark carnivorous flower's pollen astonishingly lasted a full 200 seconds. This meant that each batch of pollen could strip the amethyst battle tiger of 1,000 health points. With 12 doses of dark pollen, if applied sequentially, that would amount to a staggering 12,000 damage. What a splendid figure it was. As the 20-second cooldown elapsed, the enraged amethyst battle tiger abruptly halted, raising its head to let out a mighty roar. Yet, Yi Tianxie did not falter or retreat in fear. Instead, he bore a tranquil expression as he charged directly toward the amethyst battle tiger. Roar! The battle tiger's roar shook the very earth, reverberating through his soul. Yi Tianxie's body hesitated for a moment, but this time, he did not succumb to the disorientation. In the brief instant of the amethyst battle tiger's rigidity, he dashed forward, scattering a cloud of black pollen upon its head before swiftly retreating. Instantly, the black mist that had just dissipated reappeared around the creature. Not being dazed by the battle tiger's roar was not mere luck. It was the result of his extraordinary concentration, which assured him that such a level of intimidation was insufficient to shatter his awareness. His previous disorientation had stemmed from a lack of preparation. Now, with vigilance, he was well equipped to disregard it. The continuous numbers of 5, 5, 5, 5 floated above the amethyst battle tiger's head, reminiscent of the slow, inexorable approach of death. Faced with this formidable amethyst battle tiger, even avoiding confrontation proved far more daunting than facing 12 rampaging bulls. With a clear strategy in mind, Yi Tianxie utilized the stone platform to constrain the amethyst battle tiger's movements, gradually depleting its life with the dark carnivorous flower's pollen. Each dose of pollen lasted 200 seconds, and after each interval, the amethyst battle tiger would be repoisoned in the shortest time possible. Bang, bang, 150, 150, swish, 467. Engaging in such a drawn-out struggle against an adversary of vastly superior strength was a perilous endeavor for Yi Tianxie. In confronting the amethyst battle tiger, he relied on his reflexes and calculation skills to their utmost limits, placing his hope for survival solely in the items at his disposal. In a direct confrontation of true strength, even 10 of him would stand no chance of victory. As the dark carnivorous flower's pollen gradually diminished, Yi Tianxie scattered it piece by piece upon the amethyst battle tiger. Simultaneously, his supply of recovery potions dwindled. After half an hour, only 1 dose of dark pollen remained, while he had just 5 bottles of special recovery elixirs left. Chapter 45. The Rampaging Lord Boss. Each time he was struck by the amethyst battle tiger, Yi Tianxie's health would plummet below 10. Instantly, he would consume 2 special recovery potions, or alternatively, a combination of a standard potion and a special potion to restore his vitality. Fortune seemed to favor him, as the damage inflicted by the amethyst battle tiger was capped at 469. Yi Tianxie consistently found himself with a mere sliver of health remaining, twice teetering on the brink of death, yet his life was never fully extinguished. In the span of half an hour, he endured numerous assaults from the Amethyst Battle Tiger. Facing an opponent whose speed surpassed his by over 50%, he managed to evade its strikes while intermittently launching firecracker and pollen attacks, a feat that seemed almost mythical. Not once did the tiger's lightning attacks connect. As soon as the incantation of the thunder strike began, Yi Tianxia would swiftly pivot and dash 10 meters away, allowing the bolts of lightning to miss him time and again. At the cost of being swept by the tiger's tail, he finally managed to sprinkle the last of the dark pollen onto its body. Thus, all 12 portions of the dark carnivorous flower pollen were now attributed to the Amethyst Battle Tiger. In an instant, Yi Tianxia restored his health and distanced himself, retrieving the long-unused double-barreled cannon. When the health of the Lord Boss fell to a certain threshold, it would unleash its final skill, significantly escalating its terrifying capabilities. Therefore, it was crucial to concentrate the strongest attacks during its last moments, resolving the encounter with utmost swiftness, lest the battle turn against him. 3 more minutes passed in this tense standoff, and as the poison of the last dark pollen dissipated, Yi Tianxia began to hurl his double-barreled cannon in rapid succession. 150, 150, 150, 150. The toxicity from the 12 portions of dark pollen had diminished 12,000 health points from the Amethyst Battle Tiger, while the barrage of double-barreled cannon attacks obliterated over 3,000 health points. Yi Tianxia remained perpetually on edge, meticulously calculating the tiger's health. 150, 150. The Amethyst Battle Tiger's health finally dropped below 4,000, and its enraged roars became increasingly frenzied. Suddenly, it halted its pursuit, lifted its massive head, and let out a deafening roar akin to thunder. However, this roar felt different from its previous battle cries, just as Yi Tianxia pondered this change. 6 bands of pale yellow light descended from the heavens, landing beside the tiger and accompanied by 6 identical roars, resonating in unison. They were 6 spotted giant tigers. Level 20, Health 1, 250, originally minions of the Amethyst Battle Tiger. They shared a mysterious bond and would be summoned to assist when their master faced formidable foes. Skill: Tiger's Rift Strike, Tiger Tail Sweep. Companion summon: a hidden skill triggered when the Amethyst Battle Tiger's health dropped below 20. Faced with a single Amethyst Battle Tiger, Yi Tianxia was already in peril. The addition of 6 spotted giant tigers would be insurmountable. Although their agility was inferior to that of the Amethyst Battle Tiger, it was not by much. The 6 spotted giant tigers formed a perfect circular formation around their master, refraining from attacking Yi Tianxia at first. Instead, they simultaneously roared at the sky, as if greeting one another or performing a summoning ritual. Regardless of their intent, their actions appeared utterly foolish in Yi Tianxia's eyes. Narrowing his gaze upon the clustered tigers, he swiftly approached, retrieving a lighter and a series of firecrackers from his backpack. After igniting them, he hurled them towards the optimal position, followed by a second, third, and fourth series culminating in the final batch. 300, 300, 300, 300, 300, 300. Each series of firecrackers was aimed at the center of the tiger's formation, creating explosions that engulfed all 7 tigers. The speed of throwing items was independent of the player's attack speed, relying solely on the player's dexterity, which in the realm of destiny was not directly quantified but correlated with one's cognitive abilities. The cacophony of explosions did not evoke a celebratory atmosphere, but rather incited a chorus of enraged roars. When the 6 spotted giant tigers finally prepared to attack, the 5th series of firecrackers detonated, obliterating their lives in an instant, thus ending their tragically brief existence as summoned minions. Witnessing the swift demise of the summoned tigers, the Amethyst Battle Tiger's fury ignited. Its health had now plunged to the brink of 10, eyes wide with rage. It unleashed a thunderous roar as arcs of lightning crackled around its body, limbs, and eyes. Without hesitation, Yi Tianxia turned to flee, narrowly evading a bolt of lightning that struck just as he escaped its range. From a distance of 10 meters, he concentrated all his energy and hurled yet another double-barreled cannon at the Amethyst Battle Tiger. In the previous game, Godslayer, he had been a ranger wielding a fearsome, soul-chasing bow, renowned for his unwavering accuracy. 150, 150, 150, 150. As the Amethyst Battle Tiger closed in once more, 2 consecutive cannon blasts erupted upon it, finally reducing its health below 10. Yi Tianxia's advance halted abruptly, while he furrowed his brow, sprinting towards the stone platform with utmost urgency. A roar of unbridled rage echoed, infused with unparalleled fury and resentment. As the once violet eyes of the tiger slowly morphed into a menacing crimson, enveloping the area in a chilling aura of overwhelming power. A thick layer of purple radiance enveloped the amethyst battle tiger, resembling clusters of purple flames flickering around its form. Tiger S Fury. Triggered when the amethyst battle tiger S health fell below 10, its attack and movement speeds surged by 30, while its defense plummeted by 50. Boom. A distant double-barreled cannon exploded against the amethyst battle tiger, dealing 300 damage. The tiger whirled around, its blood-red gaze locking onto Yi Tianxia, its massive frame surging forth like a bolt of purple lightning, now capable of obliterating him with a single strike, its speed nearly doubling his own. Though the amethyst battle tiger had less than 2,000 health remaining, every second would now be a perilous gamble for Yi Tianxia, each moment teetering between life and death. The razor-sharp claws, glimmering with a sinister purple light, grazed Yi Tianxia's face, as the howling wind caused a stinging sensation on his skin. In a deft sidestep to evade the tiger's furious charge, he swung his weapon, the moment of destiny. 72. Against the amethyst battle tiger, whose defenses had been halved, Yi Tianxia finally breached its defenses. Despite his attack power of 200, he only inflicted 72 points of damage, suggesting its original defense could negate approximately 250 points of harm. Such a level of defense, Yi Tianxia was certain, made it improbable for any player in the world, save for magic users who could bypass physical defenses, to breach. Chapter 46. Victory. The amethyst battle tiger turned abruptly, its sharp claws shimmering with a chilling, terrifying purple light. Faced with the creature, whose agility surpassed his own by a factor of 2, Yi Tianxia found himself devoid of any escape options. Furrowing his brow, he suddenly dropped low to the ground, pressing himself tightly against the earth. In that instant, a gust of wind, laced with the power of lightning, roared overhead. He quickly calculated the tiger's position, casually tossing out a firecracker before rolling beneath a stone platform. Curling up his body. Bang! Bang! The explosions of the firecrackers echoed in his ears as he squinted, drawing the moment of fate sharply upwards. At that moment, the massive form of the amethyst battle tiger hurtled down from the stone platform above him. Miss. The moment of fate struck the tiger. Yet it resulted in a significant miss. The disparity in their levels, 10 full ranks, created an insurmountable gap in strength. Yi Tianxia swiftly retracted his attack, igniting another firecracker and tossing it towards the tiger's landing spot before leaping onto the stone platform. Immediately, 2 explosions followed, accompanied by the tiger's furious roar, and a palpable aura of death drew near once more. Each evasion from the amethyst battle tiger's assault was a narrow escape from the clutches of death. The first was swift, the second perilous, the third fortunate, the fourth miraculous, and with every subsequent dodge, the challenge he faced in this virtual game surpassed the legendary feat of single-handedly defeating a boss of the same level without sustaining a single hit. The current trial he faced was far more formidable than that, ranking among the most daunting challenges in his entire gaming history. Yi Tianxia felt the blood coursing through his veins boil with intensity, every cell in his body seeming on the verge of explosion. At that moment, he resembled a finely stretched thread, taut and ready to snap at the slightest breeze. He understood that should his nerves relent for even a moment, he would meet his demise beneath the tiger's claws. With the pollen of the dark carnivorous flower exhausted, his firecrackers depleted, he found himself with but a singular opportunity against the amethyst battle tiger. No further firecrackers or items could be obtained in the novice village. Yet, amidst the thrill, he felt no fear. His eyes, mind, and very consciousness were consumed by the purple shadow of the amethyst battle tiger, every taut nerve responding with unparalleled speed and precision to its slightest movements. With the firecrackers exhausted, he dispersed a fragment of his focus, seeking that exceedingly rare, fleeting window of attack. He owed a debt of gratitude to the tiger's ferocity, though it brought him face to face with death every second. It also granted him the capacity to inflict damage, igniting a glimmer of hope for victory. When one's mind is intensely concentrated on a singular task, time appears to accelerate. Conversely, when teetering on the brink of life and death, each second stretches into an eternity. Yi Tianxia, with his spirit honed and each moment spent on the edge of demise, could no longer perceive the passage of time, unaware of how long had elapsed. Miss, miss, miss. The claws of the amethyst battle tiger grazed past him repeatedly. Before its rampage, it occasionally managed to inflict harm, but after a 30 increase in speed, it could no longer touch him. Yi Tianxia's evasion relied not solely on his extraordinary reflexes and perception, but also on an instinct born from unwavering belief and determination, allowing his body to instinctively resist and evade each brush with death. Miss. 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 72 miss. As the bodies of man and beast intertwined, a dark flash flickered between them, and a yellow critical hit damage notification appeared, signaling the final blow that extinguished the last vestige of the amethyst battle tiger's life. The tiger emitted a prolonged, sorrowful roar, its great body maintaining its forward lunge before collapsing to the ground, silenced by its own lament. A dazzling array of items, shimmering in various hues, cascaded from its form in a magnificent display. A massive explosion, a truly monumental explosion. The defeat of this level 20 boss, vanquished in a singular battle, marked a miraculous event, combining both skill and fortune. Should Yi Tianxia face this challenge again, he himself would doubt his ability to replicate such success. The abyss was synonymous with despair, yet within that despair, a glimmer of hope remained for Yi Tianxia. This hope lay in the dark carnivorous flowers of the second trial. Without the pollen from those flowers, he would have had no chance against the amethyst battle tiger. Similarly, without the peculiar items acquired from the novice village's apothecary, he would have been bereft of victory. However, this did not imply that fate had favored him. Had another individual, equipped with identical items, challenged the abyss, even a full party of 12 would not have triumphed over the amethyst battle tiger. This was a trial meant for true champions. With a deep sigh of relief, Yi Tianxia felt an overwhelming wave of weakness wash over him as he relaxed his mind, compelling him to sit and catch his breath. He was oblivious to how long it had taken him to defeat the amethyst battle tiger, nor did he grasp how many times he had danced perilously close to death. A serene smile graced his lips. He had succeeded, accomplishing what had seemed impossible. Ding! You have successfully slain the level 20 boss, the amethyst battle tiger. Reputation 20. Ding! Your level has risen to 11. Health 10, Magic 10. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The crisp notification tones eased the tension in Yi Tianxia's nearly exhausted nerves. He straightened up, retracting the moment of fate, and slowly approached the corpse of the amethyst battle tiger. There, 2 golden glimmers captivated his gaze. They radiated the brilliance of golden artifacts. Chapter 47. Skill Scroll of Berserk Battle Intent. The amethyst battle tiger yielded 12 gold coins, 20 recovery potions, and an impressive 5 pieces of equipment, none of which were of common quality. Among these, 2 shone with a golden radiance, while 3 glimmered with a silvery hue. The items radiating golden light were a shield emblazoned with a roaring tiger and a golden dagger resembling sharp fangs. The silver items comprised a broad suit of armor and 2 identical pairs of battle tiger boots. Tiger's Soul Shield, golden artifact. Usage requirement, level 20 Shield Guardian. Unidentified. Cannot be used. Tiger Fang Blade, golden artifact. Usage requirement, level 20 Assassin. Unidentified. Cannot be used. Battle Tiger Armor, silver artifact. Usage requirement, level 20 Melee class. Unidentified. Cannot be used. Battle Tiger Boots, silver artifact. Usage requirement, level 20 Melee class. Unidentified. Cannot be used. After discarding some lesser quality equipment from his inventory, Yi Tianxia carefully stowed away the 5 items, each gleaming with golden or silver light. The amethyst battle tiger, a level 20 boss, naturally dropped equipment of a similar level. Any one of these 3 silver artifacts or 2 golden artifacts would certainly cause a stir if made public. Upon examining the amethyst battle tiger's body, 2 scrolls of varying sizes caught his eye. One was a dull gray, while the other was pure white. Yi Tianxia picked up the gray scroll, and as he anticipated, it was a skill scroll with an exceedingly low drop rate, nearly impossible to find. Skill Scroll, Berserk Battle Intent. Usage requirement, none. Upon use, the skill Berserk Battle Intent is acquired. When health falls below 20, it can be activated. Once triggered, physical attack power, magical attack power, and movement speed increase by 30, while defense decreases by 50. It consumes 30 mana and lasts for 30 seconds, and can be upgraded. Berserk Battle Intent was a powerful skill activated by the amethyst battle tiger at the brink of death, even surpassing its original form. Unlike the original's requirement of having less than 10 health, this version was far more lenient, allowing for proactive activation rather than being passively triggered. A 30 increase in attack and movement speed was a feat even the 2nd or 3rd tier support skills of attacking classes struggled to achieve. More astonishingly, it was an upgradable skill, meaning it would grow stronger with continuous use. Yi Tianxia did not hasten to use the skill scroll, instead returning it to his inventory and picking up the white scroll. As he grasped the white paper, a clear notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations on passing the Abyss Difficulty Job Transfer Trial. You may request the village chief of the novice village to teleport you to the Lost Continent at any time. Since you have cleared the highest difficulty trial, we will announce your achievement 3 times. Would you like to conceal your name? Conceal his name? Yi Tianxia twitched at the corner of his eye. Why would I hide my name? Furthermore, 3 announcements are not enough. Make it 5. Let the whole world know the name of Yi Tianxia. The scroll in his hand was indeed proof of passing the Abyss trial. The clear female voice fell silent, either at a loss for words or tacitly agreeing. Ding. System announcement. Player Zongshan's team successfully passed the Nightmare difficulty job transfer trial, becoming the first team in Destiny to conquer the Nightmare trial. All 12 members, Zongshan, Xinyu Ying, and Xinyu Luoxing, received rewards of Strength 4, Stamina 4, Agility 4, Spirit 4, Luck 1, and Charm 1, along with a random bronze equipment suitable for their profession and an additional reward of 20 reputation points. We hope all players continue to strive for success. The system notification resonated throughout the Huaxia region, akin to a meteor crashing into a tranquil lake, creating countless ripples. The Xinyu Alliance was a name not unfamiliar, symbolizing immense power and influence. Once again, they had surged ahead of other players, while countless others struggled and failed repeatedly in the Nightmare difficulty trials. A team from Xinyu Alliance had already succeeded. Some felt envy, others admiration, while many could only sigh at the immense advantages held by such a powerful faction, which ordinary players could scarcely compare to. They amassed vast wealth, acquired the finest equipment, and formed teams with the best preparations and configurations. The Nightmare level trials seemed only achievable by such colossal entities in the gaming world. Outside Novice Village 12,000. 12 beams of white light flashed consecutively, revealing 12 figures, a mix of men and women, each with differing professions, perfectly balanced. Their equipment was astonishingly dazzling. The rare Qingtong artifacts made any player wearing even one the center of envy and attention. Yet these 12 individuals each wore at least 2 bronze artifacts, and the towering man at the forefront sported bracers glimmering with a dazzling silver light. "Ha! We did it!" shouted the apprentice archer of Xinyu Luoxing, holding a bronze bow, his face alight with excitement. Each member mirrored his enthusiasm. After multiple failures in the Nightmare trial, they had finally succeeded through their formidable strength, proper equipment, fortunate circumstances, and exquisite teamwork, overcoming peril after peril to reach the end. Humph, the first team to pass the Nightmare trial is indeed us. I can only imagine the grim expression on the heavenly son of the Shroud Wings now, remarked a tall man named Xinyu Tianbi, wielding a heavy shield. As one of the 2 shield guardians of the team, he had borne the brunt of the damage and protection during the trial. His name was well known among Huaxia players, for in Godslayer, he was the mightiest guardian of the Xinyu Alliance. Zongshan cast his gaze toward the Novice Village, a faint smile gracing his lips. Well done. But do not become complacent. The Heavenly Son has the assistance of the Endless Kill, and he should also be able to pass the Nightmare trial. We must utilize this final afternoon to complete all unfinished tasks in the Novice Village and promptly head to the city for our job transfers. We must establish our influence in the Lost Continent as swiftly as possible and suppress the Shroud Wings. For him, the Shroud Wings represented his strongest, if not only, rival. The Son of the South and the Son of the North, the 2 most formidable heirs of Huaxia, had never ceased their overt and covert battles in both the real world and the game world, a rivalry that intensified with time. Behind the scenes, the roots of their conflict were not merely the suppression of each other's factions, but rather the enchanting figure of a woman named Lu Qiue. "Young master, I have just received news that the team of Canglong was wiped out at the 5th level of the difficult mode. The Heavenly Son's team entered the Abyss difficulty 2 hours ago and was wiped out half an hour later. After regrouping, they have now entered the Nightmare difficulty trial," reported Xinyu Ying to Zongshan. "Humph," Zongshan scoffed derisively. "They overestimate their capabilities. Passing the Abyss difficulty is simply impossible." Ding. System announcement. Player Yi Tianxia has successfully passed the Abyss level job transfer trial, becoming the first player in the Destiny world to conquer the Abyss trial. He receives rewards of Strength 5, Stamina 5, Agility 5, Spirit 5, Luck 1, Charm 1, Insight 1, as well as an additional 100 reputation points, and is awarded the first Novice Village Hero Badge in Huaxia. His name shall forever be enshrined in the annals of Destiny. Ding. System announcement. The player, Evil Heaven, has successfully passed the Abyss level job transfer trial. Ding. System announcement. Ding. System announcement. Ding. System announcement. In the depths of the God of Death's throat, it felt as though something had lodged itself, rendering it incapable of uttering another word. Although the 30 enhancement to attack and speed from the Berserker's Fury is undeniably significant, it is, upon closer inspection, a perilous skill that could lead to one's demise. Yet, it is vital to remember its name. This is no mere auxiliary skill. As it evolves step by step, it astonishingly emerges as one of the most formidable skills within this narrative. Chapter 48. The Hero's Emblem. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere. The world seemed to freeze in that moment, and the entire Huaxia region descended into an unsettling quietude. All players gazed wide-eyed and agape, dazedly absorbing the system notification that reverberated 5 times in their ears. The Abyss. The trial of Abyss difficulty? Someone actually passed the Abyss difficulty class transfer trial. How? How could this be possible? Shenyu Luoxing wore an expression of utter disbelief, the system notification ringing in his ears causing him to doubt his own hearing. We are the strongest team, equipped with the finest gear. Yet we have never succeeded in passing the 3rd level of the Abyss trial. There cannot possibly be a team stronger than ours. This person named Xietian. Wait. Xietian. One person? Like a heavy lid descending upon them, the atmosphere became overwhelmingly suffocating in its astonishment, and the 12 members of the Shunyu Alliance fell into a profound silence, unable to utter a single word. The system notification mentioned only one name. Only one person named Xietian, which implied that he alone, by his own strength, had conquered the Abyss difficulty trial. Impossible, impossible. Shenyu Luoxing shook his head in a daze. Absolutely impossible. Even if he truly passed the Abyss trial, it could not have been done solo. He must have had a full team of 12, and in the end, the other 11 fell. It could never be just one person. Each of them had personally experienced the sheer terror of the Abyss trial. They had challenged it time and again, their best attempt resulting in only 6 casualties on the 2nd level, before being obliterated in just a few minutes on the 3rd level. He believed their team possessed the finest equipment, the most comprehensive supplies, the best cooperation, and the strongest attributes. To claim they were the most formidable team in the novice stage would not be an exaggeration. He would rather die than accept that one person could single-handedly pass the Abyss difficulty trial. You are mistaken. Shenyu Tianbi shook his head gravely and stated, a team that enters the trial map together, even if one by one they fall, as long as one person succeeds. All members of that team can be deemed to have passed. This person, indeed, is alone. From their faces, the remnants of their previous excitement vanished entirely. The pride and exhilaration they had just derived from overcoming the nightmare trial was crushed within a minute. Faced with the mythic feat of a single individual conquering the Abyss trial, a feat that would astonish all of Huaxia, and indeed the entire world. The honor they had recently acquired felt dim and insignificant. Impossible. Could it be a flaw in the game? The lowest tier monsters in the Abyss trial are all elite 1-star, and facing even one requires utmost caution. How could he possibly defeat 12 at once? And then there are the 2-star and 3-star elites, and even more fearsome foes beyond. Xietian, why had he never heard of this name before? Shenyu Luoxing mumbled, his mind reeling from the monumental shock of his perceptions being overturned. The fate system does not harbor flaws, Shenyu Tianbi replied coldly. Zhang Shun remained silent for a long while, his expression dark and tumultuous. He turned away and said, focus on your own matters. Ing. Ascertain the origins and all information pertaining to Xietian in the shortest time possible. I believe the Emperor would also be very interested in him. Yes, young master. Xin Yuing responded promptly and hurried away. In the newbie village number 60001, at the moment the system notification sounded, a team struggling through the difficult trial halted in unison, stunned and speechless as they listened to the notification reverberate in their ears. Among them, the 5 standing at the front turned pale and flushed in shock. Xietian. Xietian. It's that person, a novice archer, haunted by dreadful memories associated with the name, spoke with a ghostly pallor. He was the unfortunate archer who had been ruthlessly trampled by Yi Tianxia on 2 occasions. Hongye Tibi's countenance shifted between shadows, for as the leader of the Hongye Alliance, he could not let grievances go unpunished. The name Xietian was forever etched in his memory. The moment they entered the city, he would gather the strength of the Hongye Alliance and dispatch someone to track down Xietian, so that he might understand the cost of provoking the Hongye Alliance. Yet at this moment, he realized that he had been Navi, a single individual passing the 3rd level of the Abyss trial, a feat that had eluded even full teams. What did this signify? A miracle? A legend? A myth? Was it wise to provoke such an adversary further? Hongye TB picked up the communicator, connecting to the Hongye Alliance's leader, Hongye Lifeng. At the end of the trial ground, listening to the system notification resound 5 times, Yi Tianxia nodded in satisfaction, expressing his appreciation for the system's compliance. At that moment, a palm-sized circular emblem slowly descended from the air, hovering before his eyes. The emblem exhibited a dull bronze hue, lacking any ostentatious brilliance or intricate designs. Both sides bore the simple inscription, Hero. Holding this emblem in his palm, Yi Tianxia found it perfectly fitting to grasp it entirely. This emblem, rare and precious beyond measure in any virtual game world, was defined by its unique attribute of being unrestricted in terms of how many could be worn, an attribute unmatched by any other gear. Hero's emblem, a symbol of the hero. Only those who have passed the Abyss-level trial are qualified to obtain and wear the hero's emblem. Wearing it grants a prestige of 100. Non-transferable, non-droppable, non-stealable. If discarded, it will vanish instantly. Prestige 100. And that's it. Yi Tianxia stared at the hero's emblem in his hand, for aside from the prestige attribute, there were no additional properties. The Abyss trial, a formidable challenge that should not have been surmountable, ought to have yielded a reward of extraordinary caliber, yet this hero's emblem, in both appearance and attributes, seemed entirely unremarkable, even inferior to the bronze equipment awarded for overcoming the nightmare difficulty. In the world of fate, prestige is a notoriously difficult attribute to accrue. It is only awarded for significant achievements, completing special tasks, or vanquishing powerful bosses. Rewards for tasks rarely exceed 5 points. While only slaying lords and above can enhance prestige, the 100 points of prestige conferred by the hero's emblem represented a considerable sum. However, the utility of prestige primarily manifests when players establish their own guilds, alliances, and so forth, making it rather irrelevant for Yi Tianxia, who preferred to walk alone. Nevertheless, Yi Tianxia grasped the hero's emblem, his mind stirring. Is it truly just a simple prestige reward? It should not be. Perhaps there are hidden attributes yet to be revealed. One can only hope. Chapter 49. The Legend of the Tower of Fate. With the hero's badge emblazoned on his chest, Yi Tianxia crouched beside the corpse of the amethyst battle tiger, diligently performing the gathering technique. Ding. You have collected 1 piece of amethyst tiger skin. Ding. You have collected 7 portions of amethyst tiger meat. Ding. You have collected a special item, fragment of amethyst stone. Oh? Yi Tianxia pinched a small stone, no larger than a grain of sand, which shimmered with a blinding violet light. A subtle flow of electricity coursed through his fingers, and a delicate web of lightning danced upon the stone, emitting a faint crackling sound. Fragment of amethyst stone, originally a gem that had existed for millennia. It was struck by the energy released during the battle between the 12 sages and the 8 demon kings, thus harboring a high density of electrical power. Subsequently, the Tiger King inadvertently consumed it, evolving into a level 20 amethyst battle tiger and gaining the power of lightning. Due to the short time since the amethyst battle tiger consumed the stone, it had not fully absorbed its power, leaving behind this final fragment. Effect: consuming it permanently increases lightning resistance by 5 and grants a 1 damage boost to lightning magic. Without hesitation, Yi Tianxia swallowed the fragment. The likelihood of encountering an item that permanently enhances one's attributes is exceedingly rare, rendering its value immeasurable, a true treasure beyond price. Ding. You have used the fragment of amethyst stone. Lightning resistance permanently increased by 5. Lightning magic damage increased by 1. The once pristine corpse of the amethyst battle tiger vanished from the ground. Yi Tianxia rose and gazed ahead, where the previously closed stone door now stood ajar. With a contented smile, he stepped inside. At the moment he crossed the threshold, a light sound reached his ears, and before him unfolded a realm of pure white, followed by a swift transition of the surrounding space. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back outside the novice village. Holding the Abyss trial certificate, he walked into the village, making his way toward the elder. Elder, I have returned, Yi Tianxia greeted warmly. Upon seeing him, the village chief's eyes lit up as they always did, though he did not speak immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Yi Tianxia from head to toe, nodding as he remarked, You've emerged later than I anticipated, ha. Now you must understand the Abyss trial is incredibly difficult to pass. Nevertheless, enduring for such a long time, you have already proven yourself to be outstanding. The village chief's words faltered abruptly, his old eyes widening in disbelief as they fixated on Yi Tianxia's chest. After a prolonged silence, he stammered, Take the hero's badge. You actually passed the Abyss trial. The system prompt of the world of fate is inaudible to NPCs, so the village chief had no knowledge that Yi Tianxia had indeed completed the Abyss trial. Nor had it crossed his mind. No one comprehended the trial's difficulty better than he. Even the formidable amethyst battle tiger, the final test, was well within his knowledge. Given the strength attainable in the novice village, it was impossible to overcome, not even with a full party of 12. Let alone with dozens or hundreds of players, especially considering Yi Tianxia was merely one individual. While he had previously encouraged Yi Tianxia and offered assistance out of goodwill, He never imagined he would actually pass the Abyss trial. Only by completing the Abyss trial could one obtain the Hero S badge. Yes, I owe it all to your assistance, Elder. Without your help, I would have never succeeded, Yi Tianxia replied with a smile. Indeed, without the 20 special recovery potions provided by the Elder and the special item he received through the Elder's recommendation, he would have had little hope of overcoming the Amethyst Battle Tiger, despite managing the earlier challenges. The village chief stared at him for a long time, his old face regaining composure after a moment of astonishment. He restrained his smile and gravely stated, "No, I know precisely what items Old Yuan possesses. Even if you acquired them all, without extraordinary abilities, it would be impossible for you to defeat the formidable foes within the Abyss trial." He paused, reflecting, "While I have always believed you would become an exceptional hero, I still underestimated you. You are only the second person in these years to obtain the Hero S badge. Witnessing this miracle firsthand fills me with boundless joy. My greatest wish now is to see you one day acquire the fabled Hero S badge and the War Goddess badge, and then step into the mysterious Tower of Fate." Hero S badge, War Goddess badge, Tower of Fate? Yi Tianxia queried, a look of confusion clouding his features as he gazed at the village chief. The elder raised his head slightly, reminiscing for a moment before continuing. "Having acquired the Hero S badge grants you the right to know these things. Alas, the 8 demon kings that once wrought havoc upon the lost continent were ultimately sealed within the Tower of Fate by the efforts of the 12 sages. The Tower of Fate consists of 111 floors, imprisoning countless beings, all of whom are vicious monsters. The sealing power of the tower strengthens as one ascends, with the creatures contained within growing increasingly formidable. Furthermore, the Tower of Fate is situated in the very heart of the lost continent, its existence upheld by the core power of the continent, the eternal moment of fate. However, 3 years ago, the eternal moment of fate suddenly vanished from the pinnacle of the tower, causing the sealing power to weaken day by day. Eventually, a colossal surge of demonic energy erupted from the tower's summit, the potent aura of the 8 demon kings breaking free. Shortly thereafter, they all escaped from the tower, their whereabouts unknown. The village chief sighed, continuing, "During the struggle against the 8 demon kings, 5 of the 12 sages perished, while the remaining 7 vanished after the final battle, their fates unknown. Without the core of power, the demonic energy in the lost continent has intensified, and natural disasters have become increasingly frequent. Countless souls search for the eternal moment of fate, yearning to uncover the mysteries of the Tower of Fate. Thus, many brave adventurers have ventured into the tower, yet none have emerged alive. The tower was henceforth sealed, forbidding entry to ordinary folk. It became a true forbidden realm." Yi Tianxia mused in silence. To enter the Tower of Fate, one must obtain the Hero S badge, the Hero badge, and the War Goddess badge. Otherwise, it would merely lead to their demise. Eventually, a brave soul emerged, having endured hellish trials to acquire all 3 badges. Yet he too could not reach the pinnacle and narrowly escaped with his life on the 80th floor, returning with regrets. That individual is now the foremost expert in the lost continent, his abilities rivaling those of the 12 sages of yore, known only as the Nameless. Chapter 50. In truth, I am a master. The Tower of Fate is a daunting place. Although the 8 demon kings are no longer present, countless malevolent beasts and evil spirits have been sealed within its depths for millennia, each floor housing increasingly formidable foes. Only those of true strength can venture inside. The arduous journey to obtain the Courage badge is a challenge you must have experienced, while acquiring the Hero badge and the War God badge is even more formidable. The severity of the trials can easily plunge one into despair, yet only those who can endure such despair and emerge victorious are deemed true warriors. Yi Tianxia listened quietly, gradually crafting a mental image of the Tower of Fate. The village chief could never fathom that the eternal moment of destiny, which had vanished, now rested in his grasp, transformed into his weapon. Beneath his calm exterior, his heart raced uncontrollably. Why would the core of this world's power, the moment of fate that seals countless demons, manifest within him and in the realm of reality? It was left by her. Why? Ah, I hear it. The Tower of Fate. The Tower of Fate. Master, you must go to the Tower of Fate. Guoguo's voice suddenly rang in his ears. First came the sound. Then her petite form gradually revealed itself, perched awkwardly on Yi Tianxia's shoulder. She yawned widely and stretched, appearing still half asleep. Why? Yi Tianxia whispered softly. Because, the moment I heard Tower of Fate, I recalled that the purple core of fate remains atop the tower. Huh, strange, why do I know this? Guoguo pondered, biting her finger and puffing out her cheeks as she blinked, desperately seeking an answer. The resolution to her query. Perhaps even the sovereign of the heavens could not elucidate it. Who knows how she came to know? Master, do you have any apples left? Guogua, unable to decipher the mystery, promptly shifted her focus, floating in front of Yi Tianxia, clutching the hem of his garment with a pitiful expression, as if on the verge of tears if denied an apple. The tears of this little girl possessed the power to vanquish him instantly. Yi Tianxia, lacking the courage to resist, helplessly retrieved an apple from his backpack and placed it in her arms. Guogua immediately squealed with delight, clutching the apple and soaring back to his shoulder, eagerly taking a hearty bite. The village chief, filled with emotion, remarked, "Young warrior, perhaps. No. I firmly believe that one day you shall earn the right to ascend the Tower of Fate. Now that you have secured proof of your triumph over the abyssal trial, do you wish to be transported immediately to the mysterious lost continent? There, your true journey in this world will commence. It is a vast, beautiful, and bountiful land, shrouded in mystery and fraught with peril. You will first be sent to the city of Tianjin, located in the east of the lost continent. It is one of the 5 principal cities of the lost continent, and the genuine starting point for every human from another world. Have you made your decision? Once you depart, you shall never return to this place." "Never return? Not even if my level falls below 10? Yi Tianxia inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. "Indeed not." The village chief shook his head emphatically. "Once you depart, you will be unable to return. Even if your level were to drop to 0, it remains impossible. The enigmatic lost continent offers enough for you to explore throughout your lifetime. Perhaps you may traverse every inch of the lost continent, or even set foot on broader lands beyond, yet you shall never return to this initial point. This is the rule of this world, an immutable decree. Unless you possess some ability to transcend such regulations, never able to return." Yi Tianxia could not help but recall the peculiar hidden quest he had inadvertently received in the blacksmith's workshop, as well as the task from the elderly woman with her lower limbs sealed, demanding the collection of 1,000 wolf eyes. Though the initial rewards for the first 3 stages of the quest were dismally pathetic, and this stage made him wish to cleave her in two, deep within, he believed the system would not orchestrate such a treacherous task without a worthy conclusion. Until one reaches the final stage, no one can ascertain the ultimate outcome. However, if returning to the novice village is destined to be impossible, then this task would become an insurmountable challenge. "Village chief, is there any item or method here to expand my backpack?" Yi Tianxia pondered and asked. "The beautiful city of Tianjin will have what you seek, but here, alas, there is nothing," the village chief replied resolutely. Yi Tianxia felt a twinge of conflict and reluctantly said, "Village chief, I will postpone my journey to the city of Tianjin for now. There are still some unfinished matters I must attend to." The village chief nodded, saying, "That is wise. Once you depart, you cannot return. Ponder carefully on any overlooked matters. By the way," suddenly, the village chief's eyes brightened with urgency as he recalled something. "You should visit Yuan-Ke. If he sees this courage badge, he may offer you quite a surprise." "Yuan-Ke, that peculiar little old man. All right, I shall go at once." Yi Tianxia nodded and turned toward the direction of the apothecary. "Brother Yuan-Ke, I have arrived. The village chief sent me to see you," Yi Tianxia stated directly, deliberately puffing out his chest so that the lethargic old man, too lazy to even open his eyes, would notice the courage badge displayed prominently. Now, he finally comprehended that the courage badge obtained through the heavenly trial was not as simplistic as it appeared. Its latent power had begun to evoke both excitement and astonishment within him. "You brat." Yuan-Ke half opened his eyes, but upon uttering those words, he abruptly halted. Springing to his feet like a coil, "The courage badge, you actually." Yi Tianxia casually indicated the badge on his chest, feigning nonchalance as he said, "I merely passed a trial by chance and obtained this. Then the village chief sent me to chat with you." Yuan Chua's reaction, though more exaggerated than the village chief's, was swiftly tempered as he settled back down, rubbing his nose before raising his head to utter a phrase that left Yi Tianxia utterly exasperated. "In truth, I am a master." Yi Tianxia stifled the urge to retort, waiting for him to continue. "Ah, the village chief truly understands me. I have been waiting for someone capable of obtaining the courage badge. Brother, truly a master." Yuan Chua's expression grew somber, his gaze imbued with a profound weariness, his voice soft and prolonged, uttering words that only deepened Yi Tianxia's vexation. Chapter 51. The extraordinary artifacts of the novice village. From a young age, I embarked on a journey across the lost continent, dedicating my entire existence to traversing its vast expanse. Gradually, the tales of my exploits began to circulate through the martial world. In those days, I was strikingly handsome, akin to a celestial prince descended from the heavens, revered as the most dashing man in the lost continent. Coupled with unparalleled martial prowess, I commanded both awe and envy wherever I went. even drawing the attention of the emperor of the city of Lost, who sought to win me over. While the imperial princess longed to embrace me, yet I turned them down, for what I truly desired was my own freedom. Observing the frail and withered form of Yuan Ke, with a face resembling ancient bark, I felt a wave of nausea rise within me. I began to waver, contemplating whether to remain and listen to his ramblings. Yuan Ke glanced at my expression, his face etched with profound resignation. You young one will never comprehend the allure of my youth. Let us not dwell on that. I lingered here due to a promise made long ago, bound to this place forever. However, the extraordinary treasures I acquired during my perilous travels across the continent have always remained by my side. But as time passes, I find myself nearing the end of my days. I refuse to let these treasures, which I fought so hard to obtain, fade into obscurity alongside me. Instead, I await the arrival of someone capable of earning the hero's badge, and now, you have appeared, allowing me to finally unveil these extraordinary treasures. Extraordinary treasures. As I recalled Yuan Ke's earlier boastful claims, so absurd that even a fool would disbelieve, I found myself only slightly intrigued by his so-called extraordinary treasures. Yuan Ke produced an elegantly antiquated yet neatly arranged box, placing it before me. He opened it with a heavy heart and said, "Young one, take a good look. Should you wish to purchase anything, do let me know. Since you have acquired the hero's badge, I am willing to sell these treasures, which are more precious than my life, to you at a generous discount of 96%. I cast a glance into the box, and as soon as I discerned the attributes of the first item, my entire being shuddered, compelling me to rub my eyes in disbelief. A mirage. It must be an illusion. How could such astonishing items possibly exist? Yet, my eyes and senses insisted that this was no mere figment. The astonishment that had previously graced my features vanished, replaced by an expression of sheer disbelief as I examined each item within the box. My jaw hanging open for what felt like an eternity. Inside the box lay a chaotic assortment of colorful objects, bottles, beads, and even greenish roots. Yet, each one bore the potential to be deemed extraordinary. Heavenly fruit, grown upon the Tiangang tree in the lava prison of the southern lost continent. This fruit takes a century to mature. It contains the searing power of molten lava, capable of igniting the latent potential within living beings and augmenting their strength. Yuan Ke harvested 10 of these fruits, each granting a permanent increase of 10 points to strength, with effects that stack. Each fruit is priced at 200,000 gold coins. Fairy tears, the first drop of tears shed by a newly born fairy, imbued with the purest magic in nature. Yuan Ke possesses 10 drops. Each drop provides a permanent increase of 10 points to mental attributes, with effects that stack. Each drop is priced at 300,000 gold coins. Water of life, sourced from the fountain of life on the sacred mountain of heaven. Yuan Ke risked death at the hands of guardian beasts to obtain 5 drops of this precious water, consuming one himself while cherishing the remaining 4. Each drop grants an increase of 1,000 life points, with the effect not stacking upon repeated use. Each drop is priced at 1,000 gold coins. Wind-chasing grass, the smallest and lightest plant in the lost continent, resembling a needle. Once fully grown, it drifts with the wind, losing vitality and becoming exceedingly difficult to capture. Each minuscule blade of wind-chasing grass contains pure, ethereal power. Yuan Ke managed to secure 10 blades, preserved in the water of life. Each blade grants a permanent increase of 10 points to agility, 5 points to movement speed, and 1 points to jumping ability, with effects that stack. Each blade is priced at 500,000 gold coins. Lucky leaves, a magical leaf displaying 3 colors, not confined to a specific plant, but potentially appearing on any flora. It is said that whoever spots such a leaf will encounter good fortune. Yuan Ke has acquired 10 lucky leaves. Each leaf grants a permanent increase of 1 point to luck, with effects that stack. Each leaf is priced at 100,000 gold coins. Charming flower, a peculiar flower with petals of 7 colors, rumored to endow the consumer with an irresistible allure. Yuan Ke possesses 10 of these flowers. Each flower grants a permanent increase of 1 point to charm, with effects that stack. Each flower is priced at 100,000 gold coins. Suddenly, I felt parched. The diminutive yet potent items before me left me in a state of astonished disbelief. Each one was a permanent enhancement to various attributes, and many conferred not just a single point, but an increase of 10 points at once. The water of life alone augmented life by a staggering 1,000 points. More terrifyingly, all effects, save for that of the water of life, could be stacked. Consuming a heavenly fruit boosts strength by 10 points, while consuming 10 would yield an incredible 100 points. Such extraordinary items had emerged in the novice village. The exorbitant prices attached to these treasures made my teeth clench in frustration. I began to resent the fact that currency exchange had not been made available since the game's inception. Had it been so, I would have purchased every single one of these items without hesitation. Each of these artifacts bore a price that would seem exorbitant to an ordinary person, who would never consider spending such an outrageous sum for a mere game item. Yet for those with immense wealth, power, and ambition, even if the price were to multiply tenfold, they would still vie for these extraordinary treasures with fervent zeal. I steadied my racing heart and shifted my gaze to the corner of the box, where two relatively antiquated items lay in wait. A rusty key, discovered by Yuan K amidst the fountain of life. This key was taken along with the water. It appears to be linked to a certain door, priced at 10,000 gold coins. The key. My heart stirred as I turned my attention to the final item. An ancient short knife. Its hilt no longer than a finger, and the blade similarly minuscule. The blade bore an irregular, twisted shape, with a peculiar triangular tip resembling the head of a venomous serpent. The contorted blade mimicked the body of a snake, poised to strike. Chapter 52. The Celestial Artifact. Enigmatic Serpent. Celestial Artifact. Usage requirement. Level 50 Assassin class. Agility above 300. A treacherous and sinister artifact from the Lost Continent. It is said to be forged from the venom of countless venomous snakes. When the enigmatic serpent was created, the toxic fumes released caused the immediate demise of all the craftsmen involved in its forging, due to its malevolence. A significant portion of its toxicity was sealed away by the supreme deity of the Lost Continent, later acquired by the renowned Round Magpie, becoming his legendary weapon of notoriety. Attributes: Attack 800, Attack Increase 18, Agility 120, Accuracy 70, Stamina 40. When attacking, there is a 30 chance to inflict poison status, a 10 chance to inflict severe poison, and a 1 chance to inflict lethal poison. If the holder's poison resistance is below 50, they lose 100 health per second while equipped. Additional skills: Lethal Venom Strike. Harnessing the venom of the enigmatic serpent, this skill delivers a deadly strike to a single target, dealing damage equivalent to the attack power, with a 10 chance to inflict lethal poison. If the target is poisoned, they will lose 1000 health per second until cured, or they will perish. Magic cost: 110. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Serpent S Poison Dance. Originating from the venom of myriad venomous snakes, this skill, once activated, conjures countless shadows of poisonous serpents to attack all enemies within a 10-meter radius for 3 seconds. Damage is equivalent to 300 of a normal attack, with a 100 chance to inflict poison, a 30 chance to inflict severe poison, and a 10 chance to inflict lethal poison. Magic cost: 300. Skill cooldown: 30 minutes. For 10 minutes after use, the poison attacks from the enigmatic serpent are nullified. Yi Tianxia. The enigmatic serpent. A celestial artifact of level 50. At this moment, even the usually indifferent Yi Tianxia felt his heart race with excitement. If word spread that such a celestial artifact existed in Novice Village number 60001, one could only imagine the uproar it would cause, prompting countless individuals to engage in the most irrational and frenzied actions. Indeed, even though it required a level of 50, and even though it was currently in the hands of an NPC, it should not be appearing at this stage. What troubled Yi Tianxia further was that it had been acquired by Round Magpie, who had turned it into his renowned weapon of dominance. Could it be that this seemingly frail old man, who looked as if a gust of wind could carry him away, was truly the expert he claimed to be? And the enigmatic serpent, an artifact capable of driving players worldwide to madness, was also one of Round Magpie's wares, priced at an astonishing 100,000 gold coins. 100 million gold coins. An astronomical figure that would leave ordinary people dumbfounded. However, beneath this price, anyone who possessed a celestial artifact would undoubtedly be able to dominate the world. The astounding attributes of the enigmatic serpent perfectly illustrated this point. Should an assassin acquire it, regardless of their attack strength, the high probability of inflicting poison, the rare occurrence of severe poison 23 times stronger than normal, and the almost impossible lethal poison would render any opponent hesitant to engage. The notion of acquiring an item that permanently enhances attributes, a peculiar key, and the celestial artifact that could drive him to distraction caused Yi Tianxia's gaze to drift. Such exorbitant prices were beyond what he and all novice players could afford. Although these astonishing prices were not entirely unreasonable, Round Magpie keenly observed Yi Tianxia's expression, his eyes narrowing into a slit, scrutinizing his shadowy countenance before abruptly inquiring, "Are you contemplating theft?" No, Yi Tianxia nodded, then hastily shook his head, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had indeed been seriously contemplating whether to strike down this old man and take all his belongings, thereby achieving unrivaled status among players. However, considering that this old man could wield the enigmatic serpent and possess such rare treasures, he reluctantly acknowledged that he must be an expert. Round Magpie's face darkened, his beard nearly bristling. I had intended to gift you one of each of these attribute-enhancing items for free, but now, that's out of the question. Since you possess the Brave Badge, if you wish to buy something, do so quickly, or get lost if you lack the funds. Buy? What nonsense. In the impoverished novice village, possessing 100 gold coins made one a millionaire. Dreaming of having hundreds of thousands or millions was absurd. The price of the enigmatic serpent was likely equivalent to selling all players in novice village number 60001. Brother Magpie. Yi Tianxia adjusted his expression to appear innocuous, saying, You have so many extraordinary treasures, yet do not utilize them. You must realize you will remain here indefinitely, with no opportunity for their use. With the impending disaster approaching the Lost Continent, you should bestow these upon a hero capable of confronting this looming calamity. A hero? Humph. Round Magpie scoffed, rolling his eyes disdainfully. Yi Tianxia maintained his composure, stating, The village chief said so. Bringing the village chief into this won't help. While he owes me a favor, that's between us. I will remain in this novice village, living off scraps until I die, and the fate of the Lost Continent is of no concern to me. If you want my items, bring money. Yi Tianxia fixed his gaze on the items within the box, memorizing their attributes before gritting his teeth and exiting the shop. Only after he left did Round Magpie leisurely collect the items, resuming his pose as if lifeless. Greedy, miserly, and stingy. Yi Tianxia cursed the old man in his heart as he stepped out of the shop, then turned to ask, Guogua, do you have any way to steal those items from that old man? While munching on an apple, Guogua lifted her small head, juice dripping down her face as she mumbled, Master, that old grandpa is really strong. Even 1,000 of you wouldn't be able to defeat him, Yi Tianxia rubbed his temples in frustration and suddenly asked, How do you know he is strong? Have you seen him before? Guogua paused her apple eating, blinking innocently and whispering, Huh? How do I know? Why? Yi Tianxia, Chapter 53. The arrival of the plump sheep patiently waiting for Guogua to finish her apple. Yi Tianxia contemplated for a brief moment before raising his left wrist to connect to the external communication device. This device in the world of fate not only facilitated conversations within its realm, but also established a direct link to the real world. While existing in the fate universe, should someone from the outside come to visit, or if a phone call were to ring, or if a player faced excessive hunger from prolonged inactivity, or any unforeseen events occurred, it would autonomously emit prompts or warnings. After 2 steady chimes, the call was promptly connected, and a somewhat gruff voice impatiently erupted, Second brother, you finally decided to make a move. You have no idea. Yi Tianxia interrupted him before he could finish. What is it? When will the currency exchange with that deadbeat be available? There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by a hesitant reply. Based on my incomplete estimation, it should take about a month or so. A month? Though he emphasized the uncertainty of his statement, Yi Tianxia understood that given his style and intelligence network, if he dared to mention such a relatively specific time frame, it must be grounded in some degree of reliability. According to the village chief, once one left the novice village, there would be no chance of returning. Was he truly expected to remain in this novice village for over a month just to purchase these extraordinary items? Oh, second brother. No, that was a slip of the tongue. Please don't be angry. Are you short on funds? I need 200 million. And it must be spent in the novice village, Yi Tianxia replied resolutely. 200 million. Second brother, you. But according to my somewhat unreliable sources, the currency exchange will not be available in the near future. Even if it opens, it cannot be used here in the novice village. I've also heard that to exchange currency, one must first acquire a special funds card in the game city. The specifics are unclear, but it is certain that without this card, one cannot convert real currency into game coins. Therefore, the first step is to leave the novice village for the main city. Yi Tianxia abruptly ended the call, gazing at the scant few coins in his backpack, rendered speechless. If he could seamlessly complete the currency exchange, he would accept waiting in the novice village for over a month. For those extraordinary items, surely any individual with sufficient funds and a sound mind would make such a choice. Although he had delayed nearly a month compared to others, the returns would far exceed the mere month of stagnation. Yet, the reality was that he couldn't even wait in vain for a month. Those who thought they could accumulate 200 million coins in the novice village could very well end up in a mental institution. However, leaving the novice village, even if it meant acquiring 200 million game coins, would seal his fate of never returning. Was there truly no other way? Such extraordinary items were not readily available. Acquiring them was a monumental challenge. However, if they had manifested, there must be a glimmer of hope to obtain them. The Fate world, with its impeccable intelligence system, should not impose such a maddening illusion. Gritting his teeth, Yi Tianxia turned back towards the apothecary. From noon until afternoon, by the time Yi Tianxia emerged, it was already dusk. Despite being in a virtual realm, he felt parched. For half a day, no matter how he bombarded or employed various tactics, the old man Yuan Ke remained as calm as a corpse, repeatedly uttering 3 words: bring money. Money. While it may not be omnipotent, the absence of it was indeed crippling. Yi Tianxia clenched his backpack, which contained only a few coveted pieces of equipment and a handful of coins obtained from the Abyss trials. At that moment, he profoundly realized the significance of wealth. Hence, what was the quickest way to acquire money? Slaying monsters? Mining? Foraging herbs? No, none of these would yield as swiftly as robbery. Yet, given the current wealth and level of novice players, even robbery seemed to promise little profit. Suddenly, Yi Tianxia found himself reminiscing about the 5 plump sheep of the Red Leaf Alliance. Given his present circumstances, he was indeed in urgent need of some coins to bolster his finances. Ding dong. Yi Tianxia's eyes gradually brightened, just as he thought of those coin-giving sheep. They appeared at his doorstep. Led by Hongye Tiexin, 5 members of the Red Leaf Alliance had clearly spotted him and were hastening towards him. Yi Tianxia glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then composed himself, observing their approach with an air of leisure. The intentions of these individuals were likely twofold: to either recruit him or to seek assistance. Hongye Tiexin halted before Yi Tianxia, adjusting his demeanor to muster a friendly expression. A mysterious player named Xietian had single-handedly conquered the Abyss trials, creating a legendary feat, and these 5 were among the few who knew him by the name Xietian. At this moment, even if they had 100 times the courage, they would not dare to act arrogantly in his presence. Were it not for the leader's strict orders, they would have preferred to avoid any encounter with him altogether. Standing before him, whether it was due to his innate aura or the remarkable legend he had created, Hongye Tiexin felt an undeniable pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Tianxia beat him to it. Offering a genial smile, my dear friends from the Red Leaf Alliance, it is a pleasure to see you again. I regret my previous emotional outburst and any unwise actions that may have occurred. I hope you can forgive me. May I inquire as to your purpose for visiting? The overly gentle and courteous words left the 5 members of the Red Leaf Alliance momentarily stunned, their minds momentarily sluggish. After a long pause, Hongye Tiexin managed to force a smile. No, not at all. That day, we were at fault as well. Brother Xietian, our leader has heard of your remarkable achievement in overcoming the Abyss trials and holds you in the highest regard. He is eager to meet you, and we wonder if you might be interested in joining our Red Leaf Alliance. Our leader has stated that should you join, we would be honored. I am accustomed to freedom and do not wish to join any factions or organizations. I apologize, Yi Tianxia replied with polite restraint. His demeanor, intonation, and the pleasant smile on his face all exuded an air of elegance, akin to that of a gentleman, starkly contrasting the persona they had previously encountered. Hongye Tiexin nodded, refraining from further persuasion, and directly stated, as our leader suggested, someone of your exceptional caliber is likely a solitary wanderer. Nevertheless, he hopes to cultivate a friendship with you. Brother Xietian, to be candid, we have come to humbly request your assistance with a task. Oh, it seems your leader is quite an extraordinary individual. I would indeed like the opportunity to meet him. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another until they clash. I suppose we have built a rapport through our past encounters. I acknowledge my previous shortcomings with your alliance. Please feel free to articulate any request, if within my capabilities. I shall certainly assist you, considering this as a means to forge a friendship with your leader. Yi Tianxia maintained a warm smile. Chapter 54. Yet another extortion. The 5 individuals were filled with unexpected joy. Initially, they had presumed that upon locating Xietian, they would be met with a frigid demeanor and mocking words. They approached the situation with a sense of trepidation, clinging to a fragile hope. To their astonishment, the encounter unfolded remarkably smoothly. Hongye Tibi quickly expressed gratitude, stating, first and foremost, I must thank you, Brother Xietian. This endeavor aligns with our leader's wishes, and it is only you among all of China capable of fulfilling this. We hope you can guide a few of us through the Abyss trial, and rest assured, the rewards will undoubtedly satisfy you. The premise was clear. Once they formed a team and entered the trial map, even if only one individual succeeded, all participants could claim the victory simultaneously. This arrangement bore both fair and unfair elements, prompting countless individuals to seek out Xie Tian for assistance in conquering the Abyss trial. Accomplishing this would elevate their starting point significantly above that of ordinary players, allowing their names to resonate throughout the world. Each trial could be revisited, yet the rewards could only be claimed once. Should all 5 members of the Hongya Alliance successfully navigate the Abyss trial, they would not only possess attributes far exceeding those of typical players, but the name of Hongya Alliance would echo throughout China and potentially the globe, greatly propelling their influence. Yet, Yi Tianxie furrowed his brow, causing a wave of anxiety among the Hongya Alliance members. However, his expression soon relaxed as he declared, "Very well." The 5 were so elated they nearly knelt before him. But before they could express their gratitude, Yi Tianxie leisurely added, "However, all equipment dropped during the trial must belong to me. Of course, that's perfectly acceptable. As long as we prove our success in the trial, we won't touch a single coin," Hongya Tibi assured, nodding vigorously. Yi Tianxia's stipulation did not irk him. Rather, it instilled a greater sense of confidence in him. Furthermore, "I trust you are aware of the daunting challenges posed by the Abyss trial. Each level will be an arduous war of attrition, and I will require ample supplies, 1,000 gold coins worth, within the hour." 1,000 gold coins? The members of the Hongya Alliance gasped in disbelief. That amount was nearly equivalent to the price of an entire set of level 10 bronze equipment. Who could afford to treat potions as a staple diet? Nonetheless, compared to the initial struggle to gather 100 gold coins, amassing 1,000 coins now seemed less formidable. As player levels increased, their accumulation of gold and silver coins gradually improved, rendering 1,000 gold coins no longer an astronomical figure. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hongya Tibi nodded decisively. "All right, Brother Xie Tian, please wait. We will return as swiftly as possible." The 5 members of the Hongya Alliance departed quickly. Watching their retreating figures, Yi Tianxie sighed in resignation. It seemed there was no escaping the influx of coins they insisted on bestowing upon him. "Boss, that Xie Tian extorted us for the painstakingly gathered 100 gold coins last time. Do you think he will do it again?" The apprentice priest of the Hongya Alliance whispered to Hongya Tibi. Hongya Tibi calmly shook his head. "Rest assured, this time he won't. Have you not noticed how his attitude towards us has clearly changed?" He scoffed. "His reputation has spread far and wide. There is no escaping it. Would he dare provoke our Hongya Alliance now? Even if he succeeded in the Abyss trial alone, could he possibly be stronger than our entire alliance? If I were in his position, even if I were 10 times more formidable, I would have taken the same approach. Resolve past grievances and foster closer ties. His reaction does not surprise me in the least. Would he still dare to extort us? Unless he is a fool courting death." "Indeed, boss, you make a valid point." The unfortunate apprentice archer nodded vigorously. "Enough chatter. Split up and gather the gold coins immediately. Do not concern yourselves with the costs. 1,000 gold coins can be directly traded for a mere 1,000 huaxia coins." Oh, 40 minutes later, at the appointed place, a weary Yi Tianxie finally spotted the arrival of the 5 members of the Hongya Alliance. During this interval, he had once again bombarded the apothecary, forcing Yuan Ke to present the glimmering serpent of enchantment before he made his escape. "Brother Xie Tian, we have prepared what you requested. Shall we set off now?" Hongya Tibi promptly transferred the 1,000 gold coins to Yi Tianxie, evidently unperturbed by the possibility of him reneging on their agreement. With the 1,000 gold coins in hand, Yi Tianxie scrutinized them more closely, realizing he could have extracted even more from them had he known they had such wealth to spare. Satisfied, he nodded and said, "I am in need of funds, and you, my friends, are exceedingly generous. My thanks to you. Until we meet again." With a wave of his hand, he turned to leave. Hongya Tibi was momentarily stunned, then quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Xie Tian, what do you mean? Did you not promise to take us through the Abyss trial?" "Oh." Yi Tianxie halted, glanced back at them with feigned confusion, and inquired, "Did I ever say that? By the way, how do you all refer to yourselves?" The expressions of the Hongya Alliance members turned a vivid shade of distress, akin to having swallowed 5 lumps of excrement simultaneously without the option to expel it. They realized they had been duped once more. Despite their desperate efforts and considerable sacrifices to procure the gold coins, they had again been swindled by the same individual, resulting in a humiliation that nearly shattered their spirits. Hongya Tibi's chest heaved violently as he gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure. "Xie Tian, it appears you are intent on making an enemy of our Hongya Alliance." "Hongya Alliance? Huh." Yi Tianxie turned, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Very well, I shall remember that name. Your generosity will remain etched in my memory for life. When I find myself in need of funds again, I shall think of you first. Now, you have outlived your usefulness. You may leave." Alternatively, Yi Tianxie chuckled ominously. "Are you considering a fight?" The moment the word fight left his lips, the apprentice archer, who had been thoroughly humiliated by Yi Tianxia on 2 occasions, bolted, vanishing without a trace. Hong Yetibi took a step back, glaring fiercely at Yi Tianxia, and declared, "We are leaving." Having suffered the same misfortune at the hands of one individual twice, Hong Yetibi harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Tianxia, accompanied by an urge to strike himself in remorse. It was his inadvertent discovery of the evil Wolf Valley that had led to Yi Tianxia's inclusion in their team, only for him to be expelled once, triggering a series of unfortunate events. Witnessing the 5 members of the Hongyao alliance depart in a state of utter dejection, Yi Tianxia smirked in mockery and muttered, "Wise individuals would refrain from presenting themselves before me in the future." Chapter 55. Departing from the novice village with a substantial sum of 1,000 gold coins in his possession, Yi Tianxia felt a surge of confidence. However, upon contemplating the exorbitant prices of the extraordinary items available, he sighed quietly and made his way towards the village chief. "Greetings, Chief," he addressed. "Oh, brave young man, are you ready? Would you like me to transport you to the distant lost continent? There lies another starting point for you. I believe your name will soon be known across that land," the chief replied with a warm smile upon seeing him. "Not yet." Yi Tianxia shook his head, his expression earnest. "Chief, I have a few inquiries to make, if you would be so kind as to answer." "Haha, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I will share all that I know," the chief replied, still smiling. The genuine goodwill he emanated was far beyond mere friendliness. As he had stated, he would share the truth of his knowledge with Yi Tianxia. Under the crooked tree to the north of the village, there is an elderly woman whose legs are petrified. "Chief, you must know who she is and her background?" Yi Tianxia inquired. To his surprise, the chief shook his head. "Her origins have long been a mystery in our novice village. When I was born here, she was already in that state, having sat there for countless years. She has never shown any inclination to speak with anyone, and whenever we ask her identity, she remains silent, only demanding wolf's eyes. No one knows what she intends to do with them, but once, old Wang, the blacksmith's wife, mentioned that she might be trying to use those wolf's eyes to lift the strange seal on her legs." "Oh, I see." Yi Tianxia nodded slowly. Yet he still felt perplexed. "I heard that old Wang's child, Xiao Ming, was recently abducted by a gigantic bat demon. Where did that bat demon come from? Why did it appear in our novice village? Where did it fly off to?" Yi Tianxia posed his next question. He had no reason to delay completing the hidden quest before leaving the novice village. The chief hesitated slightly before letting out a deep sigh, expressing, "Indeed, old Wang's child was taken by a massive bat. However, that bat is no longer in our novice village. It has gone to the lost continent. And Xiao Ming is surely lost." "The lost continent? Our novice village has always been peaceful and conflict-free. The appearance of that gigantic bat was indeed a dreadful accident. Later, Yuan Ke informed me that the bat resembled a demon general under one of the 8 demon kings from years past. It likely escaped from the Tower of Fate due to the moment of destiny's disappearance. Yet how it arrived here, and why, remains a mystery," the chief explained, shaking his head. "This is indeed one of the many inexplicable enigmas of Novice Village 60001. Yi Tianxia pondered for a moment before suddenly stating, "This implies there must be some special method to return from the lost continent to the Novice Village, correct?" The chief appeared taken aback for a moment. "It does seem as you say." Yi Tianxia's expression brightened. Indeed, the world of fate would not set impossible tasks. Whether it was the peculiar old woman's bizarre quest, or assisting old Wang's family in finding their lost son, or even the extraordinary items in the novice village's shop, all these pointed toward how to return from the lost continent to the novice village. There must be a way, a glimmer of hope. "Chief, I have no further concerns here. Please send me to the lost continent. Since that bat demon could return from the lost continent to our novice village, perhaps this farewell is not forever. One day, I might discover a way back here," Yi Tianxia said with a smile. "Oh, ha. Your words bring me both comfort and anticipation. Very well, I shall send you to the lost continent now. Remaining here would only limit your potential. There, you will acquire a mature profession and become a true warrior. But first, let me enhance your basic skills a little," the chief declared. A soft, yellowish-white light emanated from the chief's palm and enveloped Yi Tianxia. A melodious notification chimed in Yi Tianxia's ears. "Ding! The village chief of Novice Village 60001 has upgraded your gathering skill to intermediate level, allowing you to gather higher-level items from monster corpses or specific locations. There are many life skills that can be learned in the novice stage besides gathering, such as herbalism, mining, and crafting. These skills can also be easily learned in the cities of the Lost Continent." Yi Tianxia currently possessed only the gathering skill. He had neglected to pursue others. The levels of life skills are categorized from low to high, novice, intermediate, advanced, celestial, heavenly, divine, and sacred. Upgrading life skills is significantly more challenging than leveling up. The chief's upgrade of his gathering skill from novice to intermediate saved him several days of training. Thank you, Chief. The Lost Continent boasts 5 major cities, named after celestial bodies: Tianri City, Tianyue City, Tianqing City, Tianshan City, and Tianxian City. At the center of the Lost Continent lies the Imperial City, the largest city and the epicenter of power. You humans from other worlds can only enter there after reaching level 50. The Imperial City is also the closest city to the Tower of Fate, and thus it has been most affected by the tower's dark energy. I do not know its current state, but you should go. I look forward to the day when your name is inscribed in the annals of the Lost Continent. A sphere of pure white light enveloped Yi Tianxia, and the world around him transformed into a brilliant white, as his body vanished from the novice village. As the scene shifted, when Yi Tianxia opened his eyes, he found himself in an entirely different realm. The novice village, the initial starting point all players must experience, had now concluded. Upon leaving the novice village, his level stood at 11. Countless players had already transitioned from the novice village to the cities. But only he had successfully completed the Abyss trial, and perhaps he was the only one to reach level 11. The ascent from level 10 to 11 required a substantial amount of experience, and Yi Tianxia's advancement was supported by the vast experience granted by the Abyss trial. In other words, he was likely the highest level player among all. Various leaderboards in the virtual game world would activate once the number of players reaching their first job change hit a certain threshold. Chapter 56. The failed class change. Before him lay an expansive plaza, bustling with players who wandered about. Occasionally illuminated by flashes of white light, new players arriving from the novice village. To Yi Tianxia's right floated a colossal stone monument, marking the resurrection point of this city. Tianshan City, one of the 5 main cities in the Lost Continent, served as the inevitable new starting point for all novice players departing from the beginner's village. For every player, this location represented an identical and equitable beginning, as they were compelled to arrive here, with no option to teleport to other main cities. With a mere thought, Yi Tianxia summoned his attribute panel. Name: Evil Heaven Level, 11 Class, None Reputation, 220 Gold, 1013 Hunger, 75 180 Basic Attributes, Strength, 80, Constitution, 22, Agility, 19, Spirit, 19 Fixed Attributes, Luck, 12, Insight, 12, Charisma, 22 Health, 530 Mana, 300 Physical Attack, 221 Magical Attack, 38 Physical Defense, 26 Hit Rate, 19 Dodge Rate, 19 Reaction, 72 Perception, 53 Focus, 42 Attack Speed, 100 Movement Speed, 100 Fire Resistance, 3 Water Resistance, 3 Wind Resistance, 3 Lightning Resistance, 8 Earth Resistance, 3 Light Resistance, 3 Darkness Resistance, 3 Gazing at the blank space. Following the class, Yi Tianxia solidified his first objective. He approached several NPCs within the plaza, and with his extraordinarily high charisma, he swiftly inquired about the location for class changing. Hastening towards the Hall of Class Change. Due to the vast player base in the Huaxiao region, this singular Hall of Class Change was astonishingly large, equivalent to 2 football fields in the real world. Countless players, having reached level 10, struggled through the challenging or nightmarish trials for the alluring rewards, resulting in a considerable number of players currently seeking to change their class. The hall was evenly divided into 7 sections, and Yi Tianxia carefully examined the signs, making his way directly to the warrior class change area. There, a middle-aged man with a full beard sat leisurely in a large chair. The world of Destiny possessed a somewhat semi-humanistic setting. Regardless of the novice class a player selected, it would not influence their choice during class change. For instance, a trainee warrior was not bound to become a warrior upon class change. They could opt for a mage or assassin, among other professions. However, such a choice was often ill-advised, as only someone with a poor mindset would select a profession different from their trainee class, resulting in a waste of their attribute points. Greetings, I wish to become a warrior, Yi Tianxia stated succinctly before the bearded man. Ding. Due to your extraordinary charisma, the warrior class change mentor feels a 20-point affinity towards you. Yi Tianxia. The warrior class change mentor's expression softened as he straightened, smiling as he spoke. Very well, young man, let me assess your attributes. Excellent. You are indeed suited to become a warrior. Warriors are the mightiest class in the Lost Continent, possessing unparalleled melee capabilities. On the battlefield, we are always the brave ones charging at the forefront. The primary warrior class can be divided into 2 types based on weapon choice: the gun warrior, who possesses immense attack power and range but has relatively low attack speed and accuracy, and the sword warrior, who is more balanced across all aspects. Which type do you wish to become? Sword warrior, Yi Tianxia replied. What category does the moment of fate weapon belong to? It does not fit into any of the 18 weapon categories, nor is it even a weapon per se. Yet, its attack method resembles that of a sword, leading Yi Tianxia to believe it is indeed a sword. However, he couldn't help but worry that because the moment of fate did not belong to any weapon category, he would be unable to utilize the sword warrior skills that depended on a sword. Very well, then. The warrior class change mentor stood, eyes gently closing as he lifted his hands, murmuring, "In the name of the war god, I bestow upon you the power of the sword dance warrior." A sphere of white light descended from above, enveloping Yi Tianxia gently before gradually melding into his being. The warrior class change mentor lowered his hands. Yet Yi Tianxia heard no notification indicating a successful class change. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The white light that had integrated into Yi Tianxia's body abruptly erupted outward as if repelled by an overwhelming force. The warrior class change mentor appeared astonished. Meeting Yi Tianxia's questioning gaze, he pondered briefly before raising his hand again to murmur, "In the name of the war god, I bestow upon you the power of the sword dance warrior." Once more, the same white light cascaded from above, but this time, before it even touched Yi Tianxia, it was swept away by a fierce gust, vanishing without a trace. What is happening? Yi Tianxia furrowed his brow in confusion. The warrior class change mentor, deep in thought, finally looked up and said, "Do not be alarmed. Such occurrences have happened before. This indicates that your constitution is not suited to become a warrior. Although it is regrettable, you should consider choosing another profession. With your current attributes, you could still opt to become a shield guardian." He gestured towards the adjacent class change area. "Not suitable to become a warrior due to my constitution?" Yi Tianxia was taken aback. In his virtual gaming experience, he had never encountered such a situation. A vague sense of unease began to creep in, rooted in the myriad of inexplicable events he had faced since entering the world of destiny. Why was he initially assigned a failed profession with no novice class at all? And was the failure to obtain the warrior class merely a coincidence? Or was it truly, as the warrior class change mentor suggested, that his constitution was unfit for the role? Silently, Yi Tianxia departed, making his way towards the shield guardian class change area. The shield guardian class change mentor, a burly middle-aged man, greeted him directly as he approached. "Greetings, esteemed mentor. I wish to become a shield guardian." Ding. Due to your extraordinary charisma, the shield guardian class change mentor feels a 20-point affinity towards you. After hearing this notification, Yi Tianxia had begun to feel somewhat numb. He even began to question whether he would receive such a notification every time he spoke to an NPC for the first time. Chapter 57. Failure. The stout transfer mentor scanned Yi Tianxia's attributes and nodded, saying, "You are indeed suited to become a shield guardian. However, for us shield guardians, our focus is on protection, not offense. Therefore, it would be best if you allocate all your attribute points to stamina. Each point of strength only increases attack power by 1, while each point of stamina boosts life force by 15 and defense by 1. The shield guardian is the most formidable profession in the Lost Continent, endowed with unparalleled protective capabilities, making us an indispensable shield on the battlefield. Novice shield guardians can be classified into two types: light shield guardians and dark shield guardians. The light shield guardian possesses not only formidable vitality and defense, but also a degree of self-healing and group support abilities, effectively safeguarding their comrades. In contrast, the dark shield guardian, while also boasting great defense and vitality, wields various terrifying debilitation techniques, turning them into a nightmare for powerful foes, capable of not only withstanding attacks, but also diminishing the enemy's capabilities. So, which type of shield guardian do you wish to become? Light shield guardian. Yi Tianxia replied without a moment's hesitation. Having suffered failures in his novice and warrior transitions, he was now more concerned with confirming an undesirable truth than with the transfer itself. Very well. In the name of the guardian deity, I bestow upon you the power of the shield guardian. Become a glorious shield guardian. With that, the shield guardian transfer mentor raised his hands, and a radiant white light coalesced above Yi Tianxia's head into the shape of a shield, then descended towards him. However, the moment the light touched his body, it rebounded as if meeting a flawless mirror, dissipating without a trace. Yi Tianxia. The transfer mentor's calm demeanor was replaced by astonishment as he raised his gaze and made the same gesture again. The shield of light reappeared, but upon contacting Yi Tianxia's body, the same phenomenon occurred once more. "Oh," the transfer mentor mused. "Do not worry, this has happened before. It seems your constitution dictates that you are not suited to be a shield guardian. Given your current attributes, you might still choose to become a warrior." Yi Tianxia silently turned away, walking towards the archer transfer point under the mentor's puzzled gaze. I wish to become an archer, he stated, devoid of enthusiasm. Greetings, young one. Oh, are you certain you wish to become an archer? While archers are among the most powerful professions in the Lost Continent, your current attributes seem to align more with those of a warrior or a shield guardian. The archer transfer mentor, a middle-aged man dressed in splendid green attire, replied earnestly. Absolutely, Yi Tianxia affirmed. Among the 3 transfer mentors he had encountered, each had made a point to declare that their profession was the most powerful in the Lost Continent, with each claiming a different one. Very well, I must admit, young man, you possess discerning judgment. Archers command the most formidable ranged combat capabilities. Once distance is established, we hold complete control over the battlefield. Novice archers can specialize as either sharpshooters, emphasizing powerful ranged attacks, or hunters, focusing on setting dreadful traps. Do you wish to become a sharpshooter or a hunter? Sharpshooter. Excellent. In the name of the arrow god, I bestow upon you the power of the archer. This time, a bow-shaped white aura appeared above Yi Tianxia's head, but as it descended and touched his body, it vanished without a trace, just as before. The archer transfer mentor displayed the same bewilderment as the previous 2, then raised his hand once more. Strange. Let's try again. No need, Yi Tianxia replied, turning away. Next, he faced the assassin transfer mentor. We assassins are the mightiest profession in the Lost Continent, possessing the swiftest mobility and the most explosive power. Though we may not thrive on the battlefield, we are the most feared blades in the night. Are you prepared to become an assassin? Will you choose to be an assassin, focusing on lethal strikes, or a rogue, emphasizing high mobility? Assassin. 10 seconds later, Yi Tianxia left the assassin transfer area with a cold expression and proceeded to the priest transfer zone. A minute later, he emerged from there with the same frosty demeanor and entered the summoner transfer area. Less than a minute later, he exited with the same deadpan face. Frustration, gloom, and gritted teeth. These 3 words combined could not encapsulate Yi Tianxia's current state of mind. I want to transition into a mage. Approaching the mage transfer point, Yi Tianxia's voice emerged as if each word were squeezed from between his teeth. Should an ordinary player dare speak thus to a transfer mentor, they would undoubtedly receive scorn or be dismissed outright. Yet, under Yi Tianxia's impressive charm score of 22, the mage transfer mentor not only remained unperturbed but also regarded him with a cheerful smile, examining him with keen interest. Young man, you possess a commendable aura. Your choice of the mage profession, the mightiest in the Lost Continent, indicates a sharp eye. While we mages may be relatively frail in vitality and defense, when it comes to sheer destructive power, none dare claim the title of first if we do not concede second. Furthermore, our magical attacks can bypass any physical defenses, ensuring our presence in both offensive output and breach of enemy lines. The mage profession is divided into 5 elemental schools: water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth, each possessing its unique strengths. So, which magical element do you favor? Fire. Oh, excellent. The mage transfer mentor's smile grew even more satisfied. Young man, you truly have an eye for talent. I too practice the fire element, which boasts the strongest offensive capabilities. Now, in the name of the god of magic, I bestow upon you the power of the fire mage. This was Yi Tianxia's final transfer zone, his last hope. If he failed yet again, in truth, he had already begun to lose hope when he failed the shield guardian transition. Sure enough, the potent magical energy, upon making contact with his body, similarly rebounded and vanished completely. He could feel the rejection emanating from his very being, repelling all occupational bestowals. Oh, how strange. No matter. Let us try once more. No need, old man. Just as the mage transfer mentor was about to make another attempt, an unexpected voice interrupted him. The mage transfer mentor turned, his eyes widening in astonishment. What are you old ghosts doing here? Chapter 58, The Archmage Kong Xiao, Part 1. There were not just one, but a total of 6 individuals arriving. These 6 were unmistakably the 6 master instructors of the warrior, shield, archer, assassin, priest, and summoner professions, along with the mage instructor. It was indeed peculiar that these 7 instructors, who usually occupied various corners of the colossal transition hall, had gathered in one place. The sudden appearance of the 6 left the mage instructor visibly astonished and at a loss for words. Hey, the warrior instructor let out a peculiar laugh, having come over due to an amusing turn of events. Old mage, you too have failed this lad's transition. Not only you, but all 6 of us have failed in our attempts. Failed? The mage instructor's expression turned incredulous, but soon it shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, You mean, aside from me, you all have also failed? Indeed. The shield instructor nodded solemnly, his gaze directed towards Yi Tianxia. Moreover, I had not noticed before that he bears the hero's badge. 7 pairs of eyes simultaneously focused on the area over Yi Tianxia's chest, where a plain bronze badge hung quietly. Yet, the 2 characters inscribed upon it, hero, caused the 7 instructors' eyes to widen in astonishment for quite some time. Could it be? The mage instructor's demeanor grew serious, and his gaze towards Yi Tianxia underwent a noticeable transformation. Yi Tianxia, his mind racing, chose to remain silent and simply observe. It seemed that something intriguing was about to unfold. Young man. Oh, so your name is Xia Tian. Xia Tian. Do you know why you were unable to obtain a profession from us? The warrior instructor said with a profound expression. Yi Tianxia shook his head, awaiting the answer. Instances of individuals unable to acquire any profession were rare, attributed to 2 main reasons. Either their strength was so feeble that they could not bear any power, rendering them unworthy of transitioning into any profession, or they possessed an overwhelming strength that rendered any profession bestowed upon them utterly inadequate, resulting in a natural rejection by their own power. The former case was exceedingly rare, while the latter was even more so. In fact, the warrior instructor had only heard of such a phenomenon and never witnessed it. The 7 instructors gazed at Yi Tianxia with palpable enthusiasm. Their gathering to discuss him clearly indicated that they had stumbled upon something of great significance. Those who could obtain the hero's badge were exceedingly few. A century ago, one named Gu Ping had received it, and in the nearly 100 years since, only one individual, nameless, had managed to do so. Just by this fact alone, he held a certain qualification. The other scenario was, your innate power is simply too formidable. So formidable that the professions we could bestow upon you lack the qualifications to align with your strength, leading to an instinctive rejection from your own body. The warrior instructor spoke gravely. The first master of the lost continent, nameless, had been followed by another to possess the hero's badge. And what shocked them further was that he rejected all professional assignments. According to legend, only Nameless possessed the ability and qualification for such a situation to arise. Yi Tianxia. The previously gloomy expression on Yi Tianxia's face vanished without a trace. He raised his head to meet the diverse gazes of the 7, humbly stating, actually, I'm not as formidable as you all imagine. The notion that ordinary players could not qualify for his profession. It was an exhilarating honor. The warrior instructor rolled his eyes at him and remarked, Xia Tian, you are a hero from another world. And your attributes are not dissimilar to those of the heroes who have just emerged from the novice village. Yet, you have managed to obtain the hero's badge with such attributes, which piques my interest in whatever extraordinary power you may possess. However, it appears that your strength might be in a dormant state, not manifesting outwardly. Xia Tian, not having a profession must be troubling for you. Would you be interested in meeting someone? He would certainly be intrigued by you. Oh, who shall I meet? Yi Tianxia inquired. A series of extraordinary events had unfolded around him. He began to perceive the world of destiny not merely as a simplistic virtual game, but more akin to an alternate realm distinct from reality. My mentor, the greatest holy archmage, Kong Xiao of Tianjin City, the mage instructor interjected. With the disappearance of the moment of destiny and the impending chaos, the lost continent is in dire need of genuine strength. Recently, my mentor has instructed us to keep an eye out for heroes from other worlds with extraordinary qualifications. A hero's badge, rejection of all professional assignments. He will surely take a keen interest in you. Perhaps he will guide you towards becoming an ultimate powerhouse, like Nameless. The holy archmage Kong Xiao, an elusive NPC unseen by ordinary players? Very well, take me there. At this moment, even a fool would know to nod in agreement without hesitation. Unfair circumstances encountered incidentally were soon followed by what appeared to be an unexpected delight, shrouded in a thick mist, such as destiny. An enigma that can never be fully unraveled. The peculiar behavior and unusual expressions of the 7 instructors ignited within him a fervent curiosity regarding the individual he was about to meet and the experiences that awaited him, accompanied by a deep-seated sense of bewilderment. From this moment forth, the 7 master instructors of Tianjin City collectively abandoned their posts, leaving countless eager players who had just exited the novice village staring blankly at the spots where the instructors had previously stood. The 7 instructors were willing to defy their responsibilities and face potential reprimands just to witness everything they yearned to know. This clearly demonstrated the immense interest Yi Tianxia had ignited within them. The splendor of Tianjin City surpassed Yi Tianxia's expectations as he hurriedly followed the 7 instructors, absorbing the sights along the streets. To describe everything here with terms like glazed bricks and dazzling splendor would not be an exaggeration. It far exceeded the opulent palaces depicted in historical dramas. If the central city was so magnificent, one could only imagine the grandeur and luxury of the imperial city. At the center of Tianjin City, The heavily guarded Lord's mansion lay slightly to the west. It was eerily quiet here. The streets of Tianjin City were bustling with players, their influx causing a geometric increase in noise. Yet, it felt as though some unseen force completely muffled the external sounds. And the moment he stepped inside, the din vanished without a trace. Chapter 59, The Sorcerer Kong Xiao, Part 2. Before me lies an expansive hall, imbued with a chilling yet solemn atmosphere, an eerie silence enveloping the space as if one were stepping into a realm of specters. Towering to an impressive height of over 10 meters, the sheer scale of the hall is astonishing. The floor is adorned with a carpet intricately patterned with complex designs, while numerous stout columns of various hues rise irregularly throughout the chamber. At a glance, the vastness of the hall appears desolate, inhabited by but a solitary figure, an elderly man with white hair and a long beard. The old man sits cross-legged on the ground, his eyes gently closed, his beard cascading to the floor, embodying the quintessential image of an enlightened sage. The ethereal aura surrounding him affirms the notion that he is indeed a master of his craft. Yi Tianxia's gaze traverses the elder from head to toe, ultimately lingering on his lengthy beard, pondering the years it must have taken to grow such a magnificent appendage. Upon entering the hall, the 7 vocational mentors, who had previously boasted with bravado, peppering Yi Tianxia with questions, transformed into figures of utter silence, their expressions grave and cautious, akin to obedient students before a stern teacher. "Master, we have come with matters of concern." The sorcerer mentor addressed the unresponsive elder with utmost respect. "What matter?" The old man's lips remained motionless, yet a deep, resonant voice emanated from him, imbued with an otherworldly quality that seemed to transcend the confines of space, leaving one disoriented as to its origin. "Master, after the nameless one of your, another bearer of the hero's badge has emerged. Furthermore, this individual rejects the vocational gifts we 7 possess. I believe you would find him intriguing." A brief silence ensued before the tranquil elder abruptly opened his eyes, immediately fixing his gaze upon Yi Tianxia. From that penetrating look, Yi Tianxia felt no hint of the anticipated strangeness. Instead, he perceived merely the ordinary eyes of an elderly man, devoid of the commanding aura one might expect from a legendary figure. However, as the elder's eyes opened, the already frigid air within the hall seemed to crystallize, rendering it utterly still. The 7 vocational mentors, as if caught in a spell, stood frozen, scarcely daring to breathe. From their demeanor, Yi Tianxia could preliminarily deduce that this elder was not one to be trifled with. Yet, before he could dwell on this thought, it was swiftly dispelled. "Ah, young man, you must be the one they speak of. Your hero's badge does not deceive me. Indeed, I sense an aura about you that distinguishes you from the ordinary. Come closer." The elder's voice, gentle and inviting, coaxed him as he rose gracefully, a soft smile illuminating his face. Yi Tianxia's gaze shifted momentarily to the 7 mentors before he advanced towards the elder, who scrutinized him from head to toe with an increasingly warm smile. "This is indeed a hero's badge. I never imagined I would witness another individual capable of obtaining such a badge in my lifetime, akin to the nameless one of yesteryear. Yet you possess merely a level 11, with unremarkable attributes. It seems an insurmountable task to earn the hero's badge, yet here you stand before me. Were it not for your presence, I would find it utterly unbelievable you are the first in many years to leave me questioning my own eyes and judgment." Yi Tianxia offered a faint smile, remaining silent. A mere level 11, with ordinary attributes indeed. His success in the Abyss trials relied on his extraordinary innate talents and the formidable attack items procured from the novice village apothecary. It could be said that his triumph stemmed not solely from skill, but also from fortuitous circumstances. Without the assistance of those powerful items, defeating the final challenge, the Amethyst Battle Tiger, would have been an impossibility. The hero's badge could only be attained through the trials in the novice village, so how did the nameless one, also at level 10, conquer such formidable challenges? If it were purely a matter of strength, then he truly deserves the title of the greatest master in the Lost Continent. "Follow me," the elder instructed, patting Yi Tianxia on the shoulder as he led him toward a partially concealed stone door on the right. After taking a few steps, he abruptly turned and bellowed, sending a shiver down Yi Tianxia's spine. "What are you 7 rascals doing here?" The 7 vocational mentors halted abruptly, rendered mute by the elder's thunderous voice. The sorcerer mentor cautiously swallowed, timidly explaining, "We merely wish to observe this young man named Yi Tianxia. Enough with your prying. You 7. How dare you leave your posts without my permission? This is utterly unacceptable. How have I taught you? Before I decide on your punishment, be gone at once." The elder's eyes bulged, his beard bristling, his features contorted like an ancient tree bark. Yes, yes, yes. The 7 mentors turned pale, their hearts racing as they hurriedly retreated, vanishing from sight the moment they exited the hall. Yi Tianxia maintained a stiff expression for a full 5 seconds before quietly returning to normal. The seemingly gentle old man was indeed no pushover. As the elder turned to face him again, the affable visage returned in an instant. Come, step inside. Yi Tianxia secretly grinned, keeping his composure as he followed closely behind. The heavy marble door swung open, flooding the room with a soft luminescence. With a thunderous crash, the stone door was shut behind them. This elder was none other than Kong Xiu, the most formidable sorcerer in Tianshan City, as described by the sorcerer mentor. Inside lay a completely sealed chamber, devoid of any external light. Yet, the space glowed with a pearly radiance, unhindered by the absence of conventional sources of illumination. The light emanated from an enormous jade stone, radiating a gentle white glow, towering to a height greater than that of a person. Upon closer inspection, this jade took the form of a perfect octahedron, as if suspended by some unseen force at the very center of the chamber, serving as the sole source of illumination. Chapter 60. The Summoning Stone. Young man, by your demeanor, it seems you are puzzled as to why you instinctively reject the endowments of the 7 major professions. It is not surprising that you have obtained a hero's badge. A true hero, when burdened with these mundane professions, would stifle their own talents and powers, leading to an innate aversion, much like the nameless one of your. He too resisted the endowments of the 7 fundamental professions. Kong Xiu gazed at the pristine octagonal jade stone before him and spoke in a gentle tone. If he had not just unleashed that earlier outburst, his image in Yi Tianxia's eyes would have been that of a serene elder, a sage who had long since transcended the mundane. So, what was the profession ultimately possessed by the nameless one? Yi Tianxia inquired, the thought of a hidden profession flickering in his mind. A hidden profession transcends the 7 basic professions, a unique vocation that players refer to as hidden professions. These are not necessarily superior to ordinary professions, but possess distinct characteristics, often being singular and exceedingly rare. Within the realms of Skyward and Godslayer, hidden professions also exist, and in any virtual game. The number of individuals who possess such a profession seldom exceeds 10. Notably, he is not among them. In other words, he has never transitioned to any hidden profession, adhering strictly to the conventional paths of ordinary professions, yet reaching an unparalleled pinnacle. Lone Wolf. Yi Tianxia's question evoked a fleeting reminiscence in Kong Xiu's expression, as if recalling some indelible past. Lone Wolf. The name of such a profession astonished Yi Tianxia. It sounded more fitting for a monster than a vocation. Quite surprising. Isn't it? Kong Xiu chuckled, a knowing smile gracing his features. Lone Wolf. This profession belongs solely to him, for it was born from his own strength, and he alone named it. His power, however, was drawn forth with my assistance. In other words, the reason the Lost Continent witnessed the emergence of an unrivaled nameless one is due to my influence. Kong Xiu spoke with utmost seriousness regarding the preceding matter, yet as he transitioned to the latter, the delight on his aged visage could hardly be contained. Yi Tianxia quietly deducted another 5 points from his impression of him. With such a mindset, claiming to be the most powerful sorcerer, a sage, what nonsense. Though he thought so internally, he maintained the requisite expression, turning to face Kong Xiu with eyes ablaze with admiration and yearning. This expression pleased Kong Xiu immensely, his smile growing ever more benevolent. Young man, your ability to acquire the hero's badge at such attributes and levels, coupled with your instinctive rejection of the 7 basic professions, indicates that you harbor a formidable power within you, akin to the nameless one of old, though you have yet to uncover it. Am I correct, young man? Yi Tianxia nodded, pondering the notion of a potent force. Could it be that his innate, extraordinary abilities were influencing this world? Or might there be another reason? Haha, it matters not. In truth, I have long awaited a powerful individual such as yourself. For those who can obtain the hero's badge are the true paragons of strength, and those who can reject the endowments of basic professions are the strongest among the strong. Thus, upon seeing you today, my emotions nearly spiraled out of control. For perhaps, another nameless one is on the verge of birth. Yi Tianxia. This jade stone is known as the Summoning Stone. It may very well be the most precious and enigmatic stone in the Lost Continent, with only this one existing. It was bestowed upon me by the supreme goddess of the Lost Continent, the Radiant Goddess, and graciously conferred to me by the esteemed lord of the city, so that I might use it to guide true heroes. The nameless one became who he is with its aid. Kong Xiu led Yi Tianxia to the peculiar jade stone, explaining gently as they approached. As they drew nearer, an increasingly gentle sensation enveloped them. Up close, one could discern that beneath the hazy white light, the so-called summoning stone was, in fact, a transparent entity. The white radiance emanated eerily from this clear body. The marvel of the summoning stone lies in its ability to display the strength of an individual's power accurately, including all latent potential, as long as one connects their essence with it. Furthermore, when guided by my magical power, it can gradually awaken a person's latent abilities. In the past, the Nameless One was awakened in this manner. From the moment his strength was awakened to its complete integration into his own, it took less than 3 years. He was a true genius. In this brief interlude, Yi Tianxia had heard the name of the Nameless One uttered by Kong Xiu time and again. Each mention of this name brought forth not admiration or reverence on the old man's face, but unmistakably a sense of pride. Clearly, his repeated references to the Nameless One were not out of worship for the lost continent's foremost master, but rather to highlight his own remarkable role in awakening the Nameless One's power. Yi Tianxia ventured to ask, "Are you suggesting?" "Indeed, without a doubt, there lies a formidable power concealed within you. Now, let me ascertain the nature of your latent strength. Could it rival that of the Nameless One of old?" Kong Xiu affirmed. Yi Tianxia felt a surge of irritation at hearing the name of the Nameless One once more. "Why not just change your name to Nameless while you're at it?" "What must I do?" Kong Xiu instructed. "Come, place your hand upon the summoning stone. Close your eyes. Clear your thoughts, and refrain from any extraneous movements. That is all you need to do." Yi Tianxia nodded, stepping forward, extending his right hand to press against the jade stone. Instantly, a smooth sensation emanated from his palm, with no other peculiarities. He closed his eyes, took a couple of deep breaths, and swiftly calmed his mind. The summoning stone has 8 facets because it is composed of 8 distinct power crystals. When an individual's strength resonates with it, the varying intensities of power cause the 8 crystals to respond differently. For an ordinary person, their strength typically lacks the capacity to elicit any response from the crystals, while a skilled individual may activate the lowest tier of crystals. The strongest among the skilled, like myself, can illuminate 2 crystals. Now, do you know how many crystals responded to the Nameless One's strength? Yi Tianxia. He maintained his eyes closed, embodying a serene state of mind, slowly sensing his breath subtly permeating through his palm into the jade stone before him. Chapter 61. The Dragon Soul, 4 Shards. He had ignited a total of 4 power crystals. Such power had reached the pinnacle attainable by humanity, making it exceedingly rare to encounter anyone who could rival him, let alone surpass him. The summoning stone contained 8 power crystals in total, with the other 4 requiring a greater force to resonate. It was not that no one had the ability to ignite them. Rather, such individuals could no longer be deemed mortal, but rather divine. Only the highest deity, the goddess of radiance, from the fabled lost continent, could cause all 8 power crystals to ignite. As Kong Xiu spoke, a blinding white light suddenly flickered from the base of the colossal crystal. One of the originally transparent power crystals that composed the summoning stone finally lit up. Yes, focus your mind and remain undistracted. This is merely the beginning. Given your rejection of the 7 primary professions, you should be capable of igniting 3 power crystals. Kong Xiu took a slight step back, nodding as he spoke. A moment of astonishment flickered across his face, as he vaguely sensed that the brilliance of the ignited power crystal was more intense than he remembered. Perhaps it was merely because he had not utilized it for so long that he had forgotten. He offered himself this explanation. As Kong Xiu's voice faded, yet another beam of white light illuminated the dim stone chamber, adding several degrees of brightness. Excellent, the second one. Those who can ignite 2 power crystals are few and far between. With this alone, you are destined to be no ordinary person. Almost immediately after the second beam of white light, a third burst forth. Kong Xiu nodded again, his smile deepening in satisfaction. Wonderful, just as I anticipated. Your immense potential is indeed sufficient to ignite 3 power crystals. With such potential, once unleashed, you are destined to become a formidable force. However, before Kong Xiu could finish his words, a 4th beam of white light erupted. His voice and expression froze, and after a brief moment of astonishment, the initial joy and excitement were replaced by shock and even greater exhilaration. 4. Remarkably, another who can ignite 4 power crystals has emerged, much like the Nameless One. Your potential is indeed on par with that of the legendary Nameless One. The 5th beam of light flashed before Kong Xiu's widening eyes, rendering the chamber even more radiant. The combined brilliance surrounding them paled in comparison to this singular burst of white light, which was stunning and overwhelming. 5. Kong Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling with astonishment. He instinctively raised a hand to rub his eyes, questioning whether what he saw was an illusion, for was the limit of human power. and igniting 5 power crystals was a feat only achievable by a divine being. Kong Xiu nearly stumbled, almost falling to the ground. The 6th power crystal swiftly followed, transforming into a glowing white hue. This is impossible. Kong Xiu's expression became vacant, his gaze fixated on the summoning stone, utterly unable to accept what he was witnessing. The 7th power crystal turned white before his stunned eyes, and under immense stimulation, Kong Xiu was at a loss for words, seemingly devoid of spirit, as if he had lost his soul entirely, unable to utter another word. When the 8th power crystal glowed white, the entire summoning stone radiated fully, leaving Kong Xiu with a singular thought. He must be dreaming. What else could explain this surreal and utterly incomprehensible scene? Throughout this brief moment, Yi Tianxia remained utterly still, his eyes closed, oblivious to the spectacle that left Kong Xiu speechless and questioning reality. Even as all the power crystals ignited, his hand remained firmly placed upon them, and everything was far from over. Once the light from all the power crystals illuminated the chamber as if basking in the sun, Kong Xiu, slightly regaining his senses amidst the stupor, suddenly noticed that the increase in brightness seemed unceasing. His eyes, attuned to the light, conveyed that the radiance continued to intensify, growing deeper and more potent until it reached a blinding intensity. The source of this brilliance remained the summoning stone. Bang! Kong Xiu would never forget the deafening shatter that nearly ruptured his eardrums. In the widening of his eyes, the summoning stone, now emitting an ever brighter light, erupted before him, engulfing his vision in a deluge of white brilliance. At that moment of explosion, an earth-shattering roar resonated. This immense roar nearly shattered Kong Xiu's consciousness and soul. His eyes wide open, refusing to blink even as the white light became unbearably bright. He distinctly saw, at the moment the summoning stone exploded and the white light surged forth, the fleeting image of a dragon roaring towards the heavens. That thunderous roar was unmistakably the cry of a dragon. The dissipating light faded at an astonishing speed. From the moment the summoning stone shattered to the dragon's roar, and the intense white light quickly receding, it lasted barely a few seconds. The soul-stirring dragon's roar and the sound of the summoning stone's destruction jolted Yi Tianxia awake, his eyes opening in confusion as he gazed ahead. The sensation in his hand vanished, the summoning stone was gone, and the ground before him was strewn with colorless crystals. The white brilliance dimmed as it dispersed, and Yi Tianxia turned to see Kong Xiu, slumped on the ground, a look of dazed disarray on his face. Frowning in bewilderment, he inquired what happened. Having kept his eyes closed, Yi Tianxia had entered a remarkable state of consciousness through his connection with the summoning stone, completely isolating himself from the surroundings, and thus had not witnessed the extraordinary events that had unfolded before Kong Xiu. Upon hearing his voice, Kong Xiu's dazed expression finally exhibited a flicker of response. His eyes bulged, almost popping from their sockets, as he turned his head with extraordinary slowness to fixate on Yi Tianxia's face. The dragon soul, he mumbled incoherently, as if entranced in a dream. The summoning stone shattered, a feat even the highest goddess of the lost continent could not achieve, now lay in fragments. A testament to the overwhelming power and potential possessed by this individual, strong enough to cause the summoning stone to tremble and ultimately explode. Impossible. This cannot be. Even as everything transpired right before his eyes, at such a close distance, he could scarcely believe what he witnessed. It was a profound shock that shattered and overturned all his firmly held beliefs and truths. The shattered summoning stone, the dragon's image, the dragon's roar. These were the manifestations of the legendary power of the dragon's soul. Chapter 62. The power of the dragon's soul. Kong Xiu trembled as he rose unsteadily from the ground, his movements reminiscent of an aging man nearing the end of his days, despite being the most formidable sorcerer in Tianjin City. At this moment, he was overwhelmed by emotions unlike any he had ever experienced before. Even when the Nameless One had unveiled the power of the wolf attribute here, he had not been as profoundly shocked as he was now. Who are you? Faced with Yi Tianxia, the calm demeanor he had maintained vanished, replaced by a visage twisted in disbelief. His facial muscles twitched, and his eyes were filled with turbulent waves of emotion. The gaze he cast upon Yi Tianxia was akin to that of a man beholding a celestial monster. Yi Tianxia observed his reaction with keen interest, and spoke slowly. Evil heaven! Evil heaven! From Yi Tianxia's expression, Kong Xiu detected no trace of insincerity or deception. Gradually, his demeanor softened. While ordinary individuals might exhibit varying latent powers due to physical or innate gifts, the inherent differences among them are negligible. The true disparities are cultivated through effort. Yet, there exist a select few, exceptionally rare individuals whose bodies are naturally endowed with immense strength. power whose origins are shrouded in mystery. This latent power may awaken at birth, gradually emerge during growth, or perhaps lie dormant for a lifetime. Such individuals exist in the real world as well. They are known as extraordinary beings. The numbers are scant, but their elevated starting point allows them to transcend ordinary humanity, representing an alternate form of existence. This inherent potential often gravitates towards unique categories or attributes, manifesting as elemental forces or the might of certain beasts. The Nameless One, before the summoning stone, had revealed the image of a colossal wolf, the power of the wolf spirit. Kong Xiu was certain that what he had just witnessed was a dragon. The thunderous roar could only be produced by a dragon's cry. In that fleeting moment, he had barely glimpsed the dragon's silhouette, unable to discern its true form. Yet, the image of a dragon held profound significance. In all his memories and knowledge, he had never encountered anyone whose power manifested the attribute of a dragon. The wolf symbolizes pride, while the dragon embodies unmatched strength, indomitable authority, and the reverence of countless beings. It is the true monarch, eternally exalted and worshipped. The shattered summoning stone further attested to the terrifying latent power it represented. Yet, it was evident that even Yi Tianxia himself was unaware of the magnitude of this potential. Your potential is remarkable. After a prolonged silence, Kong Xiu finally managed to utter these few pale words. The force that shattered the summoning stone, which even the goddess of radiance could not break, could hardly be described as merely remarkable. In the face of such power, even if Kong Xiu's composure were tenfold stronger, he would still struggle to maintain his calm. Nevertheless, being Kong Xiu, he was making every effort to regain control of his emotions as swiftly as possible. Is there a way for me to change my profession? The expression on Kong Xiu's face stirred a wave of confusion within Yi Tianxia. The debris scattered around hinted at the recent events, yet he found it hard to believe his own conjectures. Abandoning these thoughts, he remained focused on his primary concern regarding his profession. In a virtual gaming world, lacking a profession was akin to being bound and unable to act. The radiant light continued to fade, dimming the illumination of this enclosed space. Kong Xiu remained silent, his heart still racing from the previous scenes. He could awaken the Nameless One's latent power through his unique magical prowess, but if a person's ability were sufficient to illuminate 4 or more power crystals, such strength would be beyond his grasp or even comprehension, for that was a power reserved for true gods. Your body's rejection of the 7 foundational professions is no coincidence. It is an inevitable destiny. Given your latent strength, the 7 professions are unworthy of your talents. For what you possess is the power of the dragon. Kong Xiu spoke slowly. The power of the dragon? Yi Tianxia responded, slightly taken aback. His expression filled with bewilderment. Those endowed with such latent power tend to align with specific attributes. In the past, the Nameless One's power belonged to the wolf, while you are a dragon. And not just any dragon, but one far surpassing the strength of the Nameless Wolf. As Kong Xiu spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon Yi Tianxia, unwavering. He could scarcely fathom that such a person existed in this world, let alone that he would appear before him so unexpectedly today. The emergence of such an individual bore profound implications. Who was he? Where did he come from? What was his history? Why did he possess such formidable dragon soul potential? And what kind of future awaited him? Yi Tianxia remained silent for a long time, his journey in the world of fate increasingly surpassing his own expectations. One improbable event after another unfolded before him. Dragon power. A declaration from a virtual games NPC that he possessed the power of a dragon. This assessment, delivered with sincerity and devoid of any falsehood, should have been dismissed as a trivial joke. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a powerful tremor deep within his heart, as if a string of emotion had been plucked. Dragon power. Latent strength. Rejection of professions. Why was he encountering these scenarios in the world of fate that should not exist? Could it be that his peculiar abilities in the real world were influencing his existence in this realm? From the moment he could remember, he had known that his strength surpassed that of his peers. As he aged, this advantage only grew, escalating to a terrifying degree. Common blades could not pierce his flesh. Scalding water failed to discomfort him, and even bullets were ineffective against him. This extraordinary growth had occurred without his conscious awareness, not a sudden acquisition, and thus he had never earnestly sought its origin. At that time, he had merely been grateful for such power, for it allowed him to protect her. What do you mean? Yi Tianxia finally inquired. Kong Xiu shook his head, his expression grave. Your potential is far too great. I cannot assist you. However, when you have gained sufficient strength, you must journey to the lost city within the lost continent. There, the most powerful sorcerers and warriors may offer you the guidance you seek. If this terrifying potential were awakened, what kind of formidable being would emerge? At the very least, his strength would far exceed that of the Nameless One, perhaps even that of the Goddess of Radiance. The Lost City. According to the limited explanations available on a few official websites, it is a region accessible only to players who have achieved level 50 or above, serving as the heart of the Lost Continent. Chapter 63. The Legend of the Dragon God Stone. Is there truly no other way? Yi Tianxia inquired. The professions that ordinary players could effortlessly obtain had become an insurmountable chasm before him. Was he destined to remain forever without a profession in the world of fate? Kong Xiu shook his head. No, there is none. Unless you possess an ordinary profession that your innate power instinctively rejects, or unless your latent abilities awaken. An awakened power may spontaneously manifest as a unique profession of your own. Alternatively, you might discover a hidden profession that possesses immense strength, matching your potential intensity. Yi Tianxia's expression shifted, a faint bitter smile gracing his lips. Very well. In that case, I shall not disturb you any longer. Awakening his power or uncovering a hidden profession. What a jest. He had no inkling of the power concealed within him, let alone how to awaken it. As for a hidden profession, the legendary hidden profession was more difficult to attain than ascending to the heavens. Where could he possibly seek it? As he opened the stone door, Yi Tianxia stepped into the light. Suddenly, he heard Kong Xiu's voice behind him. Xie Tian, wait a moment. Yi Tianxia halted. Turning to face him, Kong Xiu approached with a quickened pace, his brow easing as he spoke with evident excitement. I just remembered something that might assist you. Oh, what is it? The Dragon God Stone. Kong Xiu revealed. It is said that in the distant south lies an abyss known as the Hidden Dragon Abyss, beneath which lies the Dragon God Stone. This stone was formed from the life force of the highest dragon deity before its demise. Young dragons, upon nearing it, can immediately awaken their draconic powers. After a brief pause, he continued, the Great Lost Codex contains records regarding the Dragon God Stone. Its existence should not merely be a rumor. If the Dragon God Stone can awaken dormant draconic powers, then perhaps your own dragon power could also be awakened by it. You want me to seek the Dragon God Stone? Yi Tianxia furrowed his brow, contemplating Kong Xiu's words. Indeed, the Hidden Dragon Abyss was once a forbidden ground for humans, and even if it were not, ordinary individuals lack the capability to venture there. Although the Dragon Clan has long been absent, it does not mean they have become extinct. There may very well be dragons residing beneath the Hidden Dragon Abyss, and they would not permit other beings to intrude. Not even I, nor 10 versions of myself, would dare approach. Yet, I hope you will make the journey. You possess the Courage Badge, which is itself a miracle. Perhaps even greater miracles may arise from you. Moreover, you wield the power of the dragon soul. Even if dragons do exist there, they may not reject you too harshly. For we, as beings of another world, face death only in the form of level loss, not true peril. Although your abilities render the journey nearly fatal, I still hope you might visit the Hidden Dragon Abyss if the opportunity arises. Kong Xiu's demeanor grew solemn, his voice increasingly serious. Today, he witnessed a scene he had never dared to dream of, and now he yearned to witness the birth of an unparalleled powerhouse, the first to shatter the God-calling stone through potential, the first to possess the power of dragons. Is there truly a Dragon God Stone beneath the Hidden Dragon Abyss? No one could ascertain. Whether the Dragon God Stone could awaken Yi Tianxia's latent powers remained uncertain. Whether dragons existed beneath the Hidden Dragon Abyss was a mystery, but as Kong Xiu stated, players do not truly perish. He had every reason to test the waters for himself. Where is the Hidden Dragon Abyss? Yi Tianxia asked. 3,000 kilometers southward. Once there, you need only ask someone, and they will direct you to the Hidden Dragon Abyss. However, with your current abilities, you cannot go there. Even if you attempted, you would be slain by the formidable monsters surrounding it before you could draw near. When you reach level 70, or perhaps 80, you should possess the capability to approach the Hidden Dragon Abyss. As for how to descend into that abyss, that will be up to you to figure out. Kong Xiu explained. 3,000 kilometers. To enter the abyss at level 80? What a farce. Yi Tianxia thought. At a distance of 3,000 kilometers, with a starting movement speed of 100, he could not fathom how long it would take to reach there. Especially with formidable monsters of various levels scattered along the way, certainly not foes that a novice player could contend with. At the rate of progression in the world of fate, Yi Tianxia had taken nearly 10 days to rise from level 0 to level 11, a speed that could be considered among the fastest of players. To reach level 80 would likely take an eternity. The depth of the abyss would be sufficient to end his life multiple times, with just a fall from a height of mere meters proving fatal. With his heart in turmoil, Yi Tianxia stepped out in silence, under Kong Xiu's scrutinizing gaze. Oh la la, master, I saw and heard everything. Xiao Guogua chimed, perched upon his shoulder, her face alight with glee as though she had accomplished something grand. In her hands, she held a lollipop, having already devoured a significant portion of it, her small tongue eagerly savoring the remnants with a look of pure delight. This little sprite, aside from her occasional fits of dissatisfaction that compelled Yi Tianxia to acquiesce, lived a life of comfort akin to that of a pampered princess. Since the day he encountered Guogua, Yi Tianxia found himself entangled in a dilemma of who truly was the master. Guogua, do you know of the hidden dragon abyss? Yi Tianxia pondered aloud. The seemingly innocent child harbored a wealth of knowledge unbeknownst to others. Guogua blinked, her mouth stuffed with lollipop as she mumbled through her sugary treat. I don't know right now, but if I had 10 apple-flavored lollipops, 10 lemon-flavored lollipops, 10 mango-flavored lollipops, 10 orange-flavored lollipops, 10 peach-flavored lollipops, and 10 banana-flavored lollipops, I might just remember. Yi Tianxia's veins throbbed in irritation. Guogua had employed this tactic on him numerous times, and it never failed. Each time he posed a question she fortuitously knew the answer to, she would seize the opportunity to extort him. All he could do was grit his teeth and comply. Next chapter, more candy shopping awaits. Chapter 64, Lei Feng. You are Lei Feng. As he logged off, the sky outside had already succumbed to darkness. Yi Tianxia, as casual as ever, hastily dealt with a meager dinner, and finally, under the pitiful gaze and incessant chatter of Guogua, donned his outerwear and stepped out. It appeared that Guogua's supply of lollipops was nearing its end. Today marked the third time he had ventured out to procure lollipops for her. The first time, he had inadvertently rescued a young woman from unwanted advances. The second time had been uneventful. Yet, the night remained the same, evoking a sense of despair within him. In the shroud of night, he hurried towards the familiar vending machine, wishing he could conceal his face. After crossing 2 streets, Yi Tianxia finally stood before the well-known vending machine. Habitually, he glanced around, ensuring no one was watching before inserting his money and tapping on the various flavors of lollipops multiple times. The machine whirred and clanked as an array of colorful lollipops tumbled out, and he waited impatiently, yearning for a moment when all the lollipops would cascade out so he could pocket them and leave, thus allowing him to escape the agonizing wait. However, fate had other plans. Just as the last of the lollipops was about to emerge, hurried footsteps approached, unmistakably belonging to a woman in high heels. The sound of her steps reached him from afar, and soon, she appeared in his line of sight, heading directly towards him. Yi Tianxia found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to stay or flee. As he wrestled with his thoughts, she closed the distance between them. He did not turn to face her, but instead lowered his head, feigning ignorance of her presence. If he had been wearing a hat, he would have pulled the brim down to conceal his face. What would happen if a woman caught a grown man furtively purchasing lollipops in the dead of night? Just as he fervently wished for a whirlwind to whisk her away to the Pacific, her footsteps halted beside him, and a piercing gaze fixed upon him. Lei Feng. You are Lei Feng. I have finally found you. I am the girl you saved that night. Do you remember me? Her voice was melodious and filled with excitement. Initially stunned, Yi Tianxia quickly recalled who she was, causing him to lower his head even further. I'm sorry. You have mistaken me for someone else, he replied in a deep voice. Lei Feng. Do you really believe that? Does this woman not even recognize the name Lei Feng? He mused, incredulous. Could it be she genuinely does not know? Hey, you're lying. Your outfit is identical to the last time. I recognized it. That night, I had the surveillance footage from this street reviewed and saw that you indeed passed by, buying numerous lollipops and chocolates. 4 nights ago, you bought even more lollipops here. I figured you must have a fondness for them, but felt embarrassed. So you only come to buy them when it's deserted at night. So, I waited here, knowing you would eventually come. And today, I finally caught you. Hey, turn around and look at me. At that moment, Yi Tianxia's mind was consumed by 2 thoughts. One was to dig a hole and bury himself. The other was to rush home and swat the instigator, Guogua, with a fly swatter. The last lollipop fell, and 50 lollipops piled up before him. Staring at the heap, he felt tears welling up, frozen in indecision, to take them or not. Wow, you bought so many. Do you really love lollipops that much? Hee hee, don't be shy. Everyone has their little secrets. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Her words were light, yet even a fool could perceive the suppressed laughter in her tone. She stepped closer, opened her bag, and preemptively stuffed all the lollipops inside. Well then, I'll help you carry them. A faint scent of lilies wafted into Yi Tianxia's nostrils, causing a subtle twitch. Women who favored such perfume often embodied a spirit of nature and freedom. Yet this girl's demeanor seemed to contradict that essence. A hint of blue caught his eye, and he noticed her gaze attempting to find his face. Reluctantly, Yi Tianxia turned to meet her eyes, and in that fleeting moment of connection, a spark of astonishment flickered within him. Such a rare feeling stirred in him. as it had become increasingly uncommon to encounter a woman who could captivate him so. She was undeniably beautiful. From the moment Yi Tianxia laid eyes on her, he recognized this truth. She wore a light blue sweater atop short hot pants, revealing a pair of long, fair legs that were almost perfect in both form and proportion. What truly astounded him was her skin. Despite the dim light, he could discern that her arms, neck, and legs bore no blemishes. Her flawless skin shimmered subtly in the muted glow. Her legs were a sight to behold, long, fair, and smooth, resembling polished jade, evoking an urge to touch them. The girl scrutinized him earnestly, her gaze traversing his features, eyes, nose, lips, chin. She stood nearly at eye level with him, especially in her light blue high-heeled sandals. In their first encounter, she had barely glimpsed his face, only catching a glimpse of his hurried retreat. That day, she had harbored a deep resentment towards him, crying alone in her room, while her father unleashed his fury, rallying everyone to find him. In their second meeting, he had saved her, leading her to finally see his face and imprint his image in her memory, though at that time, she had still been oblivious to his true identity as her assailant. When she eventually discovered the truth, she found herself unable to summon the hatred she once felt. That night, she lay awake, tossing and turning in bed, and from that moment on, she developed an insatiable desire to find him. Chapter 65, Sophie Fei, Part 1. Lei Feng, do you still say I've mistaken you for someone else? The girl looked at him and burst into laughter. However, the title she used made Yi Tianxia's expression twitch. Before you encountered me, had you ever heard the name Lei Feng? Yi Tianxia asked seriously, his face stern, his gaze subtly sweeping over the bag she had hanging from her shoulder. Inside it was his. No, wait. It was Guoguo's lollipop. In any case, he found himself at a loss for words. Huh. No, not really. Are you quite famous? The girl smiled broadly. To dare venture out without knowing who Lei Feng is, it's no wonder you got kidnapped. Yi Tianxia remarked earnestly. Actually, I'm not Lei Feng. Hee. You finally admitted the truth. I knew it. Your name is Yi Tianxia, right? The girl's smile grew even brighter, yet her small hands, which she unconsciously fidgeted with in front of her, betrayed a hint of nervousness in the presence of Yi Tianxia. Yi Tianxia questioned, what is your name? My name is Sophie Fei. Remember it? Upon hearing his question, the girl promptly declared her name. Then, a silence enveloped them both. Sophie Fei hesitated before softly asking, do you really like lollipops that much? Yi Tianxia's expression darkened, resembling that of an African refugee. He forced himself to maintain composure, saying, no, I usually buy them for my daughter. Guoguo, you should just obediently play the role of my daughter just this once. You have a daughter? Sophie Fei exclaimed in surprise, but you clearly live alone. In Villa Number 6 of Tianyuan Community, Yi Tianxia's face grew even darker, transforming from an African refugee into a Black Continent refugee. Where is that? How would I know? He smirked and remarked, are you investigating me? You are my savior. Of course, I've always wanted to find you. My father has been looking for you to express his gratitude as well. Coincidentally, the Tianyuan community where you live is my father's property, so it was easy to find you. But I was worried about disturbing you, so I decided to wait here for you to appear. Young girls often yearn for romantic experiences, such as serendipitous encounters. Moreover, that day, Yi Tianxia had shielded her from bullets within a distance of 10 steps and, in an instant, had taken the lives of 4 men. She witnessed it all firsthand. Could someone like him be an ordinary person? Therefore, knowing all this, Sophie Fei's father dared not disturb him without thorough investigation. With such power, he first considered Yi Tianxia to be an extraordinary being. And individuals at that level are not something ordinary people can approach or provoke. However, Sophie Fei was still a girl barely past her teenage years. Unlike her father, she lacked the calmness, caution, and patience, and she created her own opportunity for their reunion. Oh, why are you looking for me? Yi Tianxia began to feel a slight headache. From the girl's eyes, filled with joy and nervousness, he sensed a glimmer of determination. As if she had made an unchangeable decision upon seeing him, he vaguely sensed that he was about to be entangled by something. The Tianyuan community where he lived was her father's property. Perhaps this could be considered an unconventional fate. Wait, Tianyuan community, her father's property. Her father. This girl's surname is Su. Oh my goodness. The iron-willed Yi Tianxia nearly gasped in shock. He thought of someone, a figure renowned throughout Asia, and in Huaxia, known to all, Su Luo, the richest man in Huaxia, who was said to possess enough wealth to buy half of Asia. This girl named Sophie Fei, could she possibly be the daughter of this great tycoon? Rumor had it that Su Luo's wife fell victim to a vendetta nearly a decade ago, and he had never remarried, leaving him with only one daughter. A person may reach the pinnacle of success, be it power, prestige, or wealth, often treading upon countless different forms of corpses, which implies accumulating innumerable enemies. Thus, he and his family could face danger at any moment. Beneath their glamorous exterior lay pressures beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. I told you, you are my savior, Sophie Fei said playfully, no longer lingering on the matter of lollipops. At this moment, Yi Tianxia's gaze towards Sophie Fei had notably shifted. He raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, saying, "But it seems I inadvertently touched you that day, so we're even." With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Even the hard-earned lollipop was forsaken. In truth, as he mentioned, had he not unintentionally crossed that line that day as a wicked diversion in his life, he wouldn't have intervened to save her that night. Hey, Sophie Fei, who had decided to deliberately avoid mentioning that incident, had not anticipated he would so bluntly bring it up. Her face flushed slightly, and seeing him turn to leave, she hurriedly stepped in front of him. "You. Stop right there. You can't leave. Are you accusing me of assault?" Yi Tianxia regarded the girl before him with an odd smile. "Humph." Sophie Fei showed no signs of anger. Instead, she smirked and uttered something that nearly caused Yi Tianxia to topple over. "I want to live at your place. Why?" After 3 seconds of silence, Yi Tianxia realized his voice trembled. Have modern girls become so bold to casually approach a man on the street? Or is it that his charm is so great that any woman would cry out wanting to be with him? Because you assaulted me that day. Why does being assaulted mean you want to live in my home? Is there a connection? Yi Tianxia felt a bit dizzy. Indeed, the thought processes of the daughter of Huaxia's wealthiest man were quite different from those of ordinary individuals. Because, Sophie Fei's cheeks subtly flushed pink as she gathered her courage, fixing her determined yet stubborn gaze upon Yi Tianxia. "I have never been touched by a man before, and you must take responsibility for that day." Yi Tianxia was momentarily taken aback, his focus sharpening as he absorbed the expression on her face. The stubbornness mixed with a hint of shyness and unease was not something one could feign. It was clear that she was conveying that she was an untouched gem, never sullied before. In Yi Tianxia's perception, most affluent children lead lives of luxury and debauchery from a young age, free from the pressures of existence. Those who grow up in such opulence have long distanced themselves from the notion of purity. Yet Sophie Fei, the true daughter of immense wealth, she truly. Nevertheless, to return to the matter at hand, Miss Su, Yi Tianxia rubbed his nose, a peculiar expression on his face. What era are we in? You can't seriously be thinking that just because I accidentally touched you, you'd consider devoting yourself to me, right? You wishful thinker? Who said I would? Exactly. So you were joking about wanting to live at my place, then. Farewell. Yi Tianxia swiftly turned back as if granted a reprieve. Chapter 66, Sophie, Part 2. Hey. Sophie once again positioned herself in front of Yi Tianxia, her expression revealing a mix of urgency and exasperation. "Are you even a man? Am I a man? Would you like to find out?" Yi Tianxia replied with a mischievous smile. "You." Sophie's face flushed crimson. Suddenly, she lifted her head and fixed her gaze on his eyes, asking, "Tell me, do you think I'm beautiful? Am I considered a beauty?" "Well," Yi Tianxia scrutinized her from head to toe, pausing momentarily at her chest before nodding earnestly. "You are indeed a sight to behold, a true beauty. And yet," he continued, "your beauty seems irrelevant to me. Farewell." Before Sophie could utter a third word, he hastily cut her off, dismissively waving his hand as he slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled away at a leisurely pace. Hey. Sophie hurriedly tried to catch up, but an odd scene unfolded before her eyes. Despite his slow and steady gait, Yi Tianxia seemed to distance himself from her at an almost dreamlike speed, as if each of his steps covered the ground tenfold. In mere moments, he vanished into the night, leaving no trace behind, this time his pockets devoid of any fallen lollipops. Yi Tianxia, you despicable villain. I will come to your house tomorrow, just wait." Sophie stamped her foot in frustration, her bright eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Having always been the one to reject others, she had never before experienced such a blow. 2 individuals cautiously approached from behind her. The one on the right whispered, "Mississippi. You just said you planned to stay at his place. You can't possibly be serious?" "Of course I am serious, humph." Sophie huffed, angrily striding toward the direction Yi Tianxia had taken. "But, miss, that may not be wise. Although he is quite handsome and has saved you, we still don't know his background. Is this too hasty?" The man advised cautiously. "Haste? You think I mean to offer myself?" Sophie retorted indignantly. "Let me tell you, he is 100, 1,000 times more capable than you two. If I stay at his place, I won't have to worry about safety at all. Just going out with him would suffice. Having you 2 useless fellows around only makes me anxious." With that, she declared, "I'm going back to pack my things." The 2 bodyguards lowered their heads, chastened. Despite their elite skills among bodyguards, They were aware that those assigned to protect Su Luo and his daughter were far beyond their capabilities, as the threats they faced were unprecedented. However, he was still a man of similar age to the young lady. Given her beauty, if he were to miss, you might find it difficult to resist. He wouldn't dare. Sophie interrupted, her cheeks puffing in annoyance. Did you see how he just avoided me? It drives me mad. The two men fell silent, following her closely as she seemed to have made a rather reckless decision. In a dark corner, Yi Tianxia watched as Sophie boarded an inconspicuous business vehicle and drove away. He glanced at the cloudless night sky, pondering whether today was a fortuitous day or a day of misfortune. Sophie, will this be a troublesome gift or a fortunate arrival? For now, that question was secondary. The primary concern was that he had not truly walked away, not out of goodwill to protect Sophie from afar, but because she had taken the 50 lollipops he had painstakingly acquired. With a flick of his finger, the hard ground shattered, sending chunks of concrete flying. He caught one in his hand and casually tossed it aside. With a soft thud, a surveillance camera facing him was shattered, all thanks to Sophie's earlier reminder. Returning to the vending machine, he inserted sufficient bills, only to receive the disheartening message that the lollipops were sold out. Yi Tianxia sighed heavily, questioning his fate. Aside from the insane, who would not fear solitude? Human nature inherently rejects loneliness, and Yi Tianxia was no exception. Yet since she had quietly departed, he had been alone, never inviting even his few friends to his home or reaching out to them. It was not that he enjoyed solitude, but rather that he could find no one who could keep him company as she did. Thus, he preferred to quietly harbor his unexpressed sorrow and longing. Then, unexpectedly, Guogua entered his life. As he gazed at his empty hands, a smile crept across his face. He had intentionally ventured out to buy lollipops for a little girl. To him, that was truly astonishing. At the very least, his former self would never have imagined such a day. Though he initially resisted this demeaning errand, the thought of Guogua enjoying a lollipop, with her endearing innocence, made him smile uncontrollably. The idea of not bringing her some filled him with anxiety, fearing the sight of her disappointment or unhappiness. In less than 10 days. Why did he feel this way? Had this little girl inadvertently woven herself into his world? That feeling was truly wonderful. If she were to suddenly vanish, he would truly be reluctant to let go. Upon returning home and opening the door, Yi Tianxia was greeted by Guogua's cheerful voice from the direction of the bathroom. Bath time? I love bath time. Bath time? I love bath time. The master's scent. Wow, the master is back. More lollipops to eat. Then came the sound of splashing water. Yi Tianxia. Chapter 67. Guogua with a sudden crash. The bathroom door swung open as if propelled by a gust of wind, and a snow-white figure, glistening with droplets of water, burst forth and flew right in front of Yi Tianxia, exclaiming with urgency, Master! Lollipop! Lollipop! The moment Guogua dashed before him, Yi Tianxia's gaze momentarily faltered, and he instinctively covered his nose, groaning, Guogua, please, put on some clothes first. Guogua stood before him completely unclad, her body adorned with sparkling droplets, her hair, arms, and little feet glistening. The delicate hints of pink on her chest were perfectly concealed by 2 droplets, creating a striking visual allure. Oblivious to the modesty typically observed between genders, Guogua never hesitated to present herself undraped in his presence, often shedding her garments at night and sprawling in an ungraceful manner beside Yi Tianxia's pillow. Any slight turn of his head would reveal everything he ought not to see. Even during her baths, she exhibited no restraint, subjecting Yi Tianxia to an unrelenting torment. Though her flawless form was petite and exquisite, it only amplified the irresistible charm born of her innocence and purity, repeatedly breaching the defenses of his heart. Yi Tianxia never fancied himself a virtuous man, nor a paragon of righteousness. Had Guogua been an ordinary girl, he would have acted without hesitation to impose discipline upon her. Yet, her diminutive stature often brought him to the brink of tears. I'm still bathing. I don't want to wear clothes. Master, where's my lollipop? Huh, how strange. Why can't I smell the lollipop? Guogua flicked the water droplets from her tiny hands and wrinkled her nose in confusion. The lollipops sold out today, so we can only buy them tomorrow. No sweets tonight. It's not good for your teeth, Yi Tianxia explained, adopting the tone of an adult reassuring a child. However, if such admonishments were effective, Guogua would not be Guogua. As anticipated, Guogua's once bright expression dimmed, her rosy lips pursed, and her eyes instantly clouded with a layer of unshed tears, as if they might spill forth at any moment. In the face of her current demeanor, only fulfilling her request or promising her a satisfactory number of lollipops for the following day, perhaps 100, would suffice to comfort her. Just as Yi Tianxia was about to speak, Guogua's expression of grievance vanished in an instant. She blinked her eyes, sparkling like embedded stars, and with a pout declared, "Master doesn't tea seem to be lying this time." Sob, "Then I won tea have lollipops tonight. But you must remember to buy them for your cutest and most obedient Guogwa tomorrow." "Master, come wash with me." Watching Guogwa flit away like a little butterfly, leaving trails of water droplets in her wake, Yi Tianxia stood frozen for 5 seconds. In the stillness of the night, the room lay enveloped in silence, with the soft moonlight pouring in like liquid mercury through the sheer white curtains of the balcony, casting a serene glow on the spotless floor and illuminating the delicate features of the girl on the bed. Guogwa's sleeping posture was casual, yet she resembled a charming doll, evoking an irresistible urge to cradle her in one's arms. Upon closer inspection, her face magnified in his sight, a truly exquisite young girl of 12 or 13. With a delicate and youthful visage, her complexion radiant, brows and eyes picturesque, skin as white as snow. A faint dimple adorned her round face, enhancing her adorable charm. The little beauty lay askew beside her pillow, resting her head on a small cushion that seemed disproportionate to her tiny frame. Her raven hair sprawled across the pillow, accentuating the porcelain purity of her exposed face and rosy lips. Her alabaster arms were simply enchanting. She was covered by a thin white blanket, torn from who knows where, which modestly concealed her youthful form while leaving her upper body bare, her skin radiant and flawless, resembling fine jade. The exposed lower limbs glimmered like cream, dazzlingly white. Yi Tianxia gazed quietly at the slumbering girl, captivated by her serene beauty. Despite having spent many days together, he continued to feel an overwhelming sense of unreality. This girl had unexpectedly burst into his life, infusing his lonely, colorless world with a vivid hue. Though they had only recently met, this ethereal maiden had swiftly woven herself into the fabric of his existence, entering his home on the very first day, prompting him to buy her lollipops, and sharing the same bed from the outset. Everything progressed rapidly yet naturally, as she, seemingly innocent and naive, possessed her own cleverness and thoughts, yet showed no repulsion towards him, treating him instead as a beloved companion, someone to rely on and indulge in playful antics. He remained oblivious to the origins of her affection, and even now, he was left in the dark about who this little being truly was and the secrets she harbored. As if sensing Yi Tianxia's gaze, Guogwa's long eyelashes fluttered, and after a brief moment, the enchanting girl slowly opened her eyes, her irises glistening like exquisite black jewels, twinkling like stars. The moonlight illuminated her otherworldly face, casting a dreamy hue that accentuated her crystalline eyes, rendering her even more ethereal. With a sleepy gaze, she glanced at Yi Tianxia, unintelligibly murmuring before her eyelids fluttered shut once more, surrendering back to her sweet dreams. This was the first time Yi Tianxia had observed the little figure beside him with such prolonged and meticulous attention. Unconsciously, he reached out to gently caress her cheek. But just as his hand was about to make contact, he halted, quietly retracting it for fear of awakening the slumbering girl. Lying still, he stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment before closing his eyes, his consciousness swiftly dissolving into a hazy realm. Guogwa exuded a unique aura and unblemished charm that could disarm anyone's defenses. And this very Guogwa was the kind of companion Yi Tianxia most yearned for yet believed to be unattainable. In Dreams. Chapter 68. Dreamscape, Part 1. In the midst of a warm winter sun, a biting wind whispers through the air. A recent heavy snowfall has graced the earth, leaving a thick, pristine blanket of white that stretches endlessly across the landscape. Amidst this dazzling expanse of white, a solitary figure clad in gray stands out starkly. It is a small mound of earth, where a young boy lies at the foot of the hill, his eyes slowly fluttering open. He rises gradually, the cold biting at him, yet he is dressed in little more than a flimsy gray coat, tattered and soiled, riddled with various tears. Strangely, his expression betrays no hint of the cold that surrounds him. Instead, it bears an unsettling calm. His eyes, reflecting the snowy ground, resemble two glistening ice crystals, exuding a chilling yet indifferent light. He takes a few tentative steps forward, his feet sinking deeply into the snow. Suddenly, he halts, bending down to gently scoop up some of the snow. As he gazes at the delicate flakes in his hands, a faint smile, a rarity etched upon his otherwise expressionless face, begins to emerge. The beauty of his smile juxtaposed against the desolate, snow-covered world creates a poignant image that stirs the heart, yet remains unappreciated in solitude. Crouching down, he places the snow back onto the ground, only to gather more, building it higher until it reaches his own height. He meticulously shapes the mound, his demeanor tranquil and focused, as if pouring all his thoughts and emotions into this creation, rendering him impervious to any external distractions. Soon, the pile of white transforms into the figure of a small snowman. A soft chuckle escapes his lips as he admires his frosty companion, and with great care, he produces a small piece of biscuit from his pocket. Breaking it evenly in two, he places one half atop the snowman. At only 10 years of age, he should be basking in the warmth of parental affection, carefree and joyous. Yet, the reality is starkly different. He has been wandering alone for years, and that biscuit represents his only sustenance for the day. He is cold and distant, rejecting the world around him, yet deep within, he yearns for a friend, a companion to alleviate his solitude. However, he finds no one he can trust, harboring fears and resentments toward everything and everyone. The only companion he has is this snowman he has crafted, a being that can provide company without the threat of harm. Were the snow to melt away, it would reveal a desolate, uninhabited landscape, a cold mountain void of life, rarely visited by others. Each day, he wanders aimlessly, seeking out places devoid of people, without a purpose, unable to find a reason to continue, merely existing by instinct. He is a peculiar boy, exuding an aura of emptiness and indifference, so much so that one might scarcely sense his humanity. Even the snowman he has just created possesses more vitality than he does. As he nibbles on the hardened biscuit, each bite taken with caution as if fearing its imminent end, the world around him is engulfed in silence, save for the soft crunch of his chewing and the occasional whisper of the wind. Just when the breeze seems poised to cease its dance in disappointment, a gentle, hurried footfall suddenly pierces the stillness, adding a touch of life to the serene, snowy tableau. The boy halts his chewing, his eyes, filled with an unsettling blend of wariness and coldness, turning toward the source of the sound. The footsteps are light yet urgent, as though their owner is eager to reach a destination, and they draw nearer to where he stands. From a distance, he catches a glimpse of a figure that evokes an intoxicating feeling within him. After so long of emotional desolation, his heart beats fiercely, awakening from its frozen slumber. His gaze fixes upon the approaching silhouette, frozen in awe. As the figure draws closer, he is finally able to discern her form and face. In that instant, the world around him loses all color. The vast expanse of pure white, the hazy blue sky, and the radiant sun all fade into a pale void, leaving only the vivid brilliance of the girl before him. She is a girl, one of a similar age, perhaps around 10 years old. One would not expect a child of such tender age to be alone in this desolate place. Yet here she stands, too beautiful for mere words to capture. Her exquisite features resemble those of an ethereal ice sculpture, glistening with a crystalline purity under the setting sun. A gentle smile graces her lips, radiating a captivating contentment. Serene and graceful, akin to a lotus blooming under the moonlight, enveloped in an otherworldly aura. However, as she slowly opens her eyes, revealing iridescent pools that shimmer with a frosty brilliance, the earlier celestial illusion dissipates, replaced by an enchanting yet chilling allure. She is undeniably cold, as if sculpted from ice. Especially her eyes, rare black pearls that are both clear and profound, evoking an eerie sensation of being frozen to the core upon prolonged gaze. Yet, within this chill lies an enigmatic charm, an irresistible allure that captivates the heart, making one yearn to draw closer, even at the risk of peril. Purity, frigidness, allure. Can such attributes truly belong to a mere 10-year-old girl? Is it conceivable that such a being could exist in the realm of reality? Had one not witnessed her, they would unhesitatingly dismiss the notion, yet upon encountering her, one might believe they have stumbled upon a girl who could only exist in a dream. Chapter 69, Dreams, Part 2. The little boy's gaze seemed ensnared by some unseen force, his body frozen in a stupor, devoid of any movement. He had forgotten how to breathe, lost the ability to articulate, and even the memory of his own existence faded, in his eyes, in his heart. The entire world was reduced to the girl standing before him, gazing at him with an expression he could not comprehend. His emotions had been encased in ice for many years, yet his heart remained that of a 10-year-old boy. He found her beautiful, a beauty he had never encountered before, one that made him feel as though he were dreaming. A cold breeze stirred, her hair dancing lightly in the air. As the girl looked at the boy, the cold in her eyes gradually melted away, transforming into a mesmerizing softness. Clad in a thin, snow-white garment, she seemed to blend seamlessly into the icy landscape, crafting a scene of ethereal beauty, with her dreamlike visage being the most captivating hue in this exquisite tableau. Without her, the painting would have been a mere lifeless canvas, devoid of color. When a woman attains such beauty, she can be likened to a fish sinking in water or a goose falling from the sky, enchanting all who behold her. Yet, at the tender age of 10, such worldly praises were unworthy of her. To utter them would only serve to diminish and desecrate her essence. A gentle curve graced the corners of her lips, and the innate chill in her gaze silently dissolved, ultimately crystallizing into a single tear that fell soundlessly onto the snow at her feet. Tears. After this moment, she suddenly lunged forward, enveloping the boy in her arms while he remained lost in his stupor, squeezing him tightly. The crystalline droplets of sorrow that had been stifled began to flow freely, soaking his garments. "I have finally found you," she whispered softly, resting her head on his shoulder. Her voice was as gentle and fluid as a breeze drifting through a secluded valley, ethereal as if it came from beyond the heavens. Her immaculate white attire starkly contrasted with the boy's tattered gray coat, presenting a striking visual disparity. She paid no mind to his disheveled appearance, embracing him with all her strength, fearing that if she let go, she might never see him again. The warmth of her breath brushed against his neck, her delicate form trembling in his embrace. The boy, who had never held a girl nor been held by one, stood there in utter bewilderment, increasingly convinced that he was ensnared in a fantastical dream. After a prolonged moment, the girl released him, yet remained closely pressed against him, her eyes, imbued with the essence of all that is ethereal, gazing at him with an intoxicating gaze. He, in turn, looked at her with an almost surreal expression. Standing so close, her skin was like snow, her complexion like congealed fat, her eyes as crystalline as ice, and her lips, a vivid cherry red, resembled the petals of springtime blossoms. Her long, flowing black hair danced gently in the chill, framing her poetic visage, a beauty that rendered him nearly unable to gaze directly at her. Anyone who beheld her would be utterly convinced of her physical form, her exquisite features. Every inch of her skin, each breath, every glance, every note of her laughter, and every hint of her smile could effortlessly conquer any man, even though she was but 10 years old. "Who are you?" The boy, who had always shunned the crowd and recoiled from contact with others, found no desire to push her away. He simply stared at her, lost in a haze, murmuring a voice so faint even he could barely hear it. The girl's tears blurred her vision, yet she smiled, her exquisite youthful smile blooming like the most beautiful flower before him. She softly asked, "First, tell me, your name, please?" Yi Tian. He, who had nearly forgotten his own name, found himself uttering it uncontrollably under her gaze. "Yi Tian," the girl repeated softly, her voice melodic. "Why are you here alone? Where is your home? What of your parents?" "Home." The girl sensed the boy's body stiffen, his skin suddenly chilling in an instant. He shook his head, speaking in a voice devoid of emotion. "I have no home. My father is dead. My mother is dead. My brother died protecting me. I have always been alone." The girl trembled slightly at this revelation. In that moment, her attention shifted to the snowman he had built, his tattered clothing, and the cookie in his hand bearing bite marks. Her heart felt as though it had been pierced by 1,000 blades, the anguish causing the tears she had just dried to blur her vision once more. She reached out with her warm hand, caressing his face, her voice a soft lament as she cried, "Why? Why are you always so lonely? No, I won't allow this. I will not let you be alone, nor suffer any more grievances. You have sacrificed so much for me. Let me guard you with all I have this time." Her words, however, were incomprehensible to him. "Why? You must have mistaken me for someone else," he instinctively questioned. "No. Even if I forget myself, I could never forget you, nor could I mistake you for anyone else." She shook her head gently, brushing away the tears from her eyes, a faint smile breaking through the sorrow on her tear-streaked face. "Your birthday is July 7th, isn't it?" The boy paused, nodding in confusion. "Mine is also July 7th. Do you believe it? We were born on the same year, the same month, the same day, perhaps even the same second." The boy remained silent. "From now on, you will no longer be alone. Let me accompany you, will you? If you agree, could you please listen to me just this once? You shall no longer be Yi Tian, but Yi Tian Xie, if you will. Yi Tian Xie." The warm sunlight finally streamed into the bedroom, and Yi Tian Xie, awakening from his slumber, sat up, lost in contemplation of the memories that replayed in his dreams countless times. Each time, his expression bore a vacant quality, interspersed with a confusion and sorrow that seldom graced his visage. If separation must come, why did we ever meet? If we met, why must we part? Was it not promised that we would accompany each other for a lifetime, never to be separated? Why does this forever feel so fleeting? Where are you? Where have you gone? Why did you leave? After years of companionship, you loved me more than anything, yet even now, I still do not know who you are." He sighed deeply. 3 years had passed since her departure, a loss that once drove him to madness, despair, and a return to a heart that felt like ashes. He had gradually endured it all, yearning for her return as suddenly as she had vanished. Yet, whether 3 years, 10 years, or 30 years, he could never erase the longing and grief he felt for her, nor could he find solace. He believed she was a celestial fairy, the most radiant and beautiful star bestowed upon him by the heavens. Chapter 70. Trouble approaches. Morning had arrived outside, and it was likely around 8 or 9 o'clock. Guogua, nestled beside Yi Tianxia, remained in a deep slumber, her posture having shifted to a prone position. Her delicate, porcelain-like bottom slightly arched, evoking a playful urge in Yi Tianxia to gently prod her. Her cherubic face was pressed into the soft bed, with strands of drool trailing from the corner of her mouth. Yi Tianxia refrained from waking her, rising quietly instead, just as he slipped his feet into his slippers. A series of loud knocks suddenly echoed through the air, causing his movements to falter. Bang, bang, bang. Clearly, the doorbell at Yi Tianxia's home was malfunctioning. Whether it was always broken or he had intentionally damaged it remained a secret known only to him. The incessant knocking finally disturbed Guogua's slumber, and she blinked her eyes open, struggling to prop herself up with her soft, sleepy arms. With drowsy eyes, she gazed at Yi Tianxia and murmured, "Master." There seems to be quite a loud noise. As she sat up, the faint pink of her cheeks came into Yi Tianxia's view, prompting him to shift his gaze towards the source of the noise, muttering helplessly, "Indeed, being a good person has its drawbacks. Trouble is on the way." Huh? Trouble? Ooh, lollipops. I smell lollipops, so many different kinds. Guogua's drowsiness vanished in an instant. She threw off her blanket, swiftly turning her body as if by magic, donning a pristine white dress that appeared from nowhere. With a delighted exclamation, she darted towards the door, following the enticing scent like a bee drawn to nectar. Yi Tianxia paused in surprise, suddenly recalling the 50 lollipops that Su Feifei had tucked into her bag the previous night. "Master, open the door. The lollipops are here." Guogua fluttered nearby, eagerly calling out. Yi Tianxia hesitated for a moment, then finally opened the door. The long-standing disarray in Yi Tianxia's home resulted in an unpleasant odor wafting through the air, making the moment he opened the door all the more striking as a delightful fragrance wafted in. Before him stood an exquisite girl, her face alight with a triumphant smile. At 18 or 19 years of age, her skin was flawless and pale, with delicate brows that lent her an enchanting allure. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, and her silky, dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, akin to a tranquil stream. It was Su Feifei, still clad in the attire she wore when Yi Tianxia last saw her, short top and tight shorts that accentuated her long, alluring legs and graceful figure. She was a stunning girl, capable of igniting primal desires in men. For a fleeting moment, even Yi Tianxia entertained the thought of possessing her. "Tianxia, I'm here. Do you welcome me?" Su Feifei waved her hand, greeting him without a hint of the shyness one might expect upon entering a man's abode. Her gaze swiftly roamed over Yi Tianxia's form, inspecting the interior of his home, and then, Su Feifei covered her nose with her hand and stepped back in shock, her delicate brows furrowing. "Why does your house smell so awful? And it's such a mess. Even a pigsty would be better than this." "You've been to a pigsty?" Yi Tianxia replied, his expression stiff. He was acutely aware of the state of his home, blankets never folded, items strewn about haphazardly, and a plethora of empty bottles scattered across the floor. Yet, perhaps due to habit or indifference, he had long accepted this chaotic existence, becoming immune to the overpowering odors that permeated the air. Of course, I've been to one. It's 100 times cleaner. 1,000 times. He retorted, "Hey, you reside in the Tianyuan community, the most luxurious villa area in Jinghua, and even all of Huaxia. How can you?" Yi Tianxia raised an eyebrow dismissively. "Miss Su, my home is as it is. If it doesn't please you, then I suggest you return home. There's no need to venture into a place that is worse than a pigsty." His words made Su Feifei's brow twitch. She abruptly dropped her hand from her nose and stepped forward defiantly. "I keep my word. If I said I would stay at your home, then I shall. Even if your house is indeed a pigsty, I'm determined." She gracefully strode past Yi Tianxia, entering as if it were her own home. Only upon stepping inside did she realize the extent of the disarray. The previous comparison to a pigsty was merely a glimpse of the chaos within. Once again, she covered her nose, staring in disbelief at the interior of what was supposed to be the most luxurious villa. It was astonishing how such a filthy living space could exist. Yet, the owner of this abode appeared impeccably dressed, his attire betraying no hint of the disorder surrounding him. Even with her nose covered, the pungent odor still managed to seep through, making this girl, raised in affluence, nearly flee in horror. Yi Tianxia stood behind her, intrigued as he observed her reaction. He believed there was an 80 chance this first encounter would send Su Feifei running. Yet, unfortunately for him, She chose the remaining 20. She turned around, still covering her nose, but her face bore a cheerful smile. You truly live alone, without a woman to tidy your room. Her brows arched mischievously as she added, so, I'm here now. Yi Tianxia. Lollipops. Lollipops. She smells like lollipops. Apple, lychee, orange, mango. Oh, master, I want to eat them. Is this big sister going to stay with us? Can we let her stay? She has so many lollipops. Guogua perched on Yi Tianxia's shoulder, tugging at his hair, her wide eyes fixated on the pink bag slung over Su Feifei's shoulder, the source of her favorite scents. Su Feifei turned and called out, Hey, you lot, hurry up and bring my things over. Quickly, in the direction she called. An extravagant hover car was parked not far away, guarded by 4 bodyguards of varying ages, their expressions a curious mix of helplessness and occasional wry smiles. As the vehicle was brought to the entrance, Su Feifei flung the door wide open, beckoning, Bring it in quickly. Be careful not to damage my crystal dolls. And watch out for my goldfish. Don't spill any water. Yi Tianxia positioned himself behind Su Feifei, his tone laced with incredulity. Miss Su, shouldn't you seek my permission first? I don't recall ever agreeing to let you move in. Chapter 71. Feifei moves and Yi Tianxia stood behind Su Feifei and spoke in an unusually peculiar tone. Miss Su, shouldn't you seek my permission first? I don't recall ever agreeing to your moving in. Hey, Su Feifei turned around, pouting in discontent as she gazed at him. I am a stunning beauty. Coming to live in a boy's house should make you overjoyed. Look at you, living in such a spacious house all alone, wasting so many rooms. Surely, you can't be so stingy as to deny a beautiful girl a room, can you? And look at your place, it's a mess. Even a pig would feel insulted living here. I can help you tidy up, you know. I have never cleaned anyone's room before. You've struck gold. Yi Tianxia scoffed. Humph, you think of me as your savior, yet. His voice trailed off, lowering to a whisper only he could hear. You naughty girl, after you touched me. You must take responsibility. Once I have set my eyes on you, there is no escaping. Suddenly, Yi Tianxia felt a slight headache, and he found himself intrigued by the circumstances that had shaped this girl. Su Feifei's belongings were extravagant. Her bed, comforter, pillows, desk, vanity, a fully stocked wardrobe, various toys, luxury items, daily necessities, and even a large bag of snacks. She had brought everything from her room, clearly indicating her serious intent to move in with Yi Tianxia. Despite their brief encounters, she had not discerned his boundaries, nor did she understand his background, personality, or habits. It was somewhat reckless to rush into living with a boy she barely knew. Everyone around Su Feifei was perplexed by the motives of this seemingly intelligent young lady. Was it the flutter of her heart ignited by his rescue that night, or was there another reason? What was certain was that Su Feifei was not joking. She was in a hurry to move in. Before dawn, she had summoned everyone she could to help her pack. When 4 bodyguards carried in her luxurious jade bed, their steps halted in disbelief. Eyes wide and mouths agape, they had encountered messy rooms before, but nothing of this magnitude. Could it be that the esteemed young lady would reside in such a place? They turned to Yi Tianxia, who wore an expression of confusion, as if to ask, Is this truly acceptable? Look, my bed is beautiful. Isn't it? Quickly find me an empty room. By the way, which room do you usually occupy? Su Feifei chimed cheerfully. The unpleasant odor that had previously marred her expression had now vanished, clearly indicating her determination to stay. Yi Tianxia mechanically raised his arm, pointing to his sleeping quarters. I'll take this room. I know you live alone, so there must be no one else here. Su Feifei clacked her heels as she approached. The closed door was unlocked. She twisted the knob and pushed it open. However, as her hand grasped the doorknob, regret washed over her, for it was caked in dust. The moment the door swung open, a cloud of dust surged forth, forcing her to step back in a flurry, frantically waving her hands in front of her face to stave off a cough. Yi Tianxia turned away, feigning innocence. How long has it been since this place was cleaned? Su Feifei exclaimed, stomping her foot. Cautiously, she opened another door, only to be met by another avalanche of dust. Completely speechless, she turned to the room she had first chosen and commanded, You 4 have 1 hour to ensure not a speck of dust remains in here. The 4 formidable bodyguards exchanged glances at the door, rendered speechless. Finally, the eldest among them, wearing a sorrowful expression, remarked, Miss, this is hardly simpler than tearing the entire house down. Yi Tianxia interjected, No backtalk. You have 1 hour. If you fail, your entire month's salary will be deducted. Move quickly. Reluctantly, the bodyguards transformed into cleaners, stepping into the dust-laden room. After merely 3 steps, 3 of them were forced out by the choking dust. With grim determination, they re-entered, but 3 minutes later, 2 of them hastily exited. Before long, a complete set of the most efficient and luxurious cleaning equipment was wheeled in. Within Yi Tianxia's home, they found no mops, no vacuum cleaners, no cleaning agents, not even a rag. Yi Tianxia switched on the television, his gaze fixed on the screen, allowing Su Feifei's commanding voice to echo around him as she directed the flustered bodyguards. He paid them no mind, as though he were the outsider in this villa. His home had never welcomed others. Even the few friends he acknowledged were never invited in. Those who truly understood him never intruded upon his sanctuary. Yet today, he had allowed Su Feifei to cross his threshold, granting her the audacity to disrupt his life so freely. What thoughts occupied his mind? 3 hours later, a most peculiar scene unfolded. A daughter of one of China's wealthiest families was resolutely moving into a boy's house, exhibiting utmost seriousness, while he displayed almost no resistance, as if they were the closest of friends. In truth, their interactions had been fleeting, mere minutes in total. The floor, once littered with the remnants of Yi Tianxia's solitude, was now mostly clear, though traces of dust still lingered. In such a vast villa, riddled with chaos, even 40 people would struggle to restore order in a single day. These non-professionals could only hastily tidy the most visually and olfactorily offensive areas, with a primary focus on the room chosen by the young lady, Su Feifei. Chapter 72, Pain and Persistence, Part 1. Recently, there has been a surge of urban narratives, much to the discontent of many readers. However, allow me to offer some encouraging news. The word count has exceeded 20,000, transitioning from 2K to 3K, with a daily output surpassing 9,000 words. This is not a promise, but rather my utmost effort. Therefore, if my productivity wanes, I kindly ask for your understanding. For the foreseeable future, the narrative will continue to revolve around urban themes, particularly concerning the affairs of Miss Feifei, while also unveiling fragments of the protagonist's background. After tireless efforts by 4 individuals, a room that was once uninhabitable has been transformed. Dust has been meticulously cleared away, and opulent wallpaper has been reapplied to the walls and ceiling. A soft yellow carpet has been laid down, originally from Feifei's own room, and brought here at her insistence. Coincidentally, the carpet harmonizes perfectly with the room, and upon its installation, Feifei is overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming how fate has intertwined her with this space, leaving the 4 bodyguards' hearts racing with trepidation. The bed, wardrobe, desk, vanity, and mirror have all been arranged impeccably. The once dapper bodyguards now appear as though they have emerged from a cloud of ash. Yet, gazing upon the revitalized room, they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Feifei has grown up in genuine luxury, and if she were to reside in the previously chaotic room, neither she nor the bodyguards would be able to accept it. With the tidying completed, it signifies that she will indeed be living here. Miss, everything is ready, one of the bodyguards announces. Suddenly, Feifei retrieves a lengthy list from her bag, waving it before the bodyguard. These are the items I wish to purchase. Have them all returned within an hour. The sight of the nearly meter-long list nearly brings tears to the bodyguard's eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxia, who had been engrossed in the television, finally shifts his gaze, directing it towards the door as hurried footsteps approach. The door bursts open, revealing a man in a neat suit, who strides in with an air of authority. His eyes scan the room, and his previously furrowed brows deepen in concern. This middle-aged man, in his 40s, is of average build and unremarkable appearance, bearing a standard square face. Yet, his piercing gaze instills a sense of unease, as if he possesses an aura capable of captivating and dominating those around him. Following closely behind are 2 men of similar age, equally unremarkable, yet proximity to them invokes an inexplicable weight upon one's chest. His gaze swiftly lands on the astonished Feifei. Yi Tianxia immediately deduces the man's identity. Feifei and the bodyguard stare in disbelief at the sudden arrival. She takes a cautious step forward and asks, "Dad, what brings you back?" With a sharp exhale, the man replies, "Nonsense. Utter nonsense. If I hadn't returned, you would have truly settled here, living in a boy's house." He casts a sidelong glance at Yi Tianxia, feeling a stir within him. This young man possesses an exquisite appearance, an allure capable of easily captivating young hearts. Most concerning to him is the calm demeanor Yi Tianxia displays. No surprise, no anxiety, nor fear, but rather a tranquil expression laced with intrigue. Su Luo, Feifei's father, the wealthiest man in China and Asia, whose fortune rivals that of nations. He has encountered countless figures throughout his life and weathered various storms. Yet, Yi Tianxia's demeanor perplexes him greatly. "Boss," the 4 bodyguards greet in unison, bowing their heads as if they have committed a grave error. Su Luo's gaze sweeps across them, reprimanding. "How could you permit her to act so recklessly? Why did you not inform me sooner? This is unacceptable." The bodyguards remain silent, adopting a posture of obedience, aware that Feifei's wrath far exceeds their boss's. Dad. Feifei bites her lip, her gaze unwavering as she confronts her father. This matter is mine to decide. I intend to stay here until I choose to leave. Absolutely not. You are no longer a child. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Su Luo replies, furrowing his brows. Yet, her defiant gaze causes his brow to twitch. Once more, she displays that stubborn determination, resolute in her choice, especially since her belongings, including her most treasured possessions, have all been relocated here. This signifies her unwavering commitment to reside in the home of a stranger. What compels her to be drawn to this place? Indeed, I am no longer a child, and I am fully aware of my decision. I will stay here, Feifei asserts, casting a fleeting glance at Yi Tianxia, hoping he might interject on her behalf. As Yi Tianxia turns off the television, he half rotates, observing the scene with an expression akin to that of an amused spectator. This expression nearly incites the two men behind Su Luo to throw him onto the sofa. Su Luo falls silent for a moment, visibly astonished by his daughter's seemingly irrational fervor. As her father, no one should understand her better than he does. Yet, he finds himself at a loss regarding her motivations. Is this merely a fleeting impulse or a moment of madness? His expression softens, and he speaks gently. Feifei, I understand your feelings. However, do you truly know him? He gestures toward Yi Tianxia. Are you aware of his background, his character, his morals? You have barely spent time together, and you cannot claim to know him well. Just because he saved you does not mean you should. Besides, this place is in disarray. How could you possibly endure it? Sigh. Feifei, you are no longer a child. You should know what is appropriate and what is not. Feifei continues to bite her lip, unwavering in her resolve despite her father's attempts at reasoning. She shakes her head once more. Dad, I have made my decision. I will reside here, and no one can sway me. Su Luo exhales heavily, his brows knitting together as he strides toward Feifei. She does not back down, meeting his gaze with fierce determination. Come home with me. We can discuss this later, he insists, reaching for her arm. Feifei steps back, shaking her head vehemently. I will not go home. I am serious about staying here. Please do not interfere. Su Luo's frown deepens as he steps closer. Come home with me. I will not go home. The near shout halts Su Luo in his tracks, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 73, Pain and Obsession, Part 2. You're asking me to go back. Back where? Home. Sophie retreated step by step until her back met the wall, her body weakly leaning against it. No, I don't want to. I don't want to go back there. I have finally found another place I yearn for, a far better one. Even if this path is entirely wrong, I refuse to return. Su Luo's heart quivered slightly. The expression, voice, and gaze of his daughter suddenly pierced his heart with a sharp pain. Dad, I am your daughter. You care about me. But do you truly understand me? Do you know what I desire, what weighs on my heart? When I was 9, my mother passed away, and since then, you have been my only kin. But you have too many business dealings, relationships to manage, and people to appease. You can never be there for me like Mom was, accompanying me every day. Do you even realize how I have survived these past 10 years since Mom's departure? From a young age until now, I have endured at least 2 attempts of kidnapping and assassination every week. I live in fear during the day and dread at night. Every time I step outside, my heart races with anxiety. Even at home, I have never truly felt safe. That year, my mother died, and I survived under her protection. Yet do you know how desperately I sometimes wish to have died alongside her? To perish at the hands of your enemies. Sophie's shoulders trembled, and while she had previously exuded brilliance in front of Yi Tianxia, now she leaned against the wall, curling her body like a wounded bird. Her voice grew increasingly sorrowful until tears blurred her vision, dampening her cheeks. The smile vanished from Yi Tianxia's face as he silently observed Sophie for a moment, slightly raising his head and exhaling gently. Feifei. Her words struck Su Luo's heart like a hammer, and as he beheld his daughter, now reduced to sobs, his heart quaked in agony. His path to success had been paved with the shoulders of countless individuals, many of whom had failed and even perished, leaving him with innumerable enemies. There were those who coveted his wealth, others driven to madness by despair after losing everything in his wake, competitors, and many more who harbored a mere hatred for the affluent. Too many to count. He bore this burden, having long since grown accustomed to it. Yet his daughter had been enduring it alongside him. He had spent very little time with her, and each time he returned home, he was met with the visage of a beautiful, sunny, and joyful daughter who seemed to have no worries. Each encounter with her cleared away his exhaustion and negativity. Yet now he realized he had been gravely mistaken. All these years, he had only seen the facade she presented to ease his mind, never truly grasping the turmoil within her heart. Over the years, no one had successfully kidnapped me, yet I came perilously close on numerous occasions. Just once. If I had fallen into their hands, what would have become of me? Would I meet the same fate as my mother, or endure a life worse than death? I am afraid. I live in constant fear. You cannot fathom the nightmares I face daily. Nor can you comprehend how many times I have secretly wept at night out of terror. Yet even in my fear, I have never had anyone truly by my side. Last year, you spent a mere 13 days at home. For the rest of the time, I was left in the dark about your whereabouts. This year, you have only been home for 7 days. Outside of those fleeting moments, I have been utterly alone. Not even one person with whom I can share my thoughts. Su Luo's body swayed, his limbs trembling visibly, his face paling. Drained of color, he loved his wife and daughter dearly, and for them, he had never remarried, unwilling to betray the memory of his deceased wife, and fearing that his daughter could not accept it. He had always endeavored to grant her every wish, providing her with the finest possessions. Yet at this moment, he understood how woefully inadequate a father he truly was. Sophie lifted her hands, vigorously wiping away the tears from her face. But now, I have finally found someone who can free me from fear. That day, when I was nearly kidnapped, he saved me. He is extraordinary, far beyond anyone I have ever imagined. A guardian who appeared as if from my dreams, one who would shield me from fear. Because I have lived in dread for too many years, you cannot grasp how desperately I longed for someone like him to emerge, or how crucial this feeling is to me. Since that day, I have thought of him incessantly, convinced that as long as I am by his side, I need not fear any longer. No one will ever be able to kidnap or assassinate me again. Dad, do you intend to strip away my long-awaited hope as well? Su Luo remained silent. I am not foolish. I have never been naive. I am certainly not impulsive. I have many friends, both male and female, yet I forever feel solitary. I despise them, loathe the gatherings you drag me to. Why do those women approach me so deliberately? Why can I not shake off those men, like flies that won't disperse? It is not me they desire. It is your lineage, your wealth. Because I am your only daughter, marrying me grants them everything you possess. And you know better than I how foul their inner lives are beneath their polished exteriors. More than the threat of kidnapping, I dread the day I become a pawn in a marriage of convenience. The so-called life of the upper class is not what I yearn for. I dream of being the daughter of an ordinary family, yearning for a partner I choose based on my own heart, pursuing a love that is genuine, rather than merely becoming a bargaining chip. The world fell into silence. Su Luo, trembling, seemed to lose even the sensation of his own breath. His gaze vacant and his face ashen, as if his spirit had departed from his body, wandering aimlessly. Sophie slid down the wall, wrapping her arms around her knees. Crouching on the floor and sobbing uncontrollably, she was utterly exhausted from living. And when the person she longed for most finally appeared, no one could comprehend the profound significance it held for her, nor the fervent desire and obsession with which she pursued it. The person she desired was one who could protect her, allowing her to forever escape the shadows of fear, and one who could make her heart race, free from the clutches of those she detested. At long last, she had awaited his arrival. The 6 bodyguards standing by fell into a hush, watching the weeping young lady, their hearts echoing with pain. They truly understood what this father and daughter had frequently endured, and she. Chapter 74. Proof of strength. Su Luo finally stirred, lightly lifting his feet as he approached his daughter. However, after just a couple of steps, he halted abruptly, suddenly realizing he lacked the courage, even the right to face her. He had once believed he had done enough to provide his daughter with a life of utmost luxury and comfort, yet he now saw himself as an utterly incompetent, even detestable father. He turned to meet Yi Tianxia's gaze, which was fixed upon him. The once foggy glimmer in his eyes flickered and sharpened, transforming into a cold clarity. He spoke, "Are there any clean rooms upstairs?" Yi Tianxia shook his head decisively no. Su Luo fell silent, letting out a soft sigh. "Come with me." With that, he turned towards the staircase, thick with dust, each footfall feeling like a heavy burden. The 2 bodyguards followed closely behind him. Yi Tianxia cast a glance at Su Feifei before rising from the sofa to ascend the stairs. In this moment, he discovered another side of Su Feifei, gaining a deeper understanding of her, a lonely and pitiable soul, much like his own. On the balcony of the 2nd floor, the time approached noon. The scorching rays of the sun streamed through the glass, illuminating Su Luo, yet failing to dispel the chill and pain within his heart. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned to face Yi Tianxia, his gaze meticulously scanning him from head to toe, truly appraising him for the first time. Since the day Su Feifei was rescued by Yi Tianxia, he had been investigating everything about him, yet the findings had repeatedly left him astounded. "Your name is Yi Tianxia?" Su Luo broke the silence with a question. Yi Tianxia nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Mr. Su, you are the richest man in Asia, earning more in a minute than many do in a lifetime. Let us skip the pleasantries. Feel free to speak your mind. Sulo's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze intensified. It seems you are aware of my identity and know who Fei Fei is. As far as I know, you have lived in solitude for many years, rarely interacting with others. The fact that you did not refuse Fei Fei's unreasonable request to stay here must be related to my status. Huh, would you believe me if I said otherwise? Yi Tianxia replied casually, his demeanor and words devoid of any discomfort or pretension. You are correct. I did not refuse, but only because she is your daughter. Otherwise, she wouldn't even qualify to cross my threshold. Yi Tianxia's words were blunt and lacked courtesy. The two bodyguards behind Sulo frowned in unison, their expressions darkening as they regarded Yi Tianxia. However, Sulo showed no sign of anger. His previously tense demeanor relaxed slightly. You are an honest man, regardless of your intentions. Since you are willing to speak plainly, I would feel much more at ease if Fei Fei remains here. Your lack of refusal indicates that you are willing to protect her, correct? Kind of, Yi Tianxia replied. Speaking of which, I suppose my connection with your daughter is somewhat fateful. This morning, a breach of propriety. By night, a hero saving the damsel. The depth of this fate is quite remarkable. Could you share some details about yourself, perhaps about your family? You cannot. Before Sulo could finish his sentence, Yi Tianxia interjected firmly, his previously softened tone now noticeably rigid, his brows furrowing deeply. Sulo chose not to press further. Yet his heart swelled with a mix of astonishment and admiration. Having navigated the business world for half his life, he had never encountered anyone as composed as Yi Tianxia among the younger generation. He was acutely aware of who Sulo was, yet he seemed to disregard that identity entirely, speaking to him with an air of equality, devoid of any hint of reverence or fear. It was as if the name Sulo, and all that it represented, was merely an ordinary label. Well, that is your private matter, and I should not pry too deeply. Since you claim you wish to protect Fei Fei, how can you prove your ability to do so? Sulo's expression turned serious, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Tianxia. This was the crux of his concern. Clearly, he would no longer oppose Su Fei Fei's wishes, nor would he force her to leave this place and return home. The safety of a daughter is paramount to any father, more important than his own life. How should I respond to that? Yi Tianxia scratched his nose thoughtfully, seemingly addressing himself. Then he continued, how about this? Mr. Su, there is a listening device beneath your right foot and in the left pocket of the uncle behind you. The third cigarette in the upper row contains another listening device. Now, you may retrieve them. Both Sulo and his bodyguards froze momentarily. The bodyguard to Sulo's right cast a suspicious glance at Yi Tianxia. Yi Tianxia had not physically interacted with him. Even now, he was over a meter away. As professionals in their field, their sensitivity to such devices far exceeded that of the average person, and yet they had not noticed. How could someone who had never touched them possess such knowledge? The precision of his claims was almost laughable. As he pondered this, he moved his hand towards his pocket. And when his fingers brushed against the cigarette pack, his heart skipped a beat. How did he know I had a pack in this pocket? Opening the pack, he extracted the third cigarette from the upper row and carefully tore the filter, revealing a tiny metal object that fell to the ground with a soft clink. As Sulo and his bodyguards picked up the small metallic device, they were utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Yi Tianxia as if he were a monster, a specter appearing in broad daylight. This was unmistakably a listening device. Sulo quickly removed his right shoe, revealing a nearly identical thin metal piece stuck to the heel. The two metal devices were crushed underfoot, and as he slipped his shoe back on, Sulo faced Yi Tianxia once more, his heart in turmoil. The word shock scarcely encapsulated the tempest of emotions roiling within him. An extraordinary individual, one endowed with terrifying abilities. Chapter 75. Recently, I have been somewhat short on funds. Have I proven my abilities? Yi Tianxia chuckled nonchalantly. Are you an ability user? Su Luo blurted out almost instinctively. No. Yi Tianxia replied with unwavering directness. From his gaze, Su Luo discerned no hint of unnaturalness. If you are not an ability user, then what can you possibly call this extraordinary skill? You don't need to know. Yi Tianxia curtly dismissed the inquiry. Abilities? That notion held no appeal for him. Yet, he remained uncertain about the nature of his own powers. Su Luo fell silent. During his initial investigation of Yi Tianxia, he had encountered a myriad of enigmas, puzzles that eluded all scrutiny. Now, in their direct interaction, he was confronted with even more complexities. For the first time, he found himself utterly unable to comprehend or gauge a person, especially one significantly younger than himself. His experience cautioned him that pursuing further understanding of Yi Tianxia could prove perilous. You are demonstrating your counter-surveillance skills. What I wish to see is your ability to protect her, Su Luo stated, gesturing toward the two bodyguards who had been shadowing him. These two are the champions of the Special Forces competition in Huaxiao from a decade ago. Even now, their names, Black Panther and Red Wolf, are known among the military ranks. Thanks to their protection, I have remained unharmed over the years. If you can defeat them, I will entrust Fei Fei to your care without reservation. The bodyguards understood Su Luo's intent and stepped forward. They were already aware of how Yi Tianxia had once saved Su Fei Fei. However, facing this young man, their instinct was to underestimate him. Yet, Yi Tianxia's recent display of extraordinary prowess dispelled their arrogance, leaving them solemn and poised for a confrontation. Then, Yi Tianxia's next remark darkened their expressions. Shall I kill them or merely incapacitate them? He cast a glance at Black Panther and Red Wolf, his tone casual, as though discussing something as mundane as mealtime. This response left Su Luo momentarily speechless. He could neither condone incapacitation nor sanction death. Yi Tianxia shrugged, raised his hand, and the two bodyguards tensed, preparing their stances. Though once the fiercest of soldiers, they understood the hidden depths of Huaxiao's martial prowess and knew better than to underestimate anyone. Despite his youth, Yi Tianxia emanated an intangible pressure that suggested he was not to be trifled with. However, instead of launching an attack, Yi Tianxia simply curled his fingers and flicked them into the air. A sharp crack echoed as the closed glass door to the balcony suddenly swung open. Black Panther and Red Wolf instinctively turned to look, but in the next instant, they felt a gust of wind approaching. Just as they turned back, Yi Tianxia had seized each of them by the neck with a single hand. In combat, distraction is a cardinal sin. Neither soldiers nor bodyguards should overlook this principle. With that, he effortlessly flung them out through the open window, as if they were mere chicks, and the window closed eerily behind them. The contest between Yi Tianxia and the bodyguards had yet to commence, yet it had already concluded. Su Luo's astonishment multiplied exponentially. Even a fool could recognize that the two stalwart protectors beside him and this young man were not on the same level of strength. Well, Mr. Su, now that we are alone, we should discuss the matters at hand, Yi Tianxia remarked, clapping his hands and turning around. His demeanor still casual and devoid of any triumph or glee, as though he had merely disposed of two insignificant insects. Now, do you believe I possess the capability to protect your daughter? Furthermore, rest assured, I harbor no inappropriate intentions toward her. I am simply uninterested. Your daughter is indeed noble and beautiful, yet she does not captivate my attention. However, Yi Tianxia's lips curled slightly. Should your daughter take the initiative as a normal man, I might find myself compelled to act in ways you would rather not see. Su Luo's expression fluctuated, darkening at times, his eyes betraying a struggle wrought with indecision. He felt a pang of guilt and heartache at his daughter's words, finally grasping why she had made a choice he could scarcely comprehend. In this moment, he realized he could neither stop her nor prevent her from pursuing this path. Yet, the man before him instilled a sense of dread, revealing a side of himself that left Su Luo feeling utterly uninformed. His investigations had yielded nothing but surface-level insights, and he longed to uncover more. State your reasons or your intentions, Su Luo finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Quite simple, Yi Tianxia replied, his smile brightening noticeably. I am currently in need of funds, and you, being Asia's wealthiest individual, seem to be an ideal solution. In exchange for protecting your daughter, I trust you would be willing to pay a handsome fee for my services. The bluntness of Yi Tianxia's reasoning provided a modicum of relief amidst Su Luo's turmoil. Indeed, from the outset, he had discerned no trace of insincerity in Yi Tianxia's demeanor. This feeling fostered a quiet trust within him, drawing him closer to acceptance. Having witnessed and experienced the deceptions of the business world more than anyone else, Su Luo was a master in this arena, donning various masks while navigating through a sea of similarly masked individuals. He never placed his faith in anyone lightly. Caution had become second nature to him, a necessity for his survival. Yet, Yi Tianxia's actions and expressions seemed imbued with an enchanting charisma that compelled Su Luo to trust him despite their first encounter. Yi Tianxia's candid admission that he accepted Su Feifei because he required money resonated deeply. Remembering his daughter's piercing words and the tears he had not seen for years, Su Luo cast aside his lingering doubts with a heavy sigh. It is only today that I realize Feifei has not been happy at all. On the contrary, because of me, she has lived in a shadow of fear. To ease my worries, she has always presented a facade of happiness in my presence. And I have failed to perceive this for a decade. His voice dwindled, and the sorrow etched on his brow mirrored the desolation of autumn leaves. Chapter 76, The Exorbitant Price, Part 1. My wife has been gone for 10 years, taken from me by the hands of my enemies. In the end, I eradicated that foe with the utmost cruelty. Yet, what does it matter? My wife shall never return. Our daughter, born from the sacrifice of her life to shield her from harm, remains my last kin, my most treasured possession in this lifetime. I have always endeavored to fulfill her every desire, solely to see her smile each day. Little did I know, I have been mistaken all along. He lifted his gaze to the heavens and let out a long, mournful sigh, a sigh of this formidable individual, renowned across the globe, perhaps only Yi Tianxia has witnessed. Turning to face Yi Tianxia, he uttered, "If this truly is Fei Fei's choice, I shall not hinder her. I merely wish for her to find genuine peace and safety in your care. If she can greet each day with joy, I will be eternally grateful to you. If your gratitude can be exchanged for a substantial sum of money, I would be more than willing to accept," Yi Tianxia replied with a smile. The implications behind it unmistakable. Su Luo had spent a considerable time speaking, yet he failed to mention the protection fee, the matter of utmost concern to him, warranting a reminder. 10 million. If you ensure my daughter's safety, I will provide you with 10 million each year, Su Luo stated, his demeanor growing serious. He held no resentment towards Yi Tianxia's forthrightness. Money was his justification for accepting Su Feifei, and what he could not accept was an absence of reasoning, for that would only amplify uncertainties. 10 million, a sum unattainable for an ordinary family over a lifetime. The scale of his offer reflected the audacity of Asia's richest man. However, to Su Luo's astonishment, Yi Tianxia did not accept it outright. Instead, his brow furrowed, and the gentle smile faded gradually. Is your daughter's safety truly worth 10 million? The so-called most precious treasure of yours is worth less than 1/10,000th of your assets? Yi Tianxia's eyes narrowed as he spoke, his tone laced with skepticism. Su Luo's brows knitted together as he replied, "This has nothing to do with Fei Fei's significance to me. 10 million is a price commensurate with your capabilities. I believe this is the highest bid thus far for safeguarding an individual. Even the Black Panther and Red Wolf beside you command only 2 million a year each, and their role extends beyond mere protection. The highest bid?" Yi Tianxia's lips twitched slightly, regarding Su Luo with an expression he could not decipher, casually stating, "Once, someone offered me 200 million to be their full-time bodyguard. Do you believe it? 200 million a year." Su Luo's expression shifted dramatically, only to slowly shake his head in disbelief. Such a person could not possibly exist in this world. And if they did, how could you possibly be short of funds? I merely declined that individual. To be their bodyguard would mean relinquishing my freedom. As for your daughter, protecting her does not impinge upon my liberty. Besides, your daughter is a vision of beauty, much more pleasing to behold than guarding a man. And most importantly, I trust you will offer a price surpassing 200 million. Do you believe so? A mysterious smile danced upon Yi Tianxia's lips. Employing a bodyguard at 200 million a year seemed like an impossibility, even for Su Luo, the wealthiest man in Asia. What manner of individual could justify such a staggering figure, and who possessed the audacity to make such a ludicrous offer? Such a price was entirely beyond his acceptance. Who is that person? Su Luo inquired, his brow furrowed. He should not have believed such a seemingly ludicrous claim, yet facing Yi Tianxia's demeanor, he began to suspect its veracity. Who possessed the financial might and audacity to offer 200 million? Beneath the enigmatic exterior of the man before him, what truths lay hidden? You should know him as well, Yi Tianxia replied, then slowly articulated the name. His name is Zhujianhua. Those 3 syllables struck Su Luo like thunder, causing his entire being to tremble. His pupils constricted to pinpricks, and he swayed in shock. His gaze upon Yi Tianxia transforming dramatically. Zhujianhua, the name associated with the pinnacle of power in Huaxia and the youngest supreme leader in its history. A man whose mere stamp of his foot could alter the course of the nation, commanding the strongest military and extraordinary individuals. He wielded unparalleled authority and protection. Yet, this colossal figure was willing to offer 200 million a year merely to have this young man serve as his protector. Did that mean Yi Tianxia's abilities surpassed even the mightiest soldiers and extraordinary beings surrounding Zhujianhua? Do you believe it? Yi Tianxia asked, observing the tremor in Su Luo's eyes. In Yi Tianxia's gaze, Su Luo saw only tranquility and clarity, devoid of any signs of deception. With Su Luo's extensive experience, he realized such a gaze could not harbor lies. It dawned upon him why he could not uncover much about Yi Tianxia and the source of his unsettling feelings. Yi Tianxia's existence was shrouded in mystery, yet he operated at a level beyond common understanding. What manner of individual was this? A man capable of eliciting a $200 million offer from the highest leader, one bold enough to refuse him. If he were to protect Su Luo's daughter, who could possibly harm her? 300 million. If you ensure my daughter's safety, I will provide you with 300 million each year, with the first payment made 6 months from now, Su Luo declared. As he uttered that astronomical figure, one he scarcely believed himself, he felt as though a great weight had been lifted, replaced by a sense of relief and satisfaction. His daughter was his most precious treasure. Without his wife, if she lived in fear and were to leave him one day, what worth would all his wealth hold? 300 million, a true astronomical figure, surpassing even Zhuo Jinhua, for his daughter's safety and well-being far eclipsed all else in significance. Excellent. I accept this price. With your wealth, 300 million a year will hardly dent your resources, Yi Tianxie replied, his smile radiant. But are you not concerned that I might be speaking deceitfully, attempting to swindle you, Su Luo? You are known as the shrewdest businessman in Asia. Such directness hardly aligns with your usual demeanor. Chapter 77, The Sky-High Price, Part 2. Su Luo gazed at him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If one must seek a reason, I can only say, I trust my instincts. 300 million, a promise made. I hope that in the coming year, Fei can be safe and find true happiness. This is also a request I make of you. He paused, adding, I can assure you of the first part. As for the latter, her emotions are beyond my control. Yi Tianxie chuckled mischievously. No, you can't. Su Luo shook his head, his complex gaze fixed upon Yi Tianxie's profound eyes. Do you truly believe that Fei insists on moving in with you solely because of your ability to protect her? The night you saved her, she must have witnessed your capabilities, which instilled in her the faith that you could safeguard her, allowing her to feel genuinely at ease. But have you considered the impact of your abilities, looks, and the dramatic moment of her rescue on a young girl? Can you really not grasp this? Yi Tianxie, I honestly do not know how to respond, for I am not a woman. He held back for 2 seconds before delivering a rather infuriating answer. Su Luo nodded and prepared to leave. It seems you have begun to trust me. However, this pertains to your daughter's safety, and it would not be in keeping with your astute businessman style to rely solely on my words. Therefore, in return for your trust, and to ease your mind, though primarily for my own sake, I have something you ought to see. Su Luo halted, turning back in confusion. Yi Tianxie stepped forward, slowly retrieving an object from his pocket, a round item, the size of a hand, resembling a badge. Upon discerning the emblem and the inscription beneath, Su Luo's expression shifted dramatically, his face paling in shock. Who? Huaxia Guardian. You need not utter its name, Yi Tianxie remarked. Mr. Su, you are indeed well informed, even aware of such items. Given your knowledge, you must acknowledge that what I have said bears truth. Now can you rest assured? Yi Tianxie interrupted Su Luo, returning the badge to his pocket. To be honest, when I first acquired this, I never anticipated needing it. How fortunate I was not to have disposed of it. The tumultuous waves in Su Luo's heart had reached a cataclysmic level. The astonishment he had encountered since entering Yi Tianxie's home in such a brief span had surpassed the totality of his prior life experiences. The fluctuations of his emotions had reached an unprecedented height. Upon hearing Yi Tianxie's final words, his facial muscles twitched involuntarily. That badge, a symbol of the highest honor, had only been bestowed upon 3 individuals since the founding of Huaxia over several centuries, including the one he had personally witnessed. That made 4, and he had once contemplated discarding it. What could possibly hold any significance for him now? Well, if Mr. Su is at ease, could the first year's 300 million be transferred to my account soon, rather than in 6 months? My finances are somewhat tight at the moment, Yi Tianxie stated earnestly, revealing his true intent. No wonder. With a trembling gaze fixed upon Yi Tianxie, Su Luo slowly articulated 3 words. No wonder even Zhuo Jinhua is so eager for you to be his guardian, and no wonder you dared to refuse him. There had been 3 others who held that badge before him, yet none were as youthful as he. What secrets lay hidden behind him? As Yi Tianxie had asserted, he exuded a confidence that made Su Luo willing to trust him. Yet willingness to believe does not equate to genuine belief. Although he displayed capabilities that surpassed his imagination, when it came to his daughter's safety, he would remain vigilant and seek various means to investigate him thoroughly. However, with the existence of that badge, such inquiries became unnecessary. Moreover, anyone possessing that badge was beyond reproach. The presence of that badge allowed him to relinquish all doubts. As long as Su Fei remained by his side, she would undoubtedly be safe, free from danger. Su Fei's choices would be made with her heart. And at this moment, Su Luo was firmly convinced that her decision would be the wisest of her life. Yet even she could not fathom the true nature of the man she had chosen. By 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, 300 million Huaxia yuan will be transferred to your account, Su Luo stated, his voice devoid of any hint of coercion. A year's worth of 300 million bought his daughter's absolute safety, secured his peace of mind. and deepened his connection with such an individual. A shrewd businessman deemed it worthwhile, immensely worthwhile. Mr. Su is indeed a forthright businessman. Yi Tianxia snapped his fingers, his eyes nearly sparkling. Money, after all, can be acquired quite easily, especially when the counterpart is Asia's richest man. Were he to guard another's daughter, accumulating 300 million would take a lifetime. Su Luo smiled. If permissible, you may call me Uncle Su or Uncle. Uncle Su. Without hesitation or reluctance, Yi Tianxia responded. Returning the smile, Su Luo nodded with a grin, slightly raising his head. As he looked down, a new element glimmered in his gaze directed at Yi Tianxia. To be addressed as uncle by someone like you. I find myself feeling honored. Fei Fei. She is my only daughter, and I wish for her to find happiness throughout her life. If you are willing to protect her for a lifetime, and she consents to be under your protection, I would grant you all my wealth. The implication of Su Luo's words was unmistakable. Yi Tianxia maintained his previous demeanor, his gaze calm, offering no response. A flicker of disappointment washed over Su Luo. His daughter possessed beauty, figure, and grace that surpassed any other girl in her lineage. Her father, himself, was undoubtedly Asia's wealthiest man. He had always believed that only those unworthy of his daughter would be unable to match her, and no man would dare reject her. Yet before Yi Tianxia, this conviction was shattered. He first sensed that his daughter might not be worthy of such a man. This man seemed like an angel favored by the divine, possessing qualities unimaginable to ordinary mortals. He stood beside him, yet somehow appeared to inhabit a realm above, gazing down upon the mundane world. Had he not encountered Yi Tianxia, he would never have envisioned such a person's existence. If Su Feifei were to unite with someone like him, what a perfect life she would lead. No one could ever harm her again. And he, too, could live 1,000 times more easily than he did now. Turning away, he descended step by step, his voice barely above a whisper, drifting into Yi Tianxia's ears. Protect Feifei, but if you act against her will, regardless of who you are, I will. Stop at nothing. Watching his retreating figure, Yi Tianxia smiled. Well said. This is indeed the sentiment of a father. Father. Recalling that nightmarish evening, a shadow passed over his expression but soon dissipated. He did not descend but stood on the balcony, silently observing the familiar scene outside. His demeanor tranquil, his eyes as still as stagnant water, lost in thought. Chapter 78. Banter. Was it truly a matter of financial necessity that led him to allow another person to reside in the home that once belonged solely to himself and her? Or, perhaps, as time passed, his heart began to thaw ever so slightly? Could it be that after enduring solitude for so long, he subconsciously yearned for a companion with whom he could converse and share moments? He sensed that the subtle transformation of his heart commenced the day Guagua entered his life. Therefore, he resolved to embrace the natural flow of events, welcoming and anticipating the developments that lay ahead. She wished for his eternal happiness, for him to never feel lonely again. Thus, even in her absence, he should not revert to the despondence of his former self, a mere shell of a man, only able to vent his frustrations in another world. Master, lollipop, lollipop. Guogua's voice had grown feeble, as if she had just awakened from slumber. Since Sophie had entered the house, she had been incessantly calling out for the lollipop, a testament to her relentless fixation. Yet, Yi Tianxia managed to remain unaffected by her pleas during this time. Just a little longer, and once they leave, you'll have your lollipop, he reassured her once more. Guogua's eyes sparkled, brimming with tears that seemed on the verge of spilling. Through their brief interactions, Yi Tianxia had come to realize that the value of this little one's tears was remarkably low. They could easily flow forth with the slightest provocation. Oh, the daughter of Asia's wealthiest man. What an irresistible temptation, he mused to himself. Once having experienced the allure of a true fairy, the allure of mortal women no longer stirred his heart. If he were to name one who still captivated him, it would be the woman known as the epitome of beauty in Huaxia, the eldest among their group, whom he addressed with utmost respect as elder sister. Yi Tianxia had no interest in the conversation Sophie might engage in with Su Luo. Even without listening, he could surmise its content. As he sat in silent contemplation amidst Guogua's remarkably pitiful persistence, time slipped away, and the sun outside the window shifted considerably in its arc. Finally, growing impatient, Yi Tianxia raised his left hand, pressing his fingers against the black wristband. To ensure your safety in the game and prevent any unforeseen injuries, please adjust your posture to a seated or reclining position. We recommend the latter. The world before him remained unchanged. Yet the gaming device in his hand emitted a feminine voice, tinged with an electromagnetic quality. Yi Tianxia sighed in exasperation and turned away, preparing to descend the stairs when the sound of high heels clacking against the floor reached his ears. Soon, Sophie's radiant face appeared within his line of sight. Often, A woman's ability to change her demeanor can catch a man off guard, leaving him speechless. At that moment, Sophie's face radiated joy, devoid of any trace of the sorrowful tears she had shed just moments before. She practically bounced toward Yi Tianxia, beaming, "Wow, Tianxia, you are amazing. My dad not only agreed for me to live here, but he also dismissed those annoying bodyguards, saying you can ensure my safety, allowing me to go wherever I please without fear. My father is not one to easily trust others. How did you convince him?" "My surname is Yi," he replied, feeling a twinge of discomfort at Sophie's casual address of him as Tianxia. Sophie's brows arched playfully. "We'll be living in the same place now. Calling you Tianxia feels more intimate. You can call me Fei Fei." Yi Tianxia pressed his nose, deftly sidestepping the question. "Miss Su, where is your father, the super boss?" Sophie seemed unfazed by Yi Tianxia's formality and lack of flirtation, her smile still radiant. "My dad has gone back. From now on, you'll have a stunning beauty like me by your side. Isn't that exciting? Miss Su, it appears you never sought my opinion on the matter. While this may be your family's property, it ultimately belongs to me," Yi Tianxia replied, a hint of displeasure evident on his face. "Oh, a beautiful woman like me wants to stay at your house, and you're not willing? Are you some sort of abnormal man?" Sophie's words rendered Yi Tianxia's retort mute. For continuing this argument would surely lead to him being branded as such. Women, especially beautiful ones with exceptional family backgrounds, often develop a self-centered pride from the adoration they receive throughout their lives. They might assume that all men should cater to them. And if a man does not show interest, he is deemed either mentally ill or physically inadequate. Yi Tianxia suddenly felt a headache coming on. Doubts began to creep in regarding whether his decision to protect this young lady at the exorbitant price of 300 million a year was a foolish one. Not all women were like her. "Am I abnormal? Would you like to find out?" Yi Tianxia replied, his expression impassive. Sophie's face flushed slightly as she seemed to ponder something, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Pervert. You are just a lecherous man seeking to take advantage of young girls, despite your handsome appearance." "True, but it seems someone is voluntarily coming to stay with a lecherous man. You wouldn't be hoping to be taken advantage of, would you?" Yi Tianxia's calm tone pushed back against Sophie's little curse. Sophie wrinkled her nose and huffed, "Humph. You're such an unrefined man. I won't argue with you any longer. I'm hungry, let's go eat. You haven't had lunch yet, right? Want to join me?" Yi Tianxia raised an eyebrow. Miss Su's lavish meals are not something a commoner like me can indulge in. "How rude," Sophie exclaimed, tossing her head in annoyance and refusing to engage further. She turned to descend the stairs, and Yi Tianxia couldn't help but admire the sight of her long, porcelain-like legs moving gracefully, captivating his gaze for a prolonged moment. Chapter 79. Is there a mistake? Lunch. The lollipop. The lollipop is gone again, master. My lollipop. Perched on Yi Tianxia's shoulder. Guo tugged at his hair with all her might, her voice filled with such grievance as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Woo, master. You just said that after those people left, you would give me lots of lollipops. You are not keeping your word. Master is the worst. Not good to Guo at all. Not good at all." Woo. Yi Tianxia found himself defeated once more, hastily chasing after Su Feifei. "Miss Su." Just as Su Feifei descended the staircase, she turned, her bright eyes radiating a pouting demeanor as she regarded him. As if orchestrated by fate, the two of them swiftly and seamlessly began to reside under the same roof. Furthermore, the initial strangeness between the two unfamiliar individuals dissipated entirely, astonishingly absent of any formalities. Instead, they engaged in witty banter that felt completely natural. This delightful exchange emerged from the interplay of Su Feifei's and Yi Tianxia's personalities, yet perhaps unbeknownst to them. Despite their initial confrontational stance, they did not harbor any aversion to this sensation. On the contrary, the distance between two previously unrelated individuals gradually diminished within this peculiar atmosphere. Could you please return the lollipops you took from me yesterday? Cough. It seems you have them with you." Yi Tianxia pressed out this sentence with great difficulty, his mind racing with thoughts of banging his head against a wall. What made him want to do so again was the utterly bizarre expression that Su Feifei wore. She did not respond immediately. Instead, she scrutinized Yi Tianxia's averted gaze and awkward demeanor with utmost seriousness, before bursting into laughter, clutching the stair railing, her body shaking with mirth. "Ha ha. I. Ha. Su Feifei leaned against her waist, her bosom trembling like that of a little bunny. Meanwhile, Yi Tianxia's face grew increasingly dark, akin to coal that had not seen the light of day. "Keep laughing. Laugh until you can't breathe. Laugh until you break your waist. Laugh until you're pregnant. Best to flatten your chest while you're at it." Yi Tianxia cursed with various malicious thoughts typical of a woman's perspective. Finally, Su Feifei bit her lip, struggling to suppress her laughter, and retrieved a lollipop from her bag, delicately pinching it between her slender thumb and finger, swaying it before Yi Tianxia as she sweetly cooed, "Come on, little brother. If you call me sister, I might just let you have a lollipop." Giggle. "Sister, sister, I want a lollipop." Of course, the voice that exclaimed this was not Yi Tianxia's, but rather Guowei's, whose eyes were brimming with tears. Regrettably, not only was her physical form visible solely to Yi Tianxia, but her voice could only be heard by him as well. To others, she was as inconsequential as if she did not exist at all. What could be tolerated and what could not? While the uncle could endure, the aunt could not. If the aunt could bear it, Yi Tianxia certainly could not. Suddenly, he stepped forward, catching Su Feifei off guard, nearly colliding with her. In that moment, a shadow darted in front of Su Feifei, and the lollipop vanished from her grasp. Almost simultaneously, she noticed that her bag felt significantly lighter, and to her astonishment, all 50 lollipops within it had disappeared. This incredibly strange and almost unbelievable scene caused her heart to race. Involuntarily replaying the memory of that night, when he shielded himself from bullets and effortlessly took down 4 men in the blink of an eye. Not injured, not unconscious. Those 4 men were dead, and he had killed them with remarkable ease. A murderer. In this era, someone who has taken a life often evokes a sense of horror, especially among young women, and Su Feifei was no exception. Yet, in the presence of Yi Tianxia, she felt not a shred of this trepidation, not at all. The peculiar sensation she experienced was beyond her ability to articulate. "Do you really enjoy lollipops that much?" Su Feifei inquired, covering her bag with her hand, her smile oddly whimsical. "Not at all," Yi Tianxia replied bluntly. "That's all right." Su Feifei's south eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Men have their cute little habits that make them even more endearing. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Yi Tianxia's forehead twitched with 3 dark lines, and he remained wisely silent, placing the 50, or rather 51 lollipops stacked upon the table behind him. At that moment, even if he possessed 100 mouths and 1,000 reasons, Su Feifei would never believe this peculiar penchant was not his. "Hey, you took those 50 from last night. The orange one, give it back to me." Su Feifei hurried a few steps forward, calling out. Meeting Yi Tianxia's scrutinizing gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she feigned a soft voice. "That lollipop was a token left for me by a little brother named Lei Feng on a dark night, so you mustn't take it." In a swift motion, she snatched the orange lollipop and gleefully dashed away. "Oh la la, so many lollipops. All of these are mine, oh la!" Guo exclaimed joyously. "Master is great, and that big sister is even better. I really like this big sister who has so many lollipops." With a single touch, all 50 lollipops vanished mysteriously, their whereabouts unknown, as she floated into Yi Tianxia's room, her laughter ringing in the air. Her words made Yi Tianxia wish he could bury himself under the covers and weep uncontrollably. "Is there a mistake? I bought the lollipops, and yet I had to shamelessly ask for them back. That Su girl is the thief, yet now she appears to be better than I am." Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed in his ears. Yi Tianxia and Apos' home was usually eerily quiet, almost devoid of life, compared to today, which buzzed with unusual excitement. He approached the door and opened it. As he expected, standing outside was a bodyguard who had accompanied Su Feifei earlier. He did not enter but courteously said, "Hello, Mr. Yi. My surname is Du. Boss Su asked me to deliver some items that Miss might need." Also, he smoothly produced a plain piece of paper from his pocket, extending it to Yi Tianxia. "This is the boss's private number, not for public knowledge. He said if you require assistance, do not hesitate to call this number. Furthermore, the first payment has already been transferred to your account, Mr. You can verify it immediately." Taking the paper, Yi Tianxia was not surprised by the swift arrival of the first installment of 300 million. Su Luo was a highly successful businessman. His achievements were not mere happenstance, but stemmed from numerous principles he adhered to. For instance, matters that could be completed promptly would never be delayed until later. He had stated that the 300 million would arrive before 9 o'clock the following day, and that time was his deadline. The actual arrival would be far earlier. Chapter 80. The little fairy outside the door. A cart brimming with a colorful assortment of items stood tall, even surpassing the height of a person. Li Tianxia casually glanced at it, feeling a wave of dizzying bewilderment wash over him. He spoke first. "I appreciate your assistance. Please convey to Boss Su that he need not worry." A flicker of confusion crossed the bodyguard's eyes, but his professionalism prevented him from asking further questions. He nodded slightly and pushed the cart to the entrance, turning away without entering. What kind of agreement had Su Luo and Li Tianxia reached? The bodyguard was entirely oblivious. just as he was unaware of the significance of the first sum of money that Su Luo had mentioned. Naturally, Su Luo would not divulge these matters to others. Once the bodyguard had vanished from sight, Su Feifei emerged from her new room, beaming with excitement. Wow, so many things. Tianxia, quickly help me bring them in. You should move your own things, he retorted lazily. Hey, are you even a man? Letting a girl carry things? If others see, they and Oppos, LL surely mock you for being useless. Leaf Tianxia merely shot her a glance, unperturbed, and sauntered toward his own room. Leaf Tianxia, don't you dare leave. Su Feifei stamped her foot in frustration. Hands on her hips, a mix of anger and satisfaction on her face. Humph, don't think I'm unaware. My dad told me everything. He spends 300 million huaxia coins each year to have you protect me. 300 million. I almost thought my dad had lost his mind. Yes, your father spends 300 million for my protection. Merely protection, mind you, not as a nanny, Leaf Tianxia yawned, displaying an indifference that suggested he was ready for sleep. Su Feifei blinked, a smirk forming on her lips as she unleashed her trump card, smiling sweetly. Little Tianxia, who loves lollipops, do you believe I could land a sensational headline in the Huaxia Daily about your fondness for lollipops? In response to her triumphant gaze, Leaf Tianxia turned and pushed the fully loaded card into her room, returning to his own with a heart full of grievances. Meanwhile, the instigator of Su Feifei's unfounded accusations, Guogua, sat on the bed, happily enjoying a lollipop, her blissful demeanor inexplicably making Leaf Tianxia's teeth itch. He ignored Guogua and instead surveyed the room, seemingly in search of something. Master, what are you looking for? Guogua inquired curiously, her head tilted back as she licked her lollipop. Looking for a fly swatter. What is that? It's used to swat various little pests. So am I a pest? Guogua blinked her large, innocent eyes, staring earnestly at Leaf Tianxia. After that, he ceased his search for the non-existent fly swatter. Moments later, the door swung open, and a smiling Su Feifei entered. Although Leaf Tianxia's room was a chaotic mess, it lacked the unpleasant odor typical of solitary men, which momentarily surprised Su Feifei, who had braced herself for an overwhelming assault on her senses. She held a beautifully crafted box, placing it on the table beside Leaf Tianxia. A rich aroma of food began to waft through the air. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze fell upon the candy wrappers by the bed, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Little Tianxia, eating lollipops all the time isn't good for your teeth. This lunch was prepared for us by my dad. Here's your portion. Remember to eat less candy and more food, all right? Gazing at the wrappers at his feet, Leaf Tianxia realized he was beyond redemption this time. However, the enticing scent emanating from the box stirred his long-neglected appetite, prompting him to set aside further banter with Su Feifei and eagerly prepare to eat. Hey, you're also playing Fate? Su Feifei exclaimed upon seeing the black wristband on Leaf Tianxia's arm. Yet she quickly realized the absurdity of her question. Given the game's lavish, free distribution of equipment, it was almost a given that everyone had access to it. Playing Fate was as commonplace as breathing. Leaf Tianxia replied nonchalantly. Yay, that is fantastic. I play every day. Guess what? I'm already level 8. Isn't that impressive? Su Feifei moved to sit on Leaf Tianxia's bed, causing him to feel a sudden jolt of anxiety. Had it not been for Guogua's quick reflexes, Su Feifei's rounded form would have landed directly atop him. Impressive, Leaf Tianxia replied earnestly, though in reality, the average player had surpassed level 8 just the day before. By the way, what is your in-game name? Which novice village are you in? We might be in the same village, and then I can come find you. Su Feifei inched closer to Leaf Tianxia, her brows arched in curiosity. The sweet scent of her youthful fragrance and a hint of her perfume wafted into Leaf Tianxia's nostrils, subtly stimulating his senses. His gaze involuntarily wandered to her long legs. Men gaze at beautiful women, drawn by their enchanting faces, luscious lips, and graceful forms, captivated by their allure. Su Feifei possessed long legs, a graceful neck, and a curvaceous figure that could ensnare any man's heart, even without a prestigious lineage. Particularly her legs. Su Feifei's legs were undoubtedly the most beautiful he had ever seen. Up close, he could see the flawless, smooth skin, with delicate veins subtly visible beneath, and the soft, pale skin of her inner thighs appearing almost translucent. The gentle curve of her slender waist connected seamlessly, evoking a compelling urge in Leaf Tianxia to reach out and touch her all the way down to her delicate ankles. His silent admiration for her led him to classify Su Feifei as a little fairy. Wait until you exit the novice village before seeking me out, otherwise, telling you is pointless. Why, have you already changed jobs? Su Feifei, unaware of the gaze scanning her admired legs, initially expressed confusion, followed by a soft gasp. I've already made it to Tianjin City, Leaf Tianxia replied, concealing his own lack of a job change. Wow, so you're level 10 already. How impressive. For reasons unknown, Su Feifei's praise, accompanied by that gasp and a hint of admiration in her expression, inexplicably filled Leaf Tianxia with a sense of accomplishment he felt he didn't deserve. He discreetly tapped his forehead, questioning whether he had lost his mind. Chapter 81. The unrivaled Tian Mo on the ranking board. All right, Miss Su, go back and enjoy your lunch, said Yi Tianxia, lifting his lunchbox. Fine. Su Feifei replied with a cheerful grin, teasingly adding, someone like you, who dislikes going out, must be holed up at home playing games all day. Well, I won't disturb you. I'll reach level 10 in no time. With a light punch in the air, she stood up and departed. As long as you remain here, not even an atomic bomb could harm you. So, eat and sleep without worry, Yi Tianxia muttered, head lowered. Su Feifei paused momentarily, casting a sly glance back at him before walking away, her laughter lingering in the air. The lunch she brought undoubtedly stood as the most delectable meal Yi Tianxia had enjoyed in recent times, awakening a long-forgotten appreciation for food within him, and even instilling a sense that perhaps eating properly wasn't such a bad idea after all. After satisfying his hunger and coaxing the sleepy Guagua into slumber with considerable effort, he paid no mind to the activities of the newly arrived Miss Su, lying back in bed and closing his eyes to enter the world of fate. Upon entering the game, the familiar voice of the system prompt filled his ears, stirring a significant commotion throughout the Huaxia region. Ding! As of now, the number of players in the Huaxia region who have successfully completed their first job transfer has exceeded 1 million. The rankings for battle zone levels and prestige have been opened. Ding! You have ascended to the top of the prestige ranking. If you wish to protect your privacy, you may choose to conceal your name. Would you like to hide your name? The leaderboard, a hallmark of virtually every virtual gaming world, had opened as expected, yet these rankings were far from mere numbers, especially in the Huaxia region, where only the mightiest of players could rise through the ranks amidst a colossal player base of billions, whether in level or prestige, or the forthcoming monetary rankings. Those who held positions within these lists were undeniably the elite, standing at a pinnacle that ordinary players could only aspire to. Don't ask such foolish questions next time. Only a fool would hide their name, Yi Tianxia scoffed. He was not surprised to find himself atop the prestige ranking. Accumulating prestige early in the game was notably challenging, with ordinary players being quite fortunate to have 10 points. Yi Tianxia, however, had effortlessly surpassed others with the 100 prestige points granted by the hero badge and another 100 awarded for successfully completing the Abyss trial. The system prompt fell silent. Yi Tianxia, after a brief moment of contemplation, looked up and inquired, "Am I not on the level ranking?" The system had clearly announced his position in the prestige ranking, but had neglected to mention anything regarding the level ranking. At this moment, the central square of Tianjin City was bustling with players. Although the 1 million players who had transferred jobs constituted a mere fraction of Huaxia's vast population, this figure did not signify that only 1 million had reached level 10. Many players remained in the novice village, continuously challenging higher-level trials to secure a superior starting point above ordinary players. Nearby, 2 colossal magical screens had been erected near the resurrection point in the square, displaying the level and prestige rankings of the Huaxia battle zone. Each leaderboard showcased the top 10 players, while players could summon the lists with their thoughts, allowing them to view rankings from 1 to 1,000. However, one should not underestimate the significance of being in the top 1,000. Those who achieved this were also formidable and far beyond the reach of ordinary players. Yet, appearing on the screens displaying the top 10 was undoubtedly a symbol of immense strength and great honor. Prestige ranking. First, Xie Tian, Prestige, 220. Xie Tian's name loomed large on the prestige leaderboard, with the figure 220 standing out prominently, for it symbolized the highest prestige value in Huaxia, and his was the only 3-digit number on the board. Yi Tianxia merely glanced at the prestige ranking before shifting his gaze to the level ranking. Upon seeing the name at the top of the level leaderboard, his brows furrowed sharply. Level ranking. First, Tian Mo, level 11, profession, archer. Tian Mo. A surge of rage coursed through Yi Tianxia's chest. He fixated on that name, the name that once belonged to him, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. This situation appeared to be more intriguing than he had anticipated. The audacity of someone to use that name clearly indicated they possessed remarkable skill. Were they challenging him? Level rank 1. As long as I exist in this world, no one shall claim the title of first if I so desire. The anger from the blatant provocation flared momentarily, but soon transformed into a ruthless desire to trample upon this challenger. As he had claimed, he was not one to accept defeat easily. Deep within him flowed an unyielding pride that ordinary individuals could scarcely comprehend. Even the slightest provocation felt akin to striking at his very core. Calming his thoughts, he glanced at the second place in the level rankings, his brow twitching once more. Tian Moxia, a name familiar to nearly all players, particularly those who stood at the pinnacle of Huaxia and even the global arena. This was a legend, a true myth of invincibility that had never known defeat. His name had finally made its debut in the world of fate, and his position at the top of the level rankings was deemed utterly justified by all players. Yet, apart from Yi Tianxia and the current Tian Moxia, no one realized that this Tian Moxia was not the same formidable figure of yore, the one who inspired fear wherever he went, but rather an evidently powerful impostor. While the level ranking may not accurately represent true strength, it certainly provided a visual approximation. Whether in Qing Tian or Shun Shan, the level rankings had long been dominated by those peak players in Huaxia's virtual gaming realm, with little room for new names to break through. Furthermore, in both of these virtual worlds, the top three on the level leaderboard had remained unchanged: Tian Moxia, Kill Without End, and Blood Demon Moon. Before the advent of fate, countless players had pondered whether the legend of these three would endure. Chapter 82. The unfamiliar names on the leaderboard, to Yi Tianxia's slight surprise. The second position on the leaderboard was held by a name he had never encountered before, and it was evidently a woman's name. Second place, Meng Yui, level 11. Profession, assassin. This name was entirely unfamiliar to him. Third place, Sha Wujin, level 11. Profession, sword warrior. Sha Wujin, the man known as the king of the celestial blade. This name was all too familiar to Yi Tianxia. Unlike the wickedness of Tian Moxia, Sha Wujin was a master of the blade, and he invariably chose weapons resembling colossal swords. In Yi Tianxia's understanding, Sha Wujin was an unparalleled expert in wielding knives in the real world, and within the realm of virtual gaming, one's memories remained unchanged, as did one's comprehension and mastery of the blade, thus granting him a significant advantage in the virtual arena. This, of course, highlighted the inherent inequity within the virtual gaming world. Nonetheless, one would hardly wish to engage with a game capable of manipulating memories and neural pathways. Fourth place, Tianji, level 11. Profession, gun warrior. Tianji, the son of heaven. Anyone familiar with the wings of the veiled sky would recognize the ownership of this name. The son of heaven, an arrogant individual endowed with undeniable pride, stood atop the pyramid from birth, self-proclaiming as the innate emperor. His actions, however, consistently propelled him towards that imperial stature. In the gaming realm, he commanded the respect of all players, while in reality, he instilled trepidation in countless individuals, including those wielding core power in Huaxia. Fifth place, Tian Ying, level 11. Profession, Wind Mage. Another entirely unfamiliar name. Sixth place, Zhang Shun, level 11. Profession, Assassin. While Zhang Shun was a name he had not recognized, it immediately conjured thoughts of an individual known for bearing the title of God. The mere fact that he remembered this name indicated the individual was certainly not of ordinary significance. Bei Tianzi and Nan Shenzi, two figures of the younger generation holding the highest status, unmatched power, and extraordinary means in Huaxia. They were backed by colossal entities beyond the reach of common folk. Yet their renown stemmed not merely from their connections, but rather from their exceptional talent, strength, and methods, bolstered by formidable backgrounds. In the real world, few dared to offend these two. In stark contrast to the arrogant audacity of Tianzi, Nanshinzi, the god's son, exhibited a much more composed demeanor, known for their rivalry both in reality and in the gaming world. Seventh place, Song Chun, level 11. Profession, summoner. Yet another unfamiliar name. What piqued Yi Tianxia's interest was that this individual's profession was that of a summoner. This was not surprising in itself, as summoners were typically the weakest class in the early stages of any virtual game, relying on a singular method of attack, with their most potent ability hinging on their exclusive summoned beasts. Initially, a summoner could only summon one beast whose strength equated to that of a monster of the same level. Hence, in the early game, their leveling speed lagged behind that of warriors and mages. Only in the later stages would the true power of a summoner gradually manifest. Similarly, while the Shield Guardian, focused on defense, was an indispensable protective spirit of the team, their low offensive capabilities dictated a slower leveling pace compared to offensive classes. A glance at the leaderboard revealed no Shield Guardians among the top 50, and only one summoner among the top 100, Song Chun, who had remarkably ascended to 7th place as a summoner. This individual was certainly not ordinary. 8th place, Yi Jian Yun, level 11, profession, sword warrior. 9th place, Jiang Xing, level 11, profession, sword warrior. 10th place, Ling, level 11, profession, assassin. Where was Shui Yaoyu? Why was Shui Yaoyu absent? All 10 individuals on the leaderboard were of the same level, level 11. One could surmise that the differences among them were minuscule, and it was entirely possible that the 10th-ranked player might ascend to the first position at any moment. Yet, he did not see her name among them. He felt a twinge of surprise, but quickly reconciled with it. Considering that his gaming time paled in comparison to those obsessed players who were online for 24 hours a day. Nevertheless, he found it perplexing that Shui Yaoyu's name was not present. Shui Yaoyu, the enigmatic woman who initially appeared almost devoid of humanity, had gradually revealed her humanity under his influence. She had accompanied him for an extended period within the virtual gaming realm. Given her nature, she would likely not change her name. Thus, with her astonishing talent and strength, why had she not appeared in the top 10 of the leaderboard? He was confident that few understood her true strength better than he did, even though he remained unaware of her real identity or appearance. Casting one last glance at the grand screen displaying the top 10 players in the Huaxiao battle zone, his gaze turned icy upon seeing the name at the top, only to swiftly return to normal. Tian Mo Xie. The false Tian Mo Xie did not deserve that position. In his world, the first place would forever belong to no one but him. Now, to focus on leveling up. The square was illuminated with flickering white light as new players emerged from the novice village to arrive in Tianjin City. Among those who had already transitioned, some bore various animal masks. This reminded Yi Tianxie to touch his own face, ensuring he was masked before heading towards the central item shop in Tianjin City. Boss, just give me any mask. Upon entering the item shop, Yi Tianxie addressed the lean old man behind the counter. Upon arriving in Tianjin City, the effects of the original appearance adjustment faded automatically, restoring every player's real-world appearance. Thus, for the sake of future endeavors, Yi Tianxie deemed it necessary to purchase a mask to conceal his identity, just as he had done in the previous gaming world. On the first day of logging into the game, the system notification informed him that masks bought within the city were complimentary, absolutely free. Hello, young man. Under Yi Tianxie's charm value of 22, the shopkeeper treated him with noticeably more courtesy than ordinary players, his face breaking into a kind smile as he presented a tiger mask for trade. He continued to chat amiably. Strictly speaking, masks aren't considered equipment. They are merely tools for concealing one's appearance. All the masks in my shop are of this nature. The city lord previously instructed us to offer complimentary masks to brave souls from other worlds. However, young man, to my knowledge, some exceedingly rare and precious masks may carry attributes. Some may even possess formidable powers. Oh, I truly hope to witness one of these extraordinary masks one day. Oh, wait a moment, young man. That on your chest. Oh, if my eyes do not deceive me, could that be the legendary Hero's badge? The shopkeeper's emotions visibly spiraled out of control, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at the Hero's badge on Yi Tianxia's chest. Yi Tianxia humbly lifted the Hero's badge and replied, yes. This is indeed the Hero's badge. Chapter 83. The Sole Task of the Lord's Mansion, Part 1. Ah, no wonder you evoke such a unique feeling in me. It turns out you are one who, like the nameless hero of yore, has acquired the hero's badge. In the past, that nameless hero used his strength to quell a great calamity in Tianjin City, saving the entire city. From that moment on, I understood that heroes are worthy of respect and admiration. I anticipate that you will become a hero akin to that nameless one. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall offer you a discount of 30% on all items in my shop. Yi Tianxie donned the tiger mask, expressing his gratitude to the shopkeeper before stepping outside. The tiger mask was a simple fade resembling a tiger's head, covering his entire face while leaving two sizable openings for his eyes, ensuring unobstructed vision and comfort. A portly figure soon came into view. It was the warehouse owner of Tianjin City. Upon seeing Yi Tianxie enter, his already nearly obscured eyes, squeezed by his ample flesh, narrowed into the thinnest of slits. Young man from another world, how may I assist you? Please help me expand my backpack capacity to 200 slots, Yi Tianxie replied, producing a sum of 150 gold coins, an amount unattainable by an ordinary player. Indeed, in this stage of the game, possessing 150 gold coins was akin to being a millionaire in the real world. Players could request the warehouse owner to increase their backpack capacity from 50 slots to a maximum of 200, with each additional slot costing 1 gold coin. This price was quite reasonable. However, considering that there were 500 million players in all of China seeking to maximize their backpack space. The total investment would amount to a staggering 750 billion gold coins, which would inevitably flow into the coffers of the enigmatic Tianyi Group. Such a trivial aspect could create immense value when aggregated. The Tianyi Group's generous distribution of all gaming equipment would soon recoup its costs manifold. Very well. Please wait a moment, the warehouse owner replied with a grin. Suddenly, his nearly invisible eyes widened to an astonishing size as he pointed at the hero's badge on Yi Tianxia's chest. If my eyes do not deceive me, is that not the hero's badge that only the nameless hero once possessed? The warehouse owner's exaggerated astonishment mirrored that of the item shopkeeper, even sharing similar lines. Yi Tianxia held up the hero's badge again and said, "Indeed, this is the hero's badge. My heavens, you are a powerful individual bearing the hero's badge. I am terribly remiss. Here, take back your gold coins. You are destined to be a hero, and it is my privilege to assist you. I cannot accept your gold. Let me expand your backpack to its maximum capacity, hoping to aid you on your adventurous journey." The warehouse owner's demeanor shifted to one of fervor as he declined Yi Tianxia's gold and swiftly expanded his backpack capacity to the limit of 200 slots. Clutching the hero's badge against his chest, Yi Tianxia felt an overwhelming urge to kiss it passionately. His earlier grievances regarding its modest attribute of merely 100 points of prestige vanished entirely. The Abyssal Trials, a seemingly insurmountable challenge, had indeed bestowed rewards of remarkable substance. While its superficial attributes were paltry, its inherent power had repeatedly revealed itself in such a short span of time. "Do you hold those with the hero's badge in high regard?" Yi Tianxia inquired tentatively. The warehouse owner raised his head, a sacred glow illuminating his shiny face. "The Tower of Destiny teeters on the brink of collapse, and all 8 demon lords have fled. It is now widely known that the Lost Continent may face a great calamity at any moment. Thus, we yearn for heroes and eagerly anticipate the emergence of heroes like you, who can obtain the hero's badge to save the Lost Continent. Therefore, we shall do our utmost to provide heroes with the conveniences they require." "Ah, I hope to become the hero you all expect," Yi Tianxia stated, his expression earnest, though the true thoughts in his heart remained known solely to him. The item shopkeeper had mentioned that the nameless hero once saved the entirety of Tianshan City single-handedly, which explained the hero's immense renown in the region. Even the so-called strongest mage of Tianshan City, Kong Xiu, spoke of him with pride and admiration. "By the way, destined hero, I recommend you visit the Lord's mansion. The Lord has many pressing issues that require the assistance of heroes like you from another world. Your ability to acquire the hero's badge surely indicates extraordinary strength, and the Lord would be most pleased to meet you," the warehouse owner suddenly remarked as Yi Tianxia prepared to leave. Yi Tianxia cast a more eager glance at the portly man, having initially intended to seek out a quest. He promptly altered his course towards the Lord's mansion at the heart of the city. However, upon arrival, he was nearly deterred by the overwhelming throngs of people. The vast Lord's mansion was besieged by a crowd so dense it resembled cramming 10 bustling markets into one, with merely 1 million players transitioning into their new roles. The scene was already daunting. In a few days, it would likely become unimaginable. Each player had come for the same purpose, to accept quests. A large sign hung to the right of the Lord's mansion entrance, displaying 5 quests suited to the current player level. Below the sign, a row of officials, drenched in sweat, struggled to manage the terrifying influx of quest seekers. After much effort to squeeze through, Yi Tianxia found himself still unable to enter, forced to hold his breath as he gazed at the enormous sign. Lightning Rabbits of Falling Wind Plains. Quest requirement. Level 10 quest type. Ordinary quest reward. 6,000 experience. 10 gold. 3 prestige points. 10 special grilled meats from the Lord's mansion. In the Falling Wind Plains, there exists a remarkably swift creature known as the Lightning Rabbit, whose tender meat is one of the Lord's favorite delicacies. However, due to their incredible speed, capturing them is exceedingly difficult. Should any brave hero manage to collect 50 rabbit legs for the esteemed Lord, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. The Ugly King of the Black Woods. Quest requirement. Level 10. 10 prestige points quest type. Ordinary quest reward. 10,000 experience. 5 prestige points. A random emerald earring with 12 attributes. In the Northern Black Woods, a particularly unsightly green-headed creature known as the Ugly King often frightens passing children. Recently, it terrified the Lord's son, prompting the Lord to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards it. Any noble warrior who defeats the Ugly King and retrieves its green hat, a green hat, would surely earn a generous reward. Note, the Ugly King is a level 12 3-star elite. Players may complete this quest solo or in a team. Chapter 84, The Sole Mission of the Lord's Manor, Part 2, The Lost Glass Balls. Task Restrictions, None. Task Attributes, Ordinary. Task Rewards, 3,000 Experience, 5 Gold, 2 Reputation Points. 3 Favorability with the Lord, and a 10 chance to acquire a level 10 bronze equipment suitable for one's class. A few days prior, the Lord's son, in a fit of terror caused by the vile and grotesque king of monsters, accidentally left behind 3 cherished glass balls in the dark forest while fleeing in distress. Brave adventurers are sought to retrieve them. After perusing these 3 tasks, Yi Tianxia lost all interest in the 4th, which was similarly inscribed in white text, and turned his gaze towards the final task, inscribed in blue. White signifies the most mundane tasks available to anyone, while blue. Investigate the whereabouts of the city guards. Task Restrictions, 200 Reputation. Task Attributes, Unique. Task Rewards, Unknown, contingent upon task completion. For specific details, please consult the Lord directly. A unique task. A unique task means that once a player accepts it, no other player can undertake it. Such tasks often come with exceedingly stringent requirements, and their difficulty far surpasses that of ordinary tasks. Correspondingly, the rewards are also significantly greater. Thus, when this unique task appeared on the bulletin board of the Lord's Manor, it undoubtedly stirred the hearts of countless players. However, the task restriction of a daunting 200 reputation loomed like an insurmountable chasm, extinguishing all their hopes. The player who first achieves a reputation of 200 will undoubtedly be the one to accept this unique task. As the reputation leaderboard was unveiled, all players aware of this task fixated on the top position, where the glaring number 220 and the name preceding it dashed their last hopes. In contrast to the minuscule gap in the level rankings, in the reputation leaderboard, those 3 exalted digits towered over the other 9 players, casting a shadow over their brilliance. Not to mention, the second-place contender, who was only 1 rank below, boasted a reputation score nearly 10-fold lower. And the name Yi Tianxia, a name that has reverberated through Huaxiao and the entire world of destiny from yesterday to today. A singular individual who has triumphed over the trials of the abyss. Now, in the Huaxiao battle zone, it is nearly impossible to find someone who does not recognize the name Yi Tianxia. Other nations have begun to take notice of this name, which has forged a legend, even described as an incredible myth. Yi Tianxia exercised patience, swiftly navigating through the throngs of people like a fish in water, and soon found himself before an NPC dressed as an official. He took a deep breath and addressed the NPC. I am here to undertake the task of investigating the whereabouts of the city guards. The busy official paused in surprise. Just as he was about to inform Yi Tianxia that a reputation of 200 was required to accept this task, he was taken aback when Yi Tianxia voluntarily displayed his attribute panel, where the figure 220 was prominently displayed under reputation. The official was visibly stunned in his understanding. These beings from another world could hardly accumulate over 100 reputation at this stage, let alone the impossible 200. Yi Tianxia's appearance rendered him utterly bewildered, and he even began to question the reliability of his own eyesight. After several confirmations, he finally said to Yi Tianxia, Indeed, you possess the qualifications to undertake this task. Please follow me. I will take you to see the Lord. The Lord's manor was unexpectedly vast, far exceeding Yi Tianxia's expectations. From the serene ambience, he could ascertain that he was likely the first player to enter the Lord's manor. Following the official through several winding corridors, they ultimately arrived at the study where the Lord typically conducted his affairs. Lord Tianxun, a middle-aged man with a furrowed brow, was engrossed in his reading when the official announced, A brave adventurer from another world wishes to assist you in investigating the city guards who went missing last month. Lord Tianxun appeared to be in his 40s, with a countenance of refined elegance, undoubtedly leading a life of comfort. Upon hearing the official's report, he looked up in astonishment. What? Has someone achieved over 200 reputation so swiftly? His gaze landed on Yi Tianxia, and after a brief appraisal, he shook his head. Young man from another world, you are currently far too weak to complete this task. Return to me when you reach level 18 or higher. Although this unique task did not specify a level threshold, the reputation requirement essentially served as a level restriction. For it was the Lord's belief that to amass over 200 reputation, one must be nearing level 20. Yet, here stood Yi Tianxia, a peculiar anomaly with only level 11 but a reputation exceeding 200. With such a level of strength, venturing forth would be tantamount to courting death. Yi Tianxia did not depart. Instead, he leisurely adjusted the hero's badge adorning his chest, stating, Lord, level is not the absolute benchmark of strength. May I demonstrate my prowess to you? The hero's badge? The typically composed Lord Tianxun sprang from his seat in astonishment. his eyes wide with wonder at the bronze emblem on Yi Tianxia's chest. The official who had escorted Yi Tianxia also wore a look of shock and eagerness. His gaze towards Yi Tianxia transformed entirely. Yi Tianxia nodded calmly, recognizing that Lord Tianxian's exaggerated reaction, surpassing even that of the item shop owner and warehouse manager, indicated a promising development. The hero's badge, indeed, proved to be far more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Those who possess the hero's badge are true heroes. Such heroes undeniably possess formidable strength. Lord Tianxian's demeanor softened, and he resumed his seat. No wonder you were able to attain over 200 reputation in such a short time. Truly, you are an exceptional young man. Now, would you be willing to assist me with a significant matter? Yi Tianxia nodded. Lord, please proceed. The Lord acknowledged with a nod and sighed lightly, a hint of worry crossing his brow. You see, my Tianxian city is located in the east of the Lost Continent. It is arguably the most comfortable region in terms of environment and climate. Lacking in resources or food shortages, thus it has never experienced conflict. Outside beasts do not encroach upon our territory, even when the moment of fate vanished, and the malevolent energy from the Tower of Fate began to influence the entire Lost Continent. Tianxian City remained tranquil. However, 3 years ago, a tremendous cry of a bird echoed above Tianxian City. It was a great bird, which we later discovered to be a phoenix that should not have appeared here. The phoenix, a creature as revered as dragons in the Lost Continent, is beautiful, sacred, and symbolizes nobility and fortune, deeply admired by our people. It is said that the phoenix resides in the hottest southern region of Tianxian City, and no one has ever witnessed its presence. But that day, it was indeed a phoenix of a blood-like hue. A blood-colored phoenix? Yi Tianxia exclaimed in surprise. In the legends of Huaxia, the phoenix is typically depicted in vibrant colors, with tales of a noble golden phoenix. In mythology, there are also the fiery red fire phoenixes, but a blood-colored phoenix. Chapter 85. Everything is fleeting. Though the crimson phoenix bore the outward appearance and cry of a true phoenix, it was entirely unlike the ordinary ones. Genuine phoenixes bestow blessings upon humanity, whereas this blood-red phoenix unleashed chaotic assaults upon Tianxian City upon its emergence. The phoenix is a formidable being, and this blood-red version was no exception. The people of Tianxian City, through prolonged and collective effort, finally managed to drive it away, narrowly avoiding a calamity that should never have occurred. Yet, this was not the end. The blood-red phoenix reappeared at intervals, each time wreaking havoc and destruction. Over the past 3 years, it had manifested almost every few months, and all we could do was repel it, lacking the capacity to eliminate it. The Lord of Tianxian City sighed deeply. If only we had the powerful guardians from the Lost City, we would not be so troubled. Just last month, the blood-red phoenix appeared once more, and after causing rampant devastation, was driven off as before. However, if this continued, Tianxian City would never find peace. Consequently, our most elite guards formed a small team to pursue the direction in which the blood-red phoenix fled, seeking to uncover its lair and the reasons behind its relentless assaults on Tianxian City. If an opportunity arose, they would stop at nothing to annihilate it. Alas, over a month has passed, and this valiant team has yet to return. Aside from initial reports of the phoenix's location, there has been no further word. Many speculate that they must have met with misfortune at the hands of the blood phoenix. I refuse to believe it, nor do I wish to accept such a fate. Brave souls from another world, could you assist me in tracing their whereabouts? Ding. The Lord of Tianxian City has entrusted you with the task of investigating the fate of the missing guards. Task requirements. Reputation 200. Task attribute. Unique. Task duration 1 month. Task reward. Unknown. Contingent on task completion. Do you accept? I accept. Thank you, young one. Your possession of the hero's badge signifies your remarkable prowess. With you undertaking this perilous mission, I feel considerably reassured. The Lord of Tianxian City nodded, offering a comforting smile. Where might the lair of the blood phoenix be located? Yi Tianxia inquired. The location of the blood phoenix's lair was relayed to us on the 4th day after that brave team set forth, and they have not been heard from since that day. Here, take this. It is a map indicating the blood phoenix's lair. Their movements should be traceable nearby. However, young one, while I am certain of your strength, do not attempt to approach the blood phoenix's lair with your current capabilities. Its might is beyond your capacity to confront, the Lord of Tianxian City cautioned, handing Yi Tianxia a pristine map. Yi Tianxia opened the map, quickly scanning it, his gaze lingering for a moment on the marked location of the blood phoenix's lair before he lifted his head and folded the map. Understood. I shall endeavor to complete the task in the shortest time possible, he asserted, undeterred. Undoubtedly, this was a daunting task fraught with peril. Yet, if it were not challenging, it would not be classified as a unique mission. I look forward to your safe return, bearing the good news I hope for. The Lord of Tianjin City smiled. Yi Tianxia discreetly exited the Lord's residence, taking a brief tour around the central commercial district of Tianjin City to familiarize himself with the layout. Purchasing 20 return scrolls and 3 bundles of advanced healing potions from the shops. With purpose, he made his way toward the mount shop. According to the map provided by the Lord of Tianjin City, reaching the Blood Phoenix's lair on foot would take approximately 3 days. The Lost Continent is vast, and the distance traveled over those 3 days would only represent a small segment on its map. With currency exchange currently unavailable and funds scarce, lower-level players had no need to waste considerable resources on purchasing mounts, making it essential for this lengthy journey. The proprietor of the mount shop appeared to be a venerable old man, reclined in his chair with an air of lethargy. While other shops bustled with players, his shop remained neglected, and it seemed even a modicum of enthusiasm was beyond him. The old man merely cast a cursory glance at Yi Tianxia, assuming he was just another player browsing. The shop offered 4 types of mounts: ordinary horse, speed 30, priced at 70 gold coins, a standard chestnut horse; tall horse, speed 40, priced at 300 gold coins, a larger and more robust horse with significantly improved mobility; white dragon horse, speed 50, priced at 2,000 gold coins. Legend has it that it once escorted a certain enlightened monk to the west, achieving great feats. However, since the truth that all things are but fleeting came to light, the price of the white dragon horse has plummeted. Blood Sweat horse, speed 60, priced at 30,000 gold coins. One of the oldest breeds in the Lost Continent, renowned for its strength, endurance, and speed, once favored by emperors. Now, only a few Blood Sweat horses remain, making them immensely valuable. Hello, esteemed proprietor. I would like a tall horse, Yi Tianxia announced earnestly, presenting 300 gold coins, funds obtained from the 5 plump sheep of the Scarlet Leaf Alliance, while intentionally displaying the hero's badge on his left chest. Upon hearing of a mount being purchased, the old man finally opened his eyes. His first glance fell upon Yi Tianxia, and the second upon the hero's badge adorning his chest. That is, the hero's badge. As Yi Tianxia had anticipated, the mount shop owner was suddenly invigorated, his demeanor and tone filled with excitement. Indeed, I chanced upon this hero's badge, Yi Tianxia replied, maintaining his composure. The shop owner scrutinized Yi Tianxia for a moment before exclaiming, I never expected to see another bearer of the hero's badge. I am truly elated. Brave one from another world, return your gold coins. It would be my pleasure to assist you. This tall horse shall be yours at no cost. Oh no. A hero of your caliber deserves a better steed. Thus, the shop owner's voice trailed off as he seemed to come to a momentous decision. We need heroes in the Lost Continent, and we yearn for their emergence. Hence, I shall gift you this Blood Sweat horse. Yi Tianxia, wait. What? A Blood Sweat horse? For free? Did I mishear that? Yi Tianxia had merely anticipated the old man would graciously offer him a tall horse. But he could hardly believe his ears at the prospect of receiving a Blood Sweat horse, valued at a staggering 30,000 gold coins. Chapter 86, The Little Raccoon Ding. You have received the steed blood sweating horse gifted by the owner of the mount shop in Tianjin City. It now exists in your mount space, and you can summon it at any time to ride. The notification sound brought Yi Tianxia out of his stupor, and he quickly composed himself. He expressed his gratitude to the shop owner, saying, It will be of great assistance to me. Thank you for your generous gift. Oh, I am honored to hear you say that, the shop owner replied with a gentle smile. Every player possesses their own mount space, capable of holding 10 mounts. But only one can be summoned for riding at a time. Mounts serve as a means of transportation for players and are immune to damage while being ridden. In the early stages of the game, only the warrior and shield guardian classes are able to engage in combat while mounted. Archers, assassins, mages, priests, and summoners cannot fight from their mounts. It is only after surpassing level 30 and acquiring relevant skills that they gain the ability to engage in mounted combat, such as mounted archery for archers. Typically, mounts do not possess offensive capabilities, at least none are available for sale in the Tianjin City shop. However, mounts are classified into various tiers, ranging from weak to strong. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, Celestial Spirit level, Heavenly Radiance level, Divine Mystique level, and Sacred Annihilation level. The shop offers mounts from Level 1 to Level 4, which are relatively accessible to players. Starting from Level 5, mounts begin to exhibit auxiliary effects and even some offensive capabilities, assisting their masters in combat. However, acquiring mounts of Level 5 and above is exceedingly challenging, far beyond the reach of ordinary players. The level 4 foot blood-sweating horse alone costs 30,000 gold coins, making the value of a level 5 mount truly unimaginable. Mounts can also be ridden within the city, but if Yi Tianxia were to summon the 30,000 gold coin blood-sweating horse right now, it would undoubtedly attract numerous gazes. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to leave the city on foot. To the south of Tianshan City lies an expansive plain known as the Falling Wind Plain. Stretching as far as the eye can see, this area is home to some relatively weak creatures, and at this moment, the site is filled with players. Currently, the highest level among players does not exceed level 11, and the monsters ranging from level 10 to level 12 undoubtedly serve as the best training ground for them. Coupled with the task of hunting lightning rabbits from the Lord's mansion, it is entirely normal for the area to be crowded with players. Yi Tianxia was not in a hurry to complete that singular task. His immediate objective was to level up, to surpass the player ranked first on the leaderboard in the shortest possible time. He had long ago resolved that in this virtual world he inhabited, the title of first would forever remain unclaimed by anyone else. Navigating through the throng of players that resembled a bustling marketplace, Yi Tianxia pressed forward into the depths of the Falling Wind Plain, eventually reaching a secluded area where no other players could be seen. The Falling Wind Plain is the territory of the level 15 little raccoons. Naturally, these level 15 creatures are off-limits to ordinary players at this stage. Little raccoon, level 15. Health, 680. A mammal belonging to the raccoon family. It possesses highly developed tactile senses and is accustomed to using its front paws for foraging and attacking. Due to a trademark infringement by a certain snack brand, it harbors a deep-seated disdain for that brand. Skills, none. After a player's first job change, their skills become diverse and mature, leading to a corresponding increase in attributes and a significant boost in strength. The enhancement of a player's capabilities inevitably leads to a rise in the strength of monsters as well. The collective strength of this group of little raccoons far surpasses that of the monsters found in the novice village. Without a class, Yi Tianxia, having surpassed a 10-level gap, receives no additional abilities, placing him at a relative disadvantage compared to other players. The temperament of the little raccoons is relatively gentle. They are not aggressive creatures. Yi Tianxia refrained from attacking immediately and instead slowly retrieved a scroll from his backpack. This was the skill scroll of Furious Battle in 10 acquired from the final challenge against the Amethyst War Tiger in the Abyss Trials. With a swift motion, he crushed the scroll, and a dark light emanated from the shattered scroll, enveloping Yi Tianxia. Ding! You have acquired the skill Furious Battle Intent when your health falls below 20. You can activate it. Upon activation, your physical attack power, magical attack power, and movement speed all increase by 30, while defense decreases by 50. It consumes 30 mana and lasts for 30 seconds, with no cooldown time. The effect automatically dissipates when health exceeds 20. Wow, I can feel my master gaining new power. Does that mean you've become much stronger? The sleepy Guo was stretched on Yi Tianxia's shoulder, taking out a lollipop and mumbling as she licked it. Yi Tianxia halted his forward momentum, turning to look at Guo and said, Guo, did you forget to tell me something? Huh. Guo tilted her head, blinking her eyes. Did I? I don't remember. You said yesterday that if I bought you a lot of lollipops, you would tell me about the Hidden Dragon Abyss. Hidden Abyss? What is that place? Guo held her lollipop, her face a blend of curiosity and confusion, and her words almost provoked Yi Tianxia to swat her off his shoulder. Oh la la, Guo really doesn't know what the Hidden Dragon Abyss is, but I have seen a dragon. It was very big and a little scary. Also, in a deep, dark place to the south, there is a real dragon. It was really impressive, Guo said earnestly, chewing on her candy while trying to recall. To the south, deep and dark. Could it be the Hidden Dragon Abyss? But even if it were, what difference would that make? What difference? Oh my. Those little kittens are so cute. Upon spotting the group of little raccoons, Guo's eyes sparkled with delight, and her small face radiated affection and excitement. She blinked her eyes happily at the little raccoons and chirped, Master, shall we eliminate them? Faced with this little one's entirely different thought process from that of a typical human, Yi Tianxia found himself utterly defeated. He summoned the moment of fate and charged towards the little raccoons. 49, 50, 48. Yi Tianxia lightly stabbed at one of the little raccoons, and in an instant, the previously harmless and peaceful little raccoons surged towards him, attacking. The continuous damage numbers that appeared were all from the little raccoon's attacks on Yi Tianxia, and under his still novice attire, their damage, which would normally deal around 30 points to an equally leveled melee class, increased to approximately 50 points against him. Yi Tianxia stood there motionless, allowing his health to plummet. It wasn't until his health fell below 100 points, that is, below 20 of his total health. Chapter 87. frenzied battle intent at the moment when his health dwindled to double digits. Yi Tianxia, who had remained motionless until then, suddenly leaped back with all his might, deftly evading all attacks. In that instant, a dim glow erupted around him. Frenzied battle intent. A fierce urge to unleash his pent-up fury surged within his chest, igniting his body and blood. In the blink of an eye, he felt his arms brimming with power, and his body became unexpectedly agile. With a cold smirk, he charged toward the approaching raccoons, launching a proactive assault. 264, 268, 259. After activating frenzied battle intent, he found that it took merely 3 strikes to slay each raccoon, and with a critical hit, just 2 strikes. However, in this state, his health was only 87. He had also disabled the automatic health regeneration effect of the life ring, maintaining his health at a level that could withstand only 1 attack from a raccoon. For if his health were to rise above 20, the effect of frenzied battle intent would dissipate. Throughout his leveling journey, he pursued the highest efficiency and the swiftest pace. Yet, it was unlikely to find anyone else daring to wield frenzied battle intent in such a manner. With a 30 increase in attack power, he swiftly dispatched 1 raccoon after another, while a 30 boost in speed allowed him to maneuver with remarkable agility, evading and repositioning effortlessly. The exhilaration brought on by the activation of his skills did not hinder his reflexes in the slightest. Despite the multitude of raccoons, their movement ability was a mere 60. Facing multiple foes, he felt no pressure whatsoever. The wild map of the Lost Continent was significantly more expansive than that of the Novice Village, and the raccoons' territory could easily accommodate thousands of players leveling simultaneously. Yi Tianxia could not monopolize an entire area like he could in the Novice Village. Consequently, he would not encounter a shortage of monsters to defeat, thus preserving his leveling efficiency. While the majority of players were busy teaming up to grind against level 10 lightning rabbits or level 11 Blackford rabbits. Who would have imagined that someone would dare to take on level 15 monsters alone, achieving an astonishing efficiency? Under the influence of frenzied battle intent, the 11 level Yi Tianxia exhibited strength surpassing that of a level 15 adversary. Meow, master, over there, many more are coming out. Go there. Wow, many more are appearing. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4. So many I cannot count. Master, hurry and eliminate them. Hey, this little cat seems to have dropped something like a hat. Master, quickly pick it up, if possible. Yi Tianxia truly wished to find something like cotton to plug his ears. Guogua's voice, chirping like a little bird, was one thing. But she seemed to be a little princess directing her servant, constantly pointing and shouting orders. Considering that she was merely a child at heart, Yi Tianxia tolerated it. Time passed amidst the continuous attacks and Guogua's exclamations. 2 hours later. Ding. Someone is knocking at the door in the real world. Do you wish to exit the game? Yi Tianxia wielded the moment of fate, dispatching 3 raccoons in quick succession before swiftly retreating to a safe zone. For such an extended period, he had remained in a state of frenzied battle intent. His health consistently kept below 100. Many actions that others dared to contemplate but not execute seemed entirely ordinary to him. Maintaining health below 20 while sustaining frenzied battle intent made it exhilarating to slay monsters significantly weaker than himself, yet one had to tread carefully against monsters of equal level, while confronting foes or bosses of a higher level was tantamount to courting death. Remarkably, he had faced level 15 raccoons for a full 2 hours without a scratch. The harsh limitations of frenzied battle intent seemed to grant him a direct augmentation of 30 in both attack power and movement speed. Yi Tianxia had few friends. He truly acknowledged only 3, who understood his temperament best. Unless absolutely necessary or under exceptional circumstances, they would not approach him uninvited. Thus, he rarely received visitors. Upon logging out of the world of fate, Yi Tianxia stepped out of his room to find Su Feifei already sprinting to open the door, excitedly exclaiming, "Hey, you all are moving so slowly, come in. We must clean this place thoroughly this afternoon." Yi Tianxia frowned as he approached. Outside, a large vehicle was parked, and 6 individuals were unloading items from it. The side of the vehicle bore the glaring words, "Cleaning service." "Who asked you to call them?" Yi Tianxia shot a glance at Su Feifei, his expression devoid of emotion. "Humph, you lazy bum. Look at how dirty your home is. I'll be living here from now on, so it must be spotless. Therefore, I called the best cleaning company in the capital. Send them away." Yi Tianxia interrupted Su Feifei's words curtly, a low tone creeping into his voice. Noticing the change in Yi Tianxia's tone and his unfriendly expression, Su Feifei pouted. "Hey, why should they leave? They're from a cleaning company, not here to rob your home. Besides, your place is so simple. There is hardly anything worth stealing." Yi Tianxia shook his head, replying coldly, Miss Sue, if you find my place so filthy and disorganized, you are free to leave immediately. I will return every single one of the 300 million huaxia coins your father transferred to me without a penny less. However, I will not permit outsiders to step foot in here. Allowing your father and your bodyguards to enter is already my bottom line. If you wish to continue staying here, do not attempt to bring anyone else. With that, Yi Tianxia turned away, coldly returning to his room and shutting the door with a heavy thud, leaving Su Feifei standing there in stunned silence. Returning to the world of fate, Yi Tianxia activated his soul combat skill, Frenzied Battle Intent, and charged towards the raccoons that had just respawned in droves. The grassland, which had briefly fallen silent, was once again filled with the mournful cries of the raccoons before their demise. Clang! Not far to Yi Tianxia's left, a flash of yellow light appeared, revealing a raccoon significantly larger than the average, its fur interspersed with dull silver. It seemed to have been aware of Yi Tianxia's presence in its territory even before it emerged, charging directly toward him. Raccoon Leader, Level 15 2-star Elite, Health 2200. A small chief among raccoons, boasting a larger physique and greater attack capability than ordinary raccoons. Skills, Scratch, Bite. Chapter 88. This is what leveling up is about. Yi Tianxia, whose defenses were already pitiably low, found them further diminished after invoking his berserker will. With his health at a precarious state, even an ordinary raccoon could dispatch him with but 2 strikes. Faced with a minor boss, slightly stronger than a raccoon, Yi Tianxia risked being obliterated in a single blow. After clearing the area of the smaller raccoons, he failed to regain any health and instead charged directly at the approaching raccoon leader. Before he could close the distance, the moment of fate was unleashed, its 2-meter reach striking the raccoon leader's belly, resulting in a crimson numeral of 242. With the blow landed, Yi Tianxia swiftly retreated just as the raccoon leader launched its attack, escaping its range. The raccoon's primary mode of attack was its front claws, yet regrettably, their length paled in comparison to Yi Tianxia's nearly 2-meter attack range. Although the raccoon leader was significantly larger, its attack distance was not proportionately enhanced. As it swiped in vain, roaring in frustration, it charged towards Yi Tianxia. However, its speed was hardly superior to that of an ordinary raccoon, trailing behind Yi Tianxia, who had enhanced his speed by 30. Yi Tianxia expertly managed the distance between himself and the raccoon leader, attacking while retreating, skillfully keeping the creature within the reach of his moment of fate, while it could not grasp him within its range. It was akin to an alternative form of kite flying, albeit with a greater level of technical finesse and a tinge of treachery. In the realm of virtual gaming, movement speed is undeniably a critical attribute. Its significance transcends mere travel time, profoundly impacting tactical execution and the outcome of battles. This importance amplifies dramatically when confronting formidable foes. Exceptional movement speed not only enhances one's ability to restrain an opponent, but also facilitates a safe escape from adversaries that are overwhelmingly powerful. Among all classes, assassins boast the highest mobility, their agility compensating for their low defense and health. Stealth, guerrilla tactics, restraint, and evasion are their forte. Yi Tianxia, possessing reflexes and awareness that far surpass the average assassin, flawlessly exploited the disparities in movement speed. Thus, the raccoon leader was destined for tragedy upon encountering him. 241, 244, 236. As Yi Tianxia attacked while retreating, he maintained an optimal distance from the raccoon leader. Despite the raccoon leader being capable of obliterating Yi Tianxia, whose health was below 20, with a single strike, its furious attempts to attack were futile as it could not touch him. Meanwhile, the moment of fate continued to mercilessly slice through its belly. Perhaps unbeknownst to Yi Tianxia, his heightened focus enabled him to recover from each attack with a speed that clearly exceeded that of ordinary players. The brief pauses following his strikes were negligible, affording the raccoon leader no opportunity to retaliate. 250, 237, 470. With a long, drawn-out wail, the raccoon leader finally succumbed to Yi Tianxia's brazenly unscrupulous tactics, collapsing mid-charge. After enduring the trials of 12 1-star bosses, 12 2-star bosses, and 12 3-star bosses in the Abyss trial, along with a harrowing encounter with a level 20 Lord boss, this 15 level 2-star elite, which could compel most players to flee, was evidently no match for him. The encounter lacked any semblance of challenge or tension. Such prowess was not solely a product of his equipment or attributes. Rather, it stemmed from his personal capabilities, his inhuman reflexes, and remarkable judgment that allowed him to swiftly devise countermeasures based on his opponent's characteristics and the surrounding environment. 2 silver coins, several potions, and an item exuding a dull copper sheen dropped from the raccoon leader. Resilient pauldrons, Level 15 bronze equipment. Usage requirement. Level 15 melee class. Defense 20, Strength 6, Stamina 5. A pair of seemingly robust pauldrons, promising commendable defensive capabilities. Reluctantly, he stowed the level 15 bronze equipment into his backpack. With his luck stat at 12, coupled with his solo eradication of numerous elites and bosses in the Abyss trial, he was confident that he possessed the finest equipment in the entire Huaxia battle zone. Yet, a twinge of resentment arose within him. For apart from the few items without class restrictions, all other superior gear lay dormant in his backpack, unattainable for equipping. He was in dire need of a class. Even the most mundane one would suffice. With a class, his attributes would rise accordingly. The ability to don equipment was secondary. What mattered more were the exclusive skills that accompanied a class, granting him a broader array of offensive and restraining tactics, thereby affording him greater strategic options against formidable foes. Presently, aside from the berserker will from a skill scroll, his only means of attack was a basic strike. In simpler terms, the absence of skills significantly diminished his sense of slaughter and thrill. Kneeling, Yi Tianxia performed a gathering skill on the rotund body of the raccoon leader. Ding! You have gathered a piece of raccoon hide. Raccoon hide, obtained from the raccoon leader. This hide is sturdier than that of ordinary raccoons and can be used to craft light armor. Ding! No more items available for gathering. Standing up, he exhaled softly and opened the level leaderboard. 5th place, Xietian, level 11, class, none. In just one afternoon, over the course of 3 hours, his ranking on the leaderboard had skyrocketed from beyond 100 to 5th place. While other players formed teams to hunt down level 10 monsters, Yi Tianxia, with barely 100 health, was almost in a berserk state, hunting groups of level 15 monsters. In the same unit of time, the experience he gained undeniably surpassed that of ordinary levelers by several folds. In this gaming world where I exist, the top rank will never belong to anyone else. This was not a statement of arrogance, but rather a declaration of his absolute power and unwavering confidence. For Yi Tianxia, such speed was entirely normal. Yet for those observing the leaderboard, his meteoric rise left countless players astonished time and again. Xietian, a name that resonated throughout the Huaxia region in a single day? A mysterious figure who had traversed the Abyss trial, a feat unmatched by anyone else thus far, was now under the scrutiny of numerous powerful players and factions within the gaming community. His terrifying leveling speed once again allowed players across Huaxia to witness his might. Then, he resumed his relentless hunt of the raccoons. Raccoon, damn humans. Did I provoke you or summon you? Chapter 89. A leap to first place. Like most virtual MMORPGs, the world of Destiny does not experience true darkness. While the sky of the real world gradually darkens, dusk approaches. In the west of the falling wind plains lies a leveling point occupied by the Divine Domain Alliance. Once the name of the Divine Domain Alliance was uttered, a vast surrounding area was rendered devoid of other players, as they could not help but regard the weight that name carried. Simultaneously, no one would have imagined that the leader of the Divine Domain Alliance was present there. Young master, just now, that evil heaven has already surged to 3rd place on the level leaderboard. Divine Shadow appeared behind the God of Death, his expression filled with disbelief. Due to the Divine Domain Alliance's focus on Evil Heaven, the moment the level leaderboard was activated, they immediately sought out Evil Heaven's name, discovering that his rank stood at 178. However, mere hours later, upon Divine Shadow's second look at the leaderboard, he found Evil Heaven had ascended to 7th place, leaving him in utter disbelief. To break into the top 100 ranks requires formidable strength and attributes. No one would halt their leveling efforts during this time. It was a competition where no one rested, yet this individual, known as Evil Heaven, seemingly aided by divine providence, stepped upon the heads of powerful foes to ascend. How is this possible? What method is he employing? Already 3rd place? The silver dagger in the God of Death's hand cut through the air, as a massive lizard before him fell lifeless to the ground. He turned, frowning deeply, and opened the level leaderboard. The rapid rise of Evil Heaven's rank had reached an astonishing level, compelling his attention. His gaze swept across the top 10 of the leaderboard, and the frown that had been tightly knit suddenly deepened, fixating on the top position, motionless. The God of Death's reaction made Divine Shadow anxious, prompting him to ask, "Young master, what is it? Is it? Open the leaderboard for yourself." The God of Death replied expressionlessly, then slowly turned, his brow furrowed as he gazed ahead. Evil Heaven, he whispered, a name that he could not ignore. Following his command, Divine Shadow opened the leaderboard, his gaze traveling upward, higher, higher. First, upon seeing the name at the very top, Divine Shadow's eyes widened in shock, involuntarily exclaiming in astonishment. Leaderboard, 1st place, Evil Heaven, Level 11. Class, none. Impossible. How can this be? He was just in third place. Divine Shadow stammered, struggling to comprehend the astonishing sight before him. Just a minute ago, he had been third, and in an instant, he had surpassed the former first and second place, seizing the pinnacle of the leaderboard. This was not merely a leap from the 1003rd position to the 1001st, nor from the 103rd to the 101st, but from third to first, an achievement that could not possibly occur in such a brief span. He must have just defeated a boss, gaining a massive amount of experience. The god of death said dismissively. He slightly raised his head and murmured, "What concerns me is why he has no class. Did he intentionally refrain from changing classes? Or is there another reason? Shadow, have the members of our alliance keep a close watch on his movements. I wish to understand this individual to the fullest extent." With a thud, a 3-star raccoon leader fell after nearly 20 attacks from Yi Tianxia, its considerable body crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Yi Tianxia let out a sigh of relief, not rushing to collect the dropped loot, but instead summoning the leaderboard with his mind, proudly gazing at his name proudly displayed at the top. The leaderboard, typically a challenge for ordinary players to even glimpse, was for him as easy as plucking fruit from a tree. The experience from a level 15 3-star mini-boss propelled him to the summit of the rankings amidst the astonishment of countless players. The raccoon leader. Is there a difference between a raccoon leader and a raccoon chief? Yes, one is a leader and the other is a chief. Yet, why is one 2-star and the other 3-star? How am I to know? Such a complicated question should not be directed at me. Drop 2 pieces of equipment, one a level 15 whiteboard item sold in stores, and the other a pair of bronze leg guards. Resilient leg guards, level 15 bronze equipment, requirements, level 15 melee class, defense 15, strength 5, stamina 5. A pair of leg guards that feel remarkably sturdy, promising decent defensive capabilities. Ding! A call from the real world sounded, asking if he wished to exit the game. As the notification chimed in his ear, Yi Tianxia stowed the resilient leg guards in his inventory, calculated the time, and chose to log off. As his vision cleared, Yi Tianxia beheld a slender figure. A girl clad in a tight purple top bent over, gazing intently at him as he reclined on the sofa. Up close, her figure exuded an alluring grace, and the tightness of her purple garment strained against her ample bosom, raising concerns that the top button might pop at any moment. Her hands were delicate, her skin smooth as cream, and her long arms were as white as snow. Her waist slender and fragile. Particularly, her long, beautiful legs ignited a desire to touch, each glance evoking a sense of admiration. Her soft, enchanting form subtly trembled with her breath. Such a physique approached perfection, drawing the eye and stirring the imagination. Upon noticing Yi Tianxia open his eyes after being observed for so long, Su Feifei's expression flickered with a hint of panic as if caught in a secret. Though she quickly regained her composure, straightening her posture and crossing her arms, wrinkling her nose as she remarked, "It's already dark. You realize you should come out now? Aren't you afraid of starving?" Yi Tianxia stretched lazily, refraining from replying, glancing at the electronic clock on the wall, finally realizing it was already 8 in the evening. As he stood, he immediately sensed a striking difference in his surroundings. The familiar scent he had grown accustomed to had nearly vanished, replaced by a faint floral fragrance. Upon a glance, the once dirty floor was now as smooth as a mirror, with not a hint of the previous darkness remaining. Every window glimmered crystal clear, and even the table, which had been cluttered with mess, now stood impeccably tidy, the once dusty television clearly having undergone meticulous cleaning, spotless. As the owner of this residence, he vividly recalled the chaos that had previously reigned in his room. Yet now, what lay before him was an astonishing level of cleanliness, as if he had stepped into an entirely different realm. Chapter 90, Unable to Comprehend. Yi Tianxia gazed at Su Feifei, finding it difficult to fathom that such actions could originate from her. As the daughter of Asia's wealthiest individual, she must have been raised in the most privileged environment, free from worries or burdens. Laborious tasks should be entirely alien to her. Merely uttering a word would suffice for her desires to be fulfilled. However, here she was, surrounded by evidence of her efforts. Humph. Upon recalling the disgruntled expression Yi Tianxia wore after summoning a cleaning service that afternoon, Su Feifei pouted in displeasure. "Rest assured, without your command, how could I possibly allow others in? I did all this myself. Phew, I broke quite a sweat, and I even stained my favorite outfit." Suddenly, her face brightened with a smile as she swayed her body. "Look, doesn't this purple dress look lovely?" "Indeed," Yi Tianxia replied mechanically, nodding. "Hey, what sort of expression is that?" Su Feifei protested, stamping her foot at Yi Tianxia's obviously stiff demeanor. "Do you often do housework?" Yi Tianxia ventured cautiously. He surveyed the place that had made him feel uncertain, realizing that it was no illusion. Of course. Just because my father is Su Luo doesn't mean I'm the sort of girl who sits back and lets others serve me. Ever since I was young, my mother taught me to handle my own affairs and to cook and clean. Otherwise, I'd simply be a decorative vase after marriage. So, I usually tidy my room myself and don't allow anyone else in. The dishes I enjoy most are also cooked by me. I almost forgot. Mentioning cooking, Su Feifei suddenly recalled something and dashed into the kitchen, which Yi Tianxia had not used in ages. The kitchen was now spotless. As someone who knew this house well, he understood the labor and effort required to achieve such cleanliness in just one afternoon. He was certain that throughout the entire afternoon and part of the evening, she had been the sole individual scrubbing every corner without a hint of complaint or arrogance. Her delicate brows instead reflecting a subtle satisfaction. In that moment, Yi Tianxia realized that his understanding of this girl, whom he had known for such a brief time, was still woefully inadequate. This prompted a significant shift in his perception of wealthy young women. Was she truly treating this place as a new home? He pondered silently. Yet, this was undeniably his house, and since her departure, he had long ceased to feel any sense of home here. Su Feifei emerged from the kitchen, balancing a delicate plate she had procured from somewhere. From a distance, a tantalizing aroma wafted toward Yi Tianxia, stirring his senses. She placed the plate before him, her expression slightly smug. "This is your dinner. I intended to call you earlier, but you seemed so engrossed in your activities. Look, this is the lean meat porridge I made, and I assure you, it surpasses any you've ever tasted. This little dish is my favorite, taught to me by my mother. And you've probably never had it before. It has a lovely name, 9 stars accompanying the moon. Do try it." Seated before Yi Tianxia, Su Feifei rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation for his reaction. "You can cook?" he asked, surprised. "Of course. I mentioned it before." "Honestly, you're my bodyguard, yet I still have to cook for you. How fortunate you are." Yi Tianxia responded. "Hurry and eat. I'll tell you, besides my father, no one else is worthy of tasting my cooking. Then why cook for me? Because, although you can be rather annoying at times, you are, in a way, my savior," Su Feifei replied playfully, though she, too, felt a sense of confusion regarding her true motives. Yi Tianxia's home was chaotic, and the disarray revealed much about his eating habits. In his house, she found no rice, flour, vegetables, fruits, or seasonings. And the kitchen appeared to have been untouched for quite some time. Fortunately, Su Luo, who had a general understanding of her daughter's needs, had sent over supplies for her to cook. As Su Feifei prepared her late-night meal, she instinctively made an extra portion for Yi Tianxia, feeling an inexplicable longing rising from the depths of her heart. Now, watching him sip the porridge she had made, a profound sense of fulfillment washed over her, a feeling both strange and delightful. Just as she had persisted in ensuring the space was immaculate, her subconscious was earnestly attempting to transform this place into another home, a sanctuary where she could feel safe, dependent, and secure. "Delicious," Yi Tianxia declared, setting down the small bowl with genuine appreciation. He felt the warmth of the porridge travel down his throat, stirring a gentle warmth within him that spread through his being. At that moment, her image suddenly flickered in his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Of course, I've been honing my culinary skills since I was 6. My father has tasted the finest delicacies from around the globe, yet he still favors my cooking," Su Feifei said with a cheerful laugh, her demeanor growing more self-satisfied. "Oh, what a wonderful aroma." Guogua, who had been napping, was awakened by an enticing scent she had never encountered before. She quickly appeared on Yi Tianxia's shoulder, her tiny nose sniffing the air, soon following the delightful fragrance to the small bowl he held. Typically, the chaotic diet of Yi Tianxia held no allure for Guogua, whose interests were mostly fixated on lollipops. However, upon encountering Su Feifei's lean meat porridge, she was instantly captivated by its aroma, far more enticing than any candy. Chapter 91. A deadly misunderstanding. The steam rising from the small bowl blurred Guogua's vision. Her petite figure circled around the bowl, and finally, she lifted her head, her sparkling eyes gazing up at Yi Tianxia with an expression that had never failed to elicit sympathy. Yi Tianxia had no choice but to pick up the lightweight plastic spoon, scoop a generous portion, and discreetly bring it beneath the table. Out of Sophie's line of sight, Guogua immediately swooped down, perched on Yi Tianxia's thigh, and happily began to eat from the filled spoon. "MMM. MMM. Oh la la, delicious, truly delicious, so good," Guogua exclaimed, her cheeks puffed as she made muffled sounds while eating. "And, while I was tidying up this afternoon, I found many instant noodle boxes and fruit canisters. Humph, you lazy man, how can you eat such things regularly?" I've decided that, for your health, and for my safety, you must be healthier to better protect me. Therefore, starting next week, I shall dictate your diet. I will provide you with the most perfect nutrition. Healthy diet? Yi Tianxia twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth. He surmised that there could be no body healthier than his own in this world. Well, it's good to let you know. Starting next week, Monday's breakfast will consist of a bowl of rice porridge, a cup of milk, 3 slices of whole wheat bread, and an orange. For lunch, there will be braised beef, a vegetable salad, winter melon soup, and a raw tomato. Dinner will be a small bowl of corn porridge, braised asparagus, and a raw cucumber. Tuesday's breakfast will include a baked potato, an apple, a large cup of soy milk, and 2 slices of bread. For lunch, there will be 3 boiled eggs, a whole fish, and stir-fried vegetables with mushrooms. Dinner will be a bowl of sweet potato porridge, cold spinach, and braised tofu. Wednesday's breakfast will consist of a bowl of cereal porridge, a cup of milk, and 20 grapes. Lunch will be 3 fresh shrimp and a bowl of carrot soup. A minute later, Yi Tianxia's face had turned pale. After 3 minutes, he felt an unsettling sensation in his stomach. He bent over, diligently drinking the small bowl of lean meat porridge until the very last drop. Master, more. Guogua stood on her tiptoes. Lifting the spoon she had licked clean high above, her eyes filled with eager stars. Holding the empty bowl, gazing into Guogua's pleading eyes, Yi Tianxia hesitated, ultimately unable to swallow the last mouthful he had in his mouth. It's gone. Why is it gone? Oh no. It's all been drunk by the master. How selfish. You drank it all by yourself. Master doesn't like Guogua at all. Doesn't care for Guogua. Master is the worst. Guogua, seated on Yi Tianxia's lap, began to cry, clutching the spoon in a fit of indignation. Yi Tianxia felt a headache coming on, and after a moment of inner turmoil, he took the spoon from Guogua's grasp and transferred the tiny bit he and tea swallowed into the small spoon. Immediately, Guogua stopped crying and resumed enjoying the spoonful, her small face radiating satisfaction, entirely unconcerned that the food had already passed through Yi Tianxia's mouth. Despite Guogua calling him master, Yi Tianxia always felt that he was merely a caretaker for this little princess. Yet, faced with such a young girl, he could neither scold nor strike her. Even if he could, he simply couldn't bring himself to do so. Her innocent, pitiful, and pure gaze could pierce through any hardened heart. This was Guogua's unique charm, or perhaps her ability. From the very first day Sophie arrived, she brought monumental changes to Yi Tianxia's life. As he finished the first meal prepared by Sophie, his impression of her subtly shifted. For Sophie, this day marked a significant turning point in her destiny. She stubbornly made a decision that others found difficult to comprehend, driven by an insatiable desire for security. When such a person appeared, whether it was madness or recklessness, even if it led to her becoming a moth drawn to the flame, she would stand by her choice. Living in constant fear, immersed in shadows, awakening from nightmares, she never wanted to endure such a life again. Thus, she resolved to remain by Yi Tianxia's side, the man who saved her, a man so powerful she could scarcely believe it. With someone capable of shielding her from bullets, someone who could effortlessly take the lives of 4 men without flinching, what could she fear? Alone on the sofa, Sophie gazed at the television screen, the sound of running water nearby, causing her heart to flutter. Images of Yi Tianxia bathing flashed uncontrollably in her mind. It was the first time in her life she shared a roof with a man, and the first time she heard the sound of a man bathing. Her heart began to spiral into disarray. She endeavored to focus on the television, and finally, the drama captured her attention. A heartbreaking tale of a mother and daughter separated by life and death. Sophie's gaze grew vacant as she watched the mother's anguished cries. Her emotions stirred, a wave of sorrow and pain swelling within her. Her memories drifted back a decade, to that chaotic night, and to her mother, who had shielded her from bullets with her very life. Tears blurred her vision, and she lowered her head, tearing off a tissue to cover her eyes. Suppressing her sobs in silent grief, the bathroom door swung open, and a neatly dressed Yi Tianxia emerged, his hair still damp, but otherwise appearing immaculate, betraying no signs of having just bathed. Noticing Sophie's trembling shoulders, he approached her, bending down to inquire, "What's wrong? Who made you cry?" I wasn't crying. Sophie flustered at his sudden appearance, stubbornly turning her head away to hide her reddened eyes. "It's just that something on the television reminded me of some past events." "Something on the television?" Yi Tianxia looked at the screen in confusion. "Do you suffer from congenital infertility? Have you experienced multiple miscarriages that hinder your ability to conceive? Are you still troubled by your inability to nurture the next generation? Now, these worries can be put to rest. Our hospital in XX City has introduced advanced international equipment, with top-notch medical staff and services specializing in treating various stubborn infertility issues. We promise, treatment first, payment later. If treatment fails, a full refund will be issued, plus an additional compensation of XXXX yuan. Because of our dedication, we are professional. Consultation hotline, XXXXXXXXXX, website. Yi Tianxia. Chapter 92. The Town of Falling Wind, observing the commercial interruptions on the television screen. Yi Tianxia's expression was nothing short of captivating. He turned his head, carefully organizing his thoughts, and spoke softly, ahem. Miss Su, there is no need for concern. With the advancements in medical science, infertility is no longer a formidable challenge. However, I would still advise against abortions in the future, as they can be detrimental to one's health. And a child, after all, is innocent. What are you saying? Abortions? Su Feifei lifted her head and immediately caught sight of the advertisement playing on the screen. After a moment of dazed realization, she felt as if she could die from embarrassment. That is not what I meant. I completely understand. You need not elaborate. Yi Tianxia responded with a serious yet nonchalant nod, gesturing towards the bathroom door. You may take a shower now. Rest assured, I shall not peek. How infuriating. Su Feifei seized a cushion and hurled it at the television before storming towards the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. Watching the innocent television suffer unjustly, Yi Tianxia couldn't help but lament the irrationality of women. Did the television provoke you in any way? Bang! The bathroom door, which had just been shut, flung open violently from within, and an irate Su Feifei exclaimed, Let me tell you, I am still a virgin. I have never even been in a relationship, humph. With that, the bathroom door was slammed shut once more. 2 minutes later, the screen reverted to a tear-jerking scene of a mother and daughter's heartbreaking farewell. And Yi Tianxia suddenly had an epiphany. Ding! Your level has risen to level 12, life 10, magic 10, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. In the raccoon territory of the Falling Wind Plains, after a morning spent defeating numerous raccoons, Yi Tianxia finally heard that melodious notification. Opening the leaderboard, he noticed that after a night of inactivity, he had fallen out of the top 10, overtaken by those relentless gamers who had been grinding for 24 hours. However, after just one morning, he reclaimed the top spot, becoming the first player in the entire Huaxiao region to reach level 12. What defines the disparity? When the results of one's efforts, even if doubled or tripled, pale in comparison to another's single effort, it starkly illustrates an undeniable gap. As a creature lacking skills, speed, and intelligence, the raccoon could be considered one of the weaker monsters of its level, its only advantage being a higher-than-average health pool. After all, a raccoon is still a bear, and bears tend to be a bit tougher. On this day, Yi Tianxia slaughtered raccoons for the entire day. The next day, he again spent the day hunting raccoons. The third day came, and he continued to hunt raccoons, his gaze toward them becoming almost numb. By the fourth day, having been trapped in the same map, facing the same type of monster, surrounded only by raccoons and the occasional first or second-tier elite, he found himself utterly alone, with no one to converse with or compete against. As he faced another wave of approaching raccoons, an overwhelming urge to vomit began to rise within him, even the once pleasant sounds of their cries becoming unbearably grating. Thus, on the fifth day, Yi Tianxia finally set forth towards the south, embarking on the path to complete the Lord's sole task, summoning a steed of unparalleled vigor and racing southward. At this point, he had reached level 14. Standing as the only player at that level on the leaderboard, he was confident that even if he refrained from leveling up for an entire day, no one could surpass him. It is worth noting that Su Feifei had yet to reach any level in the world of destiny, still confined to the novice village. During these days, she diligently managed her new home, seemingly embracing the role of its mistress. After tidying up the living room and kitchen, she had spent her time cleaning the long vacant rooms, rarely dedicating time to the world of destiny. She would occasionally log in for a quick visit before promptly logging out. As for Yi Tianxia, who was preoccupied with the game and offered no assistance, she harbored no grievances. Given the previous state of disarray in the house, she understood that motivating such a lazy man would be akin to scaling the heavens. The Falling Wind Plains were vast, populated predominantly by various creatures, with levels ranging from 10 to 30. Beyond the raccoon territory lay the domain of the 17-level black sheep, followed by the 20-level plains wolves. At the southern edge of the Falling Wind Plains roamed the 30-level fire foxes. Yi Tianxia pressed onward without pause, riding his magnificent steed and deftly maneuvering past waves of monsters. The path leading to the southern Blood Phoenix lair required traversing numerous formidable territories, and with his current attributes, even a mere brush with these creatures could spell his demise, sending him back to Tianjin City. The difficulty of the sole task was unquestionable. and the task's starting point was exceptionally challenging to reach the designated goal unscathed. Given the current average level of players, the onset of this quest demanded stepping into areas that should not be traversed and where he lacked the capability. For Yi Tianxia, this was not an impossible feat, but it was certainly not an easy one either. As he navigated through various monster territories, several hours later, he finally exited the Falling Wind Plains. To the south of the Falling Wind Plains lay a town, also named Falling Wind, in the Lost Continent. Aside from the central imperial city and the 5 major cities of Sun, Moon, Stars, and Mysterious, there existed countless towns of varying sizes. Though these towns could not compare in scale to the major cities, they were complete in their own right, possessing all necessary shops. Some towns, difficult for ordinary players to reach, offered special items unavailable in larger cities. Naturally, they were also home to numerous hidden NPCs awaiting discovery by players. As the first player to presumably set foot in Falling Wind Town, Yi Tianxia naturally took the opportunity to leisurely stroll around, accepting a variety of quests before continuing southward. At the southernmost exit of the town, a little girl squatting on the ground in tears caught his attention. Perhaps it was her plaintive cries that compelled Yi Tianxia to halt his progress, dismount his steed, and approach her. "Little sister, why are you crying? Did someone bully you?" Yi Tianxia offered a rare, gentle smile, speaking softly to the weeping girl. "Wah, my glass ball, it fell inside. Wah." The little girl continued to cry pitifully, and as Yi Tianxia drew closer, he noticed a hole in front of her, roughly 10 centimeters in diameter and of unknown depth. He quickly surmised that her glass ball must have fallen into it. The little girl turned her tear-streaked face towards Yi Tianxia, saying, "Big brother, my glass ball fell in there. Can you help me get it out?" Ding. The little girl requests your assistance in retrieving the glass ball that fell into the hole. Quest attributes: random, quest duration, 5 minutes, any rewards, unknown, quest penalty, none. Do you accept? A quest. Is it possible to receive a quest like this, and a random one at that? Chapter 93. The random task of retrieving a glass marble. Random tasks are a distinct category of ordinary quests, setting themselves apart from conventional missions. Their occurrence is not tied to a specific location or pattern. Rather, they arise spontaneously, reflecting the daily lives of the inhabitants of the Lost Continent. Furthermore, once these tasks manifest, they are not perpetually available for acceptance. They vanish within an unpredictable and often brief time frame. For instance, the random task of retrieving the glass marble exists for merely 5 minutes. Should no one undertake it within this fleeting interval, the task will simply dissipate. If accepted but left unfulfilled beyond this period, well, that little girl will not wait indefinitely. Similarly, random tasks, as a subset of ordinary quests, do not offer rewards superior to those of regular missions. However, some rewards may possess a slightly unique flair. Yi Tianxia has always regarded himself as a kind and compassionate individual, especially in the presence of a helpless little girl. To him, this task appeared deceptively simple, merely retrieving a glass marble. "Do not cry, little sister. I shall retrieve your marble momentarily." He crouched down, extending his arm towards the deep, obscured abyss. Almost instantly, Yi Tianxia realized that this task was not only far from simple, but also posed a significant challenge. His outstretched arm failed to make contact with any tangible object. He could not reach the marble that should have been within grasp. This predicament left him in a state of turmoil. In the real world, he could easily excavate the surrounding earth, regardless of whether it was 10 or 8 meters deep, to retrieve the marble. Yet, in the realm of this virtual game, players are fundamentally incapable of altering the environment. To achieve destruction, one would require weapons or tools endowed with destructive properties, which are lamentably rare, practically non-existent. Even Yi Tianxia, with years of experience in virtual gaming, had only heard whispers of such attributes but had neither encountered nor possessed them. Seeing Yi Tianxia retract his arm, the little girl stepped forward, her eyes filled with hope. "Big brother, did you get it?" Yi Tianxia paused for 3 seconds, then smiled. "Please wait a moment, little sister. I will retrieve it for you shortly." He directed his gaze back to the hole, his lips moving as he spoke in a barely audible whisper. "Guagua, go down and fetch that glass marble." Guagua's form was perceptible and tangible only to Yi Tianxia. Her voice was a sound only he could hear. Regardless of how soft his voice was, Guagua could always hear him clearly. While Yi Tianxia could not descend into the void, it was more than sufficient for Guagua to float down. Drowsy from her perch on Yi Tianxia's shoulder, Guagua glanced into the profound abyss, shaking her little head vigorously. "No, no. It will dirty my lovely dress. And it looks so deep and dark down there. What if there are creepy crawlies or poisonous snakes? No, no. Even if all the insects and snakes in the world came, they could not harm you. Be good. and I will buy you lollipops. No, I have plenty of lollipops already. I am your master. You must obey me. Huh, why should I listen to you just because you are my master? Sighing in resignation, Yi Tianxia resorted to his trump card, speaking slowly. If you help me retrieve that glass marble, I will have that lady prepare candied water chestnuts for you tonight. In the brief days spent with Su Feifei, his perception of her evolved dramatically. Each day brought significant changes to his understanding, challenging his preconceived notions of wealthy young women. Or perhaps, Su Feifei was an entirely different kind of rich girl. On the first day, he witnessed her vivaciousness, boldness, and unfiltered stubbornness, while gradually uncovering her past. But starting from the second day, he recognized another facet of her character. How many individuals from lavish backgrounds would take it upon themselves to cook and manage household chores? This sole heiress of Asia's wealthiest man, who should have everything done for her, not only could cook, but produced culinary creations that could only be described as divine. From the first night of consuming the porridge, she prepared to the 3 meals of the following day. Yi Tianxia suddenly realized that this transaction with Su Luo was exceedingly favorable for him. Candied water chestnuts. Candied water chestnuts. Wow, is that true? A stream of drool cascaded from Guoguo's mouth, dampening her pristine white attire. She quickly inhaled, zipping off Yi Tianxia's shoulder and darting toward the seemingly bottomless pit. Watching Guoguo's eagerness, Yi Tianxia found himself speechless. He was relying on Su Feifei to command this little being who called him master, yet never listened to him. Was there a more inept master than he? After a brief while, a snowy figure emerged from the abyss, and Yi Tianxia glimpsed the transparent glass marble cradled in her hands. Guoguo was a peculiar entity. She could touch and interact with objects like any normal person, yet whenever external objects approached her, they would only meet with her ethereal form. The sole exception being Yi Tianxia. This phenomenon defied scientific explanation, leaving Yi Tianxia baffled. I got it. I got it. Guoguo tossed the marble down from above, landing it perfectly into Yi Tianxia's hands before lightheartedly returning to his shoulder. She twirled around, ensuring her dress remained spotless, and then tugged at Yi Tianxia's hair. Master, I retrieved the marble. Remember to have Sister Feifei make candied water chestnuts for me. You mustn't forget. I really want to eat them. If you don't keep your word, I will be very angry. Yi Tianxia nodded earnestly, turning to present the glass marble to the little girl. Here, little sister, look, I have brought back your marble. The girl's face lit up with delight as she took the marble in her hands, exclaiming, Thank you, big brother. This is my favorite glass marble because it is more beautiful than all my other marbles, just like a lovely crystal. Also, it was a gift from my mother, whom I adore. But now, my mother is very ill, and the doctor said she. Big brother, thank you so much. Ding. The little girl, Shasha, has developed a fondness for you. 25. No need to thank me, Yi Tianxia replied with a smile, pondering. Could the quest reward be merely fondness? Right. My mother said that when someone helps you, you must know how to repay them. Big brother, this is for you. A large, white glass orb appeared in the little girl's hands, which she then offered to Yi Tianxia. This is a luminescent element lamp. My mother said it contains many light elements. Just touch this spot, and it will release the light elements, illuminating dark places. A luminescent element lamp lasts a long time. This one is nearly used up, but it can still shine for 3 minutes. It was discarded by my father, but my mother taught me to be frugal, so I secretly retrieved it. Big brother, it's a gift for you. The white orb felt weightless in his hand. Glancing at the lamp that would only provide illumination for 3 minutes, Yi Tianxia smiled kindly. Thank you, little sister, I will cherish it. The affection and deep-seated sorrow that surfaced in the little girl when she mentioned her mother struck a chord in his heart, causing an inexplicable ache. Only such pure emotions could touch the strings of his heart that he vowed never to disturb. He committed the little girl's name, Shasha, to memory. Though she may merely be a humble inhabitant of this fantastical realm, perhaps never to be encountered again, he nonetheless etched her name into his memory. Unable to articulate the reason why. Note, remember the name of the little girl, Sasha, and every word she spoke. She will reappear after 200 or perhaps 3 million words. 1. What purpose does that beacon serve? 2. Why must little Sasha make an appearance? 3. Prepare for a roar. Everyone, brace yourselves with earplugs. The roar of Mars. Proceed with caution. Proceed with caution. To those who pen this, you must understand the struggle. I have been crafting words since 2010. Thus, I have embarked upon this irretrievable path. Writing is the most arduous endeavor in the world, is it not? Who on earth conceived this absurdity called the internet? It has consumed all my time for gaming. Do you comprehend the agony? Do you truly understand? In the past, I would hear tales of the prowess of writing. Now I realize, Writing is a matter of life and death, day in and day out. I toil away, updating relentlessly. Is it not true? Aside from writing, and more writing, I find myself pleading for comments, votes, and collections. Do you grasp this? Do you comprehend? Despite my efforts to churn out 10,000 words a day, can you spare a moment to leave a brief comment? Would it kill you? Could you leave a mark to show your support? Would that be too much to ask? I dare to update 10,000 words a day? Yet, do you dare to let the daily comment count surpass 100, 200, 300, or even 1,000? Do you possess the courage? Automated comments. What nonsense is this? Would typing a few extra words be too burdensome? Would it truly be so taxing? Where are the votes? Where are the collections? Would it be too much to ask for a vote or collection after reading? Do you have the audacity to let the votes exceed 5,000? Would you dare? I am determined to write 10,000 words a day. Are you with me? Are you with me? Is there no interruption? Is there no lack of updates? Is there no abandonment? None at all. So where are the comments? Where are the votes? Where are the collections? The so-called elite forces of the demon army, are they not all human? Indeed, they are. Our Martian alliance is composed of humans too. Are we not all human? What prevents us from persevering? Is there not tenacity? Is there not passion? Is there not fighting spirit? Is there not a small universe within us? Is there? Is there? Is there? And thus I omit 3,000 repetitions of is there. Having finished my roar, I must now hasten to meet my deadlines. Is there not an intense dedication to this endeavor? Writing is indeed the work of fallen angels. Is it not? Is it not? After this cathartic outburst, I feel truly relieved. My waist no longer aches, my back is free of pain, and I am invigorated to write. Chapter 94. Daughter of heaven, the sky of the fate world unfurls in a pristine azure, with the sun eternally shining warm and bright, gently enveloping the vibrant life upon the fertile earth. Above stretches an endless expanse, devoid of a single cloud, occasionally pierced by the soaring cries of birds cutting through the vast plains. This is the northern region of Tianshan City, a land equally enchanting, where gentle creatures roam the meadows. The Son of Heaven, adorned in resplendent armor, stands gracefully upon the verdant plains, silently gazing into the open distance, his strikingly elongated eyes shimmering with an elusive brilliance. It is a beautiful place, far more comforting than that tainted realm. How delightful it would be to reign as the sovereign of this world. A gentle breeze whispers past, carrying the Son of Heaven's voice, which dissipates softly into the air. King. This title is reserved solely for the mightiest. For instance, that individual known as Xietian. Am I correct, dear brother? A woman clad in a cerulean mage's robe approaches silently from behind him. The snug garment accentuates her figure exquisitely, her form reminiscent of majestic peaks that captivate the mind. Beneath the blazing sun, her enchanting smile graces her fair complexion, a delicate blush illuminating her cheeks, reminiscent of a gentle application of rouge. Her eyes, aglow in the brilliant sunlight, sparkle with radiance. Her hair flows like silk, her face strikingly defined, while her graceful neck glistens with a pearly sheen. Her gaze is akin to distant stars, her lips like coral, and her skin a lustrous alabaster. She is a woman of astonishing beauty, yet, compared to her almost ethereal visage, it is her eyes that first captivate those who behold her. Those eyes, while remarkably bright and seemingly ordinary at first glance, possess an inexplicable depth that pulls one in like the unfathomable ocean or the boundless cosmos, evoking a chilling desire to sink into their abyss. This sensation is both intoxicating and fear-inducing. The subtle smile gracing her lips is so faint it seems almost non-existent. Though she stands before him, she appears shrouded in a delicate haze, rendering her image elusive, as if conjured from a dream. She is a woman whose visage, once seen, is forever etched in memory. Xietian? The piercing name at the summit of the rankings flashes through the Son of Heaven's mind, causing him to narrow his keen eyes slightly. A fleeting glint of chilling intent crossing his features. Xietian? Perhaps he merely stumbled upon a concealed quest. Or perhaps he navigated the abyssal trials through some cunning means. This is merely the beginning. What right does he have to claim the title of king? A soft sigh escapes the woman's lips as her gaze shifts to the horizon. Her voice, tender as the wind, resonates. Never seek justification for another's strength. You have yet to mature. She is 17 years old. The Son of Heaven, her brother, is 24. A younger sister, 7 years his junior, sighs in disappointment at her brother's lack of growth. It should evoke laughter, yet the proud Son of Heaven, known for his refusal to be defied, merely maintains his composure, showing no signs of displeasure or disdain, his lips twitching slightly in response. He would never forget that it was this sister who paved the way for his current existence. Without her, he might have become a beggar on the streets, or worse. lost his life. He can openly defy, reprimand, and even mock his parents, yet he never speaks a word of disrespect to his sister. Only his immediate family knows that this girl, whose existence is largely unnoticed and unacknowledged by the world, is the most formidable presence in his life. So formidable that the mere thought of her sends a shiver down his spine. In his subconscious, he fears her. She is perhaps the only person he fears, the only one capable of reprimanding and controlling him. Do not overly regard your strongest adversary, nor underestimate anyone, even a beggar by the roadside. This is a lesson I imparted to you long ago, the girl softly states, her expression as serene as a gentle breeze. Aware that even if he heeds her words now, they will soon dissipate from his mind. The most difficult trait to alter is one's nature. I concern myself with Tian, but that does not mean I regard him with apprehension, the Son of Heaven replies, his immense power granting him confidence and arrogance. He relishes the sensation of complete control over his surroundings. Then why did you not dare to provoke Tian Moxie? The girl's gaze flickers, her glance piercing through the Son of Heaven, striking at a vulnerable point. Because he has not encroached upon my interests. Otherwise, he would have long since found himself under my dominion, stripped of all he once possessed. One can vanquish 10, or even 100. Yet before the million under my celestial wings, he is merely an ant. The Son of Heaven scoffs derisively, though a hint of unease lingers in his laughter. Tian Moxie was indeed not a foe to stand against a multitude, yet he could, under the protection of 1,000,000, claim your life. Do you believe that? The girl states calmly, her gentle words brushing against the Son of Heaven like a chilling breeze. The smile upon the Son of Heaven's face freezes. Tian Moxie, a name that cannot be overlooked, a name that instills unease. He has never encountered him in person, yet he is intimately acquainted with the tales and footage surrounding him. The shadows of Tian Moxie are indelibly etched in his mind, a haunting presence. To claim the head amidst 1,000,000 warriors, that ghostly figure. Could he truly achieve such a feat? Having chosen to provoke, one must bear the consequences of their decisions. I do not wish for my words to sow doubt in your heart, the girl expresses, her starry eyes piercing the depths of the Son of Heaven's soul. You worry too much. I am eager to see whether he possesses the courage to confront me beneath the challenge of my celestial wings. The Son of Heaven's demeanor relaxes, his smile radiating warmth and ease. Moreover, that man who shares my renown, he is my greatest rival. The girl's gaze shifts, a hint of emotion finally surfacing on her tranquil face. Heaven has bestowed upon me new sight. I must see what manner of woman could drive you all to madness. The Son of Heaven turns to her, his gaze steady. I am more intrigued by the man you would deem worthy of your regard. That person has yet to appear. Perhaps he never shall. The girl smiles softly, her voice devoid of regret or sorrow, instead imbued with a sense of gentle release. I truly cannot fathom who in this world could be worthy of you. Even that so-called Son of God, the only one capable of standing alongside me. I find him grossly unworthy of you. From afar, Jinghua, that brazen left general, even he dares not cross me, yet he too falls short of your merit. Were we not siblings, I would feel utterly inadequate before you, unable to harbor any impure thoughts. You, my sister, do not belong to this world. The Son of Heaven gazes at her, a rare hint of melancholy and self-mockery gracing his features. The man destined for me is the true king, she whispered softly, uncertain whether her words were meant for herself or for him. With an elegant turn, she began to depart, a gentle sound emanating from her seemingly ethereal form, carried on the clouds, reaching the ears of the celestial Son. Your true adversary is not the god of burial, but the malevolent heavens, indeed, the true Tian Moxie. If you can subdue him, then you may effortlessly conquer the god of burial, obtaining that which you desire. Lu Qiyu. Chapter 95. Gupping Town. The landscape was overrun with weeds and strewn with jagged stones. The sweat-soaked steed, a swift blood horse, maintained its relentless pace despite a day and night of running, its hooves kicking up debris as it galloped past an array of peaks, both high and low. Consulting the map bestowed upon him by the Lord of Tianjin City, Yi Tianxia swiftly pinpointed his location. A few hours further ahead lay a quaint settlement known as Gupping, and to its south rested his ultimate destination, the lair of the Blood Phoenix. The phoenix, a creature of myth revered alongside dragons in Chinese folklore, embodies nobility and supremacy in any realm. Even as a formidable boss, it remains the epitome of power. Yet, it had made its premature appearance in Yi Tianxia's journey of destiny, leaving him with an occasional sense of disquiet. Oh la la, the breeze feels so delightful, Guogua chirped. Her petite legs curled up on the blood horse's head, her long hair billowing in the wind. Clutching her almost inseparable lollipop, she savored it with each lick. To this day, Yi Tianxia remained uncertain whether Guoguo's fondness for the sweet treat stemmed from genuine desire or a peculiar pride in her youthful essence. Most likely, it was the latter, for under the influence of Su Feifei, this little one, seemingly unacquainted with meat, would cry and rush towards it whenever she encountered it, eating to her heart's content, yet never seen clutching a substantial piece of meat to savor. The desolation enveloped them, with mountains chaotically scattered, making their journey significantly more arduous than when they had departed from Tianjin City. It was evident that this terrain was a haven for fierce beasts. Thus, Yi Tianxia remained ever vigilant, his senses attuned to the dangers lurking nearby. At level 14, he stood among the upper echelons of players. Yet within the vast expanse of the Lost Continent, this was a rank of minimal prowess. In such perilous surroundings, even a solitary monster could spell doom for him. After finishing her lollipop, Guogua extended her dainty pink tongue to savor the remnants at the corners of her mouth, then inhaled the last traces of sweetness from the plastic stick before tossing it aside. She stretched, twisting her body into a comfortable posture, reclining against the horse's head. Master, Guogua wishes to sleep now. Please watch over me and ensure I do not fall off. If I were to tumble and hurt myself, it would surely sadden you. Yi Tianxia nodded, accustomed to the myriad of whimsical demands from this little one. 2 hours later, they arrived at Gupping Town. The town and Appo's name was derived from a hero named Gupping, who had emerged a century prior. Back then, a dreadful place known as the Skull Cave lay to the south, where the oppressive aura birthed terrifying undead creatures. As time passed, these spectral beings grew increasingly formidable, culminating in the emergence of a powerful undead lord. Ordinary undead could only thrive in darkness, shunning the light, yet the mighty undead lord possessed the ability to exist in daylight. Ultimately, 100 years ago, the undead lord ventured forth from the Skull Cave, drawn by the presence of life, to this very town. The town faced a catastrophic disaster, but in its darkest hour, a valiant hero named Gupping arose. Armed with his sword and shield, he withstood the undead lord's onslaught and ultimately vanquished it, paying the ultimate price, his own life. The undead lord was a level 100 transcendent boss, while the warrior Gupping became a name etched in the annals of the Lost Continent. A true hero and the commander of the guards of the City of Lost. It was that year that the formerly obscure town of Gupping received its newfound recognition, becoming a place of reverence for heroes. Gupping Town was not bustling, yet upon entering, one could feel a palpable serenity and tranquility. Yi Tianxia, riding his blood horse, attracted a multitude of curious gazes. The town was small, home to less than 1,000 residents, who, having long secluded themselves, were largely familiar with one another. The sudden appearance of an obvious outsider piqued the interest of the townsfolk. "Excuse me, might you tell me who your mayor is?" Yi Tianxia politely inquired, stopping beside a quiet elderly man who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. The old man looked up, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Greetings, traveler from afar. Welcome to Gupping Town. I am the mayor here." Yi Tianxia was momentarily taken aback, noticing the mayor's title emblazoned above his head. What fortuitous luck. Speaking of which, his luck at this hour was indeed remarkable. He dismounted from the blood horse, effortlessly cradling the sleeping Guogua in his arms, and recalled the steed. Despite the commotion, Guogua remained undisturbed, her tiny nose twitching rhythmically with each breath in slumber. "Greetings, Mayor. I hail from Tianjin City, dispatched by the Lord to inquire about certain matters," Yi Tianxia stated, contemplating where to settle Guogua, yet finding no suitable place. He continued to hold her. "Tianjin City, what a coveted place." The mayor's eyes sparkled with excitement. "As a warrior from Tianjin City, how may we assist you? Please, do share." Yi Tianxia nodded and said, "To the south of this town lies the lair of a blood phoenix. Are you aware of it, Mayor?" "Indeed, I am well aware," the mayor replied, his voice tinged with palpable excitement. "It is a beautiful yet fearsome phoenix, with a coloration reminiscent of blood. 3 years ago, it suddenly soared from the south, raining down blood flames that scorched the southern part of our town. Over the past 3 years, it has flown over our town repeatedly. While it has not attacked us again, we live in constant dread, for should it carelessly rain down its flames once more, our town, steeped in the legacy of heroes, would be reduced to ruins." A month ago, a group of warriors from Tianjin City ventured to the lair of the blood phoenix. But alas, Yi Tianxia felt a stir of concern in his heart and frowned, asking, "What became of them?" "They have not returned for a long time. The Lord of Tianjin City entrusted me with the task of uncovering their fate." Chapter 96. The Brave Bajia. When you mentioned your origins from Tianjin City, I surmised your intentions. Though the blood phoenix may not possess the true might of a phoenix, it undeniably embodies formidable power, likely categorizing it as a celestial beast, or even a divine beast, far beyond the reach of mere mortals. Of the 12 brave souls who ventured forth, only one returned, gravely injured. The village chief sighed deeply as he concluded his tale. Is there truly another survivor? Where is he? Come, I shall lead you to him. The mayor of Gupping Town rose, guiding Yi Tianxia towards a nearby cottage. Conversing as they walked, the lone survivor from Tianjin City is himself severely wounded, incapacitated in both combat and mobility, remaining here to recuperate. Though we wish to relay news back to Tianjin City, we lack the strength to do so, and the journey is fraught with perilous beasts. Thus, the Lord of Tianjin City has completely lost contact with this small contingent. In truth, after such a protracted silence, he has come to believe they have all perished at the hands of the Blood Phoenix. And perhaps even he did not anticipate that one remained alive. The modest and tidy wooden cottage was opened by the village chief, revealing a simple bed upon which a half-reclined figure lay. A pair of middle-aged individuals, busying themselves by the bedside, greeted the mayor with warmth upon his entrance. Young man, he is the one you seek. Ha ha, a warrior from Tianjin City, your friend has arrived. The village chief chuckled amiably. Friend? The injured man, bandaged from head to toe, turned in confusion to gaze at Yi Tianxia. Greetings, I am Xie Tian, sent on behalf of the Lord of Tianjin City to find you. Your month-long silence has caused him considerable distress. Yi Tianxia approached, his expression one of relief. The first part of his statement was true. The latter was a fabrication meant to bridge the gap between them. Indeed, the wounded sentinel of Tianjin City visibly stirred, moving slightly and expressing heartfelt remorse. It is our failure to act that has caused the Lord to worry. Alas, my friend, please convey to the Lord that apart from myself, the other 11 have perished, and I will require approximately another month to regain the ability to return. Furthermore, please inform the Lord that the Blood Phoenix's strength is terrifying. It is at least of celestial caliber and possibly an unmatched divine beast. To vanquish it, only the mightiest sorcerer of the Lost City stands a chance. The Blood Phoenix's attacks on Tianjin City are not born from any grudge, but rather from an underdeveloped instinct to attack all that it perceives. I have heard from the locals that it often flies aimlessly without a target. This is why we have been able to repel it time and again. As the sentinel concluded, a crisp notification chimed in Yi Tianxia's ear. Ding. You have acquired the crucial element of the investigate the disappearance of the Sentinel quest. Simply return to Tianjin City and report your findings to the Lord to complete the task. After a long day of traversing areas beyond his level, evading formidable monsters capable of obliterating him in an instant, Yi Tianxia finally saw the prospect of concluding this quest. As long as he produced the return scroll to Tianjin City, he could swiftly complete this singular task. This was a mission that required no battles or item collections. It merely involved gathering and confirming information. Yet, anyone aware of the destination of this quest would not doubt its challenges. The difficulty lay in traversing regions meant for players above level 50 while he was still below level 20, all within the span of a day and a night. Yet, upon reaching the designated location, the quest would be considered complete, rendering the journey straightforward. Very well, I will convey your words with utmost seriousness. You may rest here and recuperate. Yi Tianxia replied, producing the return scroll to Tianjin City. He turned to the mayor of Gupping Town with a smile. Thank you, Mayor. You have been immensely helpful. Ding. Due to your extraordinary charm and politeness, the mayor of Gupping Town's favorability towards you has increased to 22. Haha, young man, you are most courteous. Should the opportunity arise in the future, you are always welcome. You. The badge upon your chest is. The mayor's words faltered, his excitement palpable, his gaze fixated on Yi Tianxia's left chest, his previously warm smile transforming into incredulous shock. In that instant, Yi Tianxia understood. His left chest bore the Brave Badge. Having acquired this Brave Badge only days prior, he had already witnessed its immense power time and again. Even if the alchemist from 60001 Newbie Village offered him the celestial grade item, the Serpent Demon, priced at 100 million gold coins, he would refuse without hesitation. The power of the Brave Badge is not confined to Tianjin City. In this nearly isolated village, there are still those who recognize its significance. They remain unaware that the hero who once saved this village and inspired its name change was one who bore the Brave Badge. Only a select few earn the right to possess such a badge. Decades may pass without a single recipient. Those fortunate enough to obtain it are undoubtedly true champions. Thus, the people of Gupping Town have revered and idolized heroes for over a century, with an even greater respect reserved for those adorned with the Brave Badge. This tradition has persisted through the ages. Now, upon seeing the identical badge on Yi Tianxia's chest, How could the mayor not be overwhelmed with emotion? This is the Brave Badge. Do you recognize it, Mayor? Yi Tianxia asked nonchalantly, feigning ignorance with an expression of genuine curiosity. The Brave Badge, indeed. It is the Brave Badge. I recognize it, of course. It symbolizes a true hero. Our ancestors taught us that upon encountering one who bears this emblem. A century has swiftly elapsed. The mayor's emotions surged dramatically. The two middle-aged individuals in the room mirrored the mayor's fervor, their gazes riveted on the Brave Badge adorning Yi Tianxia's chest. What might this bring me? Yi Tianxia, still grasping the return scroll to Tianjin City, had no intention of shattering it. His face remained impassive as he silently contemplated the implications. Chapter 97. The Skeleton Cave. The mayor stepped forward, approaching Yi Tianxia with reverence in his gaze as he examined the hero's badge closely. He then raised his head and spoke. Young hero, bearer of the hero's badge, I stand here as the representative of the entire Gupping town, imploring you to assist us, to avert an impending catastrophe? Catastrophe? A mission? Very well. Please proceed. If I possess the capability to aid you, I shall, Yi Tianxia replied, retrieving the return scroll and adopting a posture of attentive listening. The mayor's gaze lingered on the hero's badge for a moment before he sighed and began recounting the history of Gupping town, which was once known as Little River Village. A century ago, a fearsome undead lord emerged from the southern skeleton cave, leaving his domain to extinguish all life here. In the depths of despair, a hero named Gupping arose, adorned with a badge identical to yours. The mayor spoke slowly and meticulously of the not-so-distant past, recounting the terrifying might of the undead lord, the valor of the warrior Gupping, and the ultimate fate of that fateful day. Though the hero perished, his name would be forever etched in the annals of this town's history. With a shift in tone, the mayor abruptly transitioned from the past to the present. Speaking of the Blood Phoenix, the Blood Phoenix appeared from nowhere 3 years ago. Traditionally associated with fire, one would expect it to dwell in radiant, warm places. Yet it chose a shadowy, damp realm devoid of sunlight, and the skeleton cave is now its lair. Yi Tianxia pondered. Undead beings fear fire, yet curiously, they seem unafraid of the flames of the Blood Phoenix. Perhaps the crimson flames of the Blood Phoenix are not true fire at all. After settling in the skeleton cave, the Blood Phoenix coexisted harmoniously with the undead creatures residing there, dwelling in the cave's deepest recesses. What is it that you require of me? Yi Tianxia inquired, furrowing his brow. The mayor gestured toward an injured sentinel from Tianjin City, revealing a dire message. A warrior returned from Tianjin City with alarming news. The 5th level of the skeleton cave has begun to give rise to a new undead lord. A century after the demise of the former one, Yi Tianxia was taken aback. Once this new undead lord reaches maturity, it shall emerge from the darkness, and Gupping town will inevitably face an insurmountable calamity. Young hero, could you muster your courage and strength to vanquish this dreadful undead lord? You possess the hero's badge, marking you as a champion sent by fate to rescue us in our hour of need. Ding. The mayor of Gupping town now entrusts you with the task of defeating the undead lord of the 5th level of the skeleton cave. Task attributes, hidden unique. Deadline, 6 months. Should the undead lord mature in that time, the task shall automatically fail. Task rewards, unknown. The people of Gupping town fervently await the demise of the undead lord. Thus, the longer the task is delayed, the lesser the rewards. Task failure penalty. Decrease in favorability with all citizens of Gupping town by 10. Will you accept? Defeat the undead lord? This. What kind of jest is this? The undead lord is a level 100 entity, a formidable super boss of the death attribute. Yi Tianxia mused, feeling overwhelmed. As a mere level 14 player, devoid of a formal class, he estimated that even a mere sneeze from the undead lord could lead to his demise 1,000 times over. He refrained from accepting the task and calmly stated, Mayor, I genuinely wish to assist you, but my current level is only 14. I am simply no match for the undead lord. No, young hero, you can achieve this. The very fact that you possess the hero's badge indicates your ample capability, the mayor replied, his faith unwavering despite Yi Tianxia's disclosure of his level. He elaborated. The current undead lord is not yet a fully formed entity. It is still in its juvenile stage, lacking the maturity of its abilities. As per my knowledge, the current undead lord's level does not exceed 20. You, with the hero's badge, can certainly defeat it and avert the calamity looming over Gupping town. However, should time drag on, with the rate of growth for the undead lord, it will reach level 100 in just 6 months, becoming an invincible force. And then it will be too late. The mayor's explanation struck a chord with Yi Tianxia. Under level 20. Having previously defeated a level 20 boss at level 10, What reason did he have not to challenge this newly emerged undead lord? This task was evidently a hidden unique mission, an exceedingly rare occurrence, more elusive than both hidden and unique tasks combined. Its difficulty was unparalleled among all task types. Yet the rewards were indisputably substantial. Very well, I shall proceed to eliminate the undead lord, Yi Tianxia declared, his expression serene and filled with confidence. Ding. You have accepted the mission. The mayor of Gupping Town's commission to slay the undead lord of the 5th level of the skeleton cave. Yi Tianxia's newfound confidence resonated with the mayor, eliciting a warm smile upon his weathered face. Thank you. You have rekindled my hope. In this moment, I feel as if the burdens I have carried for so long have lessened considerably. The skeleton cave lies to the south. If you venture southward, you will soon encounter that dark expanse and its foreboding entrance. If you require assistance beforehand, do not hesitate to reach out. Our townsfolk will provide you with the utmost support. Before long, Yi Tianxia discovered the extent of that support. 30 bottles of advanced healing potions. Usable at level 10, each instantly restoring 400 health with a cooldown of 5 seconds, alongside 30 bottles of advanced mana potions, also usable at level 10. Each instantly restoring 400 mana with a similar cooldown. Gazing at the 60 small vials that now cluttered his inventory and the townspeople, filled with enthusiasm, admiration, and longing as they bade him farewell to the skeleton cave, Yi Tianxia felt a pang of dismay. How stingy, utterly stingy. Surely the task rewards wouldn't be so miserly, Yi Tianxia thought, feeling rather disheartened. The mountain trails were treacherous, with scarcely a flat surface to be found. As he pressed forward, the vegetation thinned, and after an hour of travel, he could scarcely see any plant life. The few trees that appeared looked as if they could wither away at any moment. This was hardly surprising. A place capable of birthing undead beings, and even an undead lord, was undoubtedly steeped in heavy negative energy, often referred to as the breath of the undead. Death and life are eternal adversaries, mercilessly consuming the living. Fragile lives could be easily extinguished. Moreover, due to the oppressive aura, no signs of wildlife were present, let alone any humans. The skeleton cave was not far from Gupping Village. After an hour's journey, Yi Tianxia halted on a terrifying expanse of darkened land. Gazing at the ominous entrance before him, a gaping maw that seemed to lead into an unfathomable abyss. A chilling wind, laden with a bone-chilling aura, swept toward him, carrying the stench of decay that made his stomach churn. Yi Tianxia stood in silence for a moment before finally summoning the resolve to step inside. The skeleton cave had existed for eons. Its exact origins and the reasons for its formation were shrouded in mystery. As Yi Tianxia stepped inside, the surroundings grew increasingly silent. The light dimming profoundly, and the stench reminiscent of decay became ever more pungent, causing Yi Tianxia to furrow his brow. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, what he perceived was not an empty void but an eerie, faint blue glow permeating the space, a sinister azure luminescence. This light was not a result of external illumination or the sun's radiance. Rather, it emanated from the faint phosphorescence released by decaying corpses. By the dim phosphorescence, Yi Tianxia could barely discern the area within a radius of 5 to 6 meters. The ground was a morose shade of black, yet surprisingly level, and here, an unsettling stillness reigned, an absolute absence of sound. This was the first layer of the skeleton cave. Given its nature, it was only fitting that this cave was populated by skeletons, the quintessential embodiment of the undead. Creak. A faint sound finally broke the silence of the space, instinctively conjuring images of bones intermingling in anyone's mind. Yi Tianxia abruptly turned to face a shadow that seemed to emerge from below the ground in the darkness. Activating his detection skill. Skeleton Soldier, level 17, health 680. A necromantic creature born from the remains of the deceased, emanating an aura of death, instinctively repelling all forms of life. Although devoid of true consciousness, it possesses an incredibly resilient physique. Innate ability, undead form, automatically regenerates health in darkness or under the influence of necrotic energy, and is immune to 70 of death-based attacks. Skill, Skeletal Grasp. Wielding its bony hands, it rends its target, with a 20 chance of inflicting 150 damage. Creak, creak. The sound of clashing bones echoed chaotically from all directions, front, back, left, and right, filling the once quiet cave with an aura of dread. Yet, rather than tightening, Yi Tianxia's heart relaxed. Generally, the farther one strayed from the main city, the higher the level of monsters encountered. The first layer of the skeleton cave showcased level 17 monsters. Despite their numbers, such creatures posed no threat to him. Creak, 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 creak. Chapter 98. The effortless resolution, Yi Tianxia cast a sweeping glance around him, revealing a total of 12 skeletons. Their chilling bony arms brandished menacingly as they advanced towards him in an almost perfect circle. What is this place? The odor is unbearable. What are these strange creatures? In a state of bewilderment, Guagua, with bleary eyes, let out a piercing scream upon recognizing the skeletal figures surrounding her, nearly prompting Yi Tianxia to drop the moment of destiny and cover his ears. Oh no, how terrifying. Master, are you there? They are so frightful. She clung desperately to Yi Tianxia's neck, her small hands constricting tightly, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. Her little head buried deeply into his neck. She dared not raise her hands or open her eyes. Like any innocent girl enamored with purity and beauty, Guogua possessed an instinctive and profound aversion to these foul and grotesque creatures. Yi Tianxia could distinctly feel her trembling body, and he noticed that tears had already begun to well up in her eyes. At last, he discovered something that could instill fear in Guogua. Fear not, Guogua. Watch as your master swiftly vanquishes them. For the first time, feeling Guogua's reliance on him, Yi Tianxia, who had always been led by her, finally grasped the sensation of being a true master. He raised the moment of destiny, aimed carefully, and charged boldly towards the skeletal soldiers ahead. Character: Yi Tianxia level, 14 class, none reputation, 220 gold, 1023 hunger, 3195 basic attributes, strength, 95, constitution, 22, agility, 19, spirit, 19 fixed attributes, luck, 12, insight, 12, charisma, 22 health points, 560 mana points, 330 physical attack power, 252 magical attack power, 38 physical defense, 26 hit rate, 19 evasion, 19 reaction speed, 72 perception, 53 concentration, 42 attack speed, 100 movement speed, 100 health recovery, 5. Automatically regenerates 5 health points per second, mana recovery, 0 fire resistance, 3. Water resistance, 3. Wind resistance, 3. Lightning resistance, 8. Earth resistance, 3. Light resistance, 3. Dark resistance, 3. This is Yi Tianxia's level 14 attributes. With attribute rewards from the Abyss Trial, combined with the life ring granting 200 health points, his vitality reached 560. However, this number merely approximated that of an ordinary warrior of the same level, let alone compared to a shield guard. For instance, transitioning from a novice shield guard to a full-fledged one adds 300 health points alone. Yet, due to the formidable attributes of the Moment of Destiny, Yi Tianxia's offensive capabilities still surpassed those of other attacker classes at the same level. Overall, his attributes only slightly exceeded those of average players at his level. And while he lacked offensive skills, others possessed them, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. However, his innate attributes of 72 in reaction speed, 53 in perception, and 42 in concentration allowed him to unleash these seemingly modest attributes to an extraordinary effect. Strength, after all, is never without reason. In the dim blue light, the Moment of Destiny unleashed its first dark streak, striking 3 skeletal soldiers simultaneously, while the attacks from the 3 skeletons landed upon him. 201, 204, 200, 59, 62, 60. The life force of the level 17 skeletal soldiers was inferior to the 15-level raccoon he had previously slain, yet their defensive capabilities were markedly superior, as they were merely remnants of hardened bones, resilient against blows. The trio of skeletal soldiers' onslaught drained nearly a third of Yi Tianxia's vitality. A mere 3 exchanges could lead to his demise, and if surrounded by the dozen other skeletons, he would be finished in an instant. Yi Tianxia's expression remained unchanged, his body motionless, as he faced the 3 encroaching skeletal soldiers with a simple yet effective horizontal slash, reducing their health to below half. 60, 62, 93. The trio of attacks once again struck Yi Tianxia, and the last blow, triggering a 150 damage effect, plummeted his health below 100 points. At this moment, the surrounding skeletons, moving like dancers, had closed in on him. A cold smile flickered at the corner of Yi Tianxia's lips, only to vanish in an instant. With a sudden pivot, he executed a perfect right-angle turn, evading all the skeleton soldiers' attacks with minimal movement. A low growl escaped his lips, frenzied battle intent. A faint glow burst forth from his body, momentarily illuminating the darkness. This overwhelming sensation of rage coursed through his chest, as the simulation of the Moment of Destiny astonishingly influenced his emotions. Yet, Yi Tianxia welcomed this feeling. On the contrary, he relished it, even becoming somewhat addicted to it. A cruel smile twisted his lips as he, infused with a frenzied aura, executed a lateral jump slash towards his target. 275, 270, 552, 271. His strikes became ruthless, his attacks sharp, and his movements agile. This was a sensation he found utterly exhilarating. When one is in such a state while facing an enemy, it is precisely the moment they can unleash their full potential. For ordinary players, maintaining such a state against a level 17 skeletal soldier would indeed be tantamount to courting death. No one would dare to embrace this state for the sake of enhancing their attack power and speed. Yi Tianxia was a horrifying anomaly. While wielding the only skill available for combat, he did not grow anxious or cautious. Quite the opposite. He felt exhilarated. With that strike, the three skeletal soldiers, their health depleted, crumbled like scattered blocks, collapsing into a heap of bones without yielding any coins or items. Yi Tianxia swiftly turned, gauging the distance. And with a sweeping motion of his arms, he executed an arc that struck 5 skeletal soldiers. As the moment of destiny made contact, the sound of cracking bones echoed, reminiscent of bones being cleaved apart. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, another 5 skeletal soldiers lay defeated at the hands of the rampaging Yi Tianxia. With his exceptional reaction speed and perception, these sluggish skeletons, trembling with every step, found it nearly impossible to touch his form. Against Yi Tianxia, whose speed had surged by 30, the skeleton's collective assault failed to graze even the hem of his garment. In this oppressive, shadowy environment, Yi Tianxia moved among the skeletons like a genuine specter. Crack, crack, crack. Another trio of skeletal soldiers fell under his nearly uninterrupted barrage. Yi Tianxia's gaze shifted slightly towards the last 3. As he moved, his form left behind a faint trace, and under his influence, the 3 skeletons huddled together, awkwardly advancing in his direction. Yi Tianxia then turned, effortlessly dispatching them with 3 swift blows. The world fell silent, and beneath Yi Tianxia's feet lay a chaotic mound of shattered bones. The 12 skeletal soldiers yielded nothing, not even a single copper coin, proving to be more miserly than the townsfolk of Gupping. Woo, how terrifying. It's simply dreadful, master. Shall we leave this place? Guogua is so frightened. Guogua curled her entire body into a tiny ball, nearly clinging to Yi Tianxia's neck. Yi Tianxia cast a sweeping glance around, and upon confirming that no new skeletal soldiers had emerged, he repressed his berserk battle intent, calming his tumultuous heart. Yet, an insatiable curiosity gnawed at him. The first layer of the skeletal cave was vast, so why had only a handful of monsters appeared? All right, Guogua. Those fearsome creatures have all been vanquished by your master, Yi Tianxia remarked coolly, gently poking Guogua's small backside with his finger. Guogua cautiously lifted her head, her tiny face darting from side to side. Only after assuring herself that the terrifying creatures were truly gone did she relax, carefully adjusting her position to sit upon Yi Tianxia's shoulder, still trembling with trepidation. Master, can we leave this place? It's so dark and frightening. What if more of those dreadful monsters appear? A smile crept across Yi Tianxia's lips, swiftly replaced by a serious demeanor. Rest assured, those monsters are indeed annihilated and will not resurface. However, there are many other creatures here, even more terrifying than they. Guogua clasped her hands to her chest, her small teeth chattering uncontrollably. Yi Tianxia's voice took on an ominous tone that sent chills down Guogua's spine. The skeletons we encountered were complete. Before I arrived here, I was told that many incomplete skeletons roam this place, bloodied, headless, yet capable of extending their tongues from their necks to devour the living. They say these ghastly skeletons have a particular fondness for little Lolas. Guogua trembled violently, her originally snow-white face turning ghostly pale. Suddenly, she let out a cry, clutching Yi Tianxia's neck tightly, nearly choking him in her fright, her mouth releasing a continuous stream of terrified screams. The intended effect was achieved. Yi Tianxia finally restrained his expression and burst into a triumphant laugh, nearly shedding tears of mirth. Ha ha ha, Guogua, so you truly fear such things. I was merely jesting to tease you. How could such creatures possibly exist? Aha, but, master, it's right behind you. Ah, Yi Tianxia. Yi Tianxia spun around abruptly, his face suddenly draining of color. Chapter 99. The second layer of the skeleton cave, several bloodied shadows silently approached him. These were the skeletons. They possessed only skeletal bodies devoid of heads, and from their necks, which seemed to ooze blood, long red tongues dangled down to their chests. Yi Tianxia instinctively took a step back, his scalp tingling, nearly expelling the remnants of his previous meal. He felt no desire to examine these skeletal entities. Instead, he sprinted deeper into the cave, fleeing from them. How foolish it is to deceive children. Indeed, words should not be spoken carelessly. This must be retribution. Mustn't he it? Just as Yi Tianxia had dashed a few paces, a sudden commotion erupted around him, and a multitude of previously dormant skeletons clattered to their feet. The first layer of the skeleton cave was far from the mere dozen monsters he had encountered earlier. Countless skeletons lay in wait, reacting only when a living being approached. Yi Tianxia quickly grasped this reality, choosing not to linger with the skeletons. Instead, he summoned his steed, the blood-sweating horse, and bolted at full speed, evading their detection as he sought the entrance to the second layer. Before long, he spotted a dark void against the backdrop of the dusky world. A portal to another chamber. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged into it, retracting his steed. Prior to this, he had consulted a city guard from Tianqian City who had ventured deep into these caverns. The skeleton cave comprised 5 layers, with the first 4 directly connected, while the 5th branched into 2 separate paths, one leading to the lair of the Blood Phoenix, and the other, presumably the breeding ground of the Death Lord. Upon entering the second layer of the skeleton cave, a cacophony of creaking sounds greeted him, and from the disarray, Yi Tianxia quickly discerned the footsteps of at least 7 or 8 skeletons. Compared to the rudimentary skeletons of the first layer, the ones here were undoubtedly of a higher caliber. As shadows began to materialize within his limited field of vision, the skeletal faces emerged. Unlike the simple skeletons before, these bore the marks of battle, clad in tattered armor and donning worn helmets. Brandishing rusted swords in their right hands and old shields in their left, sword and shield skeleton soldier. Level 24, health 1800. These combat-oriented undead monsters are birthed from the bones of warriors who perished on the battlefield, embodying the combat desires and protective spirits of the fallen. They mercilessly attack all intruders. Ability, Undead Form. Automatically regenerates health in darkness or under necromantic influence. Immune to 70 of death-related attacks. Skill, Double Strike. Instantly delivers 2 thrusts with their sword, with each attack dealing 70 and 80 of a standard attack's damage, respectively, and with a high activation frequency. Shield Charge. Strikes the enemy with their shield, inflicting damage equal to 80 of a standard attack, with a 25 chance to stun for 3 seconds. Activation frequency is moderate. Behind the sword and shield skeletons, several shadowy figures glided like phantoms, revealing 3 floating skeletons cloaked in black robes. Undead Skeleton Mage, level 24, health 1200. These magical undead creatures arise from the remains of guardian mages who fell in battle, wielding formidable necromantic attack and healing capabilities. Ability, Undead Form. Automatically regenerates health in darkness or under necromantic influence. Immune to 70 of death-related attacks. Skill, Necromantic Elemental Bolt. Concentrates the breath of death to strike a single target within 6 meters, requiring no incantation due to the necromantic environment. Undead Healing. Summons the breath of death to restore 600 health points to all nearby undead beings, automatically activating when any ally's health drops below 20. With a cooldown of 5 seconds. Monsters of level 25 and 2 types at that. Creatures above level 20 are significantly stronger than their 10 to 20 level counterparts, not only possessing enhanced attributes, but also exhibiting more refined skills and varied attack patterns. Upon discerning the properties of the 3 undead skeleton mages, Yi Tianxia swiftly shifted his focus with the vile undead healing skill in play. It was clear that to eliminate these undead beings, he must first conquer these 3 mages. The dozen sword and shield skeletons advanced rapidly, their previously chaotic movements now synchronizing into a regimented formation, resembling a battalion of trained skeletons. The collective strength and numbers of these skeletal soldiers far exceeded the 12 level 10 elite rampaging bulls Yi Tianxia had faced in the Abyss Trial's 3rd layer. Moreover, as a level 14 player without job advancement, Yi Tianxia's power showed no significant change, indicating that annihilating this squad of enemies would be considerably more challenging than his prior encounter with the rampaging bulls. The moment of fate tightened in his grasp, forcing a change in his strategy. Wow, here they come again, oh, how terrifying. Upon witnessing the skeletal soldiers, Guoguo's exclamation rang out once more, reverberating in Yi Tianxia's ears. He gazed at the swiftly approaching adversaries and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "If you're afraid, you might as well return to the moment of fate. Then you won't see anything at all." After a brief silence, "Master, why didn't you say so sooner? Guoguo dislikes you the most now." With a hum, Guoguo transformed into a small orb of white light, merging into the moment of fate in Yi Tianxia's hand, leaving him standing there in utter silence. As the sword and shield skeletons closed in, Yi Tianxia finally sprang into action. He initially retreated a step before suddenly charging forward. slipping through the largest gap in the formation of the skeletal soldiers. The relatively slow-witted skeletons swung their swords, yet only struck at an illusion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 necromantic elemental bolts, still glowing a vibrant gray in the darkness, hurtled toward Yi Tianxia as he ran. Without looking back, he instantly determined their trajectories and the time it would take for them to reach him based on the faint sounds of air slicing past. He pivoted sharply, altering his course to charge directly at one of the undead skeleton mages that had just cast a bolt. The moment of fate cleaved through the darkness. Aiming straight for the target, all 3 necromantic elemental bolts missed their mark, but Yi Tianxia's attack connected flawlessly with the undead skeleton mage Miss Yi Tianxia. His strikes had all failed to land. The 10-level disparity severely compromised his accuracy. Without hesitation, Yi Tianxia swiftly turned back, sprinting deeper into the cave at his utmost speed. As he traversed the area, more and more sword and shield skeletons and skeleton mages were roused from their slumber. Fortunately, the heavy-footed skeletons could not outpace Yi Tianxia's agility. However, the magical bolts from the skeleton mages continued to rain down. Yi Tianxia adeptly dodged them with minimal effort, pressing onward until he reached the far end of the second layer of the skeleton cave. For any other level 14 player, charging through the second layer of the skeleton cave unscathed would be exceedingly difficult, if not outright impossible. Yet, from Tianshan City to the remote Gupping town, Yi Tianxia had traversed countless perilous regions, even stepping through the domain of a level 70 golden armored earth dragon without a scratch. In comparison, escaping from this group of level 24 monsters was significantly simpler for him. He dashed from the forefront of the second layer of the skeleton cave to the very end, seamlessly shifting his position countless times, yet he maintained an unparalleled sense of ease, devoid of any tension or caution. As another patch of darkness loomed ahead, Yi Tianxia plunged into it without hesitation. The cacophony of pursuit and the whirling sounds of necromantic spells behind him ceased, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility once more. However, the scenery before him underwent a dramatic transformation. Unlike the azure glow of the first and second layers, the light here was white. But not the ordinary pearlescent gleam, it emanated a morbid, ashen brilliance. The source of this pallid illumination was the stark, white ground beneath his feet. The third layer of the skeleton cave, the bony path. As the name suggests, it was a pathway paved with the bones of skeletons. This eerie road sent an involuntary shiver down Yi Tianxia's spine. Yet, due to the white light emanating from the ground, his field of vision expanded somewhat. Yi Tianxia cautiously took a few steps forward, finally awakening the slumbering inhabitants of this realm. The moment the skeletons emerged, his pupils contracted slightly. A colossal skeleton approached him slowly. The term slowly merely referred to the frequency of its steps. Its speed was anything but sluggish, as each stride covered nearly 3 times the distance of a typical skeleton step. This giant skeleton towered at least 5 to 6 meters high, devoid of any armor or adornments, yet remarkably clean and untainted, its stark white bones appearing even more ghastly under the pale light. Giant skeleton, level 38. The level difference exceeded 10, rendering any attempt at divination futile. A level 38 creature was an insurmountable foe for Yi Tianxia, perhaps due to its immense size. Such giant skeletons were evidently rare in this area. Yi Tianxia had only stirred this solitary one. He glanced around. Chapter 100. The fourth layer of the skeleton cave high above. The colossal skeleton's 2 rows of chilling white teeth clashed together in a rhythm that seemed to echo a language only the dead could understand. As Yi Tianxia approached recklessly, the massive leg bone, towering even above his own form, lifted and descended toward him with an ominous pressure. At that very moment, as the foot was raised, Yi Tianxia's body halted, then abruptly retreated a small step. The resounding thud confirmed the tremendous force behind the giant skeleton's assault, an overwhelming size and power. Yet its flaw was unmistakable. With the leg bone hovering just half a meter away, Yi Tianxia quickly discerned its lethargy. Its mobility was notably sluggish. From its previously slow advance, Yi Tianxia had nearly concluded that its slowness extended beyond mere movement to its attack speed as well. When the colossal skeleton's foot struck, it caused a tremor throughout the skeletal corridor, yet its body remained immobile for a full 3 seconds, time enough for Yi Tianxia to sprint away to safety. In the third layer of the skeleton cave, he breezed through without any pressure. Eventually, he grew indifferent to the attacks of these gigantic skeletons, disappearing from sight before they could lift their feet again. His greatest concern was not formidable foes, but those with high mobility. Conversely, sluggish enemies, regardless of their strength, were easily managed. In other words, even if faced with a gigantic skeleton over 20 levels above him, he was confident that, despite 9 out of 10 attacks missing. There would come a moment he could strike it down unscathed. Of course, if confronted by multiple foes, his only recourse would be to flee. In the fourth layer of the skeleton cave, the ground beneath him remained a stark expanse of white bones, the eerie light more pronounced than before. As soon as he appeared, he spotted a wandering skeleton in the distance, one that emanated a formidable aura, far more impressive than those in the preceding layers. Skeleton General, level 55? Adorned with a gleaming bronze helmet, draped in a pristine red cloak, and encased in menacing armor that glinted with bronze hues. This skeleton bore a silver spear, its tip glimmering with a chilling light. The skeleton's body was obscured by armor and boots, but the exposed skull revealed a visage of a commanding general. The hatred radiating from the skeleton general was evidently more intense than that of the earlier sword and shield skeletons. As soon as Yi Tianxia appeared, 3 skeleton generals turned toward him simultaneously, their hollow eye sockets seemingly ablaze with malice. The heavy sound of their boots echoed as the 3 skeleton generals brandished their spears and charged at Yi Tianxia, moving with a fluidity akin to that of a regular person. A level 55 monster could easily obliterate him with a mere graze of their spear. Once a player surpasses level 10, death, be it from monsters, players, or NPCs, results in a level decrease, random equipment loss of 1 to 3 items, dependent on luck, and a monetary loss ranging from 1 to 5%, also luck dependent. All players in the realm of fate acutely feel the arduous nature of leveling up and the harsh penalties of death, compelling them to cherish their lives dearly. Yi Tianxia, of course, was not one to fear death. Faced with 3 adversaries capable of easily ending his life, his gaze sharpened, signaling his serious intent. Furious battle intent. A deep voice infused life into the desolate space, as the glow of his battle intent surged anew. Remarkably, from the first layer of the skeleton cave to this point, his health had remained below 20, never once consuming potions for recovery. Such audacity, confidence, and pride, and the strength sustaining this resolve must be formidable indeed. Despite being at full health, he knew that both the monstrous pit in the 3rd layer and the skeleton general could indisputably deliver fatal blows. Therefore, maintaining his vitality below 20 was the wisest choice to trigger his furious battle intent at any moment. Activating this battle intent, he sought not merely a 30 boost in attack, but the essential 30 increase in speed. Excitement and rage surged within him, his body feeling as if buoyed by the wind. His gaze locked onto the spear lunging toward him. He shifted his body, tilting at an almost flawless 45-degree angle, allowing the spear to narrowly miss him. With a series of erratic steps, he moved like a specter past the 3 skeleton generals, maneuvering to their rear, and summoned his steed, the blood-sweating horse, galloping away with haste. The blood-sweating horse augmented his speed by a remarkable 60 points. However, while this added speed came at a cost, diminishing his inherent agility, Yi Tianxia refrained from summoning it until he could evade capture. Furious battle intent, acquired in the novice village, was a skill that, for ordinary players, bordered on suicidal to use. Even possessing it, few would dare. Yet discarding it would be a lamentable loss. Yi Tianxia, however, wielded this seemingly trivial skill to an extent unattainable by others. In his hands, every skill reached its maximum potential, a testament to his unmatched prowess. His invincible legend was not born from levels, attributes, or gear alone, even against foes of equal standing, attributes, equipment, and skills, he could secure victory against 10 or even 100 without fear. This was his myth. With no immediate foes surrounding him, his base movement speed of 100, combined with the 60 from the blood-sweating horse and an additional 30 from his battle intent, brought his speed to 208. He called forth his steed, confident that even should a skeleton general attempt to intercept him, his speed would allow him to evade before they could react. Suddenly, a surge of danger jolted his senses. Reacting instantaneously, he deftly rolled off the back of the blood-sweating horse, landing unsteadily behind it. Boom! A mass of gray lightning cascaded from above, striking the blood-sweating horse directly. Freed from its master's protection, the horse let out a mournful cry as its life was extinguished in an instant, collapsing to the ground. In the aftermath of this near brush with death, Yi Tianxia's heart raced, yet more profound was the pain of loss. The blood-sweating horse, worth 30,000 gold coins. At that moment, the shadow responsible for unleashing the terrifying lightning emerged from the darkness. Before him stood a skeletal figure draped in a pitch-black cloak, its face a mere hollow visage partially exposed, while the rest of its form remained shrouded beneath the dark fabric. In contrast to the skeletal sorcerers of the 2nd level of the skeleton cave, this particular skeleton's cloak was undeniably of a far superior quality, adorned with chaotic, intricate patterns and surrounded by a faint, dim gray luminescence. The undead cursed skeleton, level 57, awaited him in the fourth layer of the skeleton cave, where two varieties of skeletons resided. Upon his initial entry into this layer, he had only encountered the skeletal generals, instinctively concluding that this was the soul type present. The consequence of his misjudgment proved to be dire. He narrowly avoided plunging into the abyss of death, suffering the loss of a prized steed worth 30,000 gold coins. Unlike pets, which could be resurrected post-mortem, albeit with the penalties of level reduction and a chance of betrayal, mounts were afforded a protective mechanism that rendered them immune to harm while ridden. However, if separated from their master and subsequently attacked, they faced true demise, devoid of the opportunity for revival like players or pets. Yet, this was only applicable to ordinary mounts. Those of level 5 and above, ranging from the exceedingly rare celestial grade to the virtually unattainable sacred oblivion grade, possessed the formidable ability of resurrection after death. With a heart heavy with anguish, Yi Tianxia longed to reduce this undead cursed skeleton to mere bone dust. As the gray light began to emanate from the skeleton, chanting its next spell, Yi Tianxia gritted his teeth, fiercely gripping the fate's moment in his hand, and resolutely opted to flee. Boom. The same explosive sound reverberated behind him, as the necromantic magic unleashed by the undead cursed skeleton far surpassed that of the diminutive skeletal sorcerers. Following a chant that lasted less than 3 seconds, it released a formidable attack with a terrifying range of 5 meters. Barely evading the onslaught, Yi Tianxia found himself confronted by the looming shadows of 2 skeletal generals. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace, lowering his body as 2 long spears thrust overhead. Executing a graceful low slide, he artfully evaded the attack and swiftly regained his footing. Chapter 101. The Misfortunate Lord of the Undead Fortuitously. The monsters in the 4th layer of the skeleton cave were not densely populated. Yi Tianxia managed to traverse the treacherous path without incident and arrived at the end. Before him loomed 2 pitch-black caverns, each approximately 3 men tall, their shapes perfectly round. After casting several furtive glances at the right cavern, he activated the life restoration effect of his life ring and consumed a high-grade potion. Once the potion's cooldown elapsed, he stepped into the left cavern. The passage was long and shrouded in darkness, devoid of any bats, snakes, or any semblance of normal life. After approximately half a minute of walking, a faint glimmer of white light appeared ahead, emanating from the eerie radiance of the bones. Gripping a teleportation scroll to Tianshan City discreetly in hand, Yi Tianxia proceeded cautiously towards the source of the light. Upon reaching the end of the passage, he paused, leaning against the cold wall, revealing one eye to survey the 5th layer of the skeleton cave, its deepest recess. Unexpectedly, this 5th layer was notably more confined than the preceding 4, an emptiness enveloping it, without any anticipated guardians of the Lord of the Undead. In the center, a small, half-human tall orb of gray light flickered as if caressed by an unseen breeze. Lord of the Undead, juvenile phase level 15 Lord Boss, with 13,000 health. This undead entity was birthed from the purest essence of death 2 months prior. Having grown in darkness, endowed with formidable powers of the undead. Currently in its juvenile phase, it will mature into the highest sovereign of the undead. Innate ability, undead body, immune to all death-related damage, regenerating 260 health per second in dark and deathly environments. Skill, Scythe of the Undead, summons a malevolent scythe from the realm of death, ruthlessly cleaving all enemies in its path. A linear attack within a 10-meter range. Base damage of 350, executed instantly with a high activation frequency. Cursed Undead, disrupts the minds of all surrounding enemies with deathly power. With a 50 chance to inflict a 35-second state of confusion, activated when health drops below 40, though with a lower activation frequency. As the information from his reconnaissance revealed that the Lord of the Undead was merely a level 15 boss with only 2 skills, Yi Tianxia felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The mayor of Gupping Town, it seemed, was indeed an honest elder. However, upon discerning the juvenile lord's innate ability, he nearly wished to dismantle the cavern itself. In an environment steeped in darkness and death, the lord regenerated 650 health per second, equivalent to 5 of its total health each moment. The attack power of a level 15 boss far surpassed that of an ordinary counterpart, and its defense was similarly formidable. With Yi Tianxia's current attack power, inflicting over 100 damage would be commendable. Yet this juvenile lord was capable of regaining 650 health each second, an utterly maddening predicament. Yi Tianxia gritted his teeth, rooted in place, while the Lord of the Undead, enshrouded in gray mist, remained oblivious to his presence, motionless, to advance or to retreat. If this were an open field, Yi Tianxia would charge forward without hesitation. However, conquering this juvenile lord in such an environment would demand an overwhelming attack power, one capable of breaching the 1,000 mark to inflict genuine harm. What means did he possess to vanquish it? Retreat? He had journeyed this far, and facing a mere level 15 opponent. He had previously triumphed over a level 20 lord boss at level 10. What reason did he have not to confront this level 15 lord now that he was level 14? Besides, with such a rare opportunity before him, how could he willingly relinquish it? Yi Tianxia stood there, entangled in his thoughts, paralyzed by indecision. Drawing it out was utterly absurd, setting aside whether the juvenile lord would obediently follow him out of the 5th layer. The inherent fear of light in undead creatures meant that even if he led it to the entrance, it would likely retreat at once. Wait, fear of light? Light? A spark of inspiration ignited in Yi Tianxia's mind. He swiftly retrieved an item from his backpack, and instantly, a blinding radiance illuminated the dark space, its brilliance stark against the shadows. For the first time in countless years, the long-dwelling darkness was pierced by light, inciting a furious roar from the Lord of the Undead, awakened by the very illumination it despised and feared. Yi Tianxia raised the source of light in his right hand and hurled it toward the direction of the Lord, then swiftly darted forward, his weapon, Destiny's Edge, poised to strike the enraged entity cloaked in shadow. The source of this light was a spherical object, the luminous magic lamp gifted to him by the little girl with the horn braids in Luofeng Town, capable of radiating light for 3 minutes. Ding! The illumination exerted a deleterious effect on the juvenile lord of the undead. With the environment transformed into one of light, the lord could no longer regenerate health. All undead magic effects diminished by 30, and it began to lose 5 of its health every second. Upon hearing the notification chime, Yi Tianxia felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. True lords of the undead were incredibly powerful, and their emergence was exceedingly rare. Yet, juvenile lords were acutely sensitive and vulnerable. In this moment, the juvenile lord could not withstand the light's onslaught. The overwhelming brilliance would be devastating, dissipating the encroaching darkness and death. 650, 650, 650. The shadowy figure began to writhe in a desperate struggle, its furious and despairing roars echoing as it attempted to distance itself from the light magic lamp Yi Tianxia had cast. Massive damage numbers floated above its head, visibly depleting its health bar at an alarming rate. Initially prepared to strike, Yi Tianxia paused, observing the escalating damage numbers and the lord's retreat. He mused inwardly. Was this not a touch too embarrassing? Indeed, how terribly awkward. He had merely hoped the light elemental lamp would disperse the darkness, preventing the juvenile lord from regenerating health or at least slowing its recovery. He never anticipated such a terrifying effect. How can this be so embarrassing? With an expression of utter contentment, Yi Tianxia picked up the luminous magic lamp from the ground and began to approach the undead lord, who was desperately trying to retreat. As Yi Tianxia drew nearer with the radiant lamp, the undead lord, engulfed in fear, let out a haunting roar and retreated even faster. Yi Tianxia followed at a leisurely pace, experiencing for the first time in his many years of virtual gaming the thrill of pursuing a boss. This sensation surpassed the exhilaration of instantaneously defeating a boss by countless measures. Within a mere 10 seconds, the health of the level 15 Lord boss plummeted to below half. The undead lord could only emit an ear-piercing sound of despair while attempting to escape as much as possible. Light and life are the arch-nemeses and natural adversaries of darkness and death. If the undead lord had reached its full potential, it could have resisted a certain degree of darkness, but at this moment, light represented an unequivocal catastrophe. In a moment of desperation, the undead lord finally turned in fury, a sphere of gray light coalescing before it. However, due to the presence of light, that gray aura was notably dimmed. Suddenly, a pitch-black scythe emerged from the ground, slicing toward Yi Tianxia. With a casual motion, Yi Tianxia evaded the approaching scythe and, with a sly smile, raised his hand to hurl the luminous element lamp at the undead lord. The lamp struck the undead lord with precision, inflicting a damage value of 1 point and eliciting a horrifying shriek from the trembling creature. The undead lord, now confronted by the light, could no longer focus on attacking and frantically moved in the opposite direction, hoping to distance itself further from its source. Yi Tianxia quickly kept pace, as the moment of fate delivered successive strikes upon him. 87, 650, 89, 650, 88, 650. In contrast to the undead lord's diminishing health,